On a low, rocky mountain, at the very top, stood a hero with his sword raised in the air. His long cloak was blowing in the wind. He was a majestic hero, the embodiment of perfection, a legend of the ages. Down below, under the mountain, a crowd of warriors and ordinary people gathered to greet the hero. The heroes were masters of their craft, who by their names alone signified their status. The founding emperor was one of them. Among them was an eloquent leader who led large masses of people. There was also a man who was deservedly praised for a very, very long time throughout the ages, and a warrior who managed to destroy the Demon King. There was also a doctor who skillfully fought diseases and saved an immeasurable number of patients with the help of his knowledge, and a man of honor who followed the path of bloodshed. The guy stood there and just laughed at all this. He did not understand what all this praise and flattery was about. He clenched his fist in frustration. He knew everything well, so he was so surprised. A savage who feels something is wrong immediately waves his fists. It irritated him a lot. With all his strength, he mercilessly beat the child, who was not even 10 years old. And as soon as the boy gradually gained experience and became a little stronger, although he was already barely alive, he faced new difficult and dangerous challenges. And during the next training session, he was thrown into a fiery pit, into a real volcanic crater where red magma was bubbling, holding him by a single rope. The boy was indignant and shouted, "To hell with the damned elite and their damned phrase that it was all for his own good." After the training, all the coaches gathered together to see off the new graduate. It was a bunch of annoying idiots standing in the gallery of heroes in the castle hall. The boy, having endured all these dangerous and far from easy trainings, was finally able to say goodbye to them all. The boy's name was Davy. Now he is ready for the dangers that await him on his life's journey. The female trainers wiped their eyes and noses with handkerchiefs. They said that Davy was still weak, not strong enough, that he needed to be thrown into the magma pool more often. Davy was indignant and irritated that he had been kept there for too long, and he was tired of listening to their sisters. The girls looked young, but in fact they were real grandmothers, several millennia old. And then one of the girls slammed the stone so hard that it split in two. Outraged by Davy's remark about their real age, the coach shouted that she was going to shove his long tongue up his ass. But Davy indifferently put his fingers in his ears to avoid hearing anything like that. The girl trainer was not letting up. She was shouting that she was going to get to that damn undersized and shut his mouth. Her name was Daphne, and she was seriously angry at his words and wanted to teach her student a lesson. But others tried to stop and calm their colleague. But Davy kept going. Then he looked back and looked at his coaches for the last time. The coaches stood and watched the boy go. Some of them were coughing nervously, others were openly crying. All of them were equally sad at the time of separation. Davy turned around and heard warm words of farewell with wishes of good luck. All the coaches stood on the balcony to send him off on his way. They asked him not to forget about them even when he recovers. It was very touching for Davy. He opened his eyes wide in surprise and gave everyone on the balcony a warm, grateful farewell. And then he got ready to jump into another reality. These were difficult moments. No one wanted to say goodbye. But the time had come for it. Everyone had nice, sweet memories. Then, Davy turned to the exit and raised his hand to wave to all those who had shared their knowledge and skills with him, said that he hoped they would see him soon, and went into the portal. There was a very bright light there. Then it almost disappeared and finally flashed again. The guy woke up lying in bed, with a catheter in his hand and some emerald-colored liquid flowing through the tubes attached to it. The bed was quite large, standing in a huge, spacious room with several windows. The curtains on the windows were almost closed, so the room was somewhat dark. There was an intravenous drip system next to the bed. The guy was lying on the pillows and couldn't move at all. His body was completely numb. It was even difficult for him to open his eyes. He was breathing very heavily, making incredible efforts to get up at least from the prone position, but eventually gave up. The guy managed to open his eyes and realized now, looking around the room, that he was back. There was a large portrait on the wall just opposite the bed. He had always had it in front of him. The portrait depicted a family of three: mother, father, and son. The father was sitting in a chair, the mother was standing next to him, leaning respectfully toward her husband, and the son was standing on the other side of his father, straightening his back and smiling. The son's name was Davy Allround. His confident gaze looked very optimistic and bold from the portrait. The kingdom of Round is located in the east of the continent of Thionis. The prince of this infinitely ordinary and small country and the first son of a local ordinary king. The guy lying on the bed, under an intravenous drip, realized that his name was Davy Allround. This was all nice only at the very beginning of his life in this world. It was not just a title. Living in the palace, as in a small closed world, Davy enjoyed with all his might the luxuries that he had never even dreamed of in his previous life. Then Davy decided to stop remembering that past luxury. Now there was a completely different reality. The guy was lying there and reproaching himself. He was tormented by the fact that he had once been very trusting and careless. He used to think that there would be no end to his childhood happiness. He fondly recalled playing with his mother on a green lawn in the middle of the garden with white rose bushes growing nearby. The old him, who then lived on a peaceful modern Earth, could not properly understand what the title of prince could really mean. Once his mother was killed, she was served a cup of poison and drank it. Davy's calm, cozy world collapsed at once. He realized that having the title of prince, he would always be a target for enemies. A threat to his life began to follow the little boy wherever he went. The boy was powerless, and instead of supporting the lonely child, all his blood relatives turned their backs on him, even his father, the king. Prince Davy Allron loved to go hunting, and he was a skilled archer. Now, in his memories, the image of a boy with white hair and a ponytail, who also loved hunting, often appeared. The image of that boy riding his horse into the woods with a bow and arrow haunted Davy. Memories of the past always visited him. But enough of those sentiments, the past will not return. Life goes on. And now, the first goal for Davy Allround is to restore his own body. The guy coughed a little and decided that he would deal with everything else later. Some strange sounds and screams were coming from the top floor. Davy smiled wryly and thought, let everyone wait a little longer. His body had been trained by heroes for 1,000 years. He had gained a lot of useful knowledge, so he would regain his strength and pay them back. The guy politely walks next to his family, followed by their retinue. Everyone moves slowly, in a certain order. And then there are horseback riding and archery drills. And again, that blonde boy with the arrows behind his back. Davy recalled how that guy, sitting in the saddle on a horse, smiled ominously. That smile meant only one thing. He was up to something sinister. Now the prince thought about how he would give everyone a warm welcome. The little boy sat alone on the hill, barefoot, in torn clothes. He was very sad, leaning his head on his knees and sniffling from time to time. Suddenly, someone approached him. He had been looking for him for a long time and finally found him in this place. The boy raised his head from his knees and looked at his interlocutor. The man asked why the boy was so serious and upset. Then he sat down next to him on the grass and said that he had heard about what had happened. He added with satisfaction that this time the boy had taught them a good lesson. It was a wonderful sight, and he laughed out loud. The boy indignantly replied that he could laugh as much as he wanted. He felt no guilt because he had said everything he wanted to say. Davy said that at first everyone was happy, celebrating to the fullest, carrying him in their arms in the literal sense of the word. And then, when it turned out that he was just a child, they began to treat him like the smallest insect. The boy added that he wondered if everyone thought he liked it. He was just scared, so he couldn't tell them everything right away. No one understands him. And no one knows, but he is fed up with it all. He is fed up with everything. The man who came to the boy was wearing a skull with a lion's skin and mane. Davy asked him why he had come and what he wanted with it. The man replied that they were very proud heroes, and that the boy's appearance was very unusual for everyone. In fact, somewhere deep down they understood everything perfectly well, and Davy just huffed at the word heroes. The man with the lion's skin continued his story. He said that they had been consulting for days and nights about the situation. Then he grabbed the boy by the scruff of the neck and, calling him a rookie, said that he should consider himself very lucky. Davy did not understand what was going on. The man replied that they had decided to listen to him. It was not his fault to begin with, so it would be inappropriate to punish him for it. The man lifted Davy to his eye level and said that they were now a family, so let the boy learn to take responsibility for it. The boy frantically asked what kind of family they could be if he didn't even know any of them. The man immediately answered, saying his name, Hercules. He said that this would be enough. His second name was Master of Survival. The guy thought he had already heard this name somewhere. Hercules said that from today, he would train his body. Then he got to his feet, threw his sack over his shoulder with one hand, and lifted Davy by the scruff of the neck with the other. Hercules said that if this was the way things were going to be, they had to do their best to make it work. Davy just tried to resist and asked why no one was interested in his opinion. Meanwhile, the green solution in the IV container was slowly running out. It also contained some kind of crystal. Davy was lying there and daydreaming again. Sometimes he would come to, and then fall back into his strange thoughts. Finally, he opened his eyes again with extraordinary effort and realized that he was really back. The palace was quiet, as it was already night. The stars were shining peacefully in the sky. Davy looked out the window, wondering how many days ago he had regained consciousness. The door creaked open, and he heard a slight rustling of the curtains that covered the windows. A maid entered the room. Davy noticed that this maid was the only one who came to see him. She went to the fourth system and adjusted something. Then the maid went to the medicine on the table next to the bed where Davy was lying. The fact that the guy noticed that only one maid entered the room was quite understandable. He had been in a coma for a very long time. The maid refilled the IV with green liquid. Davy felt a little strange that only one person came to see him. But in the end, it was not bad at all. He should be happy that at least one person cares about him. That, given his condition, at least one maid was assigned to take care of him. Finally, the maid left the room. Davy opened one eye to see if he was really alone. Then he tried to get out of bed. He leaned on the bed with both hands. He was still unable to move freely, but he was able to get up on his own. This was enough to start with. Besides, he had to check something first, and he would finally find out about something that had been bothering him for a long time. There was a small calendar on the bedside table. Davy carefully picked it up. The strength of the gunpowder was returning to the boy. He carefully turned the calendar in his hands to find out what year it was and what day it was. Davy found out that it was the year of Baldus's calendar. He quickly began to calculate how much time had passed since he had been shot and lost consciousness. By his calculations, it turned out to be 6 years. The calendar in Davy's hands made a peculiar tinkling sound. The guy plunged into memories. He saw the grass sprinkled with his own blood and himself with several arrows in his back, which had inflicted terrible wounds. Now he saw again clearly in his memories a blond boy sitting in a saddle on a horse with arrows behind him. It was he who had shot him, inflicting fatal wounds. However, he did not think that Davy would survive. The prince spent all these 6 years in bed, treating his terrible wounds. This is a very long time. Davy has made it a point to never let something like this happen to him again. But for that, he needs to recover as soon as possible. The boy raised his hand, turned it toward him, and decided to start immediately. Then the prince tightly clenched his palm into a fist and tuned into powerful restoration, healing. Then he opened his palm and looked at himself. But nothing much had changed. The catheter was still sticking out of his arm. The prince continued to sit on the bed and did not understand why everything remained as it was. He thought that the healing was supposed to appear in a flash when the boy showed strong anger at his condition. But an extremely powerful inner force took the boy to another world. He looked at his 2 palms, and the catheter disappeared. One of his trainers appeared to the prince and explained that the amount of his sacred power was still quite average. This did not mean anything bad at all. It just meant that his power was not enough. He began to remember her instructions. They were both sitting in the temple. She had said that he had the potential to use his healing ability, which meant that he could become better at it. But Davy brushed it off, saying that she didn't need to tell him all that nonsense if she just wanted him to clean the gallery in the temple. But practicing the newly acquired knowledge and skills required complete concentration. Suddenly, they were illuminated by a sacred power. It was the power of a god who is responsible for healing and purification. Most often, this power is given only to a chosen god as his blessing. The coach who told Davy about the sacred power, Daphne, was known among the people as the girl recognized by God. The way she used her power was solely on her compliance. At first, they were very mediocre. However, the girl had worked on herself for hundreds of years to gain this sacred power. Davy was angry with himself that he could not use the power of healing, but his problem was his body. It had been frozen in a comatose state for 6 years. At first, the prince was worried that all the knowledge and skills he had acquired in the gallery would be lost as soon as he returned to his own body. But fortunately, most of his powers had successfully returned to his body along with his soul. The problem now was, as it had been the previous time, that he had to break the stiffened body. Davy forced himself to move, but he would probably need more time to regain at least his previous strength. It was very hard for the guy. He was making incredible efforts. He kept saying the word recovery in his mind. But unfortunately, at the moment he was not even able to use the recovery technique, the basis of the basics. Davy kept going, kept trying, kept saying the cherished word. His body was too exhausted. The guy weakly lowered his arms and head. He didn't even want to think about giving up again, giving up and losing heart. Davy clenched his fists again and willed his body to rise up and heal itself with the power of his mind. He even threatened himself that he would beat his body if it did not respond to his request. Suddenly, a very bright light appeared. Prince Davy Olran managed to awaken the divine ability to heal. He saw his body regenerating. This was a chance not to be missed. The whole room was drowned in a bright divine light. His strength returned to him, and his body was healing intensively. Davy got out from under the blanket and put his bare feet on the floor. Now he was no longer a weak patient. Then he carefully got out of bed, holding onto the bedside table with his hand. He had done it. He was healed. Davy took his first steps forward after 6 long years in bed and began to move around the room. Finally, he conquered the sacred power. This was the main task at this point, and the prince fulfilled it, and he will slowly restore everything else. Davy felt a gentle breeze, the curtains by the windows moved, and a pleasant freshness rushed into the prince's face. The boy went out onto the terrace and the whole city stretched out before him. He took a deep breath, his long hair flowing easily. Davy Olran squinted his eyes and smiled. It had been a long time since he had seen or felt the sun. The morning peace and quiet reigned around him. The boy raised both hands and shouted a greeting to the day's heavenly body. His strength returned to him. While Prince Davy was enjoying his recovery and shouting odes to the sun, a maid entered the room. She was very surprised by what she saw. The girl put her trembling hands to her open mouth. She could not believe that the prince had gotten out of bed. Suddenly, the prince fell to the floor, tormented by some inner voice. He was now wishing that he could just die again, that he would disappear from there forever. The maid immediately ran to him to see how he was feeling, but the guy fainted. A doctor was called to him. The court physician Ramses was already quite an old man. He began to listen to the patient and something appeared very strange to him during the examination. The doctor noticed that the patient's body condition had improved incredibly. It was amazing. Prince Davy was glowing with happiness. The doctor asked if the boy had any other pains that he had not been able to detect earlier. However, Davy replied that he only felt a little tired, and he assured the doctor that there was no need to worry about it. The doctor rubbed his gray beard with satisfaction. Davy noted that in the past he had never allowed himself to be so disrespectful to an old man. He doesn't want to talk to an old man like that himself, but he understands his current situation. His name is Davy Olron. He is part of the Ron family, a member of the royal family of the most ordinary kingdom of Ron. He is also the firstborn son of Queen Reni Al-Assad, and of course the current king. Davy Olron is the first prince. The queen entered the room. She was insanely annoyed that Davy had come out of his coma and was feeling better and better. The queen came to see the prince. She hoped that the boy would remain incurably ill forever, or even die. Prince Davy remembered this painted woman. He hated her just as much as she hated him. Her name was Lynn Barrietta. She was the current queen of the Kingdom of Ron. She had taken over after she had poisoned Davy's mother a long time ago. Linnaeus's two sons, second Prince Callus and third Prince Benedict, also entered the room. Looking at them, it was immediately apparent who they both turned out to be. Callus was the one who had tried to kill Davy in the past. The second prince tried to smile, but his smile was very crooked and ugly, the smile of a killer when he saw his victim alive. Davy met his stepmother and half-brothers with dignity. He said that he himself did not think he would be so resilient. Queen Linnes, with her fan over her black mouth, asked if Davy had seen the man who had shot him while hunting 6 years earlier. Davy wasn't going to say anything about what he remembered at the moment. He simply said that the arrow could have come from anywhere. He did not have time to notice where it came from, and it was impossible to see. And then the prince asked if they had managed to catch the attacker. After all, it was an attack on a member of the royal family, and the guy looked at the queen and her sons ambiguously. Davy continued his speech. He said thoughtfully that he would be very interested to know what punishment the offender received. The second prince, Callus, stood there, flushed with fright, afraid that Davy might remember everything and expose him. But Queen Lynn said that they had not been able to find the attacker. She was still hiding her face behind her fan, apparently, in order not to give herself and her crimes away. Lynn's added that it was too old a crime to raise the issue of solving it at this time. The second Prince Callus stood there, neither alive nor dead. Prince Davy looked down at his offenders. They really thought the matter was closed for good. Now Dr. Ramses interrupted the conversation. The examination was complete. His conclusion was that Davy would make a full recovery within a few days, provided he had regular checkups and adhered to the prescribed medication. Davy politely thanked the old man. After that, the doctor decided to leave the patient and politely took his leave. As he was leaving the room, the doctor gave instructions to the maid. He strictly forbade serving the patient any heavy food in the near future. The maid memorized everything carefully. Meanwhile, the queen quietly told Davy that it would be better if he just died. The prince sarcastically asked her if she regretted the fact that the pain in her eye had not gone away. The queen also decided to leave with her sons, and Callus laughed that the first prince had fallen into a coma because of some kind of attack, and that it was a great shame for the whole kingdom. Then the second prince called his younger brother Benedict, and they all left Davy's room. Davy just thought to himself that those obnoxious people must enjoy shaming their country and getting caught in crimes. Prince Davy Olron was using his sacred power that God had given him, and there is no one there who would recognize that power. Because if there is a big difference in levels, it can be quite difficult to recognize the essence of the opponent. Tired Davy finally laid down on the bed and began to remember. Linz Barrietta was the eldest daughter in the Duchy of Barrietta, a very influential house in the Kingdom of Round. Before this personal meeting, he wanted to just kill her along with this Callus he hated. But it's all such nonsense, really, to get your hands dirty with such trash as the current queen and her son. Thanks to the time Davy spent in the temple gallery, his senses have become somewhat dulled, so any kind of revenge seems like an unnecessary trifle to him. But the boy is going to take revenge anyway, because 6 years of his life were spent on recovery. The prince exhaled calmly and decided to focus on the gradual restoration of his body. And now he is very interested in what he will be given to eat, given the diet prescribed for him. So, 2 weeks have passed since Prince Davy awakened his sacred powers. He continued to recover. During this time, a barber visited him and cut his long hair, giving him a short haircut. Those 2 weeks were very monotonous, although the boy was constantly training. It was thanks to these trainings, as well as the circulation of necromancer's mana with sacred power at its core, that the boy's body recovery went smoothly. Although from the very beginning, even the recovery magic alone was enough for an incredible effect. In his time, the guy had mastered the knowledge of necromancers who studied the human body. He also studied the art of healing, which was taught to him by his sister Hia. Thanks to this knowledge and skills, restoring his own body to this level was not difficult for him, and everything was quite easy for him at this level. It was enough for him to snap his fingers and wish, for example, to cleanse himself. The next moment, he was enveloped in a wave of water that thoroughly washed the prince's body. Davy was constantly practicing his magic. It was very convenient, but sometimes he was so engrossed in all sorts of magic that he did not notice the maid entering the room. Her name was Amy, by the way. She stayed with the prince to look after him and take care of him. This time, she brought Davy food once again. As always, it was something dietary because Dr. Ramses had prescribed it. Davy had been waiting for it for a long time, and now the boy was disappointed because Amy brought some crap. The prince said he was just a sick man, and they treated him as if he were a toothless old man. He was again served some liquid substance of unknown color. Amy was sorry that Davy was not being fed, but that was the doctor's recommendation. However, nothing could be done about it. Amy was embarrassed and she stepped back a little, and Davy took a spoon and decided to eat that strange soup. But he added that it would not be enough for him, so let Amy make 5 more bowls. No sooner had the maid been surprised by the 5-plate order than the prince corrected himself and said that he wanted 10 plates. Amy tried to explain that it would be too much, but Davy said it was okay because if you shove it in enough, it will fit nicely. During his recovery, even when it seemed to the prince that his stomach was full and he could not eat anything more, he could cram 3 times as much as before. It is likely that the magic of recovery is to blame for all this. Davy stroked his stomach, smiled blissfully, and felt like his whole body was energized again. It was a wonderful state, but the very next moment he felt his stomach growling. The food was digesting too quickly. Davy had to go to the bathroom, but he couldn't just run there. Amy was still there, and he was pretending to be sick in front of everyone. Good digestion is great, but too good is a problem. After the meal, the prince began to read something. He put on his glasses, and then he was surprised by something. Eventually, he stumbled upon work. The maid, Amy, was still at the prince's side. Tired, Davy sat down in the foyer, and the girl apologized to him. The prince explained to her that she was not to blame for anything, and that she shouldn't even think of blaming herself. And Davy got his hands on a list that carefully recorded everything the prince had eaten. He could not even imagine that the royal palace would worry about such things, about the amount of food he consumed. But the reason for all this was quite clear. The prince was interested in how many maids and butlers there were in the palace at the moment. Amy wondered how to answer him, and Davy asked if she was the only one serving here. The maid began to talk again about how she was very guilty, having done something very stupid, and it was very sad. The palace where Davy was staying was not the palace of the crown prince, but the princes had lived here since ancient times. The boy asked Amy if she was the only one who was taking care of such a huge palace, and it wasn't even about repairs, but about the fact that only one girl was assigned to maintain the entire large palace and keep it defended in case of emergency. Davy has only recently regained consciousness, and he has already noticed that his situation is quite deplorable. The palace needs major repairs, and one maid is clearly not enough. After all, things hadn't been going too well here before, but at least Davy had never gone hungry. The prince asked what budget was allocated for the maintenance of the palace. Amy lowered her head and quietly replied that 6,000 gold pieces were allocated per year, but at the moment there were only 10 left. The prince continued to ask how much money had been sent this month. If they spend it sparingly, the problem with food should be solved. Amy again replied that, according to the documents, 500 gold pieces were supposed to come, but in fact, no more than 100 were sent. Davy was shocked. The maid's tears were streaming down her cheeks, and she said that the money was being taken away, given to her in a completely different amount than what was supposed to be given. The prince asked Amy about her salary, how much she was paid, and most importantly, how much she was given. But Amy didn't even understand the question. Davy asked again and told her not to make him repeat the same thing twice. He clarified the question by asking how much the maid was paid and whether it was enough for her. Amy nervously twiddled her thumbs, clenched and unclenched her palms, and somehow began to answer incomprehensibly that she decided to take something from her regular salary. In other words, she was taking only 1/3 of her salary. It was another blow for Davy. The prince could see that Amy was a very kind girl, but at the same time she was a naive fool for allowing herself to be treated unfairly. If Amy has been working as a maid in the palace from the very beginning, it means that she belongs to a noble family. Amy comes from a baronial family. At one time she was fired because of some minor mistake and assigned to serve Prince Davy. The girl even took on a very dirty job of taking care of the prince and the palace. And the maid did all this completely alone for 6 years. She even cut her own salary. Prince Davy took a piece of paper and a pen and ink and wrote an order for Amy to take the entire amount that was part of her salary. Bankruptcy is bankruptcy, but a hard-working employee should be rewarded. Amy asked what he meant, but Davy sharply replied that he had already told her not to make him repeat himself twice. In addition, he had already blurted out that there would be no money to buy food tomorrow. Amy agreed and reiterated her words. The girl called him Your Highness the Prince every time. Davy told her to address him normally. The maid wanted to object, but the prince did not listen to her. He was in a great mood today. Then he explained that when she called him Your Highness the Prince, he felt as if they were strangers. Davy realized that there was at least one person in this palace who was on his side, and that person is the maid Amy. The prince and the maid went to the palace treasury together. Davy was going to solve the problem he had immediately. He came to the treasury personally because of financial difficulties. His ancestors would be very angry if they saw this picture. Amy tried to object again, but Davy did not hear what she was saying. He was embarrassed by the mention of his ancestors, and he was very hurt and upset that his own father had never visited him. Suddenly, the prince came to his senses, as if he had just said too much. Amy even got a little scared about it. Davy noticed this and said that if the queen or her supporters heard what he had said, he would be in trouble. Amy could also be hurt by such talk, so he apologized to her and said that he did not mean to set her up in any way. The maid was terrified and turned her head around, afraid that someone had overheard her and the prince's conversation. Davy told her to stop turning her head, otherwise he would leave her and go on alone. And then he added sadly that his own father had not even lifted a finger after his mother was poisoned. He had done nothing to find her killer. The prince added that his father is not his family after all this. Amy offered to accompany the prince. Davy looked at the girl gratefully and asked her to take care of him, and said he was looking forward to their cooperation. Amy supported him. A man was twirling his curly mustache and was about to object to his highness. It was a servant who managed the palace's finances. He was saying that it was difficult to get more money than was allocated. Davy asked for a certain amount, but the man refused the prince's request. The man's long, twisted mustache, which he constantly twisted with his finger, irritated the prince. The servant explained that it was impossible to use funds that were already accounted for. Meanwhile, there were many other people in the financial department. They found it strange that the prince himself had come to clarify financial issues. They also laughed at the fact that Prince Davy had only one maid. The boy saw that all these people despised him. The servant with whom Davy was talking was not inferior to the prince in his request, but he did not know exactly how to refuse his highness. Then Prince Davy got a little tired and decided to take a break, sitting down on the couch among the pillows. Then he looked at the finance officer with a menacing look and asked if he was going to play a joke on him. Prince Davy continued. He clearly said that this month the budget allocated exactly 500 gold pieces for his palace, but no more than 100 came in. The servant began to explain that these funds were the balance after deducting the amount spent on the repair and maintenance of the palace. He also added that members of the royal family in other palaces also follow such rules and follow the example of His Majesty the King's frugality. However, Prince Davy rolled his eyes and told the servant to stop annoying him. Then His Highness began to ask angrily why such a renovated palace had a cracked floor with weeds growing everywhere. The garden was in a very poor state, with only grass. The people in the finance department listened with interest to the conversation between Prince Davy and the servant. The prince continued that even an idiot would mistake this place for a haunted house rather than a palace. His Highness demanded specific explanations from the servant. Those present in the financial department began to whisper that perhaps there was some hidden money involved. The servant clearly did not like this conversation and stood tense to the tips of his fingers. Davy, on the other hand, was sitting quietly on the couch with his foot up. The prince was mocking the servant, for he must be very stupid in all financial matters if he was going to look for excuses now. The prince personally came to find out what was going on with the financial support of his palace. The servant began to mumble that all matters directly related to the repairs were under the jurisdiction of the housekeeping department, not the treasury. Therefore, the treasury employees have no influence on this. They only allocate the budget, not carry out repairs. Prince Davy Ol Ron did not know this, but he didn't like the answer of the treasury officer. It is human nature that they always blame anyone but themselves. After that, Davy told Amy that he had already completed his business here, so it was time to leave. The servant asked if His Highness was going to go to the housekeepers, but the prince answered the question with a question. He did not see the point of going to the household. His Highness knew for sure that they would shift the blame to the treasury workers, and they, in turn, would invent something again just to gain time. And the prince did not want to waste his own time on this. And then the prince told the treasury servant to buy something useful for himself with the money he had misappropriated and put in his own pocket. And as Davy was leaving the treasury, he sarcastically said that the palace was in perfect condition, there was absolutely nothing to repair. The prince thought that if the palace aristocrats looked like this, then what must his former servants who had escaped from there have looked like? Davy assumed that they had been slowly pulling their salaries out of the budget. Then he looked at Amy and felt sorry for the sweet girl who was unwittingly now blowing off for everyone. And he came up with an idea. His Highness asked the maid to bring him a sword, which surprised Amy. Seeing how frightened the girl was, the prince hastened to reassure her and told her not to worry. He was not going to kill anyone. The guy was very amused by the maid's reaction, but it was logical that she thought so, because His Highness was dissatisfied with the state of affairs at the moment. Nevertheless, she said that she would look for a sword, and the girl quickly ran off to fulfill the Lord's request and look for the prince's weapon. Meanwhile, the prince was just passing by the portrait of his stepmother. He raised his stick and made a sharp movement near the portrait, as if cutting the canvas. At the same time, he said that he did not plan to cut people, and when the maid was already far away, Davy said to himself that he was going to cut only those who could hardly be called people. The prince was well aware that he was in a very precarious position. It would be very bad for him if he started slaughtering palace servants and nobles left and right for no apparent reason. Then every single one of them would rise up against him and say that he had gone mad, that he was insane, and that he should be locked up in the tower of the royal castle immediately. Davy was in a pleasant state of anticipation. He knew exactly what he wanted. The prince was definitely not going to be a feeding trough for rotten aristocrats. He had his own dignity. Finally, the maid brought a sword and Prince Davy went hunting. Almost immediately, he brought a boar and threw it on the ground in front of Amy, wiping sweat from his forehead. The maid was frightened and shouted out what it was and when His Highness had managed to kill the boar. However, Davy modestly said that he had not noticed how it happened and that the boar was just lying near the palace. Then Prince Davy began to gut the carcass of the dead animal and asked Amy to bring water, some herbs, and some other food from the cell, expressing the hope that there was at least something left. The prince had killed the boar himself, but there was no point in admitting it, as the maid would hardly believe it. However, Amy suddenly fell to her knees and begged the prince not to do anything to the boar, but rather let Millet kill her. Davy was surprised and asked what had scared her. The maid said with tears in her eyes that His Highness's royal hands could not be stained with animal blood. But the prince replied that his hands were not just stained with that blood, they had shed the blood of the beast. But the maid did not stop. She said that the prince shouldn't even be handling the carcass of that boar personally, because one wrong move and he could get hurt. Prince Davy did not mind Amy's warnings. He said that no one could see what he was doing anyway, so it was no big deal. Davy was working on a carcass and mentioned that he wanted to get an audience with the king, but he was denied with the words that the king had too many state affairs, and he would not be able to solve the prince's problem through other authorities. So, for now, he skips this point. Queen Linnes is planning an assassination attempt on Davy's life again, so she is now quiet. But the prince knows that his body belongs to a self-proclaimed master of survival, a specialist trained by Hercules himself. Then Davy says out loud to the maid that this carcass is actually a wild boar, but now it is his dinner. He said this because in a crisis like this, there is nothing fatal about it, and this level of danger is nothing to him. That's how the day passed in everyday and not so ordinary troubles. The evening came. Meanwhile, Queen Lin was interrogating a maid in her chambers. She was interested in what Prince Davy Olran was up to. The more the queen watches the prince, the more strange things she notices. She does not recognize him at all. The maid replied that Prince Davy was still quite ill. According to the tutors, the maximum that the prince's body is capable of is only light movements, and at the current rate of recovery, his body will take at least a year to recover. The queen was also interested in whether there was a chance that her informant would be exposed and whether the information he was providing was reliable enough. The maid flinched a little. Then the queen came closer to the maid, whose name was Sherry, and touched her chin with her fan. The queen said that even if Sherry is an A-class Black Moon secret agent, her subordinate cannot be above C. The Black Moon is a mercenary guild based in the capital city of Round. Her Majesty added that it was not that she did not trust the woman, but that she was anxious and could not find peace. Everyone in the kingdom knew that even the king himself had turned his back on the first prince. According to Sherry, Davy hasn't changed at all in these 6 years. But Queen Lin is afraid of him, because he still keeps her on a leash, even though she holds him in her palms. Anything can happen in such a situation. The prince has come to, and now it is necessary to keep an eye on him even more. Sherry told the queen that her subordinates are masters of their craft, regardless of their level, and the queen should not humiliate or insult them. Queen Linnes covered her face with a fan and said that she did not intend to do this. She simply expressed her concern about the situation with Prince Davy Olran. The queen then added that Sherry's subordinates could eliminate the first prince at any time they wished. Queen Linnaeus then raised a cup of tea to her lips and expressed her warning. Her Majesty took a sip of tea and added menacingly that everyone involved would be very sorry if they let her down. She would make sure of it. Then the queen turned the cup over and spilled the tea on the floor, saying that it was absolutely tasteless. She ordered Sherry to leave. Her Majesty dismissively said that dogs who disobey her should be disposed of. As Sherry left the queen's chambers, she said that she was just waiting for the order at the right time. Meanwhile, Prince Davy was having a quiet dinner in his palace with the meat of a wild boar he had killed. The prince began to recall how his trainers had taught him. By piercing a blocked channel, as when a needle moves through small holes, you can create a long channel for the flow of mana, but you have to do it very carefully, slowly. Gradually, Davy looked at his palms and tried to create this channel for the flow of mana. The coaches passed on their invaluable knowledge to him. The most difficult part of all this is bloodletting, and most importantly, acupuncture. If you don't want to lose your mind, even on the verge of death, you absolutely must not forget about the location of the channels that they told him about. The trainers were also constantly joking with each other. One of them said it would be an interesting spectacle. The main thing is not to die in the process. There was a boorish alcoholic saint whose verbal barbs were so sharp they could cut through the sea. And also Yiro Ayas, a necromancer who looked more like a saint than a saint herself. The prince also remembered the archmage, who, even in his dreams, could not show anything more useful than his staff in his hands. Everyone encouraged the boy and said that there was absolutely no reason to worry. Sister Hypocrisy, nicknamed Sister Haya, said that since he was already participating in the experiment, she would take all the responsibility. Davy was very nervous. He asked if he could get some help because they were not all here to fail. Then Sister Hippocrates said that in that case he should just trust them and follow them. The first prince often has such dreams from the gallery. And now the moment has come. The dreams were very realistic. The time had come for a crazy excuse that Prince Davy would not want to repeat even under the threat of death. Suddenly, the prince's sleep was interrupted. He had been sleeping peacefully in his garden near the palace. He was woken up by his maid Amy. She asked if the prince would be searching the garden again today in search of something unknown. Davy tried to explain what he needed here. His Highness simply stood up and shook off the leaves and grass, saying that the weather was very nice today and that their jungle instead of the garden was extremely comfortable and peaceful. Then the prince told Amy that he was fine and she could go back to work. And in case someone comes looking for him, she shouldn't tell them where he is. The maid simply wished His Highness not to overwork and overexert himself. Davy noticed that Amy was no longer reacting so strongly to everything he did. Now everything has changed. The prince managed to get the girl to come to him. His innocent attempts to get closer to her paid off. Now they even began to eat together, although before it was out of the question. The maid flatly refused such proposals. Amy was completely on the prince's side, supporting him and, most importantly, not telling anyone about anything. So quiet, peaceful days passed in the palace. Davy went to the neglected palace garden again to practice. He sat down on the ground and crossed his legs. The practice required maximum concentration, so the prince always retired to do it. The operating field opened. Appropriate vibrations appeared in the air around him. Davy went deeper and deeper into himself. Just as oxygen enters the lungs and contributes to the vital activity of the body, Davy absorbs mana that hovers in the environment, absorbing only pure mana. He used the mana absorption method. This method was invented by an ancient hero called the God of Magicians and a harmful short man, also known as Odin. Since there is a limit to the amount of mana, careful control and deliberate use are required to preserve it. However, mana, which is usually accumulated over many months, can be collected in just a few days using this method. The epical method of absorption is extremely close to a divine miracle. If an entire continent were to use this method, the school could be colossal. But Davy is not going to share it with the public, and it's not so easy to apply. It requires certain skills. Suddenly, Prince Davy felt something behind him. It was a bit unexpected for him. He wondered who could be there while he was absorbing mana. The prince knew very well that a spy had long been assigned to him, and it was definitely the work of Queen Lenise. Only that spy was spinning and glowing in vain, so Davy decided to just ignore him. It would be even better for him if he was called a weakling and an idiot. Thanks to the fact that his field of vision was distorted by the spirit's mana, nothing interfered with his training. He even managed to gain enough mana. The prince still decided to see what was in the bushes. It was time to tackle it a little. It was time to tackle the damn magic circle. Davy gathered up his mana and was ready to practice. A saint cannot use magic, and a magician cannot use sacred power. That's the dilemma. But necromancy is a counteracting force for both of these parties. This is the knowledge the prince gained in the gallery, and he is known to have all three powers. He had different coaches with different abilities. There were very strange, even crazy trainers in the gallery. It was thanks to them that Davy gained a lot of knowledge. Other strange coaches were constantly conducting some experiments on the boy, but that's what made him so well trained. Davy remembered everything the heroes of the gallery had done with him, and he was starting to feel sick. Ordinary magicians create a circle in their hearts to use mana. But, unfortunately, this method cannot withstand the collision of sacred power and the mana of spirits. The boy's heart will literally break from this, and the circle that can help him has to be located differently. By merging the mana in the channels that run throughout the body and creating a clear circle, it is necessary to completely drive it out of the body. In this way, the whole body becomes one single circle, including the heart. This helps to prevent the sacred power and the mana of the spirits from colliding and has an incredible effect. But it also has a very strong effect on the body. It literally changes it. One wrong step is enough to bleed out and die. This is an extremely dangerous method. That is why Davy was reluctant to use this method. After all, he had help back then, but he still barely made it and survived. And now he is completely alone with himself. Prince is not sure whether he will be able to apply this method to himself. But the guy was asking all the details of the training. He even felt his trainer hugging his arms. This surprised him even more, because he did not expect such invisible support from his coaches. Davy recalled how they were able to calm him down and encourage him to try new things. Throughout his 1,000 years in the gallery, the prince had done nothing but fail. Now he was determined to try. He had to start with bloodletting. At least he would try it once. Meanwhile, the maid Amy was already waiting for her master because it was long past dinner time. His Highness is late for some reason. Of course, all the trips to the prince's garden had been long before, but he had never missed a meal before. The girl was in doubt about what to do. The prince had ordered her not to come until he personally called her. Therefore, she could not go to him. But on the other hand, perhaps some trouble had happened and the prince simply could not call her. The girl began to say her fears out loud. If something bad happened to the prince, what should the maid do? Suddenly, she heard Davy say to her that he had told her not to call him the prince. The maid was overjoyed that his highness had finally returned. Now she was calm. The prince asked her if she had been waiting for him here in the garden all this time, because he had asked her not to. But Davy was not angry with Amy. He realized that she was worried about him. He still had a lot of learning to do. And the prince smiled sweetly. And then he just walked over to his maid and hugged her tightly. Amy was extremely surprised by this. She did not even know how to behave now. She blushed. She was very excited. She could not hug his highness back. It would have been very rude of her. But Prince Davy simply asked her to forgive him. He had made the girl worry because he had stayed longer in the garden. He said he couldn't do it any longer. Amy involuntarily tried to hug her lord, not realizing what was happening. And then suddenly the prince just collapsed in front of the maid. Amy immediately crouched down beside him, trying to help him. The girl, making incredible efforts, dragged the unconscious prince to his room and put him to bed. After a while, Davy regained consciousness. He finally realized what had happened to him. He had spent too much energy practicing a specific method. Suddenly, Davy felt someone holding his hand. Looking over, he saw that the lovely Amy had fallen asleep next to his bed and had been holding his hand all this time. The prince thought that the maid was worried about him in vain. He knew the reason why he had fainted the day before. Davy looked at his hand and saw that the circle of canals that had worried him so much, no matter how ridiculous it sounded, had been created just perfectly. And now there are 3 powers flowing through the guy's body. But this is not the only feature of this paradoxical circle. Castless magic is another nice and very useful bonus of this circle. Now he just has to move his finger, and he can use simple magic, such as this restoration. Meanwhile, Amy woke up. Prince Davy greeted her sweetly with the beginning of a new day. The maid was glad to see that his highness was well. 5 months had passed since then. The prince and the maid were getting along very well and living in support of each other. This morning, Amy brought a bag of food. This time the bag contained medicinal herbs as well. Prince Davy was pleased with the maid's work. Now they would have enough food for the near future. It was a miracle, no doubt, and it began 3 months ago. It was then that Davy completed the circle and life began to flow more smoothly than before. Someone started leaving meat and vegetables in the courtyard of his palace. At first, the prince suspected it was Queen Lin, but the food was quite normal, which meant that he could only put his inner paranoid aside. Davy has a feeling that someone is helping him, but he can't even imagine who it could be. Recently, someone definitely looked in here. Prince somehow caught the stranger using his powers. If you feel the mana in the palace, you can easily sense the presence of another person. Of course, in relation to Amy, this is an invasion of her privacy, but in his situation, he has to be shameless. So, Davy started using mana. He felt that someone, and not just one, was passing nearby. Amy was happy that they wouldn't have to worry about food again. The prince agreed and asked the maid to prepare everything properly. This surprised Amy a bit, and his highness explained that they would soon have guests and went on his way. The maid still tried to ask her master what he meant, but the prince only smiled mysteriously. He just felt that someone was approaching his palace. It was the queen's puppets. They came to visit the first prince to see how far along he was in his recovery. Prince Davy welcomed the guests to his chambers, shaking hands with them. The priest was the first to come to the prince's bedside, and Davy asked him what news he had brought him. With a smile on his lips, the first prince asked when he would be able to recover with the priest's help. The priest replied that because the prince had been bedridden for a long time, sacred magic would do him more harm than good. He also added that his highness should be content with the rate of recovery he was currently experiencing. It sounded absurd. After all, there can be no harm in a good healing magic. The voice of God, the priest, the face of the sacred kingdom had betrayed his path, bending to the authorities. Everything is clear with this world now. Finita la commedia. Prince Davy lay back down on his pillows and thought that they would have told him right away that it was not he who could not recover, but simply that they were not going to work. And he said aloud that he had thought that this kind of ailment could be instantly cured by the power of the blessing of Odin's wife, the goddess Priya. But Davy had already recovered almost completely without the priest's help. But the priest pompously replied that the prince was only saying that because he had no knowledge of the matter. He went on to say that knowledge of how the sacred power works is within the competence of the clergy. And despite the fact that Davy is a prince, he should also be well versed in such matters. The priest spoke dismissively about all this and made some incorrect remarks to His Highness. Then he added that he could see an incredible difference between the intelligent and extraordinary Mr. Callus and Prince Davy, and then the maid Amy interrupted the conversation. She shouted out how dare Priest Bort say such a thing in front of His Highness, and urged him to think before saying something like that. Priest Bort was very angry with the maid for not only interfering with his conversation with the prince, but also for daring to teach him how to behave in the presence of His Highness. And he did not hesitate to slap the maid, telling her not to address him in such a tone. Offended, Amy went out the door. But Prince Davy called the maid back. However, the priest Borth tried to object to the prince, saying that His Highness should not allow the maid to intervene so unceremoniously in the conversation. It could damage his authority. The priest also expressed hope that this would not happen again. Then he walked over to Amy and brazenly took her by the chin. The girl's cheek was still red from the priest's slap. Now Borth behaved nastily. He put his face to the maid's and licked it nastily, saying that she was very pretty. This angered Prince Davy tremendously, and he clenched his fists in anger. Then the priest turned to the prince again and said that he could walk on his own, although he still had difficulty doing so. So he thought. Therefore, he advised him to walk sometime somewhere in the palace courtyard. Finally, the examination could be completed. The next visit of the priest is scheduled as usual in 2 weeks. Prince Davy asked Amy to show his guest out, and the maid bowed politely in agreement and respect for His Highness. Reverend Borth came up close to Amy and asked her if she had understood everything correctly. He told her to come to him at night. He told her to come alone. Amy was scared. Then the priest added that she should not forget that the life of her beloved Prince Davy was in his hands. The maid began to cry from such hopelessness. Still, she was enraged by the priest's statement about the prince's life. She tried to object, but Borth interrupted her and brazenly said that yes, he dared to threaten the life of a member of the royal family. The priest dismissively said that the first prince was just a very short-sighted person. Suddenly, the prince felt something while lying in bed. He felt incredibly cold, even though he was covered with a blanket. There were some strange vibrations on the walls and floor. As a result, the table overturned and the clock on it fell to the floor. He also noticed the door. Something strange was happening behind it, and Davy felt something was wrong. Suddenly, he was seized with anger, although the prince still did not know what was going on. The floor of the palace became quite thick. Davy got out of bed and headed out of his room. He couldn't explain where the anger came from, and he couldn't accept it easily. The gallery had had too powerful an effect on him, and St. Daphne said that if he did not learn to suppress his anger, he would no longer be a man, but rather a dog or a pig. And the prince ran down the hall to clarify the situation. However, Davy personally had a different opinion. At the end of the corridor, he saw 2 servants of the priest Bort, with whom he was visiting the prince. The young man was holding a sword. The servants had seen His Highness from afar and were very surprised that the prince had gotten out of bed and was coming to them with a weapon. They were seriously frightened, and Davy was coming right at them. Anger can be a source of energy as well as a guide. The prince realized that if irritation is the basis of development, then anger is its engine. Now the first prince saw how the priest Bort pressed his maid against the wall and threatened her, saying that the prince's life was in his hands. And Davy also heard that the priest was threatening the life of a member of the royal family, and how he called him a short-sighted prince. He also added that the queen would rather praise him for the prince's death than punish him. The priest went on to say that there was not a single person in their entire kingdom who could support the first prince. Besides, no one would dare to punish the priest of Bort himself, the one without whom Queen Linz is like an arm and a leg. The holy pastor, the lamb of Mrs. Priya. So majestically did priest Bort think of himself. Meanwhile, Prince Davy was already here, sitting on the windowsill behind the priest, laughing at his speech. Everything coincided perfectly. Suddenly, the priest finally heard that someone was watching him, and he turned around in fright. Meanwhile, the prince, as if nothing had happened, said that he just needed a suitable excuse. In just a moment, the prince was between the priest and the maid. Bort fell to the floor and backed up against the opposite wall, and Davy pointed his sword at him. His Highness then turned to Amy. He asked her to remind him of the punishment prescribed by the laws of the kingdom for insulting a member of the royal family. The boy easily drew his sword across the priest's ugly face, leaving a scratch on it. The priest could not believe his eyes. He was very scared. He tried to figure out how the prince managed to get out of bed and come here with a sword. It was unexpected for him, but Prince Davy, putting the sword to Bort's throat, said arrogantly that this was why he was only a lower-level priest and that the prince himself had never needed his dirty energy. Amy was very pleased with the way her favorite prince was behaving. She sincerely admired him. And Davy turned to her again, sweetly reproaching her for ordering him not to repeat the same thing twice. The maid feverishly began to remember what punishment, according to the laws of the Kingdom of Round, should be meted out to those who had insulted a member of the royal family. The maid only managed to say that the penalty for this was execution on the spot, and the first prince immediately, without hesitation, slit the throat of the Bortu priest. As he was dying, the priest even managed to say something, mentioning Queen Lin. He wheezed, holding his throat, that the queen would not let this go, and neither would the sacred realm. The first prince thanked the priest for the warning, but he was confident in himself and his abilities. Davy turned to board again and this time cold-bloodedly beheaded him, saying that Queen Lenise and her supporters would soon meet the same fate as him. And then Prince Davy's ears heard the words that he had finally gone mad. After all, he dared to kill such an important person. The first prince turned around to see who had come to watch the execution of the priest. It was Queen Lin. She was horrified by Davy's actions because he had killed a holy father who had been specially sent from the Holy Realm. The queen repeated that the prince had gone mad if he allowed himself to commit murder. But the first prince denied it. He said that Father Bort had threatened his life. By executing him, Davy was only following the law in the Kingdom of Round, which applies to those who insult a member of the royal family and threaten his life. The queen broke down in tears. She started screaming for the prince to stop talking like that. She didn't want to listen to him at all because what he was saying didn't suit her. But Davy calmly told her not to make him laugh. After all, even before this attempt on his life, no one in the royal castle had ever cared so much about public order. And everyone knows perfectly well that even His Majesty the King is silent about this trivial incident. And now the first prince, who executed a traitor who dared to insult a member of the royal family, is being reprimanded for it. Prince Davy summarized that these claims against him look absurd, at the very least. It is not normal that the royal family allows some lower clergy to tarnish the name of their family. Queen Lin said that Prince Davy was being very insolent because he was questioning the authority of His Majesty the King and the royal family in general. The queen also yelled at Davy about the fact that he had no proof of the guilt of the priest Bort. So what was the reason that he cut off the Holy Father's head? And how now he, with his worthless primitive mind, will solve the upcoming conflict, because soon there will be a protest from the sacred realm. Then, Queen Linus added that she knew from the beginning that the first prince would be like his mother. That's why he grew up to be a moron. Prince Davy calmly replied that it was only natural to be like your own mother. After that, the queen did not restrain herself at all and contemptuously called the first prince a plebeian. And then she added that he was as plebeian as his late mother. Such carelessness on the part of the queen was in vain. Prince Davy boiled with hatred and anger. Everything inside him turned upside down. The boy did not like the fact that Queen Linus dared to insult his mother, saying all sorts of nasty things right to his eyes. And Davy spoke out about it. Now his restraint was really on the verge of breaking. However, the prince skillfully controlled himself, and the queen's insolence did not play into her hands. Davy's anger was boundless. He swung his sword and knocked the impudent queen's fan out of her hand in one motion. The knowledge gained in the gallery made Prince Davy a powerful magician. Queen Lin's maid Sherry came to the rescue and helped the queen in her fight against the first prince. She tried to put chains on Davy to neutralize him. The prince was very pleased with the maid's devotion, but the queen still found herself kneeling before Prince Davy Olron. Then, the boy said that it would have been much more interesting if the queen had gone a little further in her intrigues. But, in the end, he calmed down again, sat back in his chair and said that haste only brings the inevitable closer, and it doesn't matter if it's the queen who is in a hurry or anyone else. Then, the first prince added with a smile that assaulting the same members of the royal family should be punishable by law. Now, Queen Lin was really scared. She had absolutely no idea what to expect next. Therefore, she said the first thing that came to her mind, namely that it was second Prince Callus who did it all. Davy continued to sit in his chair as calmly as possible. Of course, he knows everything perfectly well. He is not so stupid as to continue to hold the trump card that the queen herself has slipped up his sleeve. Besides, backstage intrigue is not his style at all. In the end, His Highness said he was tired enough, so he asked the queen to leave. And then Prince Davy also reproached the queen for noticing that she lacked tact, and he realized this at the moment when she raised her hand to the patient. So, the boy has to ask the queen and her retinue to keep quiet in his palace because they are the ones who have turned everything upside down. Even the servants who used to work here have run away one by one. If this is some kind of long-term practical joke, it's already extremely bad. It would be great if the queen, who, by the way, is obliged to maintain order in the royal castle, caught all those servants as soon as possible. Otherwise, it's scary to imagine what people might start to say and what gossip would spread around. The queen was very angry, but Prince Davy himself, by the way, would have been very happy about it. He advised the queen not to make rash decisions. After all, the next time there would be no one to cover her face. The prince had completely smashed Queen Lenise. So, the queen returned to her chambers. She was not herself after that meeting with the first prince. Now she realized that Davy was not a weakling, as everyone in the kingdom had thought. Linus was so angry that she broke a vase of flowers and screamed furiously at how the prince dared to behave like that. She still considered him a plebeian and said that he had absolutely no sense of proportion. Her maids stood in obedience and listened to everything their mistress had to say. But the queen could not calm down. She kept screaming, holding her head, as if the young prince dared to neglect her. In her chambers, the queen overturned the furniture because of her nerves, sobbing and falling to the floor. She did not know what to do next. The maids just sighed and shook their heads, looking down. Then the queen pulled herself together and said that if Prince Davy's desire to die was so great, she simply could not help but meet him halfway. She thought to herself, let Davy continue to behave in the same way. Let him continue to cross the boundaries of reason and make a fuss with his actions. All of this will only tighten the noose around His Highness's neck even tighter, which the queen has already thrown. Meanwhile, people in the kingdom began to discuss the incident in different ways. They gathered rumors and put them together. It didn't matter how true the rumors were. The events that happened in the palace of the first prince were discussed everywhere. The courtiers said that the coma that the prince had been in for years had clearly had a detrimental effect on his mind. The maid Amy, walking through the corridors, heard a lot of things and brought all those rumors to the prince. Prince Davy knew very well that after the elimination of the Holy Father and the warning of Queen Linus, everything was moving exactly as he had predicted. Rumors began to spread, and they were so different that it was impossible to distinguish the truth among them. The most widespread rumor was that the first prince, Davy Olron, has gone mad. Well, this was to be expected. And of course, more than half of all the courtiers were on the side of Queen Lynn. After all, she was the one who spread the gossip. And the first prince's reputation fell below the plinth. Suddenly, a maid flew into Davy's room. Her eyes shone with incredible happiness. Amy ran and happily pointed to what she had brought. It had happened to them again. Yes, someone had sent a bunch of food and medicinal herbs again. It was 2 bags full. It was truly a miracle. The prince admired what a strong maid he had, who could carry so much. However, Davy no longer needed medicine. But Amy was also happy because it meant that there was someone out there who knew what His Highness was really like. Davy was reading a book. He closed it and asked the maid if she thought he was good. Amy answered without hesitation that she did, without any doubt. The prince was surprised that Amy did not even think about her answer. He had cut off a man's head right before her eyes. Suddenly, Davy noticed something twitching behind the maid's back. It looked like a red tail. Amy was a truly unique child, very kind and sweet, always ready to help in any circumstances. While the prince and the maid were having such a pleasant conversation, someone came up to them and apologized for the interruption. It was the chamberlain of the royal palace of Vespus. He greeted the prince, calling him the little son of the kingdom. Prince Davy was waiting for him to arrive. The Ober-Chamberlain reported that, by order of Her Majesty Queen Linese, he had gathered the culprits. All of them, according to Vespus, had misappropriated the budget of His Highness's palace and fled, completely forgetting about their official duties. Former servants of his palace knelt before the prince. Davy saw some familiar faces among them. The Ober-Chamberlain said that they were being charged with misappropriation of property and escape. The prince asked Vespus what punishment was provided in such cases, to which the Chamberlain replied that it all depends on the will of the first prince. But basically, it was beheading, even in the case of consanguinity. All the servants brought to the palace by the Chamberlain began to beg for mercy. They recognized that they had committed a mortal sin against the kingdom. The prince looked at them. Then Davy said that recently there have been very interesting rumors about his person in the palace. In particular, that the first prince was crazy about bloodshed, and some other rumors of the same kind. Among those servants was also an employee of the palace treasury, with whom the prince had already had an unpleasant conversation. So, His Highness raised his finger and said with satisfaction that he was going to fully and completely correspond to these rumors about himself. However, the servants began to object with one voice that it was not true what people were saying, and even more began to beg for mercy. The servants shouted at each other. They felt death approaching. They had nothing to lose. The first prince was not going to listen to their pleas for long. He ordered Vespus to deal with the criminals in the right way. The Ober-Chamberlain ordered the soldiers to immediately lock the criminals in the palace dungeons and not give them a drop of water. Since they had dared to rob the treasury of the royal palace, it meant that they were ready to face death. The only thing that the prince did not like about it was that it was done by order of the queen. But since the situation was so interesting, why not play along? Meanwhile, Vespus ordered that in 4 days, all the accused servants would be executed. Prince Davy heard the captured servants continue to appeal to his mercy, as well as to the mercy of the chamberlain. After all the guilty servants had been taken to the palace dungeon, the chamberlain reported to the prince that as soon as new employees were hired for the vacant positions, he would personally take care of their distribution. The first prince accepted this, but ordered that Amy be assigned to him as his personal maid, because she had already suffered enough during this time, and deserved the position of headmaid, and also let Amy have a raise in her salary accordingly. Vespas went to fulfill the prince's orders. But His Highness stopped the Chamberlain a little longer and added something else. He wanted to know if an audience with His Majesty the King was still impossible. The Chamberlain looked down and apologized to the first prince. Davy also asked whose order it was, his father's, His Majesty the King's, or Queen Lin's. However, Vespas evaded a direct answer. He said that he was only authorized to pass on orders. Prince Davy understood perfectly well. Then the Chamberlain added that His Highness should be patient. This is necessary here in the royal palace. The prince did not want to hear anymore, so he interrupted Vespas and said that he understood what he was saying. We need to be patient. The Oberkammerer just sighed heavily and said that he would take note of everything. After hearing all the orders, Vespas decided to take his leave, but the prince wanted to keep him a little longer. His Highness told the Chamberlain, with some subtext, that he was eating very well, by the way. However, the prince said that the medicines he was already taking were enough for him and that he did not need any more. After all, his situation had changed somewhat, so everything else, that is food, would also be superfluous now. In this way, the first prince made it clear to the Chamberlain that he knew everything. But Vespas wrinkled his beard and said that he did not understand what His Highness was talking about, but that he thought the prince's kindness had been rewarded. The prince asked what kind of kindness. But the Chamberlain did not answer, but only said that he was in a hurry to take his leave, because His Highness was about to receive a very important guest. Davy wondered how the Chamberlain knew all this. After all, walls usually have ears, and palace walls have Vespas. With that, the Chamberlain wished the first prince a good time and left his chambers. After Vespas left, Prince Davy caught the manna that was spinning in the air. He saw that the servant was playing tricks on him. This manna clearly indicated the involvement of the Chamberlain in the business with food and medicinal herbs. Davy had all the evidence for this. That's why he couldn't be fooled. The head of the royal palace's servants, who served the king, Vespas, was also on the side of the first prince. When Davy was a little boy, he used to see him often, and now the prince didn't even think that there was anyone else in this palace who supported him except Amy. The prince was so absorbed in his thoughts and memories that he forgot what Vespas had said to him in parting. Suddenly, he remembered that the Chamberlain had spoken of a guest who would soon visit the boy. Here, the prince's thoughts were interrupted by a maid who had just entered His Highness's chambers. Amy reported that His Highness had received a visit from His Highness the fourth prince and the second princess. Before the maid could finish, the door was thrown wide open and Amy was pushed aside. The first prince was still sitting in the foyer reading a book. Winry Allround, the second princess of the Kingdom of Ron, ran into Davy's chambers with a run of joy. She was incredibly happy to see her brother. Winry ran straight to Davy, followed by the maid. As a result, the prince fell down and someone else fell on him. But Davy did not know who it was because the girls were running to him together. His glasses and book flew in different directions. Winry asked if her brother was okay. Davy didn't want to invade Amy's personal space, so he paid the price. Winry saw that she had knocked Davy down. Then the fourth prince came along, took his sister by the scruff of the neck, and reproached her for being in such a hurry. Varys Allround is the fourth prince of the Kingdom of Ron, Winry's twin brother. Varys politely told Davy that he really missed him. The fact is that the current king of Round, Crianus Allround, has two other wives, in addition to the current queen, Lyn Barrietta. King Crianus has several concubines in his royal palace. The first concubine's name is Anisha, the second is Ellis. While the second concubine is a follower of Queen Lyn, the first concubine is neutral. It is because of this nuance that she became an outcast for the queen and the second concubine. Varys and Winry are the children of the first concubine. They are both half-brothers and sisters of Prince Davy. Varys apologized to his brother for making such a ruckus in his chambers. The twins came to visit their beloved brother and talk to him about something. Varys was the first to start the conversation, but Winry interrupted him, hitting her brother. She did not want to give the floor to Varys. The girl began to reproach him for pretending to be a nobleman with no conscience. Winry laughed at her twin brother, reminding him of how he had boasted that he would see Davy before her. Varys denied this fact. A fight broke out between the siblings. The twins quarreled with each other. Varys was shouting that, where was even a little bit of Winry's royal dignity if she was already standing in front of her brother, whom she wanted to see so much? Her sister was indignant that Varys did not preach to her and called him a narrow-minded jerk. His twin brother was angry, wondering how dare Winry talk to his older brother like that. In return, the girl huffed and puffed that he was not her older brother. The maid Amy asked the first prince if he was all right, and Davy replied that Winry and Varys hadn't changed their tune. With a smile on his face, he watched his brother and sister's condemnations of each other. It seems that people are not exaggerating when they say that these two once destroyed a whole band of robbers on the border. Unlike the children of Queen Lynette Barrett, these twins don't even try to behave like royalty, and so the twins decided to ask Davy to judge them. They are both very good extremely attached to the first prince and trust him completely. When Winry saw that Davy was taking great pleasure in the arguments they were having with their twin brother, she felt embarrassed and asked him not to laugh at them. Finally, everyone calmed down, and Amy, the maid, made hot tea for everyone. The brothers and sister had not seen each other for 6 long years. Varys began to tell them that when Davy fainted, he and his sister were sent far away to the outskirts of the country. The first prince said he had heard this story out of the corner of his ear. When Davy fell into a coma, Varys and Winry were only 8 years old. At that time, they were just absolutely powerless little children. Accordingly, they could not do anything at the time. Moreover, the concubine Anisha had already sent her first daughter Tanya to another country with the assistance of Queen Lynn. Therefore, she needed to protect at least her other children. The first prince told his brother and sister that everything was fine. There was nothing to worry about. However, the twins did not seem to understand everything. Davy decided to ask them if they had seen their father recently, and the brother and sister replied that they had seen him just before they came to see Davy. Then the prince asked how the king was doing. Varys started to answer that his father looked a little tired. He was interrupted by Winry, who asked Davy in surprise if he and the king hadn't seen each other yet. The first prince just waved his hand. He said that someday the time would come when he and his father would see each other, but it would be some time later. Winry was very shocked by this answer. As Winry lowered her head in thought, Varys spoke again. He said that when he and his sister were walking to him, he noticed something. The fourth prince could not help but notice the state of the first prince's palace. He could clearly see the cracked walls. However, Davy calmly explained that, unfortunately, there were people in the palace who were shamelessly stealing money from the treasury, and he had just dealt with all the culprits, so everything would soon return to normal. But this calm stance of the first prince did not satisfy Varys. He slammed his hand on the table to show that this information made him very angry. Varys was trembling with indignation, shouting how those people dared to do such a thing. Davy was even surprised at his brother's expression. The fourth prince was angry, wondering how the servants of the Takase could behave while His Highness was in such a deplorable state. Winry was also extremely outraged by the servants' behavior, and she shouted that she and her brother would go straight to their father. But Davy calmly told them not to interfere. Varys could not calm down so easily. He could not stand by while such injustice was happening. But Prince Davy smiled and told them again to stop worrying. He would take care of his problems himself. His Highness was very pleased that today it is especially noticeable that there are many people on his side, although perhaps he felt that way because of his good mood. Meanwhile, Varys continued to tell us something important. He had no idea that Winry had a real talent for magic. Prince Davy added that he had heard about how the twins had eliminated an entire gang, and it surprised him. Winry added that if it wasn't for her, her stupid brother would have been badly injured. Varys attacked his sister for saying that, and Winry calmly explained that he had rushed to attack the bandits like a wild boar. The fourth prince said that, by the way, he had been qualified to participate in fencing competitions, so he was also kind of incredible. But his sister made fun of him, telling him to come back to Earth because his abilities still needed to be proven. The mention of the fencing competition made the first prince very interested, but the brother and sister continued to quarrel and fight. And then Winry reproached her twin brother for ruining their plan because they were going to tell him about the competition later that night. But Varys argued that they would have told him anyway, and it didn't matter when. At this point, His Highness decided to remind them of his presence and politely cackled. His look clearly indicated that he wanted to see the letter of permission, so Varys immediately gave it to Davy. Such fencing competitions were held in the Kingdom of Ron every 6 years. The first prince read the letter carefully. It was known that this time the competition would be held in the Principality of Fellis. It was aimed at maintaining harmony on the entire continent. This idea is similar to the idea of the Olympics. Davy was reading and was surprised that anyone was invited to participate in the competition, from mercenaries to royalty. He said out loud that they were going to have a very diverse group of participants. The reading of the letter was interrupted by Varys, who had something to suggest to his brother. The fourth prince said that Davy shouldn't miss this opportunity because he hardly ever left the royal palace, so Varys had already sent a request to their father. Suddenly, Winry pushed her twin brother away and interjected herself into the conversation, inviting Davy to come along. She said that they say that the Principality of Felsti is a city of water, so it is very beautiful there. Varys said that if His Highness was worried that he was not strong enough, he was ready to carry his brother on his back. Winry could not let this offer pass her brother's mockery. She said that Varys was just the right age to be a porter. Davy had just finished reading the letter and put it back in the envelope. He said briefly that he agreed. There was nothing to be done. This statement surprised both twins, as they had not expected the first prince to agree so easily and not to have to persuade him for a long time. Davy simply explained that he could not and did not want to refuse the twins, and the twins didn't even know how to react. And then they broke down and started running and shouting with joy that they had managed to persuade their beloved brother to go with them to the fencing competition. The first prince only asked them not to destroy his palace, The twins could not get enough of the fact that they would soon go to the Principality of Felis. Winry was interested in the sights there, and she suggested going to an eatery there. But Varys reminded his sister that they were going there to support him first and foremost. Davy watched all this cuteness and thought how little his brother and sister needed to be happy. And by the way, it was true that the first prince had never left the palace. So it would be nice to get out of the house at least once. He can't stay in the palace forever. After all, he has long since regained consciousness. He is not weak, he feels well. And in general, this trip can be very interesting, and Prince Davy seemed to be up to something. The first prince said out loud that he was full of anticipation. The twins took turns saying, interrupting each other, that they were also excited. Meanwhile, in the royal palace, King Creonus had also started his tea party. They were talking about the same fencing competition. Varys and Winry were already 14 years old at the time. This means that Davy is also an adult. The king was informed that the first prince was meeting with His Highness the fourth Prince Varys and Her Highness Princess Winry. This news was brought to the king by Vespus, the chamberlain. He also added that His Majesty should not worry, because the first Prince Davy was already quite mature. Vespus then said that His Highness Davy had become very perceptive and cool, and had grown so much that even he was personally amazed by the change. The king was a little surprised by the story and asked if Davy had changed so much that Vespus would recognize him. The king sat in thought and drank his tea. Memories came flooding back to him. He felt bitter. Some time passed. In the royal palace of His Highness, a portrait of the late queen, the mother of the first Prince Davy, was permanently on the chest of drawers in the chamber. It was perfect in this interior. Davy was pleased, because a little more, and his palace could have really turned into a haunted house. Thanks to the inspired and cheerful work of the Vespus Ober-Chamberlain, all the servants were replaced with new ones, and the first prince's palace finally took on its proper appearance. Amy stood in the clean, spacious chambers, her arms folded in front of her chest in admiration. There were tears in her eyes, and she said that she had finally waited for that day. Davy saw this picture. He shook his head, because Amy always behaved like that. He even wondered if he had been that bad to her. And the maid was wiping her tears from her face with her hand and saying how well everything had gone. She was very happy that everything had finally worked out for His Highness. The first prince was pleased to hear that Amy was sincerely happy for him. Suddenly, Varys entered the room and asked if Davy was ready. The first prince replied that he was, although he needed to wait a little longer. Then he asked the maid if she had everything ready for him. Davy was holding a bottle of wine, and he handed it to Amy and told her to pack it as well. The girl was a little stunned. Finally, all the travelers were packed and ready to go to the Felsty Principality for the fencing competition. And so Davy, Varys, and Winry arrived at the fencing competition. These competitions are an extremely important event, and the eyes and ears of the whole world are focused on them. The fourth prince, Varys, had to take part in the competition, and under the pretext of improving his health, the twins managed to persuade the king to send Davy to the competition. But even if they hadn't managed to persuade him, if Varys won, the position of the idiot Callus would be very much shaken. However, Davy wondered why Queen Lenise had so easily agreed to Varys' participation in the competition. It seemed as if she was completely convinced that the fourth prince could never win, and she was behaving rather suspiciously. So the first prince was worried that Queen Lenise was up to some kind of a bad deception. Suddenly, the son of the kingdom, Round Creanes, accompanied by the Chamberlain Vespos, came to the podium. All the people below began to chant, shouting glory to the son of the kingdom. King Creonus Ol Roun, the current ruler of the kingdom of Roun, was walking away looking very upset. Davy listened as the people greeted the king. This man was the one who called himself his father. It was the first time the first prince had seen his father in the 6 months since he had awakened. The king has successfully avoided his firstborn son all this time. The Ober-Chamberlain gently helped His Majesty to sit down on the throne that had been prepared in advance. As King Creonus sat down, he raised his hand and the crowd fell silent. Before him, the fourth Prince Varys knelt with his head bowed in respect. His Majesty ordered his son to raise his head. He asked if Varys was confident in his abilities in the fencing competition. The fourth prince answered without hesitation that he was absolutely confident that he would win and thus glorify the name of the kingdom of Roun. Then the father put his hand on his son's shoulder and sincerely wished him to return safe and sound. Varys had already risen from his knee, gratefully accepting the king's wish for victory. The first prince stood next to Winry behind the king, and Winry felt his presence behind him. The king father slightly covered his eyes, for he was reassured and very pleased to see that his firstborn son looked healthy. Winry looked at Davy. She noticed that her brother was standing very tense and felt something, so she called out to him quietly, but the first prince was too deep in thought to pay attention to her. He did not even think that he could be moved after all this time. Davy looked at his father and could not believe that it was him. Meanwhile, the herald called for everyone's attention and announced that His Highness the Fourth Prince Varys was participating in the Continental Fencing Tournament as a Knight of the Kingdom. The herald also added that in honor of this, starting today, material aid would be provided and a festival would be held. And Davy kept looking at his father. He did not see him as that wonderful and majestic king. It was a surprise for the first prince. He saw that King Creonus had changed a lot and looked like a lion who was very tired. After all those ceremonies, Davy and his brother Varys and sister Winry got back into the carriage and went to get some rest. Of course, by now they were a little bored. The best warriors were assigned to the carriage as escorts, so it was unlikely that the travelers would be able to see any wild animals. Winry thought that Davy was not happy about something, but the first prince replied that he was perfectly fine. He just thought they were bored because he was the reason they were traveling in the carriage, to which Winry immediately denied that it was anything of the sort. She sipped the wine that Davy had brought with him on the trip and said that it was impossible to get bored with him. Varys immediately admonished his sister to know the limits of alcohol consumption, and Winry liked this wine very much. It was very flavorful. She asked where this wonderful drink came from, but the first prince did not know where it came from, because it was his mother's wine. The twins were worried about whether they should really drink something so valuable. However, Davy calmly replied that this was what wine was meant for, to be drunk. They shouldn't look at it. On the contrary, a day like this is perfect for drinking such wine. And the first prince raised his glass higher to look at the colors of the drink. Winry noticed that Davy had changed a lot. The first prince asked what had changed, and Winry replied that his brother used to try his best to save any memory of his mother. Davy thought to himself that this wine was too good a memory, and he added out loud that good wine should be drunk, not saved, and made a toast to the bottom. Varys was a little embarrassed, and Winry fully supported her brother Davy. So the three of them rode in the carriage and enjoyed the wonderful wine. As the day went on, it began to get dark. Their highnesses and their servants decided to stop for the night. They made a fire. It was still a whole day's ride to the principality. Varys asked Davy if he was okay, because it would be his first time spending the night in a camp. Davy replied that the carriage was quite spacious, so he was fine. He then asked how Winry was doing, and Varys said he could barely calm her down. She is so big now, and she still asked to sleep with her brother. Varys also added that he thought Winry shouldn't have drunk so much wine. Davy apologized because he felt it was his fault as well. Then Varys remembered that Davy had once said that he would like to set up a camp someday. It was as if he was going on a trip. His brother was afraid that too many people could disturb the atmosphere, so he tried to minimize the number of people. Davy knew this well. His brother and sister are now forced to travel by carriage, although they usually go on horseback. But they do this because they are concerned about the health of the first prince. There have been some changes in the life of His Highness Davy Olron. His father, King Creonus, withdrew into himself and did not communicate with his firstborn. But some things remained the same. For example, his brother Varys and sister Winry, they haven't changed. Davy thanked Varys for his concern and assured him that he liked everything. Then Varys said goodbye and went to bed. Davy put his hands behind his head and looked up to the sky. He smiled to himself. Amy came to him and told him that it was time for His Highness to go to bed. But Davy looked up at the beautiful moon and said that it was unusually beautiful tonight. His Highness decided to practice a little and improve his health at the same time. The first prince's rehabilitation is going well. While practicing, Davy tried to manipulate mana. The red moon is called Kairos, and the blue moon is called Krios. His Highness materialized his thoughts. It seemed that he was saying them aloud. One soldier on guard duty told me that they say that Kairos illuminates the beginning and Krios reflects the end. And he heard someone tell him that he was very smart. The guard laughed and replied that everyone knows what he said. Even a snotty child would be more erudite than his interlocutor. The soldier was still looking up at the sky at the red and blue moons and said dreamily that he should tell women about this. Suddenly, the guard heard someone ask him why he was talking to himself. Another guard approached him, and the soldier asked if it was him who was talking to him from behind the bushes. And then the guards got scared because they thought it might be a ghost. However, it was all the magic of illusions created by His Highness the First Prince Davy Olron. The twins took 5 guards with them on their journey to the Principality of Felstead. 4 of them are sword masters of the highest rank, so this is quite enough. However, the guards will be able to protect their highnesses until a serious trouble happens. Davy decided to practice his skills a little more, because there were many different kinds of trouble that could come their way. For example, there could be an organized mercenary attack of about 20 people. Davy can clearly see the mercenaries approaching their camp. It looks like the mercenaries were going to attack the camp when everyone was asleep. They didn't need to come out, although, as His Highness recognized, they were disguised well. Prince Davy immediately realized whose hands this was. This trip was the perfect time to get rid of him, Varys, and Winry together, and Queen Lynn simply could not miss this chance. Frankly speaking, Davy didn't really want to demonstrate his abilities, attracting even more suspicion. But on the other hand, who cares who finds out and when? The first prince rushed at the attackers. He did not care who saw the massacre. After all, everyone was already asleep. No one would be able to witness this battle and the fact that he would be the one to fight. Davy was fully prepared to face his killers. If you have no teeth, gnaw on your gums. That's what the devil Dokujin used to say when he taught the boy the art of fencing. His Highness fought against his enemies with an ordinary stick, because any object can become a weapon when you need it, and if you are a skilled swordsman. This was also the science of the devil Dokujin. You always have to remember that in war, all means are appropriate. A weapon is just an attacking addition to your body, and everything depends on your own ingenuity. Thousands of different little things can become glorious swords. For His Highness, this mercenary attack was very primitive. These mercenaries were nothing compared to Hermes, who taught Davy how to kill. But the first prince wanted to make sure of something before he started the massacre. So he asked the hired killers directly if Queen Lenise herself had really sent them here. All the mercenaries stood nearby and remained silent. Davy laughed that it looked like a game of the sea worries once. The assassins froze and with very serious faces. But everyone was silent, and Davy didn't care about their silence. He had his own score to settle with them. In the end, the mercenaries' response didn't change anything anyway. Davy was going to protect himself and his brother and sister. But the prince wondered what Queen Lenise was planning to achieve by doing so. By hiring those killers, she wanted to get rid of 3 members of the royal family at once. After that, the whole royal palace would be on its feet. She may be a queen, but she would not be patted on the head for such an act. Davy wondered how the queen had such confidence in impunity. The first prince came out to meet all the mercenaries and asked if they were all still here, or maybe they were hoping to deal with him. The mercenaries were ready to attack the prince, but he told them to get out of here and give something to their mistress. Davy confidently stated that he would not make any more noise if she stopped organizing concerts. But the mercenaries did start attacking. Well, the first prince was ready for this. And then he suddenly revealed his plan to them. Davy came up with the idea to deceive his attackers. As soon as the first mercenary approached the prince, there was a sudden explosion, and a blast wave scattered all the other killers. The first prince mocked the mercenaries for being so stupid in the art of killing, and so they stupidly fell for Davy's trap. The key to a successful covert assassination is endurance. That's what the first prince told the assassins. But those assassins will take this lesson to their graves. Davy successfully dealt with them. The first prince had learned all the ancient wise sayings well. They were worth memorizing. The mercenaries were ordered to secretly kill their highnesses Davy, Varys, and Winry in the camp on the way to the Principality of Felis. But even with a secret murder, certain things could not be allowed. Namely, it was impossible for anyone to escape. The killers continued to attack the unarmed prince. When others attack, no one should run away, but prepare for the next attack. With such fighters, Davy didn't even need a twig. The first prince easily neutralized his enemies one by one. Suddenly, another target became visible among the branches of the sprawling tree. However, Davy had prepared for their meeting in advance. This target was a fugitive, but the only way the mercenaries could get out of that place was if they miraculously ended up on the opposite side of the continent. Davy snapped his fingers, using his superpowers. He would never let anyone escape, and instantly, the fugitive mercenary was hit by a wave of powerful magic. He was overcome with numbness, suppression, and an explosion of the soul. It was the magic of the spirits, which tears the soul. It has no shape, color, or smell. It is instant death. Of course, this is not the most noble method, but everything ended well. After all, this is how the first prince was raised in the temple gallery. There should be no pity for those who have encroached on your life. Davy learned this lesson perfectly, and that was it. It was over pretty quickly. The perfect secret murder had just taken place. Davy, sipping his drink, went to rest. If no one could ever find out what had happened, it would be a perfect secret murder, and so it goes. Meanwhile, Queen Lin was already looking forward to a report on what had happened. The maid Sherry, who served the queen, was deep in thought. She was looking for the flames of the candles connected to the hearts of her subordinates. Sherry saw that the flame had gone out on every candle, without exception. The queen realized that all her mercenary killers had been eliminated, and the maid confirmed it. Then Queen Lin asked about the travelers, the first Prince Davy, the fourth Prince Varys, and Princess Winry. The maid Sherry replied that their highnesses should have arrived in the Principality of Felsty by then. The queen then asked what Sherry was going to do now. They were only 3 teenagers and only 5 knights accompanying them. The queen was overcome with terrible anger. She shouted at the maid, asking how it was that 24 hired killers had been killed. The queen shouted that the Black Moon Guild was worthless as a result. Sherry knelt before the queen. She justified herself by saying that the guild was trying to find out the details of what had happened. All they know for sure is that Prince Davy has strong support. The queen could not believe that the first prince could have any support in the kingdom. She thought he was a complete fool. Then she ordered her maid to find out everything about this support. They needed to demonstrate very well what happens if you dare to interfere with Queen Lin. The maid Sherry replied that she personally remembered well. The queen praised her maid's obedience and told her to never forget. Her Majesty then added that she had contacted their guild and was not covering their activities to watch them fail. As a result, the queen threatened the guild in case of their next failure. She promised that she would terminate their contract forever, even if it would require the full force of this country and the Duchy of Barrietta. Queen Linus was ready to destroy the Black Moon Guild to the ground. This was Her Majesty's intention if the guild failed in its next plan. Meanwhile, the carriage with Davy, Varys, and Winry continued calmly on its way to the Felice Principality. Suddenly, Winry looked out of the window and shouted with delight. She saw that they were very close to the final destination of their journey. She could see the principality in the distance. Everyone saw it too. Varys admonished his sister to behave like a lady, but Winry just snapped at him and said that he should take care of himself and not reproach her. Finally, they arrived. They arrived in the Principality of Felsti, the City of Water. It is a small city-state, something like Singapore on Earth. Due to the fact that there are ancient ruins on its territory, the Principality of Felsti is one of the most beautiful and interesting places on its continent. The travelers got out of the carriage and walked around the city. Varys noticed that Davy was very happy with the trip. Finally, their highnesses came to a majestic building. This is where the Continental Fencing Tournament opens. Usually this stadium is used as an arena for fencing competitions. This stadium is also famous for such competitions, where the lives of fighters are at stake in battles with monsters and gladiators. Of course, all of this is unimaginable savagery. Winry asked how many participants would be taking part in the competition. Varys replied that only 8 countries would take part in this tournament. The organizer country is the Palan Empire. The Kingdom of Flip, the Kingdom of Shorten, and so on, will participate. Varys continued to say that each country would have one talented fencer. Davy has already realized that all the participants just want to measure their merits, and only those under the age of 20 are accepted. And Varys didn't really like that, but Davy explained that this is still a tournament for the younger generation, and no one here is going to look for experienced fencing masters. Winry interrupted the conversation. She insultingly said that this fool would represent their Kingdom of Round in the meantime, and pointed to her twin brother. Varys attacked his sister and asked if she had come here to support him or to drink his blood. Winry replied that she had definitely come to meet her brother. She meant Davy. She had no idea about any support for Varys. Meanwhile, Davy, using his extraordinary abilities, monitored what Varys was capable of, and he saw that his brother's abilities were exactly at the average level of an expert and at the lower level of a swordmaster. This is an extraordinary level for his age, so there are very high expectations for victory. And then Winry remembered that the famous sword princess would represent the Palan Empire. The first prince was very interested in this information. Winry was surprised that her brother Davy did not know who the sword princess of the Palan Empire was, because there was not a single person in their entire kingdom who had not heard of this princess. Davy was sure he had a good memory. Apparently, during his stay in a coma, new celebrities did appear. Elena de Palan is the only princess among the 9 descendants of the Emperor of the Palan Empire. She is also the Emperor's main pride. Of course, the Palan Empire is a majestic state, and Elena is its only princess. But in fact, these are not all the reasons for the girl's popularity. She is most famous for being the owner of a divine sword. This made the first prince even more interested. Winry reiterated that it was true. Elena de Palan owns the favorite sword of the ancient hero, the sword god Kares. This divine sword is called Calderas. It is one of the masterpieces of the 1001 Nights. Davy knew about this sword, but he hadn't heard anything about it for a long time. It was Hares, the god of the sword, who was Davy's first fencing teacher. The boy remembered well how he used to carry 2 buckets of water, and Hares would run and make Davy catch up with him. The sword god himself was very lazy, in fact, but he had extraordinary sword skills. Since he had been using the divine sword all his life, Halyas talked about it so much that Davy's ears were starting to perk up. People were saying that it was with this divine sword that the Demon King had been destroyed. Unlike the Devil Master Dokayun, Hares was from this very place, so it was only logical that his memory was preserved here. But as he walked the streets of the city, Davy had a strange feeling, as if someone was always watching him. He met people on the way, hidden under cloaks, who created this feeling. One day, 3 girls passed by Davy, their heads covered with hoods, and then one of them turned around as if she was as excited as Davy. It was a lady and her maids. One of the maids noticed her mistress's concern and asked if she was all right. The lady had a brooch in the shape of a sword pinned to her blouse. The girl touched it, as if something drew her to do so, but she told the maid that everything was fine. Their highnesses, Davy, Varys, and Winry went to a restaurant to eat. The twins told their brother about the divine sword. They said that even though thousands of years had passed, The blade of the divine sword was still completely intact. Varys even heard that this sword is possessed by the ego, so it produces magic on its own. The ego is the spirit of the sword, which is imprisoned in the weapon due to the attachment of the swordsman and his soul. The divine sword is not just a beautiful name, and the one whom this sword chose hundreds of years later was Princess Elena. And then, Varys mysteriously added that there is another reason why Princess Elena de Palan is famous. Davy's ears perked up. He was very serious and delved into every word. The fourth prince squinted his eyes slightly and slowly began to talk about another feature of the princess. After a deliberate pause, Varys finally said that Princess Elena was one of the first beauties on the continent. It is said that her beauty is breathtaking. Winry was very annoyed by his brother's excessive admiration. Varys adored Elena. However, what was really important to the first prince was that Elena was the owner of Calderas, Karis's favorite sword. The maid, Amy, brought Davy a suit for him to change into, but His Highness did not like the suit at all. He complained that he could not have taken a simpler outfit. Amy made excuses that it was too simple. After all, it was the prince's first time going to a reception. The maid said that he was the face of the entire kingdom of Round, even if he didn't like it. Davy only thought that he was just an observer at this tournament. Everything is simple for courtiers. The fencing tournament is a gathering place for the real stars of all countries, but the future rulers are not obliged to swing their swords directly. Just then, the twins entered Davy's room. They had both changed their clothes specially for the reception. The first prince complimented his sister that she looked so beautiful that he thought she was a fairy. In response, Winry said that her brother was also very handsome, and Varys intervened with a word of warning that Davy shouldn't praise Winry too much. Varys wanted to add something else, but his sister stepped on his foot. Then she took Davy's hand and asked him if he would like to accept the honor of being her escort. Her brother asked her if she had the roles mixed up, and Varys stayed behind and cursed his twin sister, calling them a temperamental devil. Finally, Varys dealt with his pain that Winry had caused him and shouted to be waited for. Meanwhile, everyone was getting ready for an evening reception at the palace. Princess Elena de Palan also came there, accompanied by her maids. However, the princess said that it was quite noisy, but such a reception is exactly the kind of place where you can meet and make friends with your peers. However, the princess was not very fond of making friends. By the way, in the afternoon, Princess Elena went to the village, where a beautiful round stadium had just been prepared. But the princess considered this kind of competition to be senseless savagery. She was not interested in it at all. Finally, the grand ball began on the eve of the fencing tournament. The gentlemen invited the ladies to dance. Music was playing everywhere, and lamps were shining brightly. Of course, all the participants of the competition were present at the ball. The guests were having fun, getting to know each other, drinking, and having fun. Prince Davy stood aside and sipped champagne. As it should be at a competition with an age limit, the ball was attended by quite young people. Of course, there are adults among the chaperones, such as Davy and Winry, but it still seems that most of the attendees are young people. And it was clearly visible who of all the invited guests was the most popular, and that audience favorite was none other than Varys. Everyone came up to him to meet him. One young lady was from the kingdom of Predisha, the Marquisate of Kildaum, and another from the kingdom of Hushan, the county of Voltus. Varys did not know what to do with himself from this invasion of acquaintances. Davy watched all this action. He was well aware that, given Varys's abilities, his popularity was only natural. In any case, this ball was a great opportunity to make new friends and feel out the competition. Princess Winry also found some company. It was very noisy at the ball, with music and incessant conversations in different voices creating a lot of noise. Davy wondered what to do next, and what would be the best way to deal with his little brother who had gotten into trouble. And the first prince decided to ignore him. He asked Winry to dance. Varys was shocked by this behavior of his family. After all, he was left alone with his fans, and Davy mentally wished the younger man to enjoy his youth. Winry said that it was so strange that the day had finally come when she was dancing with her brother, and Davy complimented her on how good she was at dancing, and he didn't think she was. Winry replied that it had been a long time since she had made her debut. She was a real lady now. And then she got a little embarrassed and asked Davy if he was offended that he hadn't made his debut yet because of what had happened to him. The princess even suggested that the first prince could even take part in a fencing tournament because he also has a talent for the art of swordplay. Davy just laughed and said that Winry probably thought too highly of him. He would never have been able to become an expert by the time he was 14. In reality, talent is just an illusion. No one can reach heights if they don't work hard. For example, it took Davy himself 1,000 years to get there. But now he is not interested in all this anyway. He has other priorities. All the first prince wants is a peaceful life of prosperity. Winry laughed and said that Davy was acting like an old man now. Suddenly, their conversation was interrupted by a young man who greeted Princess Winry with joy. The young man was very handsome. He bowed respectfully as he came closer and said with a sweet, friendly smile that he had been waiting for the opportunity to meet the princess. But the princess herself did not like the sweet ghoul at all. Davy looked curiously at the man who greeted Winry. He logically assumed that it was his sister's friend, and Winry stood there very angry that her conversation with her brother was interrupted. It seemed as if she hated the young man. And the young man, by the way, behaved very badly when he came even closer. He elbowed Davy away from Winry. Then he grabbed both of Winry's hands and asked her to do him the honor of talking to him. Winry was shocked by this behavior. Winry tried to free her hands from the young man's grasp. She knew him. He was Prince Belithian. The princess told him that she was talking to her brother right now. And then the rude young man remembered his manners and decided to finally pay attention to Davy. Finally, he introduced himself. The young man is the 7th prince of the kingdom of Boltes, Balithian de Boltes. And the first prince of the kingdom of Round briefly said only his name, Davy Ol Round. For Belithian, such an introduction was very strange, too simple. He was used to more pretentious behavior. There was some tension between him and Davy. Then Belithian asked the first prince of the kingdom of Round why he had come to this reception. Davy replied that he had come specifically to watch his younger brother compete. He was uncomfortable with Belithian speaking to him in such a tone, even though he knew he was a prince. The 7th prince of the kingdom of Boltes really behaved very arrogantly. At the end of the meeting, he simply wished Davy a good rest. After that, Belithian suddenly got down on one knee and addressed Princess Winry in a respectful yet defiant manner. He said that he would definitely dedicate his victory in the tournament to her. Let her just wait for it. But Princess Winry replied indignantly that Prince Belithian knew well how rude it was to say something like that in the presence of all those gathered here. But the prince went on, saying that there was nothing to be offended by his application if it was true. Then Winry couldn't help but shout that Belithian knew very well that Varys, her twin brother, was participating in this tournament. Therefore, his words sounded extremely disrespectful to Varys. As a result, Winry decided to just leave Belithian, who remained on his knee, and asked Davy to leave. Davy was pleasantly surprised by his sister's behavior, as she showed that she was already quite an adult. But Davy was disturbed by this strange, unexpected, and, as it turned out, unpleasant acquaintance with the 7th prince of the kingdom of Boltes, Belithian. The first prince was well aware that Winry's refusal would not stop him at all. On the contrary, he would be even more persistent. And then, just as Davy thought, Prince Belithian caught up with him and his sister and said that Princess Winry was being very arrogant to him. At the same time, the prince tried to touch Winry's arm, which was completely unacceptable behavior. Davy could not put up with this. He had been tolerating such ill-mannered behavior for so long. So he turned around and grabbed Belithian's wrist, twisting his arm. It was very painful. Davy just smiled and said that his hand slipped a little. Then the first prince calmly said that no one has the right to move other people's precious sisters. Davy also said that Belithian was lucky that it did not come to a fracture, and all because he simply did not want to spoil Varys' competition because of someone like that ill-mannered young man. The first prince also asked where that bastard Belithian's pride had gone, while the latter was massaging his injured arm. Then he got up from his knee, pulled off his glove and threw it at Davy, shouting that he was challenging him to a duel. Then Princess Winry intervened. She shouted at Belithian, saying that he was finally allowing himself to be challenged, but Belithian told her not to interfere. After all, in his opinion, the matter concerned his knightly honor, which had just been humiliated. Suddenly, Princess Elena intervened in this dispute that began at the ball. She said, addressing Prince Belithian de Boltes, that if he was raising the issue of honor, he should realize how inappropriately he was behaving. Princess Elena looked sternly at the 7th prince of the kingdom of Boltes, who did not even notice that she was there. And Princess Elena said that she was watching everything that happened, so she decided to intervene and ask him something directly. Then, Elena continued, did Prince Belithian really think he had the right to stutter about honor? Davy was immediately alerted. He saw the trace of Harris. Harris is an ancient hero who was born in the Palan Empire, and the Palan Empire is one of the 3 most powerful powers on the continent. Harris is the first owner of the divine sword Calderus and the creator of the two-handed sword style, which has the power of terrible destruction. Still, Caris was called the god of the sword for a reason. It is said that a blow with his style can be a sea wave at one moment and an unbreakable rock at another. It was quite impressive for an old sloth. Such thoughts immediately came to the mind of the first prince of the kingdom of Round when he saw Princess Elena. The princess herself noticed his undisguised interest in her. There were already whispers everywhere that this was Princess Elena of the Palan Empire, that she was the emperor's favorite and what the emperor would do for her. Davy involuntarily let out a weak exclamation. He immediately covered his mouth with his hand awkwardly, feeling a little uncomfortable, so he turned away a little. But the prince was still surprised that this girl was the owner of the divine sword. He could not have imagined that she would be so similar to Harris. Davy went back to his thoughts. Yes, Hares was very handsome. Well, for a man. But if he were a woman and if he were dressed up, then... And then the prince's thoughts were interrupted. He was addressed by Princess Alina herself. She asked Davy directly what he had just said. The first prince of the kingdom of Ron did not know what to do with himself. He was so embarrassed that he could not put two words together. Then Davy finally squeezed out an answer. He said that he had made a mistake, that he had mistaken her for someone else. After laughing silly, Davy managed to apologize to Princess Elena. Then, the princess went about her business, and Varys approached Davy and Winry. Davy was pleased to note that, fortunately, he had managed to get out of such a difficult situation. Varys asked his brother what was going on, what had happened, because he couldn't see anything, as the fans had surrounded him in a tight circle. Meanwhile, Davy was pleased. Elena de Palin returned to her conversation with Belician. She stated that not only had the seventh prince of the kingdom of Boltis been rude to the lady and her partner, but he had also insulted everyone here. Princess Elena, the treasure of the empire or whatever, but she was incredible. The princess went on to ask if Prince Belithian still thought he had the right to say anything about honor. Needless to say, both the arrogant Belician and the local aristocrats were overwhelmed by her. Belician did not know what to do with himself. The princess's charisma fully justifies her popularity. Elena told Belician that if he was really a knight who obeyed the code of honor, she believed that he owed it to those gentlemen to apologize immediately, and she pointed to Winry and Davy. Prince Belician was green with anger. He was very angry that his own trick had turned out so badly for him, and everyone surrounded them and watched the conflict with interest. Winry and Davy stood silently waiting for Belician to apologize. Although Davy realized that whatever the intentions of the seventh prince of the kingdom of Boltis, he was unlikely to meekly apologize. Prince Belithian was in no hurry to apologize. He did not think it would come to that. Suddenly, the first Prince Davy broke the silence himself and said that he accepted Belithian's challenge to a duel, which shocked the prince. Winry cried out in concern. She was very excited about this, and Princess Elena, like everyone else at the ball, was incredibly surprised. Davy, meanwhile, looked defiantly at Belician. He could not allow his opponent to escape responsibility for his actions so easily. However, Princess Elena indignantly remarked that it would be a completely meaningless battle, so Davy should not accept such a challenge. But the first prince of the kingdom of Ron allowed himself to object and said that it was up to him to decide whether to accept the challenge or not. Then Davy picked up the glove from the floor and asked Prince Belician if he had challenged him, to which Belician gave an affirmative answer. So, still holding Belician's glove in his hand with disdain, Davy said that in that case, he must accept the challenge. So, Davy picked up a wooden sword. Yes, he hadn't used it for a long time. Varys was very worried about his brother. He told him that even though he had recovered, Belician was still a participant in the fencing competition. However, Davy confidently replied that he knew that. Winry was also very worried, and she even felt that she was somehow involved in the duel. Davy patted her head and asked her not to worry. Prince Belithian continued to hurl insults at Davy. He called him a jerk who wielded his sword like a stick and thought that his opponent's level was hardly higher than a beginner. He also said that he shouldn't make his family worry. He should just give up. Belician then said that if Davy fell to his knees and admitted defeat, he would graciously turn a blind eye to what had happened. Varys stood up for his brother and appealed to Prince Belician to stop escalating the situation, but Davy stopped him abruptly. It was enough to waste time. The first prince of the kingdom of Ron met Belithian halfway and said that he would let the duel settle the matter as it should. Princess Elena watched all this strictly. Davy asked Belician if he was ready to start the duel. Belician smiled confidently and said that if he lost, he would fall to his knees and publicly apologize for his behavior, although he was sure that would never happen. Prince Davy agreed and warned him not to run away in case of trouble. The duelists were ordered to start the duel, which was to be witnessed by everyone present at the ball. Davy thought for a moment about where to start, because he had a lot of skills in close combat. Behind him, his brother and sister were excitedly holding their fists for him. Everyone around him was sure that Davy still had the body of a weak prince who had come out of a coma less than a year ago, and he did not want to show his true strength at this public performance. Belician took this forced pause to mean that Prince Davy was afraid and had not yet entered the duel. He then added that since Prince Davy was a beginner, he gave him a chance to attack first, but he didn't even try to use it. This was not sparring, but shame. Belician continued to talk nonsense. He said that Davy was not able to change the outcome of this duel anyway, so he shouldn't waste time and just finally attack. But Davy didn't attack, because he was thinking of different ways to attack. Finally, he remembered one very good way. Now he was ready to start. So Davy jumped up and told Belician not to give him any forms, but to fight on equal terms. The first prince of the kingdom of Roun ran sharply toward his dueling opponent with a wild smile on his face. He did it so quickly and unexpectedly that Belician just opened his eyes wide, suddenly noticing his opponent's face right in front of him. But suddenly, Davy stepped back slightly and slammed his sword straight into the floor, which surprised Balichin even more. Then, the wooden sword flew out of Davy's hands and he dropped his arms weakly, not having struck his opponent yet. Balichin laughed even harder and called Davy an asshole again. He was almost surprised at the speed with which Davy approached him, but the punch never came. Suddenly, however, Prince Balichin was pierced by a sharp, heartbreaking pain, and Prince Davy calmly said that his hand slipped again. The next moment, the seventh prince of the kingdom of Boltis, Prince Balichin D. Boltis, was lying on the floor in the middle of the majestic hall, and the first prince of the kingdom of Raun, Davy Ol Raun, straightened his hair, which had fallen on his forehead, and asked in surprise why his opponent had not even tried to dodge the blow. He then asked why he had allowed him to attack first. Prince Balichin was extremely angry because he was the first to be defeated. He continued to call his opponent insulting names. There was a whisper around that this was a huge shame for Prince Balichin because the difference in skills between the two opponents was not as great as they thought. Balichin was nervous and shouted at Davy that he would certainly kill him. Meanwhile, Davy stood there calmly, fixing his disheveled hair. Then he calmly said that with the predictable style that Balichin showed, there was no way he could beat his improvisation. The duel continued. Balichin saw that his opponent's stance was very shaky, and the distribution of force and the interval between his strikes were completely chaotic. The seventh prince of the kingdom of Boltis realized that he could not possibly lose to such a person. Therefore, he did not understand what was really happening, and everything was going to his loss. For some reason, he missed one after another of the blows that Davy was throwing at him. Time and again, blood splashed from different places on his body. And once again, Prince Balichin found himself on the floor, disarmed, holding his head. He was very annoyed by this position. The audience asked each other how many times Prince Balichin had been on the floor. Someone remarked that even if the prince was giving in, he had already fallen 3 times. Everyone wondered if this was the same Balichin they all knew so well. After all, he should already have the initial level of expert. There were some people who said that the seventh prince of the kingdom of Boltis, Prince Balichin, was not that good at swordsmanship. Such phrases also irritated Balichin, and he wanted them all to shut up and not dare to say things they knew nothing about. But in the meantime, he was still sitting on the floor, breathing heavily as a result of the exhausting fight. Davy only mentally asked his opponent what he knew. Balichin was so nervous that he lost his head. It was for this kind of fights that Davy learned a specific fighting style. The official name of that style is intoxicated sword. It was once developed thanks to alcohol. In accordance with the name, when using this style, the fighter moves as if he were drunk, and this style appeared through collaboration with a very big drunkard in the Gallery of Heroes, Dokujun. Harris collaborated with him, and he picked on Dokujun out of sheer curiosity. Harris was interested in what Dokujun was doing. He laughed that his sword art was like the worst heresy, and Davy thought back to his training and studies in the Temple Gallery. Although Harris had created the intoxicated sword style, he still considered it the stupidest of all styles. And Harris once ordered Davy to never use that style unless his opponent was a person who deserved to be publicly condemned to the grave. He then added that if he had a conscience, he would do just that. The two creators of the drunken sword style, spitting saliva at each other, said that this was a forbidden sword art, but the boy wanted to know why it was forbidden. The creators and teachers answered that this art is hard and rough. Davy then asked if this art was invincible. The answer was that every move of this style uses deception and tricks worthy of damnation. The intoxicated sword style is not for great deeds, nor is it for saving or killing. The only goal of this style is named, "I'm going to make this son of a bitch feel like a complete shit right in front of all these people." It has every right to be called a demonic style. Using this style, you force your opponent to let his guard down, avoid or parry his attacks, and accompany all this with powerful strikes. This sword art is as beautiful as it is effective. The course of the battle is extremely simple. First, you morally overwhelm your opponent and then crush him. And the more eyes watching this fight, the stronger the effect. It's just like this. Davy was very pleased that he had chosen the right fighting style. The first prince of the kingdom of Raun said out loud that he could not understand whether he was so lucky now or whether his opponent was completely useless. Then he asked Balichin if he was okay, because this time the blow was very loud. Davy had a lot of fun with this duel. He decided that this style of fighting was more suitable for him at the moment, in the sense that it's just a lot of fun. Princess Elena, watching the fight, tried to understand the secret of Prince Davy's success. Prince Balichin got up from the floor once again. He was already on the verge of madness from the anger that overwhelmed him. He shouted that he was going to kill his opponent, and everyone saw that Prince Balichin had channeled mana into his sword, which is absolutely forbidden in this situation. Varys and Winry were even more worried about their older brother. The seventh prince of the kingdom of Boltis was being shouted at from everywhere that there should be no deaths in this fight. But Balichin, blinded by his anger, could no longer hear anyone and could not even control his own actions. He thought it was too late for pity. Davy thought that if he accidentally hit his opponent now, the audience would suspect something was wrong. He had to come up with something else. In addition, Davy is well aware that someone's cold gaze has been burning the back of his head for some time now. While the first prince of the kingdom of Ron stood in thought, a furious Belishan jumped up to him. His eyes shone with madness. Belishan attacked his opponent with a run, and Davy began to play the fool again, who hardly knew how to fight at all. In the process, Belishan suspected something was wrong with him. He looked at Davy in surprise. Davy looked at him defiantly and mentally asked what Belishan had called him before the fight. In the end, they both almost fell to the floor. Belishan tripped over Davy's leg, which he had set up for him in advance. Winry and Varys were very scared for their brother when they saw him falling with their opponent, and Davy continued to play the role of the weak one and said that his lower back was hurt again. Meanwhile, the point of his wooden sword was right next to Belishan's face, who was once again lying on the floor. Davy was kneeling over his opponent, laughing at the fact that he had just almost fallen. One of the spectators shouted to Belishan why he was still lying down, why he had fallen and wouldn't get up. Then Davy said that he thought he had won the fight because his opponent was lying on the floor. Talk began to circulate among the audience that no one could have imagined that Belishan would be so mediocre in a fight. It was a general disappointment for everyone. It was also said that the Prince of the Kingdom of Round surprised everyone, given that only a few months ago he was lying motionless in a coma. He could not even hold his sword. However, this played into his hands. Meanwhile, Winry ran up to her older brother and hugged him tightly. Varys also came over to express his admiration for his brother. The twins were worried that Davy might use up all his good fortune, which should have been his for the rest of his life. They all laughed heartily together. Princess Alina was extremely surprised by such a representative fight. It was clear that she was not happy about it. Then she turned around and decided to leave the ball, saying that she had to go. They tried to keep Her Highness a little longer, but the princess was relentless. As a result, the ball ended and everyone began to leave. Davy, Varys, and Winry also got into their carriage and left. Davy was criticized for being rather unreasonable after all. They tried their best not to show that they were extremely worried, but they believed that Davy had taken a great risk. The older brother asked the twins why they should be so overreacting, since he had won, and everything had ended very well. Varys exhaled and said that his brother was just lucky this time. Prince Baratheon has a very bad temper, but he does not just get away with it. Davy asked how his brother knew about this. Varys replied that he had seen it with his own eyes at an event, and ever since then, he had been tirelessly trying to get Winry to marry him. Winry added irritably that Baratheon was always making her feel bad whenever they saw each other. Davy thought that it was necessary to break the arrogant and self-confident Belishan's arm. Varys continued to say that in any case, Davy was very lucky this time, but he shouldn't do it again. He tried to put Davy on his arm and clasped his hands together. The fourth prince noticed that his older brother had a lot of strength in his arm. He was very surprised, and Davy said that Varys should not exaggerate because he is not a child. Let him remember that. So Davy gave his younger brother good advice. Let him take it into account. What's done is done. There is no going back, so there is no need to worry about it once again. And Winry said that she was personally very happy with the situation and that her brother Davy was amazing. Then she added that the fact that her brother could not cope with the weight of the sword, on the contrary, allowed him to hit the opponent's weaknesses. And Davy listened with satisfaction as he managed to outwit everyone and not show his strength prematurely. Prince Belishan, on the other hand, probably did not even think that he could lose this fight completely. Meanwhile, the seventh prince of the Kingdom of Boltis, Baratheon, had also returned to his chambers. He was extremely angry because of his senseless defeat. The prince could not calm down and smashed everything around him, no matter how hard his servants tried to calm him down. Belishan broke free when they tried to restrain him a little. The prince could not calm down because Davy was behaving so provocatively with him. He was also annoyed at how everyone could despise him, the next crown prince of the Boltis Empire. After all, he's got the good looks and the skills. In fact, he has almost everything in this world. Baratheon also mentioned the princess of the kingdom of Round Winry, whom he had once admired at an event. Of course, he was attracted to the princess because of her beauty, but he also chose her because with her, he would get Varys, a swordsman who had reached the average level of expert. By the way, it was thanks to Queen Linna's Barrietta that the seventh prince of the Kingdom of Boltis was able to spread rumors of their upcoming wedding without hindrance. So why should he have to endure such humiliation and insults now? Then Prince Baratheon drove everyone out of his chambers in front of his eyes. Otherwise, he threatened to kill them. The servants politely left the prince's chambers, and Baratheon continued to smash the furniture. Finally, he got tired, but he did not calm down. On the contrary, he was determined to take revenge and kill the first prince of the Kingdom of Round, Davy Ol Round. Suddenly, he heard that someone was in his chambers because he noticed the curtain near the window move. The prince stopped and asked the unknown who was hiding there. In response, he heard someone ask him if he really wanted to kill Prince Davy. But first of all, Balichin wanted to know who was with him in his own chambers. Suddenly, the prince was enveloped in black mana, and someone from the unknown said that they could give him such a chance to kill the first prince of the kingdom of Round. Then he saw a woman coming out of the darkness. Mana completely covered Balichin and entered his body. The prince was as if bewitched. He was just silent and absorbed all the magic. The woman touched his lips with her hand, as if ordering him to be silent. Finally, he managed to say the terrible word kill. The voice replied that it would help Balithian tear Davy's flesh and tear out his bones. Then, the seventh prince of the kingdom of Boltis asked the woman her name. The woman said her name in a hushed, mysterious voice. Sherry. It was the same maid who had served Queen Lin, but this time she revealed her true self to Balichin. A beautiful woman with long, wavy hair appeared before the prince. She asked him if he would remember her. Then Sherry came close to Balichin and hugged his head, pressing it to her. She whispered in his ear to trust her. Suddenly her fangs extended and it became clear that Sherry was a vampire. Then Sherry bit Balichin in the neck and the prince fainted. The vampire told him that everything would be as his heart desired. Finally, that exhausting day, which had brought so many surprises to everyone, ended. It was a bright morning. Prince Davy was sitting in his room. A maid came in and told him that the competition of His Highness the Fourth Prince Varys would soon begin. The prince replied, as if to himself, that it was still a long way off. Amy did not understand what the lord meant. But Davy immediately explained that it was just his thoughts out loud. Then he turned to the maid and told her that it was time to go, because Winry was probably already waiting for him. The stands of the arena where the fencing tournament was taking place were packed with spectators and fans. Davy was a little surprised that everyone was so energetic. Varys was competing in the afternoon. Davy had already decided in advance that as soon as his brother's sparring session was over, he would not watch the cute attempts of the inept to do anything. Davy would just say that he felt sick and walk away. And so the first prince of the kingdom of Ron came to the box, where seats were to be reserved for him and Winry. His sister immediately called him over. Winry asked Davy if he was all right. Davy asked if she had been waiting for him for a long time, and he replied in the affirmative. The sister asked if her brother was sick because he had overexerted himself the day before, but in fact, Davy had indigestion. However, he was ready to die rather than admit it to his sister. Thanks to the fact that Davy had created a mana circle earlier, he now has the power to deal with someone like hired killers or worthless aristocrats. But the prince is still not in the best condition, and that's the problem. Davy is no longer the same as he was in the temple's gallery of heroes. His body reacts sharply to any changes. At this rate, he'll have to use the sacred power of indigestion, and he exhaled tensely as he felt a heaviness in his stomach. Suddenly, Winry called out to him. Just then, the fourth prince of Round Varys entered the arena, waving to everyone. Winry was looking forward to the start of the sparring match. Davy noted that Varys must be quite popular to be greeted by the stands like that. Then the first prince opened the program he was holding to see who his brother's opponent would be in the first fight. And then Davy laughed at the information he read, and he decided that the program was very stupid. Varys' opponent in the first fight would be the seventh prince of the kingdom of Boltis, Balitian de Boltis. Davy could not understand why these rivals were pitted against each other so early. A voice rang out over the arena and the stands, announcing that even though the sword blade was dull, inflicting fatal wounds on an opponent was strictly forbidden. Then, the referee announced other rules of the fight. Namely, filling the weapon with energy will result in disqualification, so you need to be very careful. Davy noticed that the audience was not enthusiastic at all. Winry also noticed this and agreed with it. Winry began to worry a little more about her twin brother. She sincerely hoped that he wouldn't run wild like a wild stallion and get seriously injured. The older brother tried to calm his sister down. He said that Varys was an experienced fighter, which meant that everything would be fine. Davy also added the information that Varys was insured. In the end, everything would be fine. And so the fight started. The referee ordered the opponents to take a step forward. Both opponents did as the referee told them and took their positions. Each of them was ready to fight. Finally, the referee raised his hand up. Silence reigned everywhere, and the audience froze in anticipation of the spectacle. Then the referee put his hand down and announced the start of the fight. Davy sat there in anticipation, putting his foot up and crossing his arms over his chest. He noticed well that, judging by yesterday, Balichin had decided to use a free style of fighting. Winry seemed to calm down a bit, and Varys puts the power of his destructive sword art into his strikes. If his temper doesn't play tricks on him, the fourth prince of the kingdom of Ron has every chance of winning this fight. Besides, Balichin is not yet at the level to withstand all the heavy attacks of Varys' sword. Naturally, the seventh prince of the kingdom of Boltis would avoid a direct face-to-face encounter with his opponent. The duel continued, the opponents fencing powerfully, striking each other. They were not inferior to each other at all. All the spectators in the stands noticed this, so people became more interested in watching the fight. Davy thought about it. He hadn't expected Balichin to be such a skilled fencer. If he was talented, he could easily grow up in a day. But the first prince rejected such thoughts. He decided that this was not possible. Even if Balichin was a genius, you can easily tell from the body what style a fighter uses and how often he trains. Varys, for example, uses the heavy sword style. He has the right build for it. So far, Prince Balichin is fighting back, but he won't last long. Suddenly, everyone noticed some strange things in the arena. Something didn't seem to fit with the general consensus about the fight. Winry shrieked with delight. It was the first time she had ever seen Varys accelerate like that, and Davy realized that this was the development in the course of a real fight, and he decided that he too needed to try harder from now on. The first prince remembered how he, Varys, and Winry had practiced martial arts, including fencing, together in the garden when they were children. Since then, Varys had grown considerably. Davy recalled how little Varys, holding a thin twig in his hands, said that when he grew up, he would definitely become a knight, and he insisted that they all go out together for a reason, because he really wanted to show them exactly that. Even as a child, Varys said that he would definitely protect his brother, and little Winry would add her own words, that she would protect her brother in the future. 6 years have passed since then, and now Davy has seen how incredible his younger brother's skills are. However, the first prince of the Kingdom of Ron was more concerned about what had happened to Balichin. After all, it is impossible to improve so much in such a short time. Now, the 7th prince of the Kingdom of Boltes behaves as if he had been replaced. He has become completely different. Davy had a strange feeling. This feeling was like a déjà vu from the recent past. The spectators in the stands were watching the incredible fight with interest. Winry began to get more excited again. Varys was already tired, and he hadn't expected Balichin to be able to resist the heavy sword. The 4th prince of the Kingdom of Roun was well aware that he had a good and stubborn opponent. His movements were a bit strange, but he couldn't let his guard down. And then Varys decided it was time to end the fight and grabbed his sword again. He had prepared a special blow for his opponent and wondered if he could withstand it. Taking his sword out of its sheath, Varys rushed towards Balichin. He decided to make it all or nothing. Running closer to his opponent, Varys swung his heavy sword at him. However, Balichin managed to avoid the blow by quickly crouching down and letting the sword fly over his head. It seemed that Varys had set himself up. It was a dangerous situation that could have easily killed the 4th prince of the Kingdom of Roun, so he quickly decided to strike again and swung his heavy sword at his opponent. Suddenly, however, Balichin stood up and stabbed his sword directly into Varys' chest. His sword was filled with energy, and this was strictly forbidden in these competitions. Varys felt that he was getting very sick. He thought that his death was coming. However, last night, after the ball at the reception and a very interesting duel between Davy and Balichin, something happened. Varys decided not to go to bed yet, but to practice a little more fencing, because the next day the competition would begin. Suddenly he heard someone say that he was very diligent. Varys thought it was his older brother Davy's voice, and it really was. Davy joked that Varys' training was the reason he couldn't sleep. His younger brother laughed and apologized for it. Davy jokingly told his brother that he was being rude. Their sister Winry had been asleep for a long time, and the hero of tomorrow was doing something else. Varys explained that he could not sleep. He keeps thinking about Prince Balithian, and it does not give him peace of mind. The 4th prince of the Kingdom of Ron realizes that his older brother has already taught the arrogant, impudent man a lesson, but it is not enough for him. Then Davy asked him what else he wanted. Varys made a fist with his palm and said that he wanted to crush Balithian with his own hands. Davy laughed. He liked his younger brother's confidence. It sounded very convincing from his lips. Then he added that Varys shouldn't worry about anything, that he would do the best he could. Davy sat and watched Varys practice. There was an unusually clear and gentle flow around him, and the mana was just right, as it should be for a young man. Varys was practicing, cutting through the air with his heavy sword. Suddenly, Davy decided to help him a little. He knew very well that what he was about to share with his younger brother could certainly make a splash and set the whole world on its ear. But Varys was his brother, so he would not be spared. Varys did not yet understand what Davy was going to do. He just felt that he came closer to him from behind. Suddenly, Davy put both hands on Varys' shoulders and began to massage him. The 4th prince stopped in surprise and sat down, and Davy said he was going to give his brother a massage and began to knead his shoulders. Varys simply expressed his gratitude. Davy told his little brother to close his eyes and relax. He laughed that he was opening his own salon, Davy's. Varys decided to accept this favor from his brother. Then Davy raised his hands, summoning the appropriate mana, and warned his client that he would feel a little tingly during the massage. The 1st prince put his hands, now charged with mana, back on his brother's shoulders and said that his muscles were very tense. Varys felt quite painful from those touches, and he asked for a little lighter massage because he did not understand what Davy was doing to him, and he was not even going to tell him anything, just doing his job. Davy also joked with his brother that it was okay to overwork yourself at night instead of watching the 10th dream. Varys was having trouble breathing, and Davy kept saying that he was in such a state because his brother didn't get enough rest. By stimulating another person's mana with your mana and causing it to fluctuate, you can forcefully endow that person with energy. It sounds very easy, but this procedure is from another dimension and violates the prescribed truths of this world. Although Davy had heard that there are places in the other world where this amazing massage is performed, suddenly, the first prince stopped massaging his brother's shoulders and instead pushed him hard, saying that he was filled with inner strength. This was so unexpected for Varys that he screamed, not understanding what it all meant. After that, Varys fell to the ground, completely exhausted. Davy was also tired from giving his brother this massage. Varys continued to lie on the ground, completely unable to get up, and Davy was satisfied with his work, because now his younger brother was filled with the necessary strength. The first prince realized that the next day this power would not be useful to Varys, but it would help him in his further development. Then he remembered something else. Davy touched the back of his younger brother, who was still lying down, and shouted, "Get up!" He warned Varys to go to bed, or he would catch a cold if he stayed here. The first prince decided that there would be no harm in such a safety net. It was still difficult for Varys to move after the massage. He complained to his brother that it was too much and why he didn't give him a softer massage. Varys said that if it were Winry, his older brother would have had to carry her on his back after the procedure. But Davy said with satisfaction that Varys looked great, so he shouldn't whine. And then he shouted at him to go to bed because it was late. And he threatened that if the younger boy didn't fall asleep before him, they would have to repeat this procedure on his whole body. Varys immediately got up and ran away from Davy as far as he could, so that he would not move him anymore. Now everything was prepared properly. Davy could also go to rest, waiting for the next morning, when the fencing tournament would finally begin. The first prince of the kingdom of Ron fell asleep in anticipation of tomorrow's competition. And then something happens that no one expected. Belician, whom Varys had the misfortune to fight first, breaks the rules of the duel. The seventh prince of the kingdom of Boltis charged his sword with energy and stabbed Varys right in the heart. Varys fell to his knees, expecting to die soon, and Belithian threw his sword away. The spectators were asking each other what had just happened in the arena, but Belithian himself did not understand what was happening. Everyone saw that after the next strike, Prince Belithian's sword turned red, and Prince Varys fell to the ground. But then the audience saw an energy barrier surrounding Prince Varys's body. They could not believe what they were seeing. It was just incredible. An energy barrier. People whispered that it was not possible at the highest level of expert. Winry was beaming with happiness that her twin brother was okay, that everything was over, that he had made it. Winry was saying this to her older brother Davy, but when she turned her head to the side, she saw the chair where the first prince had been sitting was empty. This surprised the girl. Meanwhile, Varys was recovering from his first fight in the tournament. He was coughing up blood. Meanwhile, the fight stopped. The referee declared the sparring over, and Prince Belician was defeated in the fight. The referee could not restrain himself and shouted at Belician that he had disregarded the rules of the sacred duel by using the energy of the sword and trying to kill his opponent. His unworthy act is tantamount to declaring war on another state. The seventh prince of the kingdom of Boltis, Belician de Boltis, was then disqualified, and the referee continued that, as a representative of the host country, he was officially protesting to the kingdom of Boltis. Representatives of the Boltis country wanted to protest this decision somehow, saying that it was all a misunderstanding. Prince Belician's escorts tried to explain that their country meant no harm. Meanwhile, the prince himself left the arena in silence, not even saying anything to anyone about what had happened. One servant, who was still trying to somehow get at least some response from his master, immediately paid for his initiative. The prince took him by the throat and squeezed him hard. Then Belician lifted his servant, still holding him by the throat. The servant almost choked to death. But even worse happened. Prince Belician simply tore off his head. Blood splashed out. The people who saw this were terrified. They held their heads and began to scream in fright that Prince Belician had just killed a man. And the prince looked at his bloody hands with which he had literally just cut off the head of his servant, and a wild, crazy smile appeared on his face. Immediately, questions about what had happened spread through the stands, and frightened people began to make a noise. Everyone immediately began to run away, wherever they could, just to avoid staying here, next to the murderer. Prince Belician went mad. Such rumors began to spread among all those present. But the proof of this was the servant killed by the prince. Suddenly, the prince screamed furiously, his mouth completely smeared with the blood of his victim. People shouted that he had turned into a monster. It was necessary to immediately imprison him. But the guards could not cope with him on their own. Someone shouted that it was all just a dream. Indeed, it was impossible to believe, but the evidence was irrefutable. The guards were shouting for someone to call for reinforcements as soon as possible. There was complete chaos all around. While everyone was running back and forth, Prince Davy went to his younger brother, who was still lying in the arena, because everyone was running away from the place to avoid being tackled by Prince Belithian, who had turned into a monster. Finally, Varys opened his eyes and saw Davy's face in front of him. He immediately asked how his fight went. The first prince reassured his brother, telling him that everything was fine and that he had fought very well. People were running away, and the two brothers were just talking among the chaos in the arena and in the stands. Varys did not yet know what had happened to his opponent. All he could think about was his sparring mat. Varys was smiling. Just a few minutes ago, he thought he was going to die and was mentally saying goodbye to his life. But he survived, although it was not easy for him. And the prince remembered well that he had managed to create an energy barrier, which helped him to save his life. An energy barrier is a barrier formed by the skill of a top-level expert. It is able to protect its owner by distributing mana independently and protecting him from danger. Of course, Davy had his younger brother's back, but he was able to save himself solely because of his height, although the strange massage Davy gave him also helped in that situation. The fourth prince of the kingdom of Round, Varys, is only 14 years old. Anyone else in his place would have been proud of himself, but Varys decided to just be happy to be alive, having barely gotten out of the other world. Davy considered his younger brother to be an overly worthy young man. He thought it would be cuter if he was crying crocodile tears of pain. Then, Davy told Varys that enough of this old man talk, that he should rest, and touched his brother's forehead so that Varys would fall asleep quietly. Then the orderlies came with a stretcher, put Varys on it, and quickly carried him to the hospital to be examined by medical professionals. Now that the first prince had taken care of his younger brother for a professional examination, he decided to deal with what had now stirred up everyone at the fencing tournament, namely Balithian, his transformation into a monster, and his murder. So, Davy walked through the gates, people still panicked and ran away from that terrible place. The first prince of the kingdom of Round saw that there were magicians with wands trying to tame the monster Balithian. They sent various spells at him, but Balithian absorbed all their magic and had absolutely no effect on him. It seemed as if the monster that the seventh prince of the kingdom of Boltis had turned into was not subject to any influence of the magic used by the magicians of the Palan Empire. The magicians were beginning to realize that their powers would definitely not be enough, as the monster was unharmed. It was necessary to evacuate the audience immediately. Then the magicians worked together to create a barrier, but they knew that the barrier would not last long and would gradually weaken and dissolve. The first prince of the kingdom, Round, ran to the crowd of magicians to assess the situation with his own eyes. Suddenly, he was stopped by the guards, who told him that he could not approach the barrier because it was extremely dangerous. So the guards politely asked His Highness to leave the area. Meanwhile, the spectators were evacuated, and only the magicians, guards, and the monster Balithian remained in the arena. And then, from a high stand, Davy saw Princess Winry. She began to call out to him excitedly. Winnie was extremely scared for her older brother, wondering how he had gotten to the place where access was already forbidden and blocked. Meanwhile, the monster Balithian was not standing still, waiting to be caught. He was attacking people who came across his path and killing them mercilessly and in cold blood. And so Davy saw Balithian kill another of his victims. The seventh prince of the kingdom of Boltis was completely covered in someone else's blood, and his mouth was also dripping with someone else's blood, because the monster tasted it every time he killed someone else. At the same time, Balithian was growling terribly, like a predatory animal in aggression. Davy came closer to him and told him that he was acting much hotter than the night before. The first prince of the kingdom, Round, was ready to fight Balithian, but he was thinking about how best to deal with him. Balithian gathered his terrible strength and also prepared to meet Davy. The magicians who were trying to restrain the monster immediately shouted that they had to stop him and prevent him from approaching His Highness the first prince of the kingdom of Round. Meanwhile, Balithian was rapidly approaching Davy. The wizards saw that they could not stop the monster. Its power was too powerful and it was heading straight for Davy. But the first prince of the kingdom of Round was fully prepared to meet Balithian, so he stood still, waiting for the first blow. Suddenly, the situation changed dramatically as Davy's sister Winry ran toward him. She didn't know how strong her older brother was, so she ran to help him, because she had magic after all. It was such a surprise to Davy that he was distracted for a moment. The prince was very worried that his sister was running to him in this situation because she could have been seriously injured in that fight. Suddenly, Davy felt someone grab him from behind by the scruff of the neck and start pulling him back. The next moment, he saw that it was Princess Elena, dressed as a warrior, fighting the monster Balithian. Passing Davy, the princess looked at him as if to say that she was taking control of the situation. The princess of the Palan Empire ran to rescue the people who were running away from the arena to avoid becoming victims of the monster. Meanwhile, Balithian was almost close to Davy, whom he intended to attack. Covered in the blood of the killed people, the monster roared ominously. Landing next to Balithian, Princess Elena drew her divine sword. At this point, she decided to use the two-handed sword style. Elena directed magic at it. Then, she struck the first blow, which threw Balithian away from Davy. The monster did not expect anyone else to interfere in the fight between him and Davy. Such a powerful blow sent stones flying from the stands. It was good that the spectators had already run out of the stand. The first prince of the kingdom, Round Davy, was also hit by a wave from the divine sword and fell to the ground. Princess Elena continued to fight. The girl was full of determination, and her abilities allowed her to fight with dignity, fearlessly accepting any challenge. Since Belishan was completely unprepared for an attack of such power, he became even more angry and constantly growled like a predator. The monster now turned its attention to Princess Ailina and directed its aggression at her. The princess prepared herself for Belishan's attack. As soon as he began to approach, she rushed to meet him and counterattacked the monster with several blows. The princess's blows were so strong and quick to follow each other that Belishan did not have time to recover and strike back. Finally, Princess Ailina struck another blow, which threw the monster far away from her. The magicians, who had tried various methods to restrain Belishan at least a little, let alone destroy him, were extremely shocked that the princess managed to neutralize the monster in just a few blows. With incredible strength, Belishan slammed into the arena wall and fell down exhausted. Princess Ailina de Palin defeated the monster that the seventh prince of the kingdom of Boltes, Prince Belishan de Boltes, had turned into. As soon as there was trouble, she immediately came to the rescue and defeated that monster. Davy stood in a kind of stupor. He was preparing for a battle, and he was simply removed from the battlefield. Princess Winry was pulling her older brother's arm and begging him to get out of there as soon as possible and leave everything to Princess Ailina. Davy just laughed at the situation. He looked at Princess Ailina. She was standing with her legs wide apart, her hair braided in a plait, which had been torn apart during the battle, and now it and her light dress were blowing epically in the wind. Davy was a little bit offended that the princess had stolen his booty. But then the first prince of the Kingdom of Round noted that Princess Ailina was actually much better than the local rabble. Suddenly, Princess Ailina took up her divine sword again and, looking at the defeated Belishan with genuine hatred, said the word vampire. At first, Davy was not sure what the princess was going to do, and Winry hid behind her brother. And then everyone noticed a bright flash, but no one realized what it was. When Princess Ailina defeated Belishan and he fell down weakly against the wall, the local magicians immediately chained the monster. But for some reason, the princess decided to strike Belishan again. Even though Belishan was exhausted and his body was tightly bound by magic chains, he still tried to break free and growled. Suddenly, Davy noticed something very wrong, and it alerted him. And Winry noticed the change in her brother's face. Since Belishan had turned into a vampire the day before, and now he couldn't move, he used magic to create a bloody follicle. The magicians who had chained Belishan were immediately affected by the monster's actions. Their defense was not very strong. The guards standing nearby were also affected by the wave of bloody follies. It would seem that the monster was captured, but its power was too powerful. Winry leaned feebly against her older brother, and Davy hugged her and held her close, reassuring her that everything would be okay. He kept telling her that nothing was wrong. He would protect her, and everything would be fine. In fact, Davy decided to send a dream and his magic shield to Winry so that she could survive the bloody follies. The first prince of the Kingdom of Round sat down on the ground, put Winry's head on his lap, stroked her head, and told her soothingly that she should have a good dream for now, and when she woke up and opened her eyes, everything would be fine. Davy was trying to activate his powers so that Winry would fall asleep soundly and wake up when he had destroyed the monster Belishan. He was well aware that if he did not take certain measures now, everything that was happening around him would be mixed with his own spirit magic. The first prince was very disturbed by the screaming that Belishan was spreading and did not allow him to concentrate. When a person reaches a certain level, they can connect with a certain mana, and their abilities become individualized. It so happened that by now Davy already has 3 powers, and each of them has annoying qualities. For example, the spirit magic is almost psychopathic. It constantly asks to be healed immediately, otherwise it threatens to wreak havoc. However, it is this power that is the most effective. At the same time, ordinary mana is very similar to ice. It's very harsh, but with enough effort, it works perfectly, pretending that it simply can't do anything to you. And the last one is a sacred force. It is the most stubborn sheep of all. This damn force is simply deaf to any orders. To make it work is a huge feat. It is so lazy. Davy tried his best to wake it up. Even under similar circumstances, this force remains deaf, and it won't work unless it is properly pressed. Now there was a very critical situation, and Davy tried his best to put everything together to resist evil with dignity. Finally, he managed to awaken the sacred power. The 4th level sacred magic heard the prince's calls for help and activated. Davy used this sacred power to summon the Shining Patron to protect his little sister while he was busy destroying the monster Prince Belithian had turned into. And now, for some time to come, we don't have to worry about Winnie. She will sleep peacefully under the shadow of the Shining Patron, and around us, a real disaster was happening. Everything looked extremely terrible. The bloody follies had turned the city into a city of blood, the art of strengthening one's own strength by drawing life energy from all living things. So far, Davy can only use the sacred power of the 4th level, and with it, he won't be able to save everyone here, although he did not understand why he had only the 4th level available. But for now, Davy decided not to waste time thinking about it. He was glad that at least Varys had been taken out of the arena in time and was therefore not affected by the destructive effect of the bloody follies. Meanwhile, Volition had become even more like a terrible monster, and against the blood-red background, he looked especially terrifying. Davy was getting closer and closer. Another terrible fight for life and death was about to take place in the arena, although this time there would be no spectators to see it. And this is very good. Suddenly, behind his back, the first prince heard someone say something. Not everyone, it turned out, was overcome by the bloody follies. The prince turned around and saw Princess Eileen de Palom behind him. This created a bit of a problem for Davy. The prince did not expect that someone inside the bloody follicle could not lose consciousness. Princess Elena could barely stand on her feet, leaning on her sword. But it was admirable in the eyes of the first prince of the Kingdom of Roun. After all, Elena is the owner of the divine sword for a reason. Davy also noticed that the princess's face, even if it was so exhausted that she seemed about to die, was still extremely beautiful. But then Davy stopped this stream of thought, because it was completely inappropriate to think about appearance now. In turn, Princess Elena was also very surprised to see that the first prince of the Kingdom of Roun was feeling absolutely fine in that terrible situation. Davy went over to Elena, put his hand on her shoulder and kindly asked her how she was feeling and if she needed any help. He then added that they were still in great danger here. The princess did not quite understand what Davy meant, and the first prince told her to move away from that place because she felt better. However, Elena tried to stop Davy, trying to find out what he was going to do. The princess ran up to Davy and grabbed his hand. She had to figure something out. Namely, the princess could not understand why nothing happened to the first prince of the Kingdom of Roun. Why the bloody follies did not affect him, because everyone around them, except for the two of them, were unconscious. Davy had already thought that Princess Elena had noticed something that he was trying to hide for a while. But still, the owner of the divine sword was quite an observant girl. After all, the unfortunate first prince of the Kingdom of Roun had only recently come out of a coma, and now, despite such a terrible reality, he is moving perfectly well on his own legs, without any support. Yes, it all looks very strange. But Davy decided not to show his strength. He shrugged, smiled, and said that he had no idea how it happened that he did not lose consciousness. In this way, he gently evaded the question. The first prince also added that he was helping the princess defeat the monster Volition, so she shouldn't hate him so much. But Elena was relentless. She lightly pushed Davy away and ordered him to step back and stand behind her. Then she told him that he had to, because he would not be able to defeat the monster Belithian alone. And Davy asked if the princess really thought that he would not be able to do it alone, and the girl replied in the affirmative that luck alone would not be enough, as in yesterday's sparring at the ball. The princess, by the way, was quite small compared to him. Now their rivals are the nobles of the night, and the princess squinted her eyes with hatred. She was a real warrior. The nobles of the night have their own powerful powers. They are demons of blood, as described in the ancient scriptures. Elena de Palom asked Davy if he had heard of vampires before. The princess said that in no case could he hope for a lucky break now. Davy listened attentively, and the princess continued that there was not a single drop of mana in Davy, so she was sure that the monster Volition had turned into would tear the first prince of the Kingdom of Roun into small pieces in an instant. In the end, Princess Elena told Davy to just run away from there while there was still time, but Davy said that it was unlikely that Volition would let him go, and the princess replied that she would try to stop the monster. Davy thought about the fact that the princess was really trustworthy. She was ready to fight to the end. But the prince noticed that, unlike yesterday, the princess was behaving very emotionally for some reason. Her hatred was extremely frank, and it was clearly visible on her face. It looked as if she had just met her mortal enemy. The princess took a stance, holding her divine sword in front of her. Terrible memories came flooding back to Princess Elena. She remembered herself as a little girl who woke up in the middle of the night and went barefoot to see what had happened. This little girl saw her mother and another woman in the darkness, who had her arms around her mother and was leaning against her neck. The girl screamed, "Mommy!" And the woman, who turned out to be the one who bit her mother's neck, heard the scream. Her mouth was covered in the blood of Elena's mother, and her mother was dying without a will. Clutching the toy bunny tightly to her, the little princess watched this terrible sight with horror. She was scared to death. And then she dropped the toy from her hands because she could not fully control her body from the numbness of terror. This day has been on Elena's mind for several years now. It was a terrible, stressful experience for her that left a deep wound. Meanwhile, Volition had completely transformed into a terrible, hideous monster. Princess Elena thought to herself that she would tear everything out of the monster, right down to its very roots. She vowed that she would not rest until she died and would destroy the creature until she was strong enough. Suddenly, the princess fell to the ground exhausted. She did not understand what was happening to her. Davy, who knew nothing about Elena's injury, said that he did not understand why she was so obsessed with vampires, but asked her not to interfere with him in this battle. The princess asked again what was wrong, what was happening to her now, why she was suddenly so weak. Davy simply replied that he didn't know what had happened, and that she should just watch the action and not worry about anything. The first prince took a stance with his fist in front of him, and at that time Belithian was already preparing to attack him. It had been a long time since Dave had been in such a battle, but he was sure that his practice in the gallery, when he fought hundreds, even thousands, should have been enough now. The first prince was quite confident since he probably knew vampires better than anyone else in this world. Davy knew exactly who he was dealing with. This vampire was somehow infected. His powers gained more power from the bloody follies. In his time, the first prince of the kingdom of Ron had sent so many of them to the next world that he was getting tired of them. The huge vampire, who was rushing at Davy with all his might, eventually ran into a powerful counterattack from the first prince. At the same time, Davy told him that Belithian had gone through so much the day before during the duel, but still hadn't learned anything. Then Davy was going to strike the monster again. He skillfully used his skills because he had a lot of experience. Having gathered enough energy in his palm, the first prince hit Belithian right in the heart. Davy used the ability Demonic Bloody Rupture, as a result of which the monster was destroyed completely. The vampire was completely blown apart with such force that stones fell around, and the stone statues that decorated the arena were partially destroyed. So, the monster Belithian was finally defeated. Davy was pleased with himself, although he knew how the fight would end. Princess Elena was still sitting exhausted on the ground, and now she was also shocked to see how the prince, who had just a few months ago come out of a 6-year coma, had defeated a huge vampire full of strength. The girl could not believe what she was seeing with her own eyes. It did not fit into her understanding. She thought it was simply impossible. And bloody Phallus began to gradually disappear around her. Since the vampire was destroyed, the magic he created also dissolved into oblivion. The first prince of the kingdom of Round squared his shoulders. He now felt very refreshed, full of fresh energy. He liked this feeling. The red gloom caused by the bloody follies was fading from the stands and the arena. People were still lying unconscious on the ground. Princess Elena was still saying to herself that this was beyond the realm of possibility, a contagion that not even the local magicians and knights, not even her two-handed sword could stop. And then suddenly, this infection is defeated by an ordinary person, in whom the princess does not feel a drop of mana. Elena's mind was full of different thoughts, which she tried to put together to understand for herself how Davy managed to defeat the vampire. The only thing she knew about Davy was that he was an unfortunate prince who had been in a coma for 6 years and had only come out of it a few months ago. The first prince of the kingdom, Round, approached Princess Elena and gave her a hand to get her off the ground. At the same time, he smiled at her in a friendly and calm manner. Davy was a little curious to know what the owner of the divine sword was thinking about all this time. And of course, the prince could clearly see how beautiful the princess of the Palin Empire was, so he was even more pleased to help such a beautiful girl. But suddenly, Davy took his hand away and asked Elena to lend him her sword. The princess was still silent, and Davy waited for an answer from her. He didn't understand why she was so shy. And then the girl desperately began to say something incomprehensible. It was clear that she was having a hard time with it. The fact was that the divine sword was broken. The princess broke it during the last fight, and here Davy showed some rudeness. He said that he was not interested in the broken sword, but in the one attached to the princess's clothes, and unceremoniously reached for it. Princess Elena was somewhat shocked by this behavior of the first prince of the kingdom of Round, and Davy was glad that he had managed to get what he wanted and hid it in his fist. Elena didn't know what Davy wanted, and the boy said that when fighting a boss, you need to be fully armed. Then the prince opened his fist. The insignia of the divine sword was on his palm, and Davy addressed him with great respect that he had to borrow some of his power. In addition to the sword that saved the world, Surt, the blacksmith hero from the 1001 Nights, created many different weapons throughout his life. Even the simplest materials can become glorified weapons in his hands. Any junk can become a treasure of the highest quality. The blacksmith was blessed by spirits, so he is able to smelt a sword using mana. And this ability is so famous that the swords he smelted are still being passed down across the continent from generation to generation. Especially the 12 famous swords of the blacksmith Surta, which are kept in different parts of the continent as a national treasure. The blacksmith gave each of his masterpieces a name. One of them was called Calderas. In the ancient language of the spirits, this name means Snow White Protector. The swords of the blacksmith Surta look like a match made in heaven. They are extraordinary magical swords, but even among them, Calderas is still considered special. After all, this sword, created by Surt at the cost of his own life for his close friend, the god of the sword hairs, contained the most valuable thing. Surt put the ego in his next masterpiece. This makes it an order of magnitude superior to ordinary weapons. And now in Davy's hands is a sword that has its own ego and releases power on its own. This sounds incredible in general, What is even more incredible is that the first prince of the kingdom of Ron knows the truth, and he already knows his identity very well. Davy needed to borrow some power from the divine sword, and he had to negotiate with his ego. Suddenly, Davy's hand was struck by lightning. The sword's ego was indignant at who he was, that he had the courage to grab it so brazenly. It was screaming for Davy to let go, but the first prince realized that the divine sword's ego just likes to mutter loudly and regularly. The boy had heard all these chirps before and they hadn't changed at all. He said that he was not deaf and could hear everything, and then Davy began to mock the ego of the divine sword and said that it was a sword with a vibration function, that is, some kind of vulgar thing for real perverts. The first prince then offered the divine sword cooperation. He never let go of it. Suddenly, Princess Eilina, who tried to approach Davy, lost her footing and fell on top of the prince. She was still very exhausted. The first prince explained to the divine sword ego that at this rate, its own owner would be the first to die. Even though she had been kept conscious only by the power of the divine sword, the princess still had the ability to move. This, of course, was admirable, and Davy could not help but recognize her strength of spirit. The princess is certainly talented, but their current enemy is not her rival. It is also very important to be able to assess your own capabilities. The princess fell to her knees, and Davy sat down next to her. And then the ego of the divine sword warned the prince not to even think about realizing his obscene thoughts. But Davy had no intention of doing so. Then, the first prince of the kingdom of Raun opened his palm, and with his other hand he held Princess Eilina, and the ego of the divine sword decided to bestow its power on him. At last, Davy was temporarily in possession of the divine sword. This was indeed a necessity in the current situation. The first prince touched the hilt of the sword with his other hand, which was carved with great skill. Then he raised it high and, admiring the beauty of the divine sword with undisguised admiration, said with satisfaction that it was truly beautiful. However, the sword's ego was still indignant at Davy. It said that up until now, the boy had not even been able to wake up a contract girl, and now he wanted to take his power. But the first prince of the kingdom of Ron was not going to give up. He asked the sword to be quiet. He also asked the divine sword to give him some of its power. After all, he had to fight the evil forces that attacked the Palin Empire. Davy assured the sword that he would take care of everything when he received its power. The sword's ego was still thinking, but the prince insisted. In the end, the first prince of the kingdom of Raun, Davy Olron, united with the divine sword. The sky was suddenly cut by the lightning of the original two-handed sword, and its bright light illuminated the entire bloody arena. Now Davy was even stronger and was securely armed with the divine sword. He stood there waiting for his opponent to appear. Throwing the sword easily over his shoulder, the prince turned to the abyss to see how long the opponent would hide from him. The guy invited the enemy to come out at last and accept the fight as it should be. Suddenly, a little bat appeared next to him. Davy thought that his opponent would be a vampire. But the first prince did not think that it would be a vampire of a higher rank. Meanwhile, the little bat was transforming. Finally, the transformation was complete, and Davy saw a beautiful vampire, the same one who had bitten the seventh prince of the kingdom of Boltiz, Belichian, the day before, and turned him into a terrible monster. Davy looked at her closely and saw that they already knew each other. It was the queen's maid, Linnes Barrietta, whom he had already met once in her chambers when the queen herself visited him. The vampire said that she had assumed that someone was patronizing him when he destroyed her subordinates, but she hadn't expected that it was all his doing. The first prince smugly said that he was really a great guy, but he immediately added that the vampire should come down to him as soon as possible. Then he said that his neck was too stiff to look down at her. The vampire was outraged by Davy's rudeness, and the first prince did not let up. He mockingly said that thanks to her dress, he could now see everything she had under that dress, namely, he sees black underwear, which is very suitable for a person like her. The vampire became even more angry and called the prince a scoundrel, her eyes glittering with undisguised hatred. The first prince still stood there waiting for the vampire to finally come down to him. Davy swung his divine sword in the direction of his rival. The prince continued to talk to the vampire. Now a tragedy of considerable proportions had occurred. Even if we get rid of the first prince, Queen Linnes will still be impossible to accuse of anything. Relations with the country of Boltiz will be shaken. But Boltiz, a country that is already notorious, will not go to war with Raun in any case. And Davy said that he was sure that the vampire had appeared so boldly in front of him because she was 100% sure that he would not get out alive. The first prince added that he had to admit that the vampire was well-oriented. He has to think about what to do now. But he was already tired of talking, and Davy was about to start the battle. The vampire, listening to all this, shouted out what kind of heresy the prince was talking about. She also prepared for the battle and tried to strike the first blow. The first prince decided to get up a little higher, and at the same time avoid the blow from the vampire. Davy still continued to mock his rival. He was deliberately teasing her, making her very angry. The vampire again directed her magic at the prince, and small red stones flew at him. The boy waited until they were almost at his feet and jumped down. Not a single stone hit his body. The first prince glided down easily. The vampire's blows missed him. Davy landed, and in the place where the vampire was aiming, the stones exploded in turn, creating a curtain of fire and smoke. Now the vampire said that this was not what she expected from the first prince of the kingdom of Round, but still he was just a miserable human being to her. And Davy provocatively asked his rival if it wasn't true that she herself was serving the common man. These words really hurt the vampire's dignity, and she angrily shouted at Davy to shut his ugly mouth. Vampires are so powerful that it's not even fair. They are descended from the strongest creatures of their species, which is already some kind of madness. And the most outstanding of those strongest go through a ceremony of inheritance and become a clan. Elves are the natural enemies of vampires. Without their help, killing a vampire will not be so easy. Now the question arises, how did Karis manage to defeat vampires in the past, and not just one? And the sword god Hares shared his experience. He explained to Davy that he had taunted them and pissed them off to the point where they were just going crazy themselves. No matter who the enemy is, once you throw them off balance with anger, their actions become predictable. Davy recalled how he and Hares were sitting on the grass in the shade of a huge tree, and the god of the sword was passing on his knowledge to the boy. He said that such mockery, in fact, affects vampires especially. Pride is in their blood. So the higher the rank of a vampire, the more chances he has to burn out in a fight with some green young man. Davy reacted negatively to such advice. He believed that such a technique in battle was low. However, Harris indifferently replied that it didn't matter how the victory was won. A flash royale was a flash royale. That's exactly what the god of the sword, the same gentleman who can be called a complete bastard, once said to the first prince. By the way, Palin Jairus is very much respected in the Empire. Davy even wondered how the people of Palin would react to the true nature of that god. Meanwhile, the battle continued. The first prince managed to make the vampire quite evil. However, her strength was not insignificant, because her level was higher. Therefore, the opponents were fully worthy of each other. The vampire used the blood barrier. This ability was available only to vampires of the count level. Davy saw that the county's heiress was still quite young, but if she was a pureblood and related to someone very noble, she could well claim the place of the family. In this case, Davy decided that the best solution would be to end the vampire right now. However, the vampire was sure that her opponent would not succeed. The first prince again mockingly asked her why she doubted him. The vampire said that if Davy relaxed even a little, he would be finished with him immediately. Then the vampire pointed to Princess Elena de Palin and said that she would meet the same fate as his with this girl, who was a swordswoman and a divine sword. The vampire did not hesitate. She said that if Davy wanted to die so badly, then let him accept his fate humbly. She was gathering her strength to deal a powerful fatal blow to the first prince of the kingdom of Round. The vampire believed that she could easily defeat Davy, and it seemed to her that it was completely ridiculous that the boy tried to counterattack her. However, the first prince managed to repel the vampire's attacks. He used the art of the sword, which was very strange to her, and Davy told his rival that you shouldn't judge a book just by its wrapper, especially if you've seen someone only once. We are talking about the real art of the god of the sword himself, and the first prince had the skills of that art. During his so-called training sessions, Davy would dozens of times perform light sword swings, while his trainer, the sword god Hares, lay down and rested in the shade of the trees. Yes, Davy used to think it was a very thankless task, but now it's a different matter. And the prince used the super heavy sword ability. The vampire used the ability splitting a huge mountain. Suddenly, something went wrong with her, and the vampire was terrified of what was happening. A huge rock grew out of the ground. It was incredible. Amazing. The first prince held his head and said in surprise that he was fully armed. The divine sword ego laughed and said that he had no idea what he was talking about. After all, this was his time of glory. Now Davy laughed that the ego was so restless. He would not calm down. The guy told him that it seems that he had not materialized for a good 1,000 years, so now he is happy about anything, but let him calm down a bit. Here, the ego of the divine sword asked the prince who he was and how he managed to control its power. In general, the ego thought that the prince had known him for a long time. Davy suggested that they just do what they had agreed to do now, and there was no need to disclose uncomfortable details to each other, to which ego asked what Davy meant. Then, the first prince asked if the divine sword ego would believe him if he said that he was actually a disciple of its original owner. Of course, the ego would not believe him, and perhaps even on the contrary, it will get angry and say that the prince is dishonoring the honor of the deceased. God forbid. Then, the divine sword ego said that the vampire had disappeared. Davy replied that they shouldn't worry about it, because they weren't in a position to pursue her now. Bloody Follies was still hovering over the arena, spreading a toxic red mist. The divine sword ego said that even the sight of that bloody follies was disgusting to him. Because the core had been destroyed by the recent explosion, the bloody follies could not spread any further. But the bloody stone that remained will not stop until all the people here are dead. However, that stone has already weakened quite a bit, so we can use purification magic above the 6th level with a wide range. In general, 3 months should be enough. However, most people who have their life force drained will die. And even worse, these people have been exposed to prolonged exposure to the blood follies, so they will become infected. Suddenly, the divine sword ego said that there was some kind of disturbance outside. He wouldn't say for sure, but he was sure that everything was turned upside down there too. Ego then added that in this sense, the first prince of the Ron kingdom, Davy Olron, is indeed a lucky man. It would seem that Davy is still a young man, but he is already at the level of a master. And Ego said that the prince's level is too high for him to succumb to the influence of bloody phallus. And Davy modestly agreed and said, calling Ego a master, that he was looking into the water. It will take the first prince some time to draw the Oro blade. He is so strong not because he accumulates and passes levels in the usual way like other people, master level. The knowledge and skills inherent in such a high level. Davy has all this thanks to his abnormal doping. The divine sword's ego said that it was a real monster. He wondered what kind of unrealistic mana it was. Moreover, the mana of spirits with sacred power at the same time. This was the first time Ego saw all 3 types of powers coexisting in one body. The first prince just laughed at this. And then he said that now he was facing an evil destroyer of common sense. However, Ego did not let up and inquired whether this was really possible. But it was insane. Unbelievable. However, Davy again laughed at the fact that Ego called this possibility insane. And he explained that this is the result of several hundred years of research, so we should not devalue it, let alone condemn it. But enough of this empty talk. Since everything had already happened, Davy decided to ask Ego to finish it all. Because, unfortunately, his own strength would not be enough right now. Ego asked what the first prince meant by his words. Davy suggested that we just end it all once and for all. He has absolutely no intention of sacrificing himself to save so many strangers. However, if this is the way he can recover as quickly as possible, it would be nice to make a foundation for recovery out of it all. And at the same time, it would be good to lubricate the lignified strength. And Davy put his hands together in front of him, as if in prayer. True, such prayer rituals are not in his style, but it was necessary for him now, first of all. And the first prince began to pray to Mrs. Priya, who watches over all things. He stabbed the divine sword into the ground in front of him and began to pray. Your young lamb is lost in the darkness and cannot see an inch in front of him. It would be nice, as Davy asked, if Mrs. Priya could give him a small flashlight. And if that doesn't work, he would like her to deal with it personally, but he knows that this is absolutely impossible. The divine sword's ego wondered what kind of motive the first prince had for this strange thing. But in fact, Davy's sacred power is somewhat special due to the influence of Saint Daphne. The root of his sacred power is rooted in faith, understanding, and religiosity that does not glorify God. To be more specific, Davy's case is not about winning God's love, but his interest. Then the first prince continued his prayer. The lambs of the Lord are drowned in the evil year and howl in pain, and his irreverent young lamb believes only in his own strength and is going to save them. And then Davy shouted that to hell with it. Mrs. Priya had seen it all. He's just going to do it. He's just asking her permission to do it. The divine sword's ego said that no god would listen to such an outrageous prayer. Then the first prince winked at the divine sword and said that he realized that he also did not know God well. After all, everyone knows priests. The truth is that it is not the believer who is pious only in words who receives the love of God. God can only be attracted to a person who shows everything by his or her actions. And if their problem cannot be solved because their vital forces are almost exhausted, then they simply need to replenish the lack with even more power. Saint Daphne, the possessor of the most powerful sacred power of all time, created the greatest sacred magic, but it requires the permission of God. And God is known to like madmen. They receive from him, first of all, love and attention, and all because he is like that. And Davy smiled madly. Suddenly, a powerful radiance appeared, enveloping the first prince of the kingdom of Raun and the divine sword. The final rank 9 sacred magic had manifested. This area was engulfed by this radiance. This is now the special territory of God, the sacred sanctuary. The divine sword's ego began to get nervous, saying that it was going to die of desiccation because it was so hot in this area. However, Davy said with a smile that it was just a simulation. It would not kill the divine sword in any way, but Ego was screaming that he could not take it anymore. Finally, Ego shouted that Davy was absolutely crazy to have caused this, and Davy contacted Princess Eilina and his little sister Princess Winry in his mind, and directed all his forces to destroy the bloody phallus. A whirlwind arose around the first prince of the kingdom of Raun, who sat motionless with his hands folded together. Then, all the summoned power that had come from Davy's prayer formed a vortex of powerful radiance. Davy got to his feet and took on this powerful force that was pouring over him. Finally, the sacred power overcame the bloody phallus. and he fell, taking with him all the bloody fog that had been sucking the life energy out of all living things. Only now did Davy calm down. He began to jump nervously, because the shock wave with which this divine power worked, which he himself had caused, burned his body severely, his back, as if it had been run over with an iron. Then the first prince turned to the divine sword and asked if he was alive after all that had happened to them in the last few minutes. Davy laughed when he saw that the divine sword was in a very bad state and said that, as it turned out, it was not that special of a sword, although the first prince himself had suffered greatly while fighting the bloody follies. So he fell to the ground next to the mad sword in exhaustion. Name: Davy Olron. Age, years, gender, male, race, human. Title: apprentice to the Mad Gallery heroes. Condition: exhaustion from sacred power. Special features: mad, with half-lost, half-distorted common sense. Improvement is impossible up to a certain level. Possesses stigmas. Granted merit: a short check of the object's status is available. A goddess appeared before the prince and laughed at him for being so crazy, and Davy told her that she was going a little overboard. His faithful maid Amy ran to him. It had been a long time since the first prince had slept without any worries or anxieties. He hadn't slept properly for almost 6 months. And now, the prince was resting on a soft bed, completely untroubled by anything. It seemed as if his head was so empty that Davy was ready to call it even a sweet dream. The first prince had been sleeping peacefully in the hotel of the Felsty Principality. Now he woke up and was immediately asked if he was all right. The prince sat up in bed, rubbing his eyes, and asked how long he had slept. His younger sister Winry, who was always taking care of him, threw her arms around her brother and said that he had slept for 2 days. He could not imagine how frightened she was, thinking that he would never wake up again. The prince was pleased that Winry was taking such good care of him, but he felt bad for making her so worried. But it was all the consequences of the battle. Nothing could be done about it. Winry said that she had a strange dream that day and wiped the tears from her eyes. The dream was that when they were covered in a red fog, Davy saved her. The first prince held his sister close and gently stroked her head. At the same time, he smiled sweetly. But Winry still asked her brother to tell the truth, because, in her opinion, it was thanks to him that the red mist disappeared. Princess Winry also added that when she was examining her brother's body, she noticed something on it. Davy was a little wary. Then the first prince looked at the reflection of his back and saw an interesting sign, and Winry asked if the mark on his back was a stigma. Davy was even more surprised that he had a stigma on his body, and now he noticed the bandages on his body. The size of that stigma was 3 palms. The first prince recalled that he had a feeling that his back was terribly burning. It turned out that the stigmata was being burned on it. This had never happened to him in the Gallery of Heroes. The first prince was a little worried about what would happen to him now because of this thing. In general, those gods have no pity for a living being. They have nothing to gain from them. Davy was also worried about the stigma attached to him. Princess Winry continued. She said that it turned out that Davy had been cured by a higher-level priest, and that's why the Felsty Principality is now in an alarming state. Not only was the entire red mist destroyed, but the first prince of the Kingdom of Round was found completely surrounded by sacred energy and stigmatized. Of course, Davy kept quiet about the fact that there was a mess involved. Stigma is a mark that indicates that God was the first to show his love. That is why there are no stigmas for deeply religious clergy. Princess Winry thought that Davy might have a clue to the solution of those riddles. Among all those misfortunes, there is something definitely good. Apart from the stigma, no one noticed anything. The first prince wondered what he should do now because, to be honest, he hasn't yet come to terms with whether or not to hide his power. He doesn't know how to deal with people at all. If he makes too much noise now, people around him might get hurt, especially in these circumstances. It would definitely not lead to anything good. So he told Winry that he was sorry, but that he had also lost consciousness, so he didn't know exactly what had happened. Winry said that she, frankly, also thought that her brother did not know anything. The princess then asked how Davy's body was, if anything else was bothering him, and his older brother replied that everything else was fine, as she could see for herself. Davy noted to himself that everything was going so well that he couldn't believe it. He killed 2 birds with 1 stone. No, not even 3 birds with 1 stone. Having dealt with the bloody follies, with the help of the Holy Zone of God, which is a 9th-ranked magic, the first prince stimulated the sacred power, which developed it. He used very little effort, but he got a wonderful result. The volume of his mana inside him increased significantly. Davy could feel it very well. Even the mana and spiritual mana that reacted to the sacred power had improved markedly. With this level, even if the prince couldn't evolve, he could easily take the Aura Sword, a master item. Fortunately, the sacred power whose growth was the slowest increased the most of all the others. I wonder if this is also the power of the stigmata. A power that needs a motive to grow. A stupid sacred power. Meanwhile, Winry continued to talk. She said with indignation that since Davy was unconscious, he didn't see the mess around him, especially his personal maid. Davy remembered something very vaguely, namely the moment when Amy ran to him. He hadn't dreamt it, though, as he had thought. And then there was the sudden visit of Princess Elena. She insisted, saying that she had a wonderful magic circle for healing and that she would take the first prince with her. Davy listened to what his little sister was saying and realized that he hadn't dreamed it either. Out loud, he told Winry that she was a great girl, since she had suffered so much while taking care of him. So he told her to go back to her room and get some rest. He needed some time alone to think. On her way out of the room, Winry turned back and told Davy not to worry about Varys, as he was safely hospitalized and the competition was, of course, suspended. And finally, her sister added that it would be a little noisy for a while, but let Davy try to get some rest. The first prince waved goodbye to his sister and made it clear that he would follow her recommendations. Checking the information. Name: Winry Allround. Age: 14 years. Gender: female. Race: human. Rank: nothingness. State: tired. Special features: Mage of the third circle of senses. Worry about the user. Davy thought that this was starting to sound a lot like a game, but the prince did not know where this thing came from. Davy thought that maybe it came from his prayer, or because he was using the magic he had used before in his immortal body now that he was mortal. In the end, whatever it was extremely heavy. Suddenly, Davy heard someone say to him that his thoughts could be considered an acquaintance. The first prince jumped up and down on the bed at this surprise, but he continued to speak. He said that he had seen that the prince liked the ability to see through another person's state and feelings. Davy began to wonder where the voice was coming from, and most importantly, who it belonged to. The first prince asked aloud who was there, and whether someone had managed to brazenly deceive his perception. Well done to that someone for being so bold, but the prince is simply obliged to catch him by the tail. Davy got out of bed in search of the owner of the voice that was speaking to him, and he heard that he was told to look down. There he saw a beautiful girl. She said she thought Davy was shocked that the seal had suddenly come off. However, since it was God's will, he would have to accept it. Now, the first prince of the kingdom of Round is once again immersed in memories. He approaches someone who is painting something and says that he would not have thought that he had a talent for painting. On the easel was an almost completed painting, a portrait of a beautiful girl with horns. The artist was the sword god Hares. Davy asked his coach who the portrait was, and Hares asked who Davy thought it was. Davy wondered who it could be. The girl had 2 ergonomic handles on her head, and judging by the bright red eyes, like those of a schoolboy nerd, they were bloodshot. So this girl was a demon. And the first prince added that such a beauty must be of high rank. Hares laughed softly and said that only Davy could call horns handles. Then, Hares replied that Davy was right. She was a demon. The prince then asked what kind of wind blew his trainer into thinking that his trainer was a demon, since he even drew a portrait of her. And judging by the details, it had stuck in Hares' memory, the sword. God looked at the portrait dreamily. As beautiful as this demoness is, she is much crazier than any of the crazy maidens who are having fun over there. Many, many times crazier. Hares painted many portraits of her, but she lives only in his memory. Her name is Perserk. Back when she was still taking human form, Hares adopted her and taught her the art of the sword. And there was another reason. He also taught and adopted her to prevent a terrible war. The god of the sword, Hares personally defeated Perserk and imprisoned her in the sword, Perserk von Palin, the demon queen of the abyss. After all those memories, Davy took a closer look at his unexpected guest and recognized her as the same demon queen Perserk. The queen was pleasantly surprised that the boy recognized her and praised him for his knowledge of the masters. Perserk then said with satisfaction that, as expected, the master's eye was right. Meanwhile, the first prince stared at the queen who was proudly standing on his knee. He couldn't realize that she was so tiny. In fact, the demon queen could easily fit in the palm of his hand. Suddenly, ropes appeared on the queen, tightly wrapped around her arms, legs, and waist. Davy had put them on her, just in case. The queen asked Davy if he was the man who tied not only her hands, but she hastened to add that she did not like being tied up. However, Davy did not like such jokes. He said directly that he and the queen were not in a relationship to exchange jokes. The queen, however, said that this was not the first time they had met, although they didn't have time to fool around. Then Davy asked her to explain what was going on. Perserk said she only wanted to talk the first prince out of his idea, since they were in the same boat anyway. Now Davy was even more confused. The queen explained that it was about the stigma on his back. He is now a vessel for her soul. Now it became clear why the stigmata was so abnormal, starting with its size. But Davy did not believe that the demon queen was imprisoned in a stigmata. It even made him laugh to a certain extent. After all, he still didn't understand what was really going on. The queen asked Davy to untie her. She repeated that she did not like being in this position at all. Then a lustful light appeared in her eyes and she added that the position she was in now, completely tied up with her hands up, was quite embarrassing, and it sounded very funny that the queen said she was ashamed of that position. Then Davy decided to take off his shackles from Perserk. He did it very carelessly, saying that she had ruined the whole interesting mood. Then he asked her how it happened that the demon queen was imprisoned in a sword. But he told her to tell him briefly and to the point, so that everything would be immediately clear. The queen decided to flirt a little with the prince and said that he was very seductive. Then she introduced herself to him officially. She gave him her full name, Perserk von Palin, the one who looks at everyone from the abyss. And the queen modestly wrapped herself in her long dress. She was the queen of the demons of the abyss. If you look into the abyss also looks into you. And this being, the queen, is the living embodiment of these words. Now, before the eyes of the first prince appeared the instigator of a great terrible war between the interworld and the demons that took place long ago. This war was once put to an end by the god of the sword hairs, who brought back the demon queen with the divine sword Calderas. At least that's what people say. However, the details of the war are hushed up, like for example the information that the soul of the demon queen was actually imprisoned in the same sword. Davy heard about this from the direct participants of that action, so he is sure that it is true. Meanwhile, the queen finished introducing herself and asked if Davy was satisfied, and the prince still could not believe that this could be the same queen who had caused the Great War. She felt completely different from the other demon kings. Perserk asked what puzzled Davy so much, since he already knew about her seal apparently. The prince of course knew, but he thought the queen's mind was asleep. The queen replied that it was not in Calderas' style to bind the soul of a close friend. Then she sighed and said that if she had known that this was how it would turn out, she would have at least said goodbye in advance. But she immediately forgot about it, and said that there was no point in digging into the details anymore, so she would tell the prince specifically. According to the will of God, Queen Perserk was handed over from Calderas to the first prince of the kingdom of Round, Davy Olround. Davy asked what the will of God was. He expected to hear some more adequate reason. Perserk said that she herself was offended and had to be content with this. And the queen reproached Davy that it was all because of his sacred magic, so now he would be responsible for it. Then, Perserk looked at Davy more closely and said that she was quite interested in him. He is the second person to hold the legacy of the god of the sword. The prince asked if the demon queen was referring to the art of the hare's sword. The queen noticed that Davy spoke of the sword god as a good friend of his, and he immediately replied in the affirmative that he knew hares. The first prince also said that hares talked about her at every opportunity. This touched the queen deeply, and she was even sad. And of course, she was pleased that the god of the sword had not forgotten about her after he had imprisoned her in Calderas. Then, the queen danced with joy. She said it was great that Davy hadn't kept quiet about it. In fact, she liked the idea of the Gallery of Heroes. She had no idea that such a place existed anywhere. Davy replied that you also need to hide things wisely, and of course, depending on what you want to hide and from whom you want to hide it. And there is absolutely no point in keeping silent about something in front of the Demon Queen, because she has the ability to see through her opponents. Afterwards, Queen Perserk said that she would correct some of the information about her. She cannot see through her opponent, but could only borrow a high-ranking will. I think it was called a state scale. The crumpled-up summaries displayed there do not come from her. Davy asked what this high-ranking will was. The Demon Queen said that people seem to call this phenomenon God, and this high-ranking will uses expressions similar to something like half-crazy, hope of a serious brother, laughter, and nothing else. And the Queen laughed. What else could one expect from God, who had bestowed sacred power on a man like Davy? Perserk then suggested that in this case, since it had happened to the last vessel, it should be considered a move and a change of scenery. Unlike her current contractor, Calderas, she would at least get to see the big world with Davy. Davy asked about the world. The Queen explained that people of the prince's age like to travel. Davy wondered what he could get for it. The Demon Queen asked if he hadn't gotten anything yet. After all, he had inherited her powers, just like in the game from his past life. In the Queen's opinion, the concept of a skill would be quite applicable here. The first prince looked at his guest suspiciously. He realized that he had to be very careful with her, because the Queen had found out everything, including his past life. Meanwhile, the Demon Queen ruled her own. She said that in her opinion, they had a very mutually beneficial symbiosis. The Queen was already anticipating their future and extended her tiny hand to Davy. This hand was very small. Frankly speaking, the power of the Demon Queen Perserk was very attractive and tempting. And besides, the prince thought, what other choice did he have? Everything was already decided in advance. So Davy, without hesitation, gave the Queen his finger in agreement. It was a bit of a surprise for the Queen, who now had a companion with whom she shared her only secret. So, a few more days passed. The situation in the Felsti Principality, which was usually very heated because of the Continental Sword Arts competition, was now falling apart for another reason: an unpredictable attack and the discovery of a stigma. And of course, the first prince of the Kingdom of Round, Davy Olround, was at the center of those events. A crowd of curious people was constantly observed outside the hotel where Davy was staying. The Demon Queen looked through the window and said that it was all so tiring, especially the popularity of the first prince. In her opinion, there had to be some way to justify what had happened. However, Davy told Perserk not to add fuel to the fire, because people survived and that was that. He was not obliged to explain anything to anyone. Besides, it was immediately clear that most of those people were religious fanatics who just wanted to see the stigma. The queen said that, whatever one may say, stigma is nothing more than proof of God's love. And, by the way, in her opinion, they might be starting a cult here. Davy asked Perserk not to remind him of this again, because it gave him the creeps. Over the past 300 or 400 years, there have been only 3 candidates for the title of saint. That's how rare people with stigmas are. Thus, the first prince of the Ron Kingdom, Davy Ol Ron, can be sent to the Holy Kingdom. At this time, their highnesses Varys and Winry were sitting in front of the fireplace, wrapped in blankets, warming themselves. Suddenly, Davy came in and told them to go pack. The twins asked what had happened, why the rush, and Davy indignantly told them that he had warned them that he hated to be bothered. Varys asked if it was the recent guests. Of course, it was about them. And Winry began to make excuses that she and her brother hadn't done anything wrong. It was just those people who were bothering them. And her sister added that this was not some kind of sacred ground for them. However, Davy knew very well that, although it was only for a short time, there was sacred ground here. Or rather, in most of this city. When things get too confusing, it's time to run. So he had to get ready immediately and do it as soon as possible. Finally, Davy was ready. He stood in his traveling cloak by the carriage, holding his suitcase. The Demon Queen Perserk asked Davy if he was sure he wanted to go back, because all those religious fanatics would definitely follow him to his homeland. However, the queen herself was quite happy with this. After all, she wanted to travel, to see the world. Davy said he was betting on the ogres, and the Demon Queen said she would put up a very good tank. Meanwhile, the news that the first prince of the kingdom of Roun, Davy Ol Roun, had left the Felsty Principality reached Princess Elena de Palin. The princess did not like this news very much. She asked her maid how it happened that Prince Davy had run away and slammed her fist on the table. Elena was extremely angry that Davy had run away, but she decided that he would not be able to deceive her, because he had created a misunderstanding in her principality. The princess continued to ask if the first prince of the kingdom of Roun had really taken his younger brother and sister and run away without telling anyone. The maid, stammering, replied that it was too late when they sent their people to the hotel where the prince was staying. Suddenly, Princess Elena began to ask strange questions about whether she had regained consciousness at the moment of danger and defeated the enemy with the sacred sword, and, moreover, whether the sacred sword was the cause of the stigmata. Then Elena abruptly stood up from her chair and kicked the table. The maid Linda tried to calm her mistress down, but the princess kept shouting that it was all nonsense. Linda asked Her Highness to watch what she said, in case someone overheard. The maid had been serving the princess of the Palin Empire for many years, and she was used to everything. But did others know about Her Highness's possible behavior? Perhaps no one realizes that the princess of the Palin Empire, who is famous for her aloofness and nobility, is actually a womanizer, always frivolous and very noisy. In the end, Princess Elena ordered to send a chase after the first prince of the kingdom of Roun, Davy Ol Roun, and immediately. Meanwhile, Davy, Varys, and Winry were quietly riding in a carriage on their way home. Davy sat across from the twins and admired them. He said that looking at them like this the other day, it looked like they had a great relationship. It makes my eyes happy. The Demon Queen asked Davy if he felt sorry for Calderas. It seemed to her that he needed that divine sword. After all, besides the current owner of the divine sword, Davy is the only one who can bring Calderas to his true form. Although, no, at this very moment, the prince is just the only one who can do it. This means that Davy is really the only one who is worthy of being the ruler of Calderas. The first prince thought about it. Calderas is indeed a weapon so powerful that it is certainly something to be desired. However, until His Highness regains his power, he cannot use such powerful sacred magic. Even though the Demon Queen said that Davy could very well take possession of it, but the prince said the sword doesn't belong to him. To be honest, Davy would like it very much, but he can't take a toy away from a child. Besides, to be completely honest, the first prince of Roun and Calderas are incompatible. The Demon Queen asked if this was true, and Davy easily replied that it was probably not. It's just that he's not the type of person who would be good with a big sword. Plus, he hasn't gotten his hands on one yet, of course, but there are certain nuances. At the moment, there are those swords that already belong to the first prince of the kingdom of Roun, Davy Ol Roun. Demon Queen Perserk, looking at Davy, said that he looked like he was up to something. Then the prince asked if she didn't already know everything. The Demon Queen replied that she, a priori, could not know everything. In fact, even if you look deep into the first prince's soul, there is a corner in his soul that Perserk cannot penetrate. Davy wondered if there was a place in his soul that the abyssal Demon Queen herself could not reach. Finally, the queen decided to change the subject. She suggested not to dwell on trifles, but simply asked what the prince was going to do when he returned. Davy wondered why Persic called everything they had talked about earlier trivial. The queen said that the prince had been stigmatized. This means that his enemies will now have to be especially careful. However, she personally would have chosen to wipe him off the face of the earth. But the first prince replied that he was not ready for that yet. Even if we do not take into account Queen Lin, the influence of the noble faction with the Duchy of Barrietta at its head is too strong and spreads quite quickly throughout the kingdom. But it will take too long to destroy them one by one. That's why Queen Lin is still so arrogant and insolent. But that's not critical. The first prince has a good idea. It was a dark night. Upon his arrival, Varys went to have an audience with his father, King Raun Crianus of the Kingdom of Raun. The king immediately said that it was not easy for his children to compete. Varys lowered his head and said that he was immensely ashamed of everything that had happened there. However, the king immediately contradicted him, explaining that Varys was not to blame for what happened. King Crianus said that the blame for everything lies solely with the Kingdom of Boltis, which did such a meanness to the alliance of countries. And it's an extraordinary miracle that Varys, Winry, and Davy returned home safely. And finally, the first Prince Davy came to the Kingfather for an audience. His father said that he had already heard that he had a stigma on his back, to which Davy replied that it looked like he had made God very interested in him. The king exclaimed that this was a very significant event, and then Crianus asked his queen what she thought about it. Queen Lins gritted her teeth and said that she agreed with the king. His Majesty asked the queen again if she really thought so. The queen could hardly contain her black anger, but she answered again in the affirmative. Her thoughts were full of curses against the first prince, and out loud, she said crookedly that her son's success was a success for his mother. Queen Lin was quite an actress. And then King Crianus said to Duke Barrietta that they could not allow impunity for the Boltis kingdom, so they needed to petition the alliance and oppose the Boltis. Duke Barrietta bowed and said that this was unconditional. Afterwards, the king turned to his children again and said that they must be tired from the long journey, so let them go to their room to rest. The children bowed to their father and thanked him politely. Their highnesses turned to leave the throne room and headed for the door. Suddenly, Davy was called back. King Crianus decided to keep his firstborn son a little longer. He had some personal business to attend to. His father stepped down from the throne because the official ceremony was over and invited Davy to have tea with him. 6 months had passed since they hadn't seen each other at all. The first prince could not help but say that it had been a long time since His Majesty had called his son to talk to him. And then he corrected his words and said that, more precisely, the king had called him for the first time since he had awakened. King Crianus asked if this was a reproach. Davy boldly replied that he had no reason to lie. Davy then said that His Majesty need not say how long he had been doing this. After all, the first prince knows very well that the king has been looking after him to some extent through the chamberlain during all this time. The king clarified that the prince knew everything, to which the boy replied that he had a very good sense of smell. The king picked up a cup of tea and said that his assumptions were correct. Any normal parent would be able to notice the changes in their child. It goes without saying that the king can clearly see that Davy has changed a bit since waking up. King Crianus has no right to be called a father, but... And then the king interrupted Davy's thoughts and asked if the first prince really wanted to see him all this time. Davy answered that of course he did, but not that much. He just wanted to ask one question. That was all. And the first prince plunged into his childhood memories. He recalled how he ran to his father, sobbing and begging him to save his mother. And the king simply made excuses saying that Davy's mother was sick and his son knew it perfectly well. However, the boy continued to sob uncontrollably and said that it was not a disease. It was very much like poison. But the king did not want to hear anything about it. Little Davy ran up to his father and grabbed his cloak, but the ruler of the Kingdom of Raun turned away from his son and ordered someone to take the prince away from him immediately. Davy fell to the floor and, unable to do anything, scratched the parquet, shouting that he did not want to leave. The child appealed to his father to try to hear and understand his son at least a little, but then a servant would come and take the sobbing child away from his father, as he had ordered. 4 years have passed since then. Even when Davy, at the age of 9, learned the truth about his mother's death, the king continued to refer to her chronic illnesses and carefully avoided talking to his firstborn son who had lost his mother. And so Davy asks his father a question. How did it feel to throw away the mother of his firstborn, whom he had once loved so dearly? The king was not expecting such a question. He clenched his fist, crumpling his clothes in it, and said his son's name. But Davy continued. He said that the king had chosen the country then. He let go of the hand of the mother of his firstborn for the sake of the nation's well-being. He even married a second time, to his enemy. Here the king interrupted his son and told him not to accuse his second wife of all mortal sins. This is all payback for the burden that was placed on his shoulders. However, Davy said that he was not interested in his father's novels in his younger years. The first prince only wanted to know if the king father really felt nothing at that very moment. Even though Davy has lived for 1,000 years, something still haunts him. His mother had called out for only one person while lying on her deathbed, dying of poison: the king, her husband. No matter how much the prince's feelings were dulled, this memory remained a scar on his heart. That's how the king's first wife, Creonese, died with tears in her eyes and begging for forgiveness. Davy was eager to find out about his father's true feelings, but the king simply told his firstborn son to become king. Then Creonese began to say that he personally failed to become either a great king or a caring father. He realizes now that he lacked both knowledge and strength. The royal title does not open all doors for someone. On the contrary, the king must constantly make choices, sometimes even very incomprehensible ones. That's why he advises the first prince to hold his breath, to gain strength, so that no one else can stand in his way. In the end, as expected. In conclusion, the king said that this was all he needed. However, Davy concluded that his father still hadn't completely forgotten his mother. That's just the way His Majesty is. It flashed through Davy's mind that the king, his father, was a completely unreliable person. The boy looked angrily at his father and said that children usually follow in their parents' footsteps. But he was not going to do that personally. The role of a king who is ready to turn his back on his family and his children for the sake of the country does not suit him, and the first prince will be very happy to choose a different path. Since Davy was the first prince of the kingdom, the firstborn son of the king, he had the right of primogeniture to the throne. But there are many people who want this place. So Davy recommended that his father clean it up, polish it, and then give it to someone else. As he was leaving the king's chambers, the first prince said that he would never accept the king's seat, even if the king gave it to him. The little demon queen Perserk, who now accompanied Davy everywhere, said that the boy was quite impulsive, and the first prince replied that he needed to be. Perserk said that Davy also saw what she saw. The boy agreed, but added that it didn't change anything at all. Besides, he didn't see everything. Neither did the demon queen. In any case, Davy didn't need anything else from the king. The first prince returned to his chambers and ordered Amy not to let anyone in because he was going to go to bed. The maid said good night to her lord. When Davy was alone in his chambers, he told Perserk that they could leave now. Then the first prince went out on the terrace and looked at the night city, which was glowing with warm light everywhere. He was going to see how deep the rabbit hole was. Meanwhile, at the Black Moon Guild's mansion in the Ron Kingdom, it was reported that Sherry had gone missing. The maid who served Queen Lenise has indeed disappeared without leaving a trace. But a group of mercenaries under her command had also recently disappeared. In the Ron Kingdom branch, the head of the Black Moon Guild was deep in thought. He knew very well that, according to the report, this group had failed in the assassination attempt on Princess Winry, Prince Varys, and Prince Davy. Even an A-class secret agent from the main headquarters was no good. The agent got angry at this remark and told the person who made it to watch his mouth if he didn't want to die. Then he said that this woman was too mysterious. It was impossible to find out anything about her. That was what made him so worried. Perhaps she was not from the main headquarters at all. Sherry couldn't kill any young children, she just made a fuss. And now was the right time to take the chance and show everyone a real A-class Black Moon. The secret agent got up from his seat and said that he would definitely bring the heads of the princes, and at the same time, he would take Sherry's head as well. He promised to succeed, as befits the best mercenaries in the kingdom. Let everyone just wait a little longer. All this time, while the secret agent was in the Ron Kingdom branch, the Black Moon Guild headquarters, talking to the guild head, he was holding nuts in his hands. When the agent left the room, he simply crushed them, and the shells shattered. The head of the guild believed that the agent was quite foolish to decide to go through with the job like that without being properly prepared. He said that his pride would sooner or later lead him to his grave. Sherry was A-class formally, but in fact she was of the higher masters, far superior to A-class. Most secret agents feel this instinctively. This woman is very dangerous. Her abilities were super powerful. The head of the guild could not understand how it happened that someone of Sherry's level failed the mission and went missing. Everything hadn't gone according to plan at all. Now the guild had to deal with the main thing and get out of here as soon as possible. The head of the guild began to call the other members of the guild, but for some reason no one responded. Suddenly, something very strange started happening, and it scared the guild leader. Finally, he jumped out of his seat because he realized that something was going on. He felt that something had appeared in the space where he was. And then his neck was pierced from behind by an invisible beam that almost paralyzed his movements. He was categorically ordered not to take a single step. And then the voice added that the head should not even dare to stand up. It was an unexpected attack from nowhere. The head of the guild felt someone pounce on him, knock him to the floor and hold him down, grabbing him from behind by the neck. The head of the guild was a human, not a vampire, which surprised the attacker a bit. And the head shouted what the guards outside were doing, why they weren't protecting the building as they should, since they had let the invader in. He started screaming and calling for help, but there was no one to save him. All the guards and even the secret agent were lying dead. The attacker just laughed and said that the head of the guild could scream as much as he wanted, even if he grabbed his arm. No one would come to his aid. The head of the guild asked who had sent this attacker to him, and he realized that at this rate he would soon end his life, like everyone else around him. He began to list the names of other guilds, including the Ruxos and the Karsha guilds. But then he discarded his guesses because he realized that even they wouldn't have risked attacking the Black Moon in the morning. But he wondered who had attacked then, if none of the people he had thought of. In the end, only one thing came to mind. It was the main headquarters. The attacker asked if the head of the guild wanted to live. If he did, then he should immediately give all the requested information. The head of the guild asked if the attacker was their client, and if he needed information, he could simply go through all the necessary procedures. However, the attacker said that no one would sell him this particular information. The head of the guild was extremely afraid for his life and said that he would give out anything the attacker wanted. Of course, the attacker was very pleased with this cooperation. After agreeing to provide information, the attacker let go of the guild head's hands, which he had been holding tightly behind his back. The head of the guild massaged his wrists, which had already begun to hurt. The attacker said that he didn't need much, so he demanded a list of names and surnames of aristocrats serving the prestigious Duchy of Barrietta, as well as the entire book with records of their dirty deeds. The attacker was no fool. He knew full well that the duchy was probably collecting dirt on them to blackmail them. And of course, that dirt was stored here. The head of the guild asked if he was serious about all this. The assailant, who was of course Davy, put his fingers to the guild chairman's temple as if it were a gun. The head of the guild thought he was dead. However, he tried to lie some more, pretending that he didn't know anything about this information. Davy was angry at this and asked if he hadn't understood what he was supposed to do the first time. The head of the guild suspected that it was a master assassin. Davy then said that, in addition, he also had a talent for recognizing lies, so he advised him not to even think about bluffing. Although in the end, the choice is still his. The head of the guild could not believe that a master assassin had appeared in such a tiny country. Davy insisted that he finally get an answer. He asked if the head had already made up his mind. The head of the Black Moon Guild saw no other choice but to give the attacker the documents he demanded. And now Davy has the papers in his hands. One of his cases was successfully resolved. The first prince sat down on the roof of the building and unfolded scroll after scroll. It wasn't a list. It was a dump. The documents contained both false information and deliberate gaps. Davy thought that perhaps the Black Moon members had hidden the true information in another guild. Then, the Demon Queen Perserk mentioned the rabbit hole. After all, rabbits can hide in different holes, so they'll probably have to check them all. And Davy added that if they dug up all the necessary information, then the aristocracy could be completely destroyed. The Demon Queen noted with satisfaction that a bloody wind would then blow. But Davy argued that there was absolutely no point in killing them all. After all, there must be some nobility in it. No matter how strong the aristocracy is in a country, it must have rivals under any circumstances. For example, a knight who devoted his life to serving the first prince's mother. He is one of the 3 current sword masters of the Kingdom of Round. His name is the Marquis of Phaeltris. He was just sitting in his study reading documents, and something disturbed him greatly, so the Marquis immediately put aside what he was doing and ran out of his office to find his butler. Marquis Phaeltris wanted to know who had just been in his office. Now the Duchy of Barrietta would destroy the nobles it ruled with its own hands. And Davy and the Demon Queen have an overnight guest concept tonight. At least, that's how Perserk put it. And the first prince wondered where she had learned such words. Then the Demon Queen asked Davy if she could ask him a question. The prince was interested in what it was. The queen was quite inquisitive, and now she had another question. So she asked what exactly the first prince wanted. And Davy answered her question succinctly, and with a subtext, asking if the queen liked to ask about something to which she knew the answer herself. But the Demon Queen insisted she wanted to hear the answer from him, from his lips. So Davy put his fingers together in the shape of a pistol and began to tell her what he wanted. He said that he wanted to start a family, to live in warmth and contentment, without worries that only give him headaches. He also wanted to be healthy and live a long, long time. Perserk didn't like this answer at all. She fell on Davy's palms, started beating on them with her tiny hands and feet, and said that this was not at all the style of a member of the royal family, because he already lives like this now. Davy was surprised at the Demon Queen's strong reaction. He asked if it was really like he was living like this. Finally, Perserk calmed down a bit and began to wipe away the tears that had appeared in her eyes as a result of her hysterical laughter. However, she said that she did not think that the first prince was living a wonderful life. Davy then concluded that, in that case, she understood everything perfectly. The first prince said that he would soon leave the palace. The kingdom is small, but there is definitely a piece of land for a member of the ruling family. Davy said that he would go there, earn a lot of money so that he wouldn't have to worry about them anymore, and take up his hobby. And while he was at it, he needed to organize something special. He asked what about the most developed city on the continent. The Demon Queen replied that this was a rather ambitious and inconsistent goal. Perserk asked What about revenge then? But Davy said that revenge is a process, not a goal. As soon as revenge is over, he doesn't have to end his life at the same time. He wanted to live a normal life. The Demon Queen asked if it would be faster for her to inherit the king's throne and change the country. Davy replied that kings are not allowed comfort and entertainment. Perserk then asked if landowners were allowed to do so. The first prince opened his arms to the world and answered in the affirmative that it was perfectly permissible. The landowner, at least, definitely has some loopholes. Looking off into the distance, Davy smiled and dreamily said what would happen there. It was there, in this area, that he would create a place to which he could return. And on the morning of His Majesty the King of the Kingdom of Round Crianus, Queen Linny said that Prince Davy's receiving the stigmata was a pride and great happiness for the whole country. The Queen came to the King so early with these words that it was strange why she was not so happy about this event the day before. But now, having thought it over, Her Majesty decided to propose to the king that he should reward the first prince for such a significant achievement. The king and queen were sitting on their thrones in the throne room. The king thought about the proposal, and Queen Linnes continued that Prince Davy had already been granted a land in his time, and it seems that he has already recovered physically, so she thinks that sending the prince to those lands will be an additional help to the kingdom. The courtiers immediately noticed that the queen suddenly began to praise the first prince, because everyone knew exactly how she felt about him. They asked each other what had happened to her. Such astonishment shook the royal palace, and the queen, of course, guessed it. In general, Her Majesty was not at all pleased with the whole situation, even irritated by it. The assassination attempt on Davy, Varys, and Winry had failed, and Sherry, Queen Lynn Beretsa's best weapon, had gone missing. And if the first prince had simply returned, he could have been made out to be a madman and locked up as a rejected prince. But because of his stigma, it would be impossible to do even that. But now is not the time to think about such things. We need to act immediately, otherwise time will be lost. The previous night, the secret guilds that stored the information of the Duchy of Bariata were attacked. And not just one or two, but about 7. All the secret guilds of this country. Just one man destroyed them early in the morning. The queen was simply drunk with rage and hatred for the first prince of the kingdom of Round, Davy Olron. The head of the Black Moon Guild fell to his knees in front of Her Majesty and shouted that nothing would work because this monster was a top-level assassin who was out for revenge. There is no secret agent in the Kingdom of Round who can deal with this assassin, and the Queen cannot find one. However, the Queen only said that the head of the Black Moon Guild was a jerk and asked what information the attacker had taken. And the information was extremely important, it was kept very carefully, and it was impossible for it to get to anyone interested. Queen Lince realized that she could well expect a coup. The Marquis of Failtrees was also in the throne room among other nobles. He was closely watching the queen's behavior. Her Majesty saw the knight and thought that there was a possibility that he might have been involved. There is no indisputable evidence of this, but the queen's intuition has saved her more than once. The prince's protector and the person who arranged all this are the same person. And since this is the case, there is only one way. It's just a matter of getting rid of the extra unnecessary eyes. Queen Lynn thought like this. If neither murder nor imprisonment can be arranged, then the only thing left is to get rid of the prince by legal means. Therefore, when she suggested that the king make such a gift to the first prince, the queen hoped that His Majesty would agree with her. In any case, the queen did not say this to be easily agreed to. But suddenly she heard the king say that it was the right thing to do. The king went on to say that it was not proper for a prince who was not the heir to the throne and who had become an adult to stay in the palace for too long. And since it was already on the table, the king suggested that the matter be resolved immediately. Queen Linnaeus was shocked. She had not expected such a reaction from the king and did not understand what was being said. Then the king raised his hand and called the chamberlain to him. Her Majesty was alarmed, and she still did not know what to expect. King Crianus ordered the chamberlain to call the prince to him. The queen sat on pins and needles. The first prince entered the throne room. He was expecting such an invitation. King Crianus accepted the fact that Davy is now a kind of walking bomb, so he decided that the first prince could no longer be kept in the palace. His Majesty ordered his firstborn son to leave. The king told Davy to develop the land that had been given to him in a way that would make him proud of himself, and the entire royal family proud of him. The first prince humbly bowed his head before His Majesty and said that he would do as the king said. The demon queen laughed and said that the king was afraid that his son would go too far, and so he decided to send him away from the royal palace. Davy thought that there was absolutely no need to remind him of this once again. But the king didn't even notice. Davy's exile was not unexpected at all. After all, he was planning to leave the palace anyway, even without his order. There was nothing to keep the first prince in the royal palace, so there was no point in staying. But Davy realized that everyone else was thinking the same thing, so they sent him out of the palace. However, everyone is already hooked on him. The demon queen asked Davy when he was going to leave, and he replied that he would leave as soon as he was ready. Perserk said that the fuse was twisted, Perhaps a huge number of lives will be extinguished because of what the first prince has arranged. Davy thought that if all this would help save the kingdom, he would rather leave. But before the next succession to the throne, reforms must be organized. Regarding Varys, for example, Davy absolutely does not want him to inherit all this dirt, and it would be nice if he had the opportunity to crush the enemy. When Davy returned to his room, Varys and Winry immediately attacked him. They told him that they had already heard the news that their older brother was leaving for the Haynes lands. News travels fast in the royal palace. Varys said that he would go to His Majesty with a request right away, but Davy stopped him, saying that he was about to leave the palace himself. He also reassured his younger brother and sister not to worry too much about him, because he has a stigma. Davy told Varys to just trust his older brother, and Winry grabbed Davy's hand, not wanting to let go, because they had just recently reconnected. She told him that if Davy was ever in any trouble, he should tell them and they would do everything possible to help him. Davy replied that even though the Haynes lands may look empty, people live there too. The first prince also said that he would arrange everything in the best possible way and invite the twins to visit. Let them wait. Then Davy returned to his palace and ordered his maid Amy to go to the treasury and the land administrators and bring him the documents about the Haynes lands. Amy asked which documents to request first. The first prince replied that he needed all the documents without exception. He also added that if she told them that she had been sent by the first prince of the kingdom of Roun, Davy Olron, they would be happy and give them everything right away. You need to know yourself and know how to use your rights. The Demon Queen said that you need to know your enemy, and then victory will be certain. This is a very interesting saying. These were words from Davy's past life. Perserk asked if there was such an expression in this world. When she was alive, they had something similar, and she really liked it. Davy asked what it was. The Demon Queen replied that she was very concerned about this state of affairs. She told Davy that he had very serious powers and skills, but he decided not to cross the line of arrogance. And this is all very interesting. Davy suggested that it might be something like a pleasure that replaces real pleasure, like a substitute pleasure. The Demon Queen put her tiny hand under her cheek and said that her life, unlike the life of the first prince, was quite passive. Therefore, everything could be possible. Perserk laughed and said that as long as she has lived, she would never have thought that she would become an example of substitute pleasure. Davy told her that she could be proud of that. And the Demon Queen replied that she was now one step away from becoming his fan. She smiled sweetly and blushed, sitting comfortably on the first prince's head. Davy laughed that in that case it would be a great honor for his family. Davy went to his office and his maid, Amy, entered. She brought with her the documents His Highness had requested and did so more quickly than he had expected. But the first prince was surprised that there was very little material, and he asked the maid if these were all the documents. Amy replied that she had been told that this was all the remaining information about the Haynes lands. Davy realized that nothing more could be expected from the backwoods, although the guy decided that it was even better, because it meant that he had a whole field to work in. And then Davy started studying those documents. He was already anticipating his future life on the Haynes lands. The Demon Queen started studying the documents with him, thinking about what they could do first. Perserk looked at the papers with interest and, after reading a bit, concluded that this was a cursed land, and this land belonged to the first prince. Lucky so lucky. That was the final assessment, neither to add nor to take away. This, of course, was completely useless information for Davy, and he continued to study the documents on his own. Meanwhile, Amy, the maid, was making the arrangements for the departure. Of course, she would be leaving as well. The Demon Queen asked if Amy was the only one to accompany the prince. Everything was very well organized. Amy knew her job. As for the escort to the Haynes lands, the first prince said that there was nothing to be done, because there were no knights or aristocrats who could swear him an oath. He was just a poor dervish. The prince stood there watching the process of preparing to leave. Suddenly, someone spoke to him. Davy looked around and saw the Marquis of Feltris kneeling before him. The knight greeted the first prince with the words, "Little son of the kingdom." Davy ordered him to stand up. The Marquis of Feltris got off his knee, stood next to His Highness, and said that he had already heard that the prince was leaving. Davy replied that since he was no longer the crown prince, he should leave the palace. However, the Marquis said that he could still become the crown prince. The boy smiled mysteriously and said that no one knows what the future may hold. The knight proudly remarked that His Highness had matured a lot. He added with a little wistfulness that the previous queen, Davy's mother, would definitely be proud of him. However, the first prince said that for his mother, he was just an ill-mannered son. And Marquis Feltris said that, according to His Highness, the best place for an old man who failed to protect the previous queen was in the ground. The first prince replied that it was not up to the Marquis, so he should not blame himself. The first prince secretly entered the house of Marcus Feltris and visited his office, so he learned everything. Namely, that all this time the Marcus had been quietly collecting evidence of the guilt of the person behind the murder of Davy's mother. Unlike some people who just gave up after her death, the Marquis of Feltris told the first prince that if he ever had any problems to be sure to contact him. He would help His Highness in any way he could. But the prince explained that it would create real chaos if the Marquis of Feltris, who was neutral, suddenly started helping him. The knight replied that if he did not do at least that, his oath could be considered an empty sound. Then, the first prince of the kingdom of Raun, Davy Olraun, said encouragingly that he would turn the land he had been given into a place suitable for a full life, and it is not difficult for him to do so. So let the Marquis of Feltris do what he has to do here in the capital. And Davy also asked him to give the aristocrats who are corroding their country a good hard time. The first prince turned and added with a sly smile that he would then put the final nail in the coffin. They still had a lot of work to do. Outside the gate of Mana, the travelers had a day's journey from the neighboring lands. The lands of Hines were not that far from the capital, so the travelers did not even have time to get bored as they were already near their destination. The Demon Queen fell asleep quietly and peacefully on Davy's knee. It seemed that she was having very pleasant dreams. The first prince thought that this beauty could definitely be called sleeping. Perserk had been with him for quite some time. One of her character traits that Davy had learned about during this time was sleepiness. Through her sleep, Perserk asked him not to move. Perhaps her drowsiness is caused by the fact that, in addition to maintaining her tiny size, her immortal body strength is still weak. Davy asked what he would have in return. The Demon Queen replied that she was honored that his thighs were firm enough to sleep comfortably, and the first prince carefully covered the sleeping Perserk with the tip of his jacket. It was good to be her, so small and cared for. And then the coachman addressed the prince and said that they would soon arrive at the place. And so the carriage pulled into the Haines lands. Indeed, the journey was not long. It was the east of the kingdom of Raun. At its core, it is a completely deserted land with no springs and no rivers nearby. In addition, there are monster habitats nearby. The only advantage was that the land was wide and located at a fork in the road leading to the sacred country. It follows that if the road is successfully constructed, there is a chance to make it an important trade route. However, this would have been possible if the Haines had been ordinary land. And this land was cursed, a barren desert area with perpetual drought, a dying land, and so on. In general, the Haines lands are not valued very highly now. The land that was quite normal 10 years ago has been completely dried up for the last 5 years. Davy looked at his current home with sadness, and the root cause of this phenomenon is still unknown. These lands were granted to the first prince of the kingdom of Raun, and now he will try to figure out what's what on the spot. So, the area. The Haines lands. Condition. The worst. Features. The energy of the land is extinguished and the land is drying up due to prolonged drought and unusual strength. Detection of regional curses. Wear and tear of the Earth's energy. Climate regulation. Removal of curses is possible. Davy was reading the information and wondering why this god liked question marks so much. Suddenly, the Demon Queen woke up. She also read all the information, and she was interested in the paragraph about the curse of the Haines lands. Perserk put a pen to her cheek and said that there is a type of curse that spreads among the regional curses. Such stupid and clumsy curses begin with one mediator and then spread to the point of impossibility. The first prince did not expect the remnants of black magic to be found in those lands. The Demon Queen said that apparently, one of the inhabitants of these lands had once touched the mediator. The lands of Haines suffered greatly and were tormented because of some stupid trifle. Davy raised his hand and tried to apply the third level of purification. He felt the powerful force that had taken over the Haines lands and realized that it was not easy to fight and overcome it. Of course, it would be difficult to dispel a curse that had been around for so long and continued to cause trouble everywhere. And most of that land is exactly like that. Destroyed, devastated, empty, and dried up. Nowadays, there is very little understanding of black magic on the continent, as well as of all other kinds of magic. Precisely because a lot of time has passed since the disappearance of black magicians, mostly such large-scale curses have been lost in the past. Suddenly, the travelers were stopped and told not to move on, because this is where the Haines lands begin. The guards demanded that the newcomers show their IDs. At least in this they kept order, the so-called order. Because everything looked strange, because the wall around the city was destroyed, wooden stakes were simply set up for protection, and the guards themselves did not have any equipment on them and held a weak spear in their hands. The first prince of the Raun kingdom, Davy Olraun, was extremely shocked by this mess. But Davy immediately calmed himself down, because he had to be happy at least that there were guards at all. In general, it was a very good place for all kinds of monsters to live. If there was not at least one guard here, the land could be considered lost. A servant of the first prince approached the guard, gave him an official letter, and the guard read it and stammered and said that he would go immediately to report the arrival of the royal person to the captain. The servant was indignant and replied sharply that the guard was going to keep His Highness waiting. And then Davy decided to get out of the carriage himself and stopped the argument. He said that he had not yet officially received the authority of the owner of these lands. The servant turned to His Highness in surprise, and Davy told him not to be so rude, because they were now one family. The guard immediately congratulated the first prince on his arrival in the land of Hinds. All the guards immediately fell to the ground, began to bow, and apologize for not having time to prepare for the meeting with His Highness. The hands of the people who bowed their heads before the first prince of the kingdom of Raun, Davy Olraun, were trembling with fear. Davy asked the guard when the news of his arrival in the land of Hinds had reached them. The guard was even more frightened, ashamed to answer this question. His hands continued to tremble. He closed his eyes and barely managed to squeeze out that they had learned of His Highness's arrival 2 days ago. The guard stammered and said that the first prince could now execute him, but Davy did not let him finish. He interrupted the guard and asked if they had been attacked by a monster while the townspeople were preparing to meet the royalty. The guard answered that the monster had indeed attacked them and asked how the first prince had guessed that. Davy simply said that he needed to put the problem of the curse of the Hinds lands aside for a while and deal with the goblins first. The guard, still kneeling before His Highness, said that in the absence of the landowner, he, Monmido, had been entrusted with the duties of captain of the guards, and he sincerely apologized for the fact that he had also been entrusted with the duties of managing the lands. Name, Monmido. Age, years. Gender, male. Race, human. Rank, captain of the Hinds Guard. Current representative of the Hinds. Condition, extremely tired. Specialties, skilled swordsman, talented knight. Current emotions, confusion, shock, suspicion, concern for the goblins' stolen citizens, concern for the drying lands. Davy monitored the captain of the guard's fears and worries and liked it. He told the captain that in order to manage the land, he needed to be able to read, to which the captain replied that he could read a little because he had watched it being done. Davy then remarked that the captain was also capable of everything else. Then Monmido bowed his head very low and began to say that now that His Highness had arrived, and Davy interrupted him again and asked him to continue to try as hard as he had before his arrival. Automatically, the captain agreed, and then he was surprised by what the first prince said. Then Davy went on to say that all the guards had done a good job all day, and so, as of today, the guard has been officially promoted to the royal guard. The first prince continued. He said that Sir Berman, who was the commander of the guard here, would help them with their training. In general, the prince was counting on their organization. Then Captain Monmido managed to say something, because he was extremely shocked by His Highness's words, and reminded the prince of his background. But the first prince went up to the captain, put his hand on his shoulder, and said that his abilities were enough to be recruited into the royal guard. He also added that if the captain improved his skills, the prince would grant him the status, because he had all the authority to do so. In general, this is his principle. He is the owner of those lands and disposes of everything there at his own discretion. Then, the first prince of the kingdom of Raun, Davy Olraun, came to the palace and started working on the documentation, and Captain Monmido went with him. Davy said that on his way here he noticed someone's footprints. The prince asked if goblins had invaded the fortress. The captain replied that His Highness had seen it himself. Then Davy asked how the monsters had gotten in, if this was the citadel's line of defense, albeit one that was subject to erosion. The captain answered that the members of the squad were very tired and badly wounded from the long attacks. The prince asked what the losses were in the city as a whole. Monmido replied that about 10 houses had been set on fire and most of the residents had been kidnapped. Davy noted that this was critical. The first prince said that we should start with the main thing. In particular, what is the situation inside? The captain replied that there was enough food to last until winter, because this year was a rather poor harvest and, accordingly, they had few supplies. Davy wondered what he should do with the property he had brought with him from the palace. The Demon Queen told him that even if he excluded the cost of repairing the castle and the fortification wall, he would barely have enough for 2 years. The first prince was amazed by these calculations. He jokingly offered Perserk to be his personal secretary, but the Demon Queen refused. When the prince asked why, Perserk said that if she accepted the role, she would have to sleep less. But Davy decided to dispose of his property in his own way and pulled out a bag of gold coins on the table. There were 100 gold coins in it. His Highness ordered that this money be used to buy the necessary goods and food on his behalf, and Sir Phallus and Sir Holton would protect Captain Montes. The first prince said that this should be enough for them for a while. Everyone around them was extremely surprised. Amy even asked about the amount. But His Highness told her not to worry about anything. It was well-deserved money. He, like a true Robin Hood, had justly seized the money from the secret guilds. The Demon Queen spoke up again. She said that first of all, there is no such thing as fair theft, but Davy told her to go to sleep. Bernil, the chamberlain of the first prince's palace, interrupted the conversation and said that he, the prince's loyal servant, would go with the captain, Sir Phallus, and Sir Holton. A close relative of Oberkammerer Bespos also assured His Highness that they would have everything ready in 3 days. The prince thanked them for their service. The first prince then suggested that in this case, they should immediately move on to current affairs. Davy ordered all the guards and free knights to be gathered to the minimum number of people necessary to protect the land. His Highness explained his order by saying that the sooner they rescue the kidnapped people, the better. The prince thanked his people for coming to listen to him and officially announced that he, Davy Ol Ron, had been appointed Lord of the Land. Davy assumed that people already knew that last night, during the goblin attack, the inhabitants were kidnapped. Although there are brave men who want to go after those people, there are also those who are afraid and want to hide. The first prince looked around the small crowd and did not see any of the people as experts worthy of protecting Montevideo. Aloud, His Highness continued to say that no matter what the circumstances, those green undergrowths must not be allowed to continue to come to their lands. Davy said that he would not let any occupier who pointed a weapon in the direction of his lands live. Someone in the crowd was outraged, saying that fighting the goblins with the number of people they had now was a real suicide, and the crowd supported him. The prince then turned to those who were shouting this and asked if they were suggesting that the monsters should continue to invade their homes. The crowd replied that they understood everything perfectly well, but there was one last group of guards left on their land, and if the attack fails, the goblins will attack them again out of revenge. However, Davy replied with a smile that they had a chance, and he told the people not to worry so much because he would also take part in this attack personally. People could not believe their ears, and Davy could see perfectly well in their faces what they were thinking. One of them thought that the inexperienced young prince, who was holding on only by his ardor, was being too arrogant. In general, everyone doubted the prince's words, but Davy told them that he knew exactly what they were thinking. However, His Highness said that he was not a prince. He was the Lord of the Haines, and whether they like him or not, they are the inhabitants of his lands, his family. And then the first prince joyfully said that he would never let them die. And if they cannot believe him, his words, then let them believe God's mark, believe the stigma. And if they cannot believe even that, then let them perceive him as a bloodthirsty lord and follow him, because his life is more important to him than anything else. And the people who will defend him are also important to him. Therefore, no one has the right to even think of dying without His Highness's permission. In the end, as the Demon Queen herself said, Davy made a good speech. So the guards and everyone else gathered and went to the demon forest. The Demon Queen sarcastically asked what the first prince was planning to do with all that rabble. They are just soldiers of a defeated army, and they are tired and untrained. Given the danger and the growing number of goblins, it is indeed a real suicide mission. And Davy smilingly replied that the difference in combat capability was 150 heads. In this situation, a direct attack is impossible. Perserk said that His Highness was being overly flippant, but Davy calmly replied that the number could change at any time. However, the Demon Queen did not let up. She said that, given the condition of the soldiers, even if there were 200 heads instead of 150, and then Davy interrupted her and said that 150 heads would be enough, and he would deal with the rest of the goblins himself. The Demon Queen said she thought so because he had so much energy, and she likes it very much. Finally, the squad of soldiers arrived and they stopped to build a strategy on the spot. Just beyond the crest of the mountain that the soldiers approached, they could see most of the goblins that had settled in the area. Davy saw an abandoned village. It was hard for him to look at that picture, but he wondered if the years and the goblins were not at war with each other. Captain Monmedo came closer to His Highness and told him that there was a settlement here without a governor. Based on the reports of the guards, this is where they gather. Suddenly, one soldier, gritting his teeth and clutching his bow with both hands, said something. The first prince put his hand on his shoulder and asked if the soldier was sorry to see the village abandoned and captured. Then he asked if the soldier wanted to kill those goblins. This question concerned, after all, every soldier who came here. Then His Highness turned to the troops and asked if they wanted to avenge their comrades who had died. The soldiers shouted with one voice that they wanted to take revenge. The first prince was impressed that the soldiers could be so angry for people who were not even their blood relatives. Then Davy pulled the string of his bow. Now he knew he had chosen the perfect land. The first prince launched a sharp arrow in the direction of the village, where the goblins were now walking around brazenly and freely. The goblins immediately noticed that someone was attacking them and stopped their merrymaking, looking into the distance where the arrow could come from. Captain Monmedo tried to explain to His Highness that it was not possible to attack directly in the forehead, but Davy did not listen to him. He knew his own mind. He also reminded his soldiers of what he had already told them in the castle, namely that he does not allow anyone to die. Thus, the first prince gave the soldiers even more confidence. The arrow that Davy launched hit the target and started a fire in the village. The goblins were in a frenzy. One of the goblins completely licked Apollo's equipment. In other words, even if the shot seems spontaneous at first glance, it is far from it. Usually the correct tactic is to confront with a guerrilla approach and preparatory traps. But Davy all round wasn't going to strain himself like that once again. After all, as the saying goes, if you're afraid of wolves, don't go into the woods. Risk is a noble thing. The first prince took full responsibility for this battle. Having struck the first blow, he now turned to his army. He is now their lord and kinsman, and he is now giving them his first order. Davy held up his hand and began to grant each soldier extraordinary abilities: skin enhancement, hard skin, muscle enhancement, strength, agility enhancement, dizziness, endurance enhancement, welcome pump, mana shield, all skills enhancement, higher blessing. All the soldiers felt an amazing change for the better. The Demon Queen asked if the prince wanted to use everything. Davy replied that since he had already started, he would cosplay as a genius saint. And what's the big deal? The soldiers don't know what kind of magic it is anyway. Increase in higher defense power, divine protection, increase the likelihood of restoring endurance, restoratus, strengthening the mind. Davy will borrow it, so be it. The soldiers were getting more and more surprised at what was happening to them. The first prince had also used the magic of buff overlay, the 6th level of the circle. The area of effectiveness of the buffs is Saint Gloria, and a snow-white unicorn with golden horn and hooves appeared. Buffs of this level do not lie underfoot. The soldiers' surprised exclamations could be heard everywhere. The magic applied to them had greatly enhanced their fighting abilities. Not even the holy knights of the sacred country of Balshus can do what Davy just did. That's because a saint can only control the 7th level of the circle if he reaches the level of the head of saints. In conclusion, the first prince told the soldiers that he was allowing them to release all the rage they had accumulated. To the Demon Queen, Davy said that he had wanted to do this for a long time. Berserk asked what he was talking about. Then the first prince of the kingdom of Ron, Davy Olron, raised his hand high above his head and shouted to the soldiers that they were now stronger, so let them attack. And the soldiers joyfully launched an attack on the village captured by the monsters. Davy was sure that the members of the guard were just waiting for a chance to take revenge on the goblins for all the trouble they had caused. The soldiers were strong in spirit, and now they were so strong in body that they could easily deal with the monsters. Davy saw the faces of his soldiers, saw their crazy smiles, which spoke volumes about the sacred battle of revenge. The soldiers were triumphant. They were delighted to engage in battle with the hated enemies who had abused them and their families for years. The soldiers shouted encouraging words and phrases, and the goblins stood in shock, not knowing what was going to happen now and where the people attacking them had so much strength and energy. But the soldiers themselves still could not believe that they had become so strong and skillful. They easily cut down the goblins with their swords. The first successes in the battle inspired the soldiers to continue, not to stop, not to be afraid. They sincerely believed that they could win. The first prince saw that the soldiers were delighted with what they were doing. In just a second, the battle had turned into a one-sided beating. Suddenly, one soldier was wounded and fell to his knees, holding his arm. Another ran up to him and asked if he was okay. The first prince said that the sacred power did not make them invincible, and he loudly appealed to all his soldiers that, as far as he could remember, he had never allowed anyone to die, so let them come to their senses and fight smart. Davy then told the wounded that when they all returned home, he would deal with them personally. Then the soldiers rushed back into battle, not wanting to disappoint their master, but wanting to destroy their enemies. The soldiers shouted to each other that they shouldn't waste this chance but rather crush the goblins. Davy thought it looked like the madness of a berserker. Now the goblins looked like pitiful victims. Having defeated every single goblin living in the village they had captured, the soldiers began to shout loudly that they had finally defeated their enemies. The first prince was watching them from the roof of one of the buildings and was now wondering if everything was really over. The soldiers, meanwhile, began to praise him, greeting him with the word, "My lord." They even exclaimed that, "The saint is with them." Davy's face broke into a satisfied smile, and the Demon Queen immediately noticed and told him that he had absolutely no control over his expression. Then Davy asked what about his hands, if they were okay, if they were not pressed in. Berserk replied that this was physically impossible. The first prince then clapped his hands loudly and asked his soldiers not to celebrate prematurely. He ordered them to find the captured residents and to do so quickly, without wasting time. The soldiers began to fulfill the order. With soldiers, you have to use carrots and sticks. There was no other way. Davy hoped to simultaneously cultivate in them the necessary feelings of contradiction and reverent fear. But all he hears from them is the word "my lord," which they say with genuine and unquestioning admiration. Apparently, something had gone wrong for some reason. Nevertheless, the soldiers, led by their "my lord," went in search of the prisoners. Eventually, they had to stop for the night. The next day, a new attack began. The soldiers entered the battle with the words, "God is with us," and "take God's punishment." This attack could be called a holy one. Davy wondered how crazy his soldiers were. Meanwhile, in the city, a soldier once asked Captain Monmito a question. He understood that their current lord was an extraordinary man, but was it really normal that he would go on the next attack with only 10 men? After all, The Lord had only recently turned 16 and had just recently passed the ceremony of coming of age. Captain Monmito realized that the first victory had given Davy overconfidence, and he told the soldier that he could expect more deaths in vain. Then that soldier, whose name was Jimmy, who was wounded by the way, sighed heavily, and suddenly he heard someone asking him what he was doing. And then he added that he needed to dismantle the palisade under which he and the captain were on guard. Jimmy was extremely surprised to see that their lord had returned. Everyone was numb with shock. No one had expected their soldiers to return in such a force. People could not believe that the first prince managed to destroy the remaining goblins with only 3 knights and 10 soldiers. They chanted, "Glory to the Lord," and "Glory to the Saint." Davy was a little embarrassed by the shouts. Vintage was not looking for fame. If someone were to look at it from the outside, they would think that he had somehow hypnotized those people because their faces were so strange. The first prince was just trying to act solely on the basis of reason, and the demon queen said that, frankly, it was equivalent to him drugging them. Davy told her to shut up and stop talking nonsense. At this rate, they could form a cult. The first prince went up to the podium and told the people that there were still many goblin settlements left in the Hayneslands. Therefore, all of them will periodically engage in their cleansing. Like today, most of them will stay here, in place, to protect the land. Afterwards, the order was given to disperse, and in a few days everything will return to normal. At least, it should. Davy reassured himself that it was just that his people were a bit peculiar. As time went on, people continued to admire their new lord. 2 more days passed. However, as the saying goes, a word has no legs, but it walks in thousands. Wherever the first prince went, people followed him everywhere, calling him a saint. Everyone tried to cherish him and take care of him. Soldiers and priests alike did this. Everyone tried to serve the new lord in their own way. And now, for the first time since his awakening, Davy regretted his earlier decision. As a landlord, the first prince of the kingdom of Roun, Davy Olroun, managed to gain the trust of the inhabitants. Many may wonder why this matters if he already holds the highest rank here, but Astrea, the northern king of the Phalladia Empire of the Board Continent, who once taught Davy the art of the spear, always told his student the following: even if you rule a small territory, you must not forget that you are ruling over people, not cattle. A dictatorship cannot last long. You have to make people follow you. Davy, however, did not learn from him as a king of politics very conscientiously, but sometimes he agreed with his statements. Then the Demon Queen saw the documentary materials about the Hayneslands in front of her, so she decided to read what was happening here. Davy was drinking tea and also reading the information. They both saw that things were bad here. Perserk said that if Davy got rid of the curse very quickly and took good care of the land, it would take 5 years to bring it back to a more or less normal state, and then it would take another 20 years to bring them back to the shape he wanted. Davy agreed that this was a fairly specific prediction. Even if the curse is lifted immediately, it is not easy to revive a dying land. Davy asked if the Demon Queen thought so, based on her powers, but Perserk denied that this was the case. The Demon Queen then asked if Davy wanted to hear her personal opinion on the whole situation. The first prince, continuing to savor his tea, said he was listening attentively. Then Perserk picked up a book and said that there was no navigable waterway in the Hayneslands, so there was no need to count on supplies. In addition, due to the poor harvest, food supplies are almost exhausted and commercial cattle breeding is in clear decline. The gold received from the secret guilds is a temporary fix. Therefore, the most serious problem now is with capital. Indeed, there was no profit from those lands. The first prince asked Perserk how long she had had this power to lift objects from a distance. The Demon Queen replied that this was all she could do. Her maximum was to lift light objects into the air. Davy looked through a few pages carefully and said that if money was the problem, there were several ways to solve it. Perserk looked him straight in the eye and asked him to tell her about them. The Demon Queen hung upside down in the air, making the prince laugh. Contrary to Davy's expectations, there are a lot of young people in the Hayneslands, so the first way is to bet on it and hardly survive by hunting monsters. The Demon Queen immediately said that this was, in fact, the worst decision. The second way is to breed special products. However, with the current state of the land, this will not be easy, Perserk agreed. And finally, one more way, foreign trade, to exchange a diamond for corn. The Demon Queen wondered how anyone could benefit from trading with them. After all, they don't have any goods for it. And in general, what is the difference between the second and third options? Then the first prince replied that they did not have to trade with people at all. But you never know. So Davy suggested that they first explore the Hayneslands in person. In any case, it was a good place to start. Actually, Davy had been dreaming of becoming a landowner for years. Now his dream has come true. However, as it turned out, he became the owner of deserts. Previously, those lands were used for farming, but because the original owners had abandoned their property rights and left the land, now Davy and Perserk were looking for a needle in this desert. And all this became the property of the landowner. There was definitely an intermediary hiding somewhere here who had put the curse on it. If Davy could use the sacred land again, He wouldn't have to sweat so much, but at his current level, it's impossible. The first prince thought it would be good for him to replenish his sacred power, which he no longer has enough of. But there is no way that there is a storehouse of Calderis's level of sacred power here. Davy thought that perhaps he should ask Princess Elena about it. She seems to be extremely arrogant when it comes to the art of the hare's sword. Perhaps we can borrow Calderis from her. Davy will pretend to be worried about her hands, for example. The Demon Queen immediately said that he shouldn't do that, although the prince himself thought that he wouldn't do that. In this case, they had no choice but to do so. Davy made a decision. Still, at times, some of the demons were frantic, begging to be used. The Demon Queen asked who was getting so excited. The prince replied that she would see for herself. Davy said that there was someone in his life who was really annoying him, like a little child who was crying out to be picked up. Then, the first prince touched the ground with his hand and said that her time had come, so let her rejoice. Suddenly, a shining circle formed around Davy. The first prince was using the magic of repositioning the curse and correcting the curse. The Demon Queen was very surprised and delighted by what she saw. It was the first time in her life she had seen such magic. And this is logical. The creator of this magic, Lo-Ayas, comes from another continent. To summarize, this is the C language of curse circles. Cursing magic is created from many formulas and mana arrangements that are programmed into a code. A dark magician either borrows the power of various sources or spends an extremely long time setting up a curse. And this magic can decipher the formula of the mana invested in it. The Demon Queen said that with this mana, you can also find out the conditions of the curse, and if you are very lucky, you can find an intermediary. It was just incredible magic. And so the magic began to work, and some semblance of the formula for the curse imposed on the Hind's land appeared. The Demon Queen thought she saw some kind of worm. Meanwhile, Davy began to decipher the code. Perserk folded her arms across her chest and said unhappily that she didn't understand any of the numbers and letters. Then Davy asked if the Demon Queen was sure that it was really a curse. Perserk asked what he had found there. The first prince was surprised by what he saw because it didn't look like a curse. It looked more like some kind of automatic greenhouse than a curse. Everything looked very strange. In the east of the Haines lands, the borders of the outer lands are very clearly delineated for some reason. The mediators are located so that only the Hind's lands are inside. There are 7 places in total where the mediators found by the search are hidden. All of them are located close to the borderline of all the lands. The Demon Queen said that Davy had a talent for intrigue and asked him to be more specific. So the first prince said that there are natural phenomena throughout the territory that are related to climate and drought. However, they were deliberately fixed on a specific territory. Davy hadn't even thought of that. So Perserk suggested that the curse was contributing to the lack of rain and the dying of the land. Davy agreed that it was exactly like that. In general, the prince and Perserk have so far managed to decipher only one effect of the curse. It was the preservation of a certain situation. It sounds rather strange for a curse, but if this effect lasts for a long time in a certain area, the curse becomes really dangerous. It is not known who cast this curse and for what purpose, but he still managed to succeed in ruining the Hind's lands. I wonder if this whole thing can be controlled and edited. Davy and the Demon Queen continued to explore the land. If it can be edited, it would be great to turn this place into a real tourist paradise. Davy thought so, and Perserk said that his thoughts were written on his forehead. And so, immersed in dreams of a bright future for the Hind's lands, the first prince of the kingdom of Roun and the Demon Queen came to some ruins. Davy never thought that there could be such a thing in this rocky area. Judging by the architecture, it was all built before the Great War. Alchemists and historians will be delighted, so it was not the work of dark magicians. Davy assumed that the dark wizards had no idea about this place at all. After all, the fact that an ancient curse that had never been moved before was activated nearby was also quite suspicious. The Demon Queen added that it was a kind of blank explosion. Suddenly, Perserk was worried that the place was unusually quiet. Davy also agreed. Usually, in places like this, there is at least one guard. And then the huge stone statue trembled and came to life. The Demon Queen regretted her previous words and said that her tongue was her enemy. Meanwhile, the eyes of the stone statue glowed with green light, and a blue stone shone on its forehead, right in the middle. The Demon Queen said that it was a golem. She thought it was definitely a metal golem, and with a devil's stone as its core. That's pretty weird. Perserk warned Davy to be very careful, because golems usually have unusual skills. However, the prince told the queen not to worry for nothing. The first prince was getting used to something and said that he smelled something, which surprised Perserk. Suddenly, the golem slammed his heavy arm with all his might on the ground right where Davy had been standing before. The prince managed to jump up, thus avoiding death by crushing. At that moment, when the first prince was about to jump to the golem's head, he grabbed a blue stone on the monster's forehead. Skillfully removing the stone from the golem's head, Davy began to dance. Before that, he had smelled money, a harbinger of success. Meanwhile, the townspeople went about their business. One resident named Freeman said that peaceful life was extremely beautiful. Another resident named Gordon asked if it was surely normal for their lord to go to inspect the lands beyond the castle. Freeman replied that the Lord would take care of everything himself. He also asked if Gordon had forgotten about the miracle the Lord had shown them just a few days earlier. Frankly speaking, no one expected him to do so well, but this is all quite natural. Now the aristocracy rules the kingdom of Round. Their expropriation has intensified as much as it could have, and it is clear that no frivolous aristocrat wandered into this wilderness to torment the locals. It was often the unfortunate who came here looking for at least some means of subsistence. And the only thing the kingdom did for these dying lands was to reduce taxes. It's been a long time since these lands were left to their fate, and the glass has been shattering. And then they sent a green young man who called himself the Lord. The knowledgeable adults decided that this new lord had been banished to the Haynes lands after failing in a power struggle. They thought that in such circumstances he would certainly take out his anger on the locals. It would be a lie to say that they were not the least bit worried about this. Freeman concluded that, in fact, there was simply nothing they could do about it, because they were much more concerned about the continuous attacks of the goblins. Of course, everything else didn't seem that important. Once the goblins broke into the citadel and kidnapped the locals, and the vigilantes could not go after them to rescue them. And then the situation of the inhabitants of the Haynes lands began to seem completely hopeless. And when everyone had almost lost heart, when no one expected any improvement in the situation, he came. The first prince of the kingdom of Round, Davy Ol Round, the newly minted Lord of the Hinds, a young man with a slight smile on his lips from whom no one knew what to expect. The inhabitants did not know whether the prince was aware of the situation of the lands granted to him, whether he would be angry, or perhaps beat the captain of the vigilantes. If this were the case, there were those among the residents who were willing to risk their lives to oppose him. However, Prince Davy calmly reconnoitered the situation and familiarized himself with the pressing problems of the inhabitants of the Haynes lands. And when he learned about the goblin attack, he immediately gave people the opportunity to take revenge on their enemies. The Lord also showed the people the miracle of the rescue of the kidnapped people and their adopted family. All the inhabitants of the Haynes lands were saved by the words and great power of the first prince of the kingdom of Round, Davy Ol Round, the newly revealed Lord. However, the Lord still continued to grumble that he was not a saint, as people everywhere began to call him. In just a few days for the people of Hinds, Davy Ol Round became higher than God. This could well be condemned as blasphemy, but it did not stop anyone. The first prince performed a miracle right before the eyes of the astonished inhabitants. It is obvious that they had more faith in him than in their own patron god. The people began to restore and repair the damaged buildings and walls. They thought it was extremely wonderful that they were able to deal with the goblins thanks to the Lord. But Gordon was still curious and worried about whether there was any hope for a bright future for the Haynes lands. Uncle Freeman answered that no one knows. After all, most of the territory had long since withered away as a result of the drought that had been going on for years. This drought is reflected even on the outskirts of the citadel, where it rained at least occasionally. The ground around was dehydrated and covered with cracks. Priests, magicians, and alchemists were constantly visiting the area, turning everything upside down under the pretext of research, but then leaving without achieving anything. And those priests, magicians, and alchemists, all as one, threw up their hands and voiced the verdict that in such cases people were powerless. Therefore, even though Davy is a lord and he looks like the very embodiment of God, there is still nothing that can be done if the heavens are angry and it does not rain. And it will be even worse if everything dries up right up to the citadel, and then it can be considered the real end. Meanwhile, the first prince and the demon queen obtained the magic crystal. It was a clot of naturally refined, strong mana concentrate. The magic crystal is hundreds of times stronger and more valuable than a mana stone, and that's with the same size. Davy wanted to get some rest. He said it was hard for him to get that crystal. The demon queen laughed and said that the prince clearly needed to look up the word hard in his dictionary. Now the prince was curious to know how much everything he had gotten was worth, if it was still the same magic crystals. And this was only a small part, there would definitely be more in the ruins. The size they found would be worth hundreds of platinum coins, and they have at least 20 of these stones now. The demon queen advised them to think things through very carefully first, because not everything is gold that glitters. And Davy was thinking deeply about something, and told Berserk not to talk to him in private. The first prince of the kingdom of Round carefully examined the colorful crystals that sparkled with a pleasant glow. Watching and looking closely like that, Davy saw a curse core in the crystal. He said that if this thing got outside, there would be trouble. Most likely, after that, hundreds of countries would start a war to get hold of it. The first prince decided to come closer and continued to examine the crystals he had found. They were of the highest quality. He thought that if he could use the mana concentrated in them, the ninth circle magic would not be difficult. So the first prince decided to take this chance and get to that powerful mana. However, he encountered much greater difficulties because the encryption here was much more serious than the one outside. The Demon Queen was surprised at how much work someone had put in just to dry the ground. And then Davy suggested that perhaps there was something special in that land if so much had been invested to make it inaccessible. Looking at the complex encryption, the first prince noticed something familiar, created in a similar system. The Demon Queen asked if Davy could fix it. The prince replied that it would not be easy, but once he found the pattern, editing would finally be possible. The first prince continued to explore this complex system and suddenly caught on to one fragment. He decided to check if it was really what he was looking for. There were two systems in front of him. One was an orange core framed by several chaotically arranged orbits, and the other was a green abyss with a bright light in the center. Davy tried his best to put the systems in order and make everything work in his favor, and his efforts were not in vain. He succeeded perfectly. He decoded the complex encryption. The Demon Queen asked him what he had changed, but Davy himself was a little shocked that he had succeeded so quickly. The drought in the Haineslands had been going on for several years in a row, so he started by pouring some water. Then the first prince looked at Berserk with a curious smile and added something. He said that there was a lot of water because it had all been artificially held back earlier to create a powerful drought. The people in the citadel felt something strange. The water that their lord had so skillfully released was now pouring down on the dry ground everywhere, where it had been lacking for years. People were both shocked and delighted at the same time. The earth was eagerly drinking in the much-desired and long-awaited moisture, and the first plant sprouts in a long time began to break through. While the first prince of the kingdom of Raun, Davy Ol Raun, lord of the Haineslands, was putting his land holdings in order, the situation in the kingdom itself became extremely alarming. Things were extremely bad. The claims also concerned the Marquis of Feltris, and now, it was only a matter of time before the aristocracy was divided into factions. Before his departure, Davy started the process of destroying the power of the aristocracy in the country. The aristocrats could not find a place for themselves. They were very angry about this. They were intensively looking for ways to prevent the Marquis of Feltris from using the evidence he had obtained. However, it was all in vain. They had to face it all head-on. In fact, the situation was very serious. All the lower nobles who had been repressed seemed to be waiting for this moment. One of the higher nobles said that all the political rivals of the aristocracy who had been hiding before that time had now begun to come out of their holes. I wonder what will happen to Her Majesty Queen Lin now. Something strange and incomprehensible was happening to her. Everyone knows that the first prince of the kingdom of Raun, Davy Ol Raun, has been stigmatized, but he is just a green boy who cannot even control the sacred power. Moreover, his stigma is located in a dangerous place, on his back, and not on his wrist as it usually is. After all, according to the aristocrats, he is defective on all sides. Plus, the sacred state is now on the side of the aristocracy, and of course its rulers do not recognize Davy as a saint with such a stigma. Queen Linus spends too much energy on an idiot prince with no power or influence. Those whom the aristocracy really needs to spend its energy on are His Majesty King Creans and the Marquis of Feltris. Marquis Raltus was immediately told to watch his language. However, Marquis Raltus replied that these were not his personal words, but simply what everyone around him was saying. He only summarized the general opinion. The aristocracy is in a very bad situation, and its position is suffering a scandalous defeat. Marquis Raltus was told that in the current situation he should not sow confusion in the ranks of the aristocracy in the morning. Duke Barrietta shared this opinion. He added that even if they could somehow reduce the damage, they had to face the first prince of the kingdom of Raun, Davy Ol Raun, and start a fight. And then the Duke asked his supporters whether they supported him or held the same position. Marquis Raltus said that more than that, they still needed to figure out how to get the secret information back. But there is a possibility that everything will turn out in the worst way. Duke Barrietta said that they should be prepared for such a moment, as well as for a civil war that could break out as a result of all the current events. The Duke was speaking especially to his confidant, Marquis Raltis. The Marquis replied that he was ready to begin general preparations, as long as the Duke made the appropriate decision to do so. Duke Barrietta ordered the preparations to be made quietly, so that not a word of it would leak out until everything was perfectly prepared. Duke Barrietta also said that Marquis Raltus was taking the first prince too lightly. It's hard to say for sure, but the intuition that has helped him in his work as Chancellor for decades tells the Duke some glaring nuances. The first prince of the Kingdom of Raun does have something. It is not yet known what it is, but some guesses are spinning in the Duke's head as to whether it was before, but now it's for sure. It's clear that as soon as Davy has a strong support and influence, he will definitely show his teeth. Duke Barrietta came out to the carriage and was asked if he had decided to go to the palace. He was sure that no one, not even Davy, could do anything with the Hainesland. It was just a lost cause. Now the Duke is on his way to his estate. As for the Haineslands, the Duke was sure that they were already dead. There is no worse situation than there is now, and there will never be. Diviners from all over the continent were unable to clarify anything at all. Even if the first prince of the kingdom of Round has something unknown, he is definitely powerless there. Duke Barrietta reassured himself with the thought that the prince could do nothing in the devastated area, where it does not even rain anymore. But the Duke had no idea that a real downpour was going on in the Hayneslands right then. Captain Montmidu came to the town to see how things were going. He was greeted by happy people who were glad to see the rain. The matter of the curse of drought on the land was settled verbally, but it took Davy and the Demon Queen a long time to get to the outer ruins. And how many more days would it take before they could finally start farming? Davy was lying on his bed resting. He held the Devil's Stone in his hands and tried to recognize something. The stone holds information about the current situation. By connecting with the demon stones located in each neighborhood, a fashionista can check the status of his territory at any time. You can also remotely control the distribution of mana and change the weather, but it's a bit dangerous. Davy laughed that laziness is the driving force of progress, and he wouldn't need to go to the ruins every time. The Demon Queen agreed that the power of the Demon Stone was incredible, but she thought Davy, who had created it all, was just crazy. And the first prince put the rest of the Demon Stones into a bag with an expanded space inside. A fortune could fit inside. Davy said that they just needed to wait until the Hayneslands were restored a little bit, and then move on to the next stage. And so for a week, rain fell periodically and watered the thirsty earth. The trees revived, and birds began to fly in the sky. All the people who inhabited the Hayneslands still could not believe this miracle. None of them believed that the land could be revived. Now they looked like fanatics. People were going out into the street and thanking them for what was happening to them. Davy saw about 60 people walking around. People said they could not just stand by and watch their lord work for the good of all, they were ready to repay him for his mercy. But Davy told them that this work would be very hard physically, so he thought they should not do it. The residents laughed together, and the first prince told them not to laugh, but on the contrary, to get used to it. And he decided to outline their task for today. It was very simple. Davy pointed to the fields and said that yesterday the knights plowed the land. Everything that people see in front of them needs to be cultivated. Then the Lord added that they had to do it all in 3 days. If they get tired, they should quit their work and go to rest, and he will pay them enough for this work. Davy also emphasized that working at night was forbidden, but the payment would depend on how many hours they worked. The Lord promised that there would be no delays in payment of wages. At this point, Captain Monmido intervened and, after politely apologizing for his rudeness, said that even if the climate in the Hayneslands had mellowed, it was simply impossible to cultivate this vast area in just 3 days. Davy replied that the land had been farmed before, which meant that the soil was already ready for their mission. Captain Monmido tried to argue again. People even laughed a little at his behavior. The captain felt a little silly, but he continued. He said he remembered very well how Lord Davy saved the citizens and defeated the goblins. But this was a little too much. Davy asked if he really held that opinion, and he had already given the citizens another portion of magic and skills. Now he was giving them an increase in muscle strength, and an increase in physical strength, vital strengthening. The increase in muscle strength quickly spread among the citizens. They felt the gift for themselves. And then Davy laughed that he would now show them a new era of hoeing. And the first prince also thought that if he had Calderas, he would be able to put a territorial buff on the effectiveness of buffs, as he had done before. The Demon Queen was outraged that Davy was going to accept the Sacred Sword. But after all, the Sacred Sword is a repository for sacred power. Having received powerful magical enhancements, Captain Monmido asked his lord what he planned to sow all these fields with, since it was already coming to this. And Davy, in turn, asked him what he should do to make the poor land rich quickly. Of course, the captain did not know. And the prince understood well that there were only 2 ways to make quick money: either produce a lot or trade something rare. And there is only one thing that is suitable for the compatibility of all this. The Demon Queen sat quietly on Davy's shoulder and listened politely to what the prince was telling his people. And Davy suggested that the magical moon grass be grown everywhere on the revived fields. This is exactly what he told the citizens of the Hayneslands. Throughout the restored lands, there is nothing better than turning lifeless land into gold. This plant is impossible to grow on the eastern continent due to difficult weather conditions, insufficient soil warming, and frequent temperature spikes. However, the moon herb is highly valued in the western continent. The Magic Tower and the Alchemy Tower buy it at very high prices. They need this herb to make various potions. It's just an incredibly high price for a small amount of grass. Moon grass is a real non-competitive blue ocean in the agricultural market. Captain Monmido again wanted to convey something to Lord Davy Olron, apologizing for his audacity, saying that moon grass could not grow in the climate in which the Hayneslands are located. But Davy did not listen to him. He only reassured the captain that everything was fine, that the heavens were favorable, which meant that they would have a tropical climate here for some time. Lord just needed to change the atmospheric formula. Now all that was left was to find a place where the forest vegetarians lived. In the middle of the forest, a guest came to a nice cozy house and said the greeting customary for the inhabitants of that area, wishing that the patronage of nature would accompany them. The head of the Haina forest elves, Yuri Helishan, came out to meet the guest and said that she had learned about his visit from the call of the spirits. The guest was the teacher Metis. He repeated his greeting words about the patronage of nature accompanying them. Yuri Helishan hospitably invited the teacher into the house and said that she was always glad to see him. They both went to the terrace. The head of the Haina forest elves offered Metis some tea made from the wonderful tea leaves that had just been delivered to them. So, the guest and the hostess sat down at the table. Metis sipped the tea and sincerely addressed Yuri, calling her his heartfelt friend. The fact was that he had a special dream, which he was going to share with the elf. With a sweet smile, Yuri asked Helishan what kind of dream it must have been for the teacher to set off on a long journey in such a hurry. Then, Metis answered that he had dreamed that a curse of spirits had fallen on this forest. The head of the Hain forest elves was deep in memories and recalled how she had once studied with Metis. She remembered that he had once said a long time ago that spirits obey the laws of nature, and they are natural and natural. But teacher Metis closed his eyelids and said with deep sadness that the forest was drying up. Then he added that this forest was wrong and suggested that they all go home together. Teacher Metis wanted all the elves of the Hain forests to return to their homeland, to the great tree. Yuri Helishan did not agree with him. She was categorical in her choice. The elf specifically stated that this was her homeland now, and that she was now a stranger to the tree. Nevertheless, she asked the teacher Metis to take all the others out of the Hain forests, as they were not cursed by the spirits. The teacher could not agree to this. He warned that Yuria might die if he stayed in those forests. But the head of the Haina forest elves was adamant, saying that this was also just a normal law of nature. She didn't want to hear about moving because you never know. Yuria suggested that maybe someone would save this place. Suddenly, a very pleasant and invigorating breeze blew and stirred Yuria's long hair. She thought it was a harbinger of a good meeting. Teacher Metis drank delicious tea with pleasure, which the head of the Haina forest elves treated him to. The elf saw that the teacher liked the tea, and then Yuria added that this time she tried to add some cricket wings to the tea. Teacher Mads spat out the tea that was already in his mouth in disgust. He tried to come to his senses and forget that the tea he had enjoyed so much had insect wings in it. The teacher had just forgotten for a second that Yuria was a weirdo, and even among her tribesmen, she is considered an outcast. In some ways, the elf looks like a bit of a lunatic. Meanwhile, Yuria Helishan squinted her eyes and enjoyed the breeze that invigorated her so much. She said that for some reason she had a feeling that someone very important was coming to see her today, and some of them were already on their way to the home of the Haina forest elves. Meanwhile, the first prince of the kingdom of Raun, Davy Olraun, Lord of the Haines, was walking along the forest paths, and accompanying him, as elsewhere, was the demon queen Perserk. She said in surprise that she did not expect even elves to live in this forest. Elves are an incredibly rare race, with hardly any representatives on the entire continent. According to the chronicles, due to a terrible catastrophe that happened more than 300 years ago, they began to hide. That is why many people nowadays doubt that elves exist at all. At this point, Davy stopped and said with satisfaction that he could be considered a terribly lucky man. After all, when they first attacked the goblins in the Haineslands, he noticed several observer spirits. And, as you know, where there are spirits, there are elves. These two races coexist closely. The demon queen asked if the prince was sure, because she didn't want to meet them at all, but if it was necessary, it was necessary. Perserk also said that she didn't like those scrupulous-eared, boring people. It's better not to mess with them. Davy agreed with her. The shame of the elves is the god of meadows, Apollon. What he did not do. The demon queen had only to remember the image from Davy's memories to make her not want to approach him. Finally, Lord Hines and Perserk reached the forest of the elves. Immediately, they met beautiful deer with green eyes and flowered horns. The spirits were following Davy, the man. The prince said that the local fauna is mostly very sensitive to spiritual proximity. The prince liked these deer much more than ordinary elves. They were creatures with a pronounced ability to find a common language with others, and now they were close in spirit to Davy. And the prince remembered how he had once lived in a fire pit in order to get closer to the fire element. And in order to have the kind of affection that the prince met now, having stepped into the forest lands of the elves' possessions, he had to go through the training of heroes of the predominant races. In fact, the spirit queen Juliana, the heroine who had contracted with the 13 humans and was also Davy's teacher of spirit control, was human. The demon queen was only surprised at how friendly the deer was with the Lord of the Haines, and he hadn't even signed a contract yet. Davy asked her if she was jealous of him. Perserk replied that he also had spirit mana, which was too much. She was annoyed that the deer only followed the prince, and Davy thought to himself that spirit mana and demon mana were quite similar. Then the demon queen asked how they would find the moongrass. This was the first time she had ever heard of moonflower seedlings. Suddenly, a small spirit that looked like a seahorse with transparent shining wings landed on the palm of the Lord of the Hindsland and handed the prince a sprig of flowers. The prince politely thanked him for this. The demon queen asked if this was what they needed. Davy confirmed that it was. Then the little seahorse began to show Davy the way, and so he and the demon queen came to the garden of the moon goddess. It was an extremely beautiful place, a whole meadow with moon flowers. The first prince once again thanked the seahorse for showing them to this garden. The seahorse was happy to do so. Perserk marveled at how many flowers there were around them. She said that with that many, they could plant all their plowed fields and still have some left over. The basis of a summoner's power is the presence of mana, sacred power, and the mana of spirits. If a person possesses this power, then it will not be difficult to summon spirits. The difference in the levels of summoners depends solely on the degree of closeness with the spirits. Therefore, we can easily assume that Davy can now summon any spirit. However, it will still be a little difficult to summon the King of Spirits. The Demon Queen saw that Davy had begun to invoke. She asked if he was going to make a contract with the spirit. Davy asked if Perserk knew the name of the place they had come to. The Demon Queen replied that it was the Garden of the Moon Goddess. By the name itself, it is clear that this place is directly related to spirits. If Davy took the flowers that restrain the power of the spirits without permission, he would face trouble. So Davy continued to do what he had started and told Perserk not to say anything, but only to watch in silence. The first prince managed to summon the spirit, and the spirit asked him if they were there and if they could hear well. This was the real language of spirits. Several spirits of different elements came to Davy's call. The prince told the Demon Queen that the spirits allowed him to take the moon flowers and suggested that he quickly gather them before the elves came. Perserk asked in surprise where Davy had lost all his courage. He had said earlier that he was ready to face trouble. Davy replied that he preferred to avoid unnecessary nerves. And the prince, without wasting any time, immediately began to collect the moon flowers. It was an amazing place. Meanwhile, in the house of the Hain Forest Elves, Teacher Mattis and the head of the Hain Forest Elves, Yuri Helishan, continued to have tea and talk. It was incredible that Davy managed to gain the trust of so many spirits and was even allowed into the garden. Moreover, he did not perform any ritual and did not promise anything in return. He just talked and was allowed to do everything. And before all that, the first prince of the kingdom of Raun, Lord of the Hainsland, was a man, an ordinary young man. The Garden of the Moon Goddess is an elven sacred territory, but now there is a man and his spirit companion who came to get the moon flowers. Yuri Helishan was able to see all of this clearly in her visions, but she did not know how to tell her teacher, Metis. She really saw an incredible sight in the visions, but she realized that it would be difficult for the teacher to understand her, because it would sound really strange. Mads, however, felt that something strange was happening to the elf, something disturbing her soul. However, she could not dare to tell Yuri what she knew. She wanted to, but she could only ask why he had stopped drinking tea. Yuria Helishan had put her whole soul into this tea, preparing it especially for her teacher. After she found the body of a cricket that had already released its spirit, she tore off its wings and dried them lovingly for about a week. But the teacher did not appreciate her efforts and ignored her. Metis felt bad for not wanting to drink such tea and tried to get out of the situation somehow. He made up an excuse that he just had a stomachache. Yuria gasped that this was a real problem and remembered that she had just recently developed a special dietary menu. Teacher Mattis hastened to interrupt her musings and said that his stomach was not so bad. However, Yuri still insisted, saying that this diet menu was very effective. Teacher Mattis thought that the whole problem was that an elf's stomach can digest any food that is edible and nutritious. But out loud, he tolerantly refused the treat and said that he was satisfied with just her care. Meanwhile, Yuria Helishan continued to think about the adventures of the Lord of the Hains, Davy Olraun, in the gardens of the Moon Goddess. She wondered, purely theoretically, which was more likely, that a man would deceive the elven gaze and enter the Garden of the Moon and communicate with the spirits of nature, or that a great being would awaken from sleep. Teacher Metis noticed that Yuri was thinking intensely about something, but he still did not understand what it was. He seriously thought that something was wrong. He did not like this situation at all. This was no joke. And the head of the Hain Forest Elves continued her thoughts and came to the conclusion that the second option from her assumptions would most likely happen. A lot of time has passed since the dragons disappeared, and although they are now considered legends of the past, they definitely still exist. But the same cannot be said about a person who is capable of what Yuri saw. It was all too strange. The teacher said that sometimes there are some special cases in their family, but not enough to see the spirits of nature. It is much more difficult for them, whose nature is closer to pristine chaos, to get closer to nature than it is for them, the elves. Yuria agreed with this without question. Then she said that soon she would need to leave the village for a while. Teacher Mattis got excited again and asked what all this meant. The head of the Hyena Forest Elves only said cryptically that she thought she had found him. Then she smiled sweetly and explained that she had found a way to save their village. At least she thought so. The teacher asked for more details. In the meantime, the people of Hines began to farm in full swing. Lord Davy returned to his men and saw that the amount of work he had given them for 3 days had already been done in just a quarter of a day. Captain Monmedo explained that the men had become a little more determined after receiving the favor of their lord. Davy asked if it was really on determination alone that all this was accomplished so quickly. But if it happened that way, it's okay. There's nothing you can do about it. In fact, there is a long-term perspective in all of this. Prince's initial goal was to grow moongrass. Yes, people were working at a loss right now. When Davy mobilized the vigilantes and they started growing moongrass, or rather, when they started growing moongrass seedlings, strange rumors spread throughout the Hines lands. People were asking each other what their lord was actually planting and whether it would grow. It seemed as if everyone was interested in these questions. Moonflowers grow very slowly, about 4 to 5 months. Actually, flowers still need the power of the spirits of nature to grow. But the prince doesn't need flowers, just leaves. And he hopes that everything will go according to his plan. Captain Monmedo said that they had nothing to cultivate moongrass. Davy asked what exactly he was worried about. Then the captain replied that he had personally seen that the leaves of the moongrass were already beginning to dry up a little. Davy just told him to wait. After all, soon the sky would make them all happy with its rain and fill the earth with life-giving moisture. A few days passed. Captain Monmedo came running to Lord Davy and began to report with horror that there was a great trouble, for today was much hotter than they had expected. Davy simply agreed that the sun had been baking in the morning, and he mentally noted that his residents were very anxious. Everyone remained in complete ignorance of what might happen next. Meanwhile, 4 months passed unnoticed, step by step. While the first prince of the kingdom of Raun, Davy Ol Raun, was busy reviving the Haines lands, life went on as usual in the royal palace. The courtiers were actively discussing the small country to the east, the kingdom of Raun. It is there, in the hinterland called the Hines lands, that moongrass is grown. It is a real miracle for everyone. Some wondered what kind of a madman would have to be to allow such an absurd experiment on his lands and where the Lord was looking. But it was the Lord himself who organized it. Now everyone started talking about the Hines lands, recalling everything they knew about the area. They remembered that 5 years ago, scientists had gone to those lands on a shoestring to investigate the curse. But it seems that the news reaches the tower of those courtiers very slowly, because lately it has been raining heavily in those cursed lands. One lady said that the wasteland is still a wasteland, and it will take at least 10 years for the land there to become suitable for farming again. The courtiers also remembered that the Lord of the Hines lands is the same first prince of the kingdom of Raun, who was exiled. He must have gone mad after that. Everyone was interested in talking about these topics and spreading various rumors. The master of the Red Magic Tower, Sage Helson, said that they still receive news much faster than others. Amazing and interesting things are happening in the East. Sage Helson decided to send his student on a journey there. The student's name was Julius Giraud. This proposal was completely unexpected for him. Nevertheless, he was ordered to get ready. And in just one moment, the wasteland on the Hines' land, which had nothing at all, turned into a huge flower field surrounded by a palisade. From the first harvest, there were few healthy plants that could be used for the next seedlings, so everything almost ended in a loss. However, there were many more leaves, which were quite suitable for the market. The maid, Amy, who also took an active part in growing the moongrass, estimated that they now have about 20,000 leaves in their warehouse. About 10,000 of them will be selected. Based on today's quote, the cost of 4 leaves is 100 gold pieces. This means that 10,000 leaves will cost 250,000 gold, which is approximately 5,000 platinum coins. To understand how much this is, a rural family can live for half a month on 1 gold coin. True, it's modest, but they can still live. With 4 or 5 gold coins, you can already live comfortably. The Demon Queen said that when everything is sold, life will become much more interesting for them. Davy agreed with her wholeheartedly. The Lord of Hines' moongrass business is very open, which is not the case with the demon stones that he carefully hides. As planned, rumors spread across the continent about the yellow-mouthed young man who managed to accomplish the impossible. In the eyes of everyone, Davy had long been a rare idiot who did not deserve an ounce of attention. It was thanks to this that all his plans were carried out smoothly and without outside interference. The Demon Queen said that no one would fall for such tricks a second time, and Davy said that was why he needed to prepare the initial capital. So the preparations began. The Lord of the land, Hines, had thought of everything, down to the last detail. Finally, everything was completed. Now it was time to turn the whole continent on its ear for once. There was a very pleasant smell around. Moon grass will be delivered to the continent only twice a year. The amount of grass is quite large, but it is not enough to reach both the western and eastern continents equally. Nevertheless, moongrass is the main raw material for magical and alchemical catalysts. It is also used as an ingredient for making potions by priests. This means that the emergence of a new supplier could not but make people happy. But that's not all. Not all the news that is spreading across the continent. Along with the news of the supply of moongrass, some other rumors are spreading. People are saying that the lord who grows the moongrass, namely the first prince of the Ron Kingdom, Devi Olron, is overworked. The demon queen told Devi that the ghost of wealth had stuck to him, and she wished him to be more careful. It often happens that the price of a product for which demand is higher than supply falls as a result of increased supply. That is why, if it is thoughtlessly distributed in unlimited quantities, it goes without saying that even moongrass will become cheap. Devi only wondered who would need it. Personally, he certainly wasn't going to destroy his own only body for the sake of such charity. Lord Hines was still resting in bed, and a lot of people had gathered at the gate to his palace. They were waiting for my lord. The maid, Amy, came into the prince's room and said that all these people were waiting for him. Davy realized that they were the fastest buyers. After the news spread, the Hines land became very noisy in just a few days. Only 200 people live here, but the trade guilds of neighboring countries and representatives of magic towers, from alchemists to priests, came here. Such a crowd gathered that there was nowhere for an apple to fall. Amy was worried about what to do with them all. Then Davy decided to cheat. Although he was already dressed and ready, he went to bed and told them to tell the people that he was not well enough to come out and that he was not feeling well. But Amy told them so, and they all asked if they could at least see the goods they had come for. The first prince was a little annoyed by such impatient persistence and stubbornness of his potential buyers. So he decided to call a meeting with his trusted people and consult them on how to proceed. He also decided to explain everything in order. First, he turned to the captain of the Montmedio Vigilantes and asked how the situation in the city was now. However, he added that they should now be called guards instead of vigilantes. The captain said that every soldier is very busy, but they still have a catastrophic shortage of hands. He explained that there were too many people and it was very difficult to keep track of each of them. Another counselor added that the situation is exactly the same with paperwork, as clear instructions are still not written in them. Many people get lost, not knowing what to do in such chaos. Lord Davy immediately ordered to drive out of the city anyone who seemed even a little suspicious. Captain Monmedo asked if my lord was sure of his decision. Davy replied that it would be much better than something bad happening later. In the end, the first prince said that he was the boss here, and he was not obliged to enter into the position of everyone he met. But still, everything should be done in a gentle manner, so as not to fall for their hostile provocations. Next, Davy asked how things are going with housing issues. Captain Monmedo replied that they have already managed to repair the abandoned houses and have already settled them, but there are still not enough places for guests. The first prince advised to take the previously purchased tents for use, bring them into a more or less suitable condition, and sell them to anyone who wants to buy them. And the price, by the way, can be made higher. Oberkammerer Bernal replied that he would take care of it right away. The meeting was over and everyone went off to carry out orders, while the lord remained in his office. As soon as everyone was out the door, the first prince called back to Captain Monmedo to come back. Davy said with a smile that they both needed to discuss something in private. On the prince's desk was a bottle with a strange liquid, which he opened when the captain returned to the office. Then the captain left the office and went to rest in his room. On the way, he was greeted by his subordinates. People were resting, eating, and drinking. Some invited the captain to their table to have a drink with their commander, but Monmedo refused and told them not to overdo it either, but to take a long rest. As soon as the captain entered his room, he fell exhausted on the bed because he felt very tired and heavy in his body. As he was falling asleep, he repeated to himself the plan of action for tomorrow: guard training in the morning, public order supervision in the afternoon, and he had been taking administration lessons with the lord's personal maid lately. He had so much work that the chickens were not pecking. The captain felt terribly tired from this intensity. He had never been so overwhelmed with work in his life. He was even ready to die so that no one would touch him. But suddenly a guard knocked on his door. The soldier said that the captain had a visitor. Monmedo immediately sat up on his bed, wondering who could have come to see him. The soldier turned to the visitor to ask him to introduce himself. The visitor politely apologized for the unexpected visit. The visitor took off his hood and introduced himself as a fourth-level expert of the Green Magic Tower, Hallis. The captain invited him into the hall to listen to why the expert had come. Hallis said that he could imagine how many people were coming to see the captain, so he apologized for causing such inconvenience with his visit. However, the captain denied the omission, saying that Hallis was the first person to visit him. Then, the expert continued the conversation. He said that a huge number of people are now flocking to such a small area, but they are surprisingly relatively calm here. Hallis had heard that from the moment their current lord was sent to the Hinds, he had been defending all of these lands single-handedly. Captain Monmito confirmed this and said that their lord was a great benefactor. Then Hallis said that he had also heard that the lord had appointed a very brave man to the post of commander of the guard. Prince Davy clearly knows what he is doing. Here, Captain Monmito said that he was a simple, insignificant knight from the countryside. He was absolutely disgusted by such flattering language from the Hallis expert. So he interrupted the flow of flattery and asked what question had brought Hallis to him. Then the expert said that, frankly, he urgently needed to see Lord Davy. But the entrance to the Lord's residence was so closed that he could not get in. So he came to the captain to ask if there was any other way to get to Lord Davy and meet him. Captain Monmito leaned back, folded his arms across his chest, and said that it would be difficult to do so, as my lord was ill from overwork and was resting. Expert Hallis only said that he was very sorry about that. The captain then went on to say that trade was definitely important to them, but their lord's health was much more important, so he could not help. Hallis replied that he understood everything perfectly well. The health of the head should be of utmost importance to his subordinates. Expert Hallis also added that the Green Tower, which he represents, is also going through a difficult time. He held a bag of jewelry in his hands. The next step was to pull the pouch out from under his cloak, put it on the table in front of Captain Monmito, and open it, offering to somehow negotiate with him on the matter with which he had addressed the captain. The captain sharply refused and said that he would not take bribes in any case. Hallis replied that it was not a bribe, but a small gift and nothing more. He just wanted to establish a good relationship with the guard commander and asked him not to worry and to accept the gift rather than refuse it. Captain Monmito said that he was not the type to accept such gifts, but he still pulled the treasure bag toward him. Hallis immediately agreed with the captain and said that he understood everything and knew everything perfectly well, but he could not ignore the nobility and selflessness of a true knight. Then Hallis also said that the amount in the bag was not very large, and that it was really just a small gift. Looking at the valuable treasures that were spilling out of the pouch brought by the Green Magic Tower expert, Captain Monmito thought that everything was turning out exactly as his lord had warned. The opponents of the inhabitants of the Haines lands are various organizations, and Lord Davy told the captain that all of those organizations are definitely very annoyed that they cannot meet with the Lord. That's why Captain Monmito will be their next target as the most accessible and closest subordinate to Davy. The most likely thing is that they will start paying him visits and offering bribes or even threatening him, intimidating him. But Davy has a suggestion. Among all those visitors, the captain should carefully select some. The captain should write down their names and report them to the first prince. As for the bribes, the Lord ordered them all to be taken. The Magic Tower and the Alchemist's faction can be expected to pay quite a bit of money. Then the captain had to pretend that he couldn't hold back any longer and show them one vial. The vial contained a magically treated moon herb. One such case is worth 100 gold coins. But Davy doesn't give the captain the vial to sell it to them. He just needs to unobtrusively show it to them so that they start spreading rumors. Their immediate goal is to maximize the price of the product they offer, which is now in great demand in the land of Hinds. They also need to get all the newcomers to stay in Hinds for as long as possible. With these instructions from his lord in mind, Captain Monmito did just that with his first guest. He placed a vial of the plant on the table and watched as Hallis's eyes lit up at the sight of it. The captain told the guest that he was looking at a completely finished product in a bottle. Since this product would be on sale soon anyway, the captain might as well demonstrate it. The fourth-level Green Tower expert thought, looking at the twig, that this was undoubtedly a first-class product. With trembling hands, Hallis picked up that vial and noted to himself that this product was of the highest grade he had never seen even on the Western continent. Judging by its effectiveness alone, it would undoubtedly surpass the Western product many times over. Hallis thought that in this case, even if he had to bribe the captain a little, he simply had to get the priority. He said out loud that this product had an extremely soft glow, and the impeccable quality was immediately apparent. Captain Monmito just shrugged and said that this was the case because their lord had personally cultivated the moongrass. In general, most of their products are of similar quality, and what they don't do as well, they simply use as fertilizer. Hallis wondered about such valuable goods. The captain said that they currently have 10,000 leaves fully processed. If only 10,000 out of 20,000 are harvested, it means that half of everything here is simply thrown away. Hallis marveled at the 17-year-old lord's incredible determination. The fourth-level expert of the Green Magic Tower thought that the first prince of the Ron Kingdom, lord of the Hinds Land, Davy Ol Ron, should never be underestimated. Meanwhile, Captain Monmito continued to speak in the manner in which his master had ordered him to speak to his guests. So he said that he had heard that the lord was going to put the goods up for auction. He didn't know the details, but it seemed to him that he was going to continue selling it in the same way in the future. This was a big surprise for Hallis. It meant that in this case there was definitely some so-called right of priority. Here the captain explained that he was not allowed to disclose any specifics. But Hallis already had enough information. He said that he had already heard so much that was extremely important that he dared not ask for more. Hallis also added that the Green Magic Tower would certainly reward the captain generously for such valuable information later. Captain Monmito and his guest shook hands and Hallis left his room. As soon as the guest was out the door, Captain Monmito was surprised to note how everything had gone exactly as Lord Davy had warned him. He was also pleased that his master's plan had worked. Afterwards, the captain went to his lord and, still amazed, asked him how he had known everything in advance. Prince Davy replied with a smile on his lips that it was simply the way people are made. Gold is omnipotent and works wonders. And it works in any era, in any dimension. The power of gold is undeniable. Davy just naturally adjusted the circumstances in such a way as to demonstrate an attractive product to wealthy customers. And it didn't even require any cunning. Captain Monmito just expressed his admiration for the Lord. Then he laid out 3 bags of treasure on the table in front of his master and said that these were bribes not only from the Green Tower, which had visited them first, but also from other organizations. The first prince liked this catch, and then Davy ordered the captain to take all the money as a bonus to the guard, because it was the fruits of his work, so let him take it, distribute it fairly, and let everyone use it for their own good. The captain did not even know how to thank the Lord for such a favor. But Davy said that he didn't need to be so overly grateful, because the captain had earned this money by working for his benefit and was now receiving a well-deserved reward. Moreover, the lion's share of the profits from the sale of moongrass belongs to him anyway, and it's not a bad idea to gain respect from your subordinates in this way. The Demon Queen said that the beginning of their grand scheme was not bad at all. She asked if Davy was sure he could handle the big organizations because the pressure would be so great. But Davy said that those large organizations would primarily interfere with each other, and he would just remain an observer. If the rumors that they started spread, they will be fully engaged in dealing with people who want to stay with them for a long time. At the very least, branches of many magic towers, alchemist factions, and trade associations will appear on their lands. This means that the vast territory that has been empty for so long will quickly become built up. In this way, they will kill 2 birds with 1 stone. They will make money and increase the population of the Haines lands. And since all of this was made possible by the moongrass, he was almost grateful for the ancient curse that had been sent to dry up and destroy those lands. Meanwhile, Julius was also sent to the Haines lands. He sat down in front of his magic ball and decided to find out everything that was known about the Lord's adventures in the Haines lands. Other magic towers are already actively discussing the amount of money they plan to invest in this place. He wondered if their tower should open a branch in the Haines lands as well. Of course, he was a bit overly cautious, even when he became an elder. He was a Red Tower elder, a 5th-level expert. He was 28 years old at the time. His teacher, whom Julius contacted through the magic ball, told him that if he was wrong, it was no big deal. He had to make the decision himself. However, the boy was still worried about something else, namely, why Lord Davy insisted on holding an auction. The process of direct distribution requires huge investments, but by selling on your own, you can make even more profit. Besides, he sells everything at a discount. The teacher asked if Julius thought that Lord Davy was deliberately underestimating the value of the goods. Even if the goods can be sold at a high price to begin with, since the price is not set at all, if they unite, they will be able to sell at a price lower than the goods on the Western continent. That is why, on the Western continent, they do not trade at auction, but directly. The teacher concluded that the first prince of the Kingdom of Raun, Davy Olran, was quite intelligent. He asked Julius how he thought the population of the Haines lands was now. Julius replied that he thought the population did not exceed a few hundred. The teacher went on to say that the purchase of moongrass could only be made on the Haines lands, and this is a great chance to preserve as much investment as possible, as well as to develop the territory in an extremely short time. Wherever you go, it's hard to find another city like this, except for the cities of the Kingdom of Iran, which would bring together both large organizations like the Magic Tower and the Alchemist faction, as well as a huge number of different trade groups. Plus, the convenient transportation accessibility, which is the only advantage, makes the Haines lands an ideal location for a trade zone. It was amazing. But Julius asked, what if you buy goods from the trade groups and then sell them again? The teacher replied that this is why they do not increase the number of goods. Their goal is to stock up for the future with as much money as possible in a short period of time. Then the teacher added another interesting piece of information. Prince Davy, even if he fails at something, continues to act as if he has absolutely nothing to lose. This means that for him, growing moongrass is just the beginning. Julius suggested that the prince probably had more to show. The teacher confirmed that this was the case, and if he felt it, then most people who have such a sense will also notice it. Even if it is all a bluff, the prince still has nothing to lose. The teacher asked Iullus if he understood what kind of relationship he should maintain with the young man who was the lord of the Haines lands. Iullus replied that he understood everything perfectly well and expressed a great desire to meet Davy and talk to him at least once. The teacher said with a smile that he would try to set up a date for him to do so. He himself would like to meet this self-confident and wise young man. Meanwhile, in the Principality of Felsti, Princess Elena, who had also heard rumors about the amazing development of the Haines lands, wondered if it was possible for a young man whose mana she could not feel a bit to defeat a high-ranking vampire with a single blow. She also wondered how the first prince of the Kingdom of Roun, Davy Olroun, could use the sacred sword of Calderas without even signing a contract. No one can know everything about worldly matters. If it is not the god of the sword or his apprentice, then it is absolutely impossible. Now the circumstances are finally being explained, little by little, one by one, and it happens in a truly miraculous way. The rumors did their job. Everyone was talking about the Haines lands and their owner, Davy. At this time, as expected, there was an influx of requests for long-term residence on the Haines lands, as well as for the purchase of land owned by the first prince of the Kingdom of Roun. And, of course, conflicts between the applicants began to arise over this. One day, Davy was peacefully resting in his chambers when an alarmed Amy came running to him and asked what they should do if two affiliates wanted to buy the same land. Davy, without even getting up from the couch, suggested that they hold an auction. Let her say that they were willing to sell the land at the highest price offered by any of the opponents. That's exactly what they were allowed to do. For now, Davy plans to stick with the power of gold. Then, Oberkammerer Bernal asked what the highest price should be in this case, and was told that the price should be as high as possible. The wards went to fulfill the order, and Davy continued to rest. Since ancient times, it has been said that a real rich man is one who owns land, and trade is profitable if you minimize costs. And Davy laughed insidiously. The Demon Queen said she couldn't get used to his laugh. He seemed to laugh the same way when he grabbed the golem. These thoughts were interrupted by the maid Amy, who brought her master a letter. Davy lazily picked up the book lying on his face and asked how important the letter was. The maid replied that the letter was from the royal palace. Amy left the letter on the table and went about her business. Meanwhile, the bidding began, and it was Amy who led it. She announced the starting price of 90 gold pieces and asked who was willing to offer more. One by one, people raised their hands and gradually raised the initial price by 5 gold pieces. The representative of the Green Magic Tower offered 100 gold pieces. However, the representative of the Academy of Alchemy was not going to give up so quickly and raised his bid to 110 gold pieces. The competition became so excited that they began to sneer and mock each other. The representative of the Alchemy Academy sarcastically remarked that the Green Magic Tower was getting poorer right before his eyes. The representative of the Green Magic Tower did not remain in debt, and said that the representative of the Alchemy Academy had already exceeded the price that his faction had agreed upon in advance. And then he announced the price at 130 gold pieces, making a kind of sign with his fingers. The representative of the Academy of Alchemy did not like this, and said that it was a real meanness and fraud. The representatives of the Alchemy Academy and the Green Magic Tower got into a fight, and Amy on the podium was just laughing at the tense atmosphere. She announced that the current bid was 130 gold pieces. If no one outbids it in 3 seconds, the item will be sold for 130 gold pieces. Meanwhile, the atmosphere at the auction became even more tense and heated. People began to openly fight with each other. Amy continued to count down. The representative of the Green Magic Tower, Hallis, was already squinting his eyes with satisfaction, expecting to win the auction. He was already savoring his victory. Amy started to call out the number 1 and hit the gavel to signify the sale of the item, but she didn't have time to do so. Someone managed to make another bid of 150 gold pieces, which would be the final price of the goods sold at that auction. This was done by the Aliu Trading Group, which bought 5,000 gold pieces as a priority. Thanks to Monmido's successful preparation of the ground, the competition at the auction was fierce. As a result, the auction was very profitable for the Haines lands. The empty houses were sold at the same price as houses in the center of the kingdom's capital. This was the report that Bernil, the chamberlain, came to Lord Davy. He added that they sold the rest in quantities ranging from 500 to 1,000 at a price of 130 gold pieces per case, just as Lord Davy himself had ordered. In this way, they distributed the goods among all the organizations. It was a clear victory on all fronts, an incredible success. At this rate, the annual income of the region will be approximately 1,050,000 gold pieces. In fact, they will become the most prosperous region in the entire Kingdom of Roun. Davy said that they will continue to trade in moongrass, but they would not increase the volume of goods. He also ordered them to clear the land for other crops and sell the farmland to their people. Excess is also bad. It is definitely necessary to maintain a balance of supply and demand. Davy then ordered Captain Monmido and Oberkammerer Bernil to discuss everything carefully and take care of their buildings. For now, it is enough to fix the places that are completely unfit for living quarters. And when the Lord returns, they will begin to overhaul them. The subordinates took note of their master's orders and promised to do everything. Meanwhile, Davy would go to the royal palace, where he received an invitation a few days before the auction. The content of this letter was predictable. The first prince was praised for achievements that had never been seen before, either in the kingdom or on the entire eastern continent. And in order to reward Davy for his success and hard work, that letter was sent. The letter contained an invitation to return to the royal palace for a short time, so the first prince decided to leave immediately after the auction. Old bastards. They call you in and then banish you at will at any time. Davy thought that they were tired of the constant struggle with the Marquis of Feltris, and therefore made a concession to catch their breath. The first prince of the Kingdom of Round went to the fireplace to throw the invitation letter into the fire. It's all very funny that you can take the royal seal like that, even without being a king, put it on a letter, and suddenly the letter is from the king himself. Prince Davy knew all these nuances very well, but he didn't care about them because he was about to move on to the next step. So, it was time to get ready. In any case, Davy still needs to stop by one town on his way to the kingdom. The prince created a secret dungeon under his last place of residence. He plunged back into his memories and remembered how a hero had told him that there was also a child there that he hadn't finished before he died. So he told Davy that if he ever found this place, he should finish it himself. What remained to be done would be entirely at his own discretion. He even allowed him to take credit for its creation. Maybe sell it for a crazy price later, he didn't care. Davy asked if he would forgive him for this so easily. What if he ruins everything? The hero just laughed at him. Why would he suddenly ruin everything? He knew that Davy was a perfectionist, even more so than him. The guy thought that it just looked like he had been initiated into the otaku. Then the hero of otaku said that Davy would understand everything himself when he went there and pointed in the direction with the tip of his sword. Otaku repeated again that Davy should complete the work he had started and then do everything at his own discretion. It took some time to get ready for the journey, but now the Lord of the Haines lands is ready to leave. Bernil, the Ober Chamberlain, asked once again if the prince was sure that he did not want to take anyone with him. Giving the horse away, Davy replied that he definitely didn't want anyone because it wasn't his style, and he thought that Bernil had already gotten used to his master's character. The Ober Chamberlain only asked Davy to take care of himself. In return, the first prince asked Bernil to take care of Amy instead, as the girl often does not know the measure when she works, so it is necessary to make sure that she sometimes rests from her work. Ober Cameraman promised to fulfill his master's request. Amy is a truly unique child. Although she comes from a noble family, she is incredibly smart for a baronial daughter. To be honest, the Chamberlain had the impression that he was teaching his granddaughter. That's why it's even fun. Prince Davy noticed how lovingly Bernil spoke of Amy. He saw that the Lieutenant Chamberlain liked to call the maid his adopted granddaughter, and it gave him great pleasure. It was this, not some kind of training. So, the first prince of the Kingdom of Ron, Lord of the Hines Land, Davy Olron, left for the royal palace. His subordinates bowed respectfully to him, wishing him a safe journey. When Davy and the Demon Queen set off, she asked why they took that particular road. Wasn't there a shorter one? But Davy said that he needed to stop at one more place on the way. This place is a popular tourist area. It is one of the few major Ron attractions, and it is also an area where many organizations work together to preserve and research it. The Demon Queen asked Davy what exactly he needed in that place. He answered that it was the hometown of Surt, the blacksmith of the 1001 Nights. This is the land of Balshus. Perserk was startled when she heard the name Surt. She asked if it was the same Surt she was thinking of. Davy replied that since she was Hare's daughter, and Surt was a close friend of his, it was logical to assume that she had met him. The legacy of that old man, Surt, is right here. He even said that he had created it from the same materials from which the divine sword Calderis was created. The Demon Queen was all excited about the legacy of the 1001 Nights. However, the location was not very good for the first prince of the Kingdom of Round. Even mountains and rivers change over time. This place was the birthplace of the blacksmith Serta 1,000 years ago. And now this place is the home of Queen Lenice Barrietta, the sworn enemy of the first prince of the Kingdom of Round, Davy Olround. All of this is the territory of the Barrietta family, who are a kind of enemy of Davy. Upon arriving there, Davy hurried up and continued his journey on his own. He felt a rather tense atmosphere around him. It was noticeable that all the nobility was on their toes. At the entrance to the city, a long line formed. One by one, people passed through the gates, and the guards carefully checked everyone. So it was Davy's turn to be checked to enter the city. He handed the guard his document. The guard read what was written on it. Free Mercenary Davy. He began to look closely at the newcomer. F. Rank Free Mercenary. Davy had to sweat a lot to get a new identity. This would not have worked in a place where they know what the first prince of the Kingdom of Ron looks like, but there would be no such problem here. As a result, everything went very smoothly, and Davy successfully made it through the gates to the city. But he didn't rejoice for long, because almost immediately the guards blocked his way with 2 spears and ordered him to go back. The guards said that apparently, Davy had also come here to explore the labyrinth they had recently discovered. They roughly pushed the boy away and told him to keep his nose out of it to get out of here. 2 men were sitting on a bench across from Davy, drinking beer. They were making fun of the guy who was being pushed out of the gate by the guards. Davy did not yet understand what was happening here and why he was not allowed to enter the city. As powerful as the family that owns this territory is, even for Barrietta Land, this is worse than Davy could have imagined. Davy sat down on an elevated seat near the entrance, and an old man sat next to him. The old man spoke to Davy. He said that the boy had probably come from a long way away and probably didn't know what was going on here. Davy asked if something was really happening here. The old man replied that nothing much was going on, but he pointed to the people who were standing in line and to the guards who were letting them through. And then Davy saw the people in line approaching the guards and handing them bags of coins. It looked like a toll. The Demon Queen immediately realized that this was a common bribe. The old man said that it had always been like that here. Surprisingly, the guards had introduced a toll here. It's been centuries since the law on entry fees was revised, but they still charge them here. And the old man was quite observant. He noticed how Davy's eyes suddenly became very cold. So he walked over to the boy and put something in his hand. He told Davy to take it, to give it to the guards at the entrance to the city, so that they would let him through. Davy looked into his palm and saw several coins. The old man said that it was not much, but it should be enough for one boy. He insisted that Davy take the coins and not get into any unnecessary fights. The first prince was shocked by this sincere, kind gesture from the poor old man. The man said that Davy reminded him of his grandson, who remained in his homeland. He asked again that Davy take the money. The first prince sincerely thanked the old man for his kind words, but refused the coins. He gave them back to the old man and told him to keep them and give them to his grandson. The old man tried once again to insist that Davy take the money from him, but the first prince refused and headed back to the gate. He said he was unlikely to need the coins. At the gate, he was met again by the same guard who asked him why he hadn't left yet, and Davy just walked up to the guard, stretched out his hand, and told him to give it to him. Then he said that no one was charged an entry fee, except perhaps large caravans of ordinary citizens and traders. Collecting duties from citizens in all other cases is illegal. The guards just laughed at the first prince's remarks, called him a fool, and asked him what he could do. And Davy simply replied that this was his last warning before he would administer justice in accordance with the laws of their state. Davy said that if the guards immediately returned all the money they had taken, he would accept it as a repentance for their illegal actions. By the way, he himself was embarrassed by this scene, but let it be. The guards were laughing openly in the prince's face because he was only a young man after all. Davy realized that this was just a necessary process, similar to the Miranda rule. Then one of the guards pointed his sword at Davy and asked who the boy thought he was. He also added that no one would even notice if he died here right now. The blade of the guard's sword was very close to the first prince's neck, but the boy did not even move, just turned his head slightly. Davy asked if the guards were going to continue to deliberately violate the law of the Kingdom of Ron. The guard kept laughing, saying that they and Duke Barrietta were the law here. The first prince of the Kingdom of Round, Davy Allround, was already very angry about the whole situation. He said that it was obvious that Duke Barrietta was the law here. The guard swung his sword at Davy to strike him, but then the old man who had so generously given Davy his coins intervened. The old man shouted to the guard to put down his weapon because he was only a child, but the guard told him not to interfere. But the old man's words irritated the already restless guard, so the guard decided to hit him. He was about to bring his sword hand down on the old man's head, but Davy was standing nearby, and with one knee to the guard's hand, he knocked the sword out of his hand. At the same time, Davy said that it was very low to swing a sword at a weak old man. Then, the first prince continued his teachings and said that extortion of citizens' livelihoods is theft of public funds, and such a crime is punishable by execution on the spot. And Davy immediately cut off the head of the guard with his own sword, whom the first prince had caught. Everyone around was extremely shocked by what was happening. Meanwhile, Davy continued that all the accomplices in such a crime are equally guilty. The first prince then put his foot on the head of the guard he had just beheaded, and suggested that the whole process not be complicated, but that their leader be brought to him. The guards who were there surrounded Davy from all sides, called him a sick bastard, and pointed their spears at him. They shouted at him how he dared to carry out an execution here. Then, Davy simply asked them if they wanted to commit an even more serious crime. Prince admitted that he was guilty of forging an identity card. But the guards are now committing high treason and sending 3 generations of their families into exile. One of the guards continued to argue with Davy, telling him not to talk nonsense. Then the first prince, as if nothing had happened, cut off the guard's hand. The guard howled in pain and Davy calmly said that he would cut off his head next. Then the first prince called out to the others again and said that he hated to repeat himself. Let their leader be brought to him. Suddenly, he heard someone ask what was going on. Davy turned his head in the direction where the shout came from. It was Viscount Geert who came running. He was a small, fat man in a brightly colored suit. He asked who had done it. Menacingly, angrily, Davy, holding his sword on his shoulder, told the Viscount to think carefully and not to jump to conclusions just because the guy next to him had no bodyguards. Then he threw a mithril ID right under the Viscount's feet. And then Viscount Guerta fell to his knees and began to bow before His Highness the First Prince of the Kingdom of Roun, Davy Ol Roun. The prince replied that he was glad that the official recognized him. The Vicomte asked His Highness for mercy for the lawlessness he allowed to happen, saying that their lands were on the verge of ruin. The first prince asked if the lands of the 1001 Knights could be on the verge of ruin. After all, those lands are recognized as a national treasure and are constantly visited by the Continental Alliance. The Viscount did not know what to say, so he began to attack His Highness in return. He said that he was also wrong because he had come to their land secretly, and no representative of the ruling dynasties can come wherever he wants and do as he pleases and rule indiscriminately. The prince also came without a warrant, which is an abuse of power. Davy calmly asked if he needed a warrant from him. The Viscount replied that he did. The Duchess of Berrietha will not turn a blind eye to something like what happened here. The first prince just laughed at the way Viscount Guerta was wriggling around in front of him and what he was saying. Davy thought that if most of the land was in the same situation, even the inspectors were ignoring what was happening here because they were afraid of reprisals. After his speech, Viscount Guerta became a little bolder and suggested that His Highness discuss all this in his mansion. He assured the prince that he would not regret it. And the first prince only continued what he had said earlier. He asked the Viscount if he had heard anything. After all, everyone in the kingdom knows that His Highness the First Prince Davy Ol Roun is very bloodthirsty. The Demon Queen was ironic about the situation. She said that these were her laconic last words. After that, Prince Davy traveled on, and the old man who had so sincerely shared his last words with the prince went with him. The old man told him what had happened in those lands for 10 years. The fact is that under Count Alisad, who was from the family of the previous queen, everything was peaceful. The law was observed. Expropriation has intensified since the pressure on the refugees of the Haines lands. People who supported the unfortunate were subjected to merciless repression for this. That's how the old man lost his son. He hung his head in sorrow. He was in great pain for this. Then, Prince Davy asked if the old man was behaving like that because he reminded him of his son, not his grandson. The old man apologized for what he had said at first. The prince said that judging by the way the old man was behaving, his son was just as righteous as his father. The old man said that his son was just curious, and Davy said that was also admirable. Suddenly, the old man stopped his horse and said they had finally arrived. It was the ruins of the 1001 Knights, which were still very popular in Balshus. The old man asked Davy if he was sure that the incident with the Viscount would not prevent him from accomplishing his plan. The prince replied that the Duke was not interested in this place anyway. In parting, the old man thanked the first prince for saving him from the angry guard and for avenging his son. He added that he would never forget that favor in his life. In response, Davy said that he hoped the old man would continue to stand by his principles. To be honest, it was a bit of a sad story, but things will definitely get better in the future. And the first prince of the Kingdom of Ron traveled on with his business. He felt as if he had done something very, very good. Then Davy and the Demon Queen rode closer to the ruins and dismounted. The horse stayed to nibble on the fresh grass, and the prince began to explore the area. His Highness climbed up the stairs and then climbed to the highest point on the ruins and surveyed the area from there. The Demon Queen told Davy that he looked strange here, because long ago everything in this area had been dug up inside and out. She also wondered if it was possible to find anything else here. The first prince replied meaningfully that, at first glance, it was true that it was impossible to find anything. Davy was looking at his notebook. He was calculating some numbers. First, from the 1st to the 7th form. Then, from the 23rd to the 11th. The Demon Queen asked with curiosity what it was. The prince answered that it was a password. Perserk asked again if it was really a password. Meanwhile, Davy was calculating something and soon shouted out what he had found. He came to the conclusion that the ruins device was made up of its components. Since Davy had just observed the area from a height, he said that he could see a certain pattern, a code that Cert personally created in ancient times. In the past, there were a couple of people who knew this code, but at the moment, apparently, no one but him knows this code. More precisely, because of the way it's disguised, no one can find it except Davy, and the password is for something else entirely. Then Davy Ol Roun solemnly declared that the entrance was in the central anvil, and in order to enter, you need another even more special password. And the prince opened his palm over the place where the treasures lay. While he was still alive, Surt had bequeathed that whoever found his inheritance would become its rightful owner. Suddenly, there was a light so bright that it seemed to darken everything around him. Allegedly, Davy imagined himself to be some kind of pirate king. Indeed, the incredibly nasty old man Otaku. Davy and the Demon Queen saw the entrance to Surt's treasury. Then, they began to go down into the dungeon. It was very deep, so there should have been almost no air. But this is a magic circle that neutralizes the underground pressure. Moreover, the circle is designed in such a way that it allows air to flow deeper. And yet, the magicians who created this magic circle did not seem to be in touch with their heads. Davy realized that he was very lucky to have met Surt at that time, because he might have been sleeping an eternal sleep right now. The Demon Queen listened to this story with interest. The first prince of the kingdom of Raun, Davy Olraun, and Perserk went down deeper and deeper. Finally, they reached the cherished place. The Demon Queen noticed that this place reminded her more of a living quarters than a dungeon. In fact, blacksmith Surt was always considered a kind of madman who devoted his entire life to blacksmithing. After his best friend Karis died, he returned here, to the dungeon, and he died, having invested the rest of his life in this one craft. Of course, he himself was buried on the surface, but only his mortal body. But all of Surt's possessions were kept here and remained untouched. In this part of the dungeon, everything was neatly constructed. In the very center, on a small pedestal, there was a neat box with incredible treasures. The Demon Queen said it looked very much like an altar. Davy even suggested that Surt served some non-existent god of blacksmithing. Finally, Davy ordered the chest to be opened and called out what was in it. The chest began to open, and a strong wind blew out of it. The Demon Queen said that it was the first time she had ever seen someone's will materialize so filthily. There was a warning because the power of the treasure was very powerful. The Forge of the 1,001 Nights. The nickname given after the creation of the divine sword, when Surt banged his hammer for 1,000 days without a break. However, it was called differently among the dwarves and hereditary craftsmen, namely, the Devil's Forge. Unlike an ordinary craftsman who limits himself to working conscientiously with a hammer on metal, it was different here. During his work in the forge, Surt invested his mana to go beyond these limits. A great blacksmith who crossed the boundaries and surpassed himself. This was Surt. The first prince of the kingdom of Raun, Lord of the Hinds, Davy Olraun, approached the treasure chest. There was a hidden inheritance that Surt himself had once told Davy about. The chest was carefully opened. The first prince looked inside and saw what he had expected. He was very happy. In the treasure chest was a red, nameless sword that cut down all living things. There was also a blue, nameless sword that cut down all the dead. These were two twin swords that their creator, the blacksmith Surt, never had time to complete. Title: currently unknown. Condition: unfinished. Degree of completion: 90%. Description: the last legacy created by the great blacksmith, pouring all his strength, mana, and his own life, which was already fading away, into the work. It is not complete, so the abilities are not activated. One's own self does not exist or has not yet been awakened. The first prince of the kingdom of Raun read the information about the swords carefully. He even repeated the last paragraph about their own self twice. The Demon Queen said that perhaps all this noise was coming from them. Davy said that he had speculated before about this, but this creation is very much in Surta's style. His style is beautiful swords with egos, similar to the divine sword of Calderas. For Surta himself, the divine sword Calderas was his greatest creation. However, Calderas is a sword created for the swordsmanship and physique of its owner, Hares. But the twin swords that Davy found are a different story. Surt forged these swords in such a way that they will not take into account the person holding them. They are designed to find their own master. They have received a special item. We can say that it has been returned. The Demon Queen said that the twin swords look quite complete. Davy carefully studied the swords, looked at every detail, and eventually came to the conclusion that only the final touches were left. He said that they needed to find fire. With it, the prince was going to complete the work of blacksmith Surt. But that fire had to be not ordinary, but hotter than hot. Then Davy carefully packed up the twin swords, and he and the Demon Queen went in search of such a fire. They both realized that they needed the fire of the gnomes, so they set out to find it. Davy asked a passerby on the road. The passerby told him to go straight down the avenue so he would reach the square. Then the passerby wished him a safe journey to the capital, and Davy politely thanked him for seeing him off. A call from the royal palace. The first prince asked the Demon Queen what she thought about what was going on in the palace. Perserk replied that Davy has a curious habit of asking about things he knows all too well. The Demon Queen said that it looked as if they wanted to reward the first prince for his services, as they had been told in the invitation letter. But the truth is obvious. Moongrass itself is a golden goose that lays golden eggs. In just 1 quarter, the first prince of the kingdom of Raun managed to earn an amount exceeding the annual expenditures of the kingdom. And this time, The taxes paid amounted to a huge sum. Therefore, according to the Demon Queen, the palace plans to persuade the first prince to nationalize the company. In this case, the kingdom of Round will become several times richer. To be more precise, the aristocrats of the kingdom will become richer. Davy had thought about this himself. To be honest, Davy was a little annoyed that he had attracted such close attention from the entire continent, but it also meant that he had accomplished something really significant, and for some reason, it was already quite tiring for the first prince. Finally, Davy arrived in the capital. There he was immediately met by dignitaries. The first prince responded by saying that he had not seen his chamberlain Besphos for a long time. Besphos noted that the first prince had grown a little since the last time they had seen each other and was taller. The chamberlain went on to say that he, like everyone else, had also heard rumors, namely that the prince had made a huge enterprise succeed on his lands. Davy modestly replied that the heavens were favoring him. They sent him a real gift and there are no secrets here. The first prince said that he had already noticed that the atmosphere in the kingdom was quite tense. The Ober-Chamberlain confirmed this and said that a secret ledger had been made public. Davy asked again, pretending to be completely indifferent. Besphos went on to say that the incident had angered His Majesty King Krianas. Many of the aristocrats involved and their employees were stripped of their titles and sentenced to death. This news surprised the first prince, who had not expected his father, the king, to be so determined. The Ober-Chamberlain said that His Majesty the King had already gone to his chambers to rest, so the prince had better greet him the next morning. The prince replied that he was going to do just that anyway. Davy was surprised that everything in the kingdom went so smoothly. It seemed as if the king had tolerated all the lawlessness for a long time, and then suddenly exploded and began to act. Yes, the first prince personally put a lot of information into the hands of Marquis Feltris, but still, everything did not go so smoothly without the king's participation. As he walked down the corridor to his chambers, Davy thought about what he had heard from the chamberlain, and that he had only been worrying himself in vain. While thinking like this, Prince Davy met someone else who was walking toward him. It was the second prince of the kingdom, Round Callus. He had a semblance of a smile on his face that radiated only hatred. Davy turned to Besphos and told him that he needed to talk to his brother about something, so he should leave them alone. Besphos tried to object, but the first prince insisted, assuring the chamberlain that everything would be fine. He then added that this meeting was a mere trifle, nothing to worry about. The second prince, Callus, immediately entered the conversation and told Davy, arrogantly and enviously, that he had succeeded in 1 out of 1,000 cases, while he had already imagined himself to be a nobody. Callus did not let his jealousy fade. He said that anyone could have handled the case for which Davy had been invited to visit the royal palace, since such a miserable bastard had succeeded. The second prince told Davy not to hold his nose and that he was just lucky. Davy, barely able to contain his laughter, asked his brother if this was the only reason he had come here, because he could see how much the second prince was jealous. Or perhaps, on the contrary, Callus is too well aware of how valuable the work that Davy is doing is. The first prince asked his brother if he had heard enough about his inferiority. He added that at this rate, he would never be able to get out from under the Queen Mother's skirt. After that, Callus broke down and stretched out his hand to Davy. He wanted to hit his brother on the head and said that he was too drunk. However, Davy skillfully restrained Callus's hand and said that he was the only one who was really drunk. The first prince also said that others were constantly humiliating themselves in front of Callus, so he was living in an illusion. But no one would follow such an empty-headed fool. The second prince's mouth dropped open at these words. He hadn't expected Davy to talk to him like that. Meanwhile, Davy continued to mock his brother. He said that if a person is stupid and has only 1 spoon, then only wit would save him. Callus began to scream furiously, saying how dare Davy talk to him like that and humiliate him. However, Davy did not pay attention to his brother's cries. He said that if Callus had not been so stupid, he would not have shot him 6 years ago. And then suddenly the first prince attacked Callus. He simply could not restrain himself from being incredibly angry. In an instant, the second prince was already on the floor. Davy asked him if Callus even realized that when he spits out such requests as if they were something ordinary, he was dishonoring His Majesty all the more. Callus began to scream, calling for help, and Davy continued to laugh at him, especially at the cowardice of his brother, who in any situation constantly shouts, "Bastard!" The second prince was still lying on the floor in the corridor of the royal palace. Davy held his foot over his face and said that half of the blood flowing in his body belonged to the king of this country. Then the first prince did put his booted foot down on Callus, causing him severe physical pain. Davy just smiled, saying that he knew it hurt. The Demon Queen mentioned a book called This Is Youth. Davy replied that it didn't apply to this situation at all. Even in any case, it's a bit off. Callus, meanwhile, listened to his brother speak and did not understand. Then Davy walked over to him and slapped the second prince across the face again. This time he gave him what looked like a slap. Callus grabbed his eye and kept screaming about what Davy was doing. He just sat on the floor, afraid to do anything. The second prince slowly began to get up to run away, and Davy continued to mock his brother and asked if he wanted to get another blow. Then Callus finally got to his feet. Davy threatened him that he would see everything later, and all of Callus's things, which he always flaunts so confidently, would soon no longer belong to him. Frightened, Callus took his feet and began to run away from his brother. The Demon Queen laughed at him because Davy had managed to beat his brother with just a pinch. But Davy said that it was not just an ordinary goldfinch. The first prince smiled broadly and said with satisfaction that he had done some damage. The Demon Queen said that she would let Davy say what he wanted, but she did not like something. She asked the first prince to stop smiling like that because it scares her a little, and this smile looks scary. Davy put his hand over his mouth and asked if it was really that strange. It was just another bad habit, but he decided to restrain himself a little. The Demon Queen continued to ask what the first prince had done to his brother, how he had beaten him. Then Davy said that he had simply put the worst curse in the world on Callus, which even magic could not lift. The Demon Queen was surprised by what Davy had done and still asked what was so terrible, and the prince added something else. And he, still smiling, said that he had given his brother, the second prince of the kingdom of Round, a gift, and then he just kept silent and told Berserk that they had to wait until tomorrow and they would enjoy the spectacle in the hall. The next day, officials headed by the king were gathered in the meeting room, and Queen Lenise was also present. Everyone was discussing the first prince's successful venture. For everyone, it was incredible that it took 4 months to cultivate the moongrass, and that the profit for this period exceeded the annual expenditures of the kingdom. This was an amount that could immediately cover the cost of state defense. The officials believed that it was necessary to develop this enterprise to supplement the capital of each territory. The Demon Queen was watching them and listening attentively. She said that everyone had completely forgotten about the owner of this enterprise, which was being actively discussed, and they were only talking about it. For some reason, Marquis Feltris was absent from this meeting, but among the royal faction as well as among the aristocracy, there were a lot of people who were very greedy for power. The Demon Queen was logically interested in what the future held for such a country. Davy listened to all the officials chatter with his usual smile. He laughed and said that next time he would like to go into the restaurant business. In general, the most profitable businesses are food and alcohol, but he is still new to this business. The Demon Queen said that he is far from perfect, and why look for a new income in the middle of this mess? And then His Majesty King Cryanes said that first they needed to reward Prince Davy, who had brought such great good fame to the kingdom. Then he turned directly to Davy and said that he was a good man because he was able to handle such a difficult and serious matter without any outside help. And Davy said that he was just doing what he had to do. However, the king continued to praise his firstborn son. He said that no one could have achieved such achievements as Davy had in a decade. His Majesty told Davy to name what he wanted. The king was ready to give him any reward. Davy thought about it. He wondered what would happen next. He knew that no matter what he asked for, his request would hardly be granted, citing an endless number of excuses. The first prince told the king that he had a request, but it was too big a reward, so he had nothing in mind right now that he wanted. He asked His Majesty to give him time to think about it. The king generously agreed. The officials then continued to discuss the moongrass business. They again emphasized that it was necessary to support the development of the enterprise for the sake of the country's well-being. Some said that these were very limited proposals. Since moongrass brings in so much income, any option will do. The Demon Queen didn't like what the officials were saying about his friend's business, and Davy himself noticed that the officials were behaving much more arrogantly than he had anticipated. Then, Duke Barrietta interrupted the conversation. His eyes were shining with anger. He said that he had to check something first. He got up from his chair with a very stern expression on his face, which surprised the other officials in the meeting room. Meanwhile, Duke Barrietta continued. He said that everyone was excited about the company, but had everyone forgotten that you have to probe everything from the very foundation? The subject of the current controversy, ways to use the moongrass to bring additional material assistance to the kingdom. He asked if others agreed with him. Some said that indeed this venture was innovative. The Demon Queen remarked that Duke Barrietta was extremely influential. The first prince agreed that he does look good. The official who supported the Duke continued that by making good use of the enterprise. And then Duke Barrietta interrupted him and asked why no one was taking into account the opinion of His Highness Prince Davy himself, who had made such a huge contribution, but were only planning how to turn the enterprise into a state-owned enterprise and dispose of it at their own discretion. One of the officials tried to make some objections, but Duke Barrietta interrupted him again and said that the status of this official was not higher than that of a member of the royal family. That official was the Marquis of Ferrandis. Duke Barrietta asked him if the state could use all his property for the benefit of their country. The Marquis was distorted by this question. Meanwhile, the Duke continued that this is why the decision on this issue should be left to the Lord, His Highness Davy, and they all have nothing to discuss here. The Marquis of Ferrandis admitted that he had not thought about it and was talking nonsense. The Demon Queen herself was shocked by what Duke Barrietta said, wondering if he was helping Davy. The prince disagreed with her. For him it looked like a mockery and not like help at all. Meanwhile, Duke Barrietta continued. He said that if the state status was forced on the company, it would be considered repression. Then no one would dare to do business after that. The Duke then turned to the first prince and asked if he was thinking correctly. Davy, smiling, replied that the Duke was not just about to say that. Duke Barrett smiled quietly and asked if it was really that obvious. But he immediately confirmed it and said that, frankly, there is a more important issue. That is why he believes that reconciliation is necessary first. The Duke pretended to be quite caring. He went to the center of the room and asked for everyone's special attention. Then he pulled out a letter from under his cloak and said that it was a message from the High Priest of Balshus. King Krianis asked what this message could be. Davy sat still and silently watched what was happening. Then Duke Barrietta told him that the letter asked for His Highness the First Prince of the Kingdom of Roun, Davy Ol Roun, to move to the sacred country. This was to be done in order to testify to the appearance of his stigma and to confer the title of saint on the prince. And then Count Rhonda began to object. He said that His Highness is first and foremost a prince of this country, not an ordinary lord. The count said that the first prince should not be sent to a holy country. Others, on the contrary, defended the point of view of Duke Barrietta because a holy country is a holy country. That's the whole point. It is a country whose influence extends even to empires, a country that serves the goddess Priya. It should be no problem to send His Highness Prince Davy there. However, Count Rhonda did not give up. He asked, since when did the Kingdom of Ron become a subject country of the sacred state? He was outraged at how the prince himself could be given to them. It would be too much like a tribute, and they laughed at him, called him a completely clueless person who could not see beyond his own nose. Davy only wondered how much noise was made at the meeting because of him alone. He entered the argument, saying that the fact that he was stigmatized was confirmed, and he does not believe that this is why he needs to move to the holy country now. And in general, whether the holy country will take the Kingdom of Ron under its wing if he is granted the title of saint. Duke Barrietta reproached Davy for looking at the whole forest, not just one tree. After all, the royal family bears the yoke of enormous responsibility, and the Duke looked at the first prince meaningfully. He told Davy to remember that nothing good would happen. Stroking a sacred country against the grain is a very bad choice. Therefore, you need to listen to its will. The officials asked what would happen to the Hines lands, and with the Moongrass Enterprise at the same time. Duke Barrietta replied that if His Highness moved to the holy country and became a saint, unfortunately, this would have to be accepted, and in that case, the territory of the Haines lands would be impossible to govern by law. The atmosphere in the meeting room became even more tense. There was a lot of chatter about the need to appoint a new lord as soon as possible, so it was necessary to find a suitable candidate. And then one official said that his son had just recently come of age. The Demon Queen said that Duke Barrietta was doing something stupid, and Davy just said that it was all very interesting. So that's why Duke Barrietta couldn't let the company become a state-owned enterprise. Then he said that he wanted to add something else about the case. Now, the Hines lands are at a very important stage of development. The Duke even said that it is at the most important stage, and such an important position as that of Lord cannot be filled by the first person you meet. And then Duke Barrietta said that he would dare to recommend the only candidate suitable for this position, and the Duke considers the second prince of the kingdom, Roun Callis, to be the only suitable candidate for the post of Lord of the Haines, who will have to replace the current Lord Davy. Prince Davy thought it would come to this, to transfer the company after privatization to the son of Queen Lynn Barrett and grandson of the Duke Callis. And of course, the Duchy of Barrietha would take all the profits from the enterprise. That's the whole insidious plan of the Duke. As a result, although the Duke beat around the bush, the essence of his ambition was no different from that of the aristocrats who had originally caused the fuss. The second prince of the kingdom, Roun Callis, knelt down on one knee in front of His Majesty King Krianis and Her Majesty Queen Linnis, and waited for the king's decision. The first prince, Davy, sat quietly in his chair and watched the farce unfold in the courtroom. He alone knew what to expect next. Meanwhile, something strange began to happen to Prince Callis. He, who had just been so smiling and confident, suddenly began to lose control of his body. Callis was very scared. Davy knew exactly what was happening. He just didn't expect such a violent reaction right away so quickly. The second prince started talking nonsense. The first thing he said was that he shouldn't be clapped so hard. Duke Barrietta was so surprised that he was so angry, he shouted at him what he was doing. What kind of joke was this? King Krianis was also angry with his son. He slammed his fist on the table and said, "How dare Callis play the fool in the courtroom?" And Callis did not understand what was happening to him. He could not control himself. The second prince tried to explain that he had nothing to do with it, but all he could manage was a crow's caw. Davy's curse began to take full effect. His Majesty grabbed his head and shouted that he didn't want to hear anything else. let only Callus be silent. Then the king stood up and ordered the second prince to get out of the courtroom. To do this, he called for the guards, for Prince Callus was still babbling. When the guards arrived, His Majesty ordered them to immediately lock Prince Callus in his chambers and let him repent for his terrible behavior until the king decided to order him out. The second Prince Callus continued to shout that he was innocent, that it was not his will, but he could only manage to croak and cluck, and then he started barking. In short, Prince Callus spoke any animal language, but no human language was heard. King Crianus was furious. The guards grabbed the second prince, but he resisted and barked. He made animal sounds every time he opened his mouth to say something. Callus did not want to leave the courtroom. He was struggling to get out of the guards' hands. Finally, his headdress flew off his head. It was a very funny and disgusting sight. Prince Davy was watching all this calmly because he knew what was going on. The Demon Queen was surprised at the powerful changes that had happened to Callus in just one day. Prince Davy replied with pleasure that it was indeed a very terrible curse. He was happy to see that picture. Also, the second prince began to go bald. Bald spots appeared on his head, and they became noticeable as his headdress flew off. Now he became really sunny-faced. This amused Davy greatly, and the others were very much prepared for what was happening before their eyes. Duke Barrett was stunned at the sight of his grandson, and the first Prince Davy said that, as everyone had already seen, Callus was not yet fit to rule the lands. And then the first prince of the Kingdom of Roun, Davy Allroun, addressed Duke Barrietta himself. He asked him directly and boldly why the Duke's position had become higher than that of a king. And then the Duke sat down at this question. Instead of answering, he also asked what His Highness was talking about. Then Prince Davy said he would ask the question a little differently. He asked if this country, that is, the Kingdom of Roun, belonged to the Duke. Duke Barrietta replied with fear that it did not, and that it seemed that His Highness had simply misunderstood. He then added that he was acting solely in the interests of the Kingdom of Roun. The first prince then asked further why, in that case, the message from the Holy Country, which even His Majesty had not seen, was in the Duke's possession. Prince Davy did not wait for an answer. He continued to question Duke Barrietta and bring him to the truth. The first prince said that the Duke was talking the same nonsense that is said in the sacred country. He asked why this was so. Duke Barrietta mumbled that His Highness should watch his words. However, Davy did not stop talking. He remembered another interesting saying. The owner doesn't even think about selling the cow yet, and the other one is already grabbing the horns. Duke Barrietta said that they were now in the boardroom, so what was the point? Then, the first prince shouted back at the Duke that this was his own decision regarding the subject of discussion at this meeting. He had arbitrarily decided to proudly sell a member of the royal family at the first demand of the Holy Country. In doing so, he was going to take advantage of the situation to monopolize the Heinz Land enterprise. Prince Davy then added that, in his opinion, Duke Barrietta was no different from other aristocrats. Then, Duke Barrietta asked how His Highness was going to solve the problem with the Holy Land. Prince Davy replied that he would need to settle the issue with the country itself. The Duke asked what options His Highness had and whether he had already come up with something. The first prince said that people live in a sacred country, and the High Priest is also a human being. Then Prince Davy pulled out a magic ball to make the connection. Suddenly, a voice came out of the ball and announced that the connection had been established. Vicar Bellium from the Budget Management Department of the Holy Country got in touch with the first prince of the Kingdom of Roun, Davy Allroun. First of all, Prince Davy apologized to the vicar for calling him so unexpectedly, and then he asked Bellium what conclusion His Eminence had reached. Around the conference room, there were bewildered questions about what was happening here, how the Holy Country had been contacted, and whether His Eminence had reached His Majesty. Yes, this is what they are wondering. Even if it is a country that is located on sacred territory, the same people live there, and they are just as interested in business. The High Priest, who is part of the Council of Great Elders, is more influential than the king of a small country, but Davy contacted the ruler of an entire sacred country. Vicar Bellium said that in this case, High Priest Mullies acted arbitrarily. The vicar assured him that this would never happen again, and everyone can stop worrying about it. It goes without saying that no one would oppose the High Priest. Finally, the meeting ended. Everything was put in its place. Thanks to the vicar, the meeting ended safely. First, Prince Davy returned to his chambers and thanked Vicar Bellium for doing a good job on such a tricky issue. The vicar shyly replied that he had done nothing of the sort. He really did not even expect that the kingdom would decide to send the prince to the Holy Land. Yes, it would be good for them, but there are rules. And in the long run, such a decision would have only caused losses. Prince Davy wished them to work in the same spirit. The first prince put His Eminence before a simple fact. If at least one of the components in the form of Prince Davy, or Heinz Land, were to leave, then the cultivation of the sacred herb would cease. And who better than the ruler of the sacred country to know how this would harm. Vicar Bellium interrupted this speech and reminded Prince Davy of something. The prince replied that he was well aware of this and that in the next quarter he would prepare a certain amount of goods for the sacred country. He will cultivate the remaining field and grow additional moongrass to sell to them. Vicar Bellium sincerely thanked the first prince of the Kingdom of Round for this service. His Majesty asked him to continue to sell large quantities of moongrass to the sacred country. Wherever you look, this is very worldly and greedy. If you want special treatment, give something in return. And the Moonweed enterprise was originally created for exactly this reason. If everyone gets stuck in this swamp, there will be no one to blame. So let's go ahead, into the swamp, straight to the famous Vodionic. At the end of the conversation, the first prince said that business is very easy. The Demon Queen called Davy a liar. But Davy replied that whatever happened, it all worked out perfectly, so it didn't matter how it happened. Suddenly, the excited face of the maid Amy appeared in the magic ball. She saw His Highness, but she could not believe that she could contact him in this way. Amy screamed desperately and asked His Highness to save her. It was strange how a person who would be helping the prince in the future could show such weakness. Bernil, the maid's chamberlain, joined the conversation and apologized to the prince for looking so bad. Prince Davy laughed that his hard work was not noticeable. Then Bernil asked if the meeting at the royal palace had gone well. The first prince replied that it was very successful, even smoothly, and that he had already settled all his issues on the spot. Then Davy asked how things were going on the ground, how their guests were doing. The Oberkammerer replied that everyone was currently staying in a temporary camp. As His Highness had ordered, they had received a building permit. This means that soon new buildings will be constructed in each district. But as for the landscaping, he had reviewed the sketches left by the prince, but it would be difficult to implement. Davy asked if it was again a time issue, to which the chamberlain replied in the affirmative. The first prince of the Kingdom of Round, Davy Allron, saved the dying land and got rid of the interference of external power. But this is not even the beginning. Abandoned for a long time and therefore backward, the place technically lacks much to improve. The likely time needed to fill the gap is 10 to 20 years, and this issue cannot be solved with money. Davy saw that there was a lot of money but nowhere to use it. It turns out that they are getting fat. So, the first prince decided that it was time to slowly launch the second enterprise. This surprised both the Demon Queen and the Chamberlain. Prince Davy said that this enterprise would be ideal for the best inventors on the continent. This family is famous for its troublesome stubbornness, but the first prince has such an attractive offer for them that they can never refuse. Oberkammerer Bernil asked with interest what the best inventors on the continent were that His Highness was talking about. Davy said that it would be something like exchanging corn for diamonds. The risks are absolutely small, but the payoff is such that they will never find a more profitable enterprise. He was talking about boulders. Having solved all his current affairs at the royal palace, Prince Davy set off on his journey. The guide said that they would soon enter the lands of the Golden Boulder tribe. He warned His Highness to watch his step carefully. Prince Davy slowed his horse's pace a little. The tribe of the Golden Boulder is a settlement of dwarves located in the south of the kingdom. Once upon a time, the dwarves were called dwarves, or dwarves. Almost everyone knows them as such. They are from 100 to 130 centimeters tall, but they are extremely strong physically and very resistant to heat. They are also called the Iron Family, and they can rightly be considered born craftsmen. Unlike elves, who have now become a legend, dwarves live on volcanoes or in rocky areas. They even have some contact with humans. But because they dislike all other races, they only allow someone of the level of a king or his representative into their tribes. This is exactly what the first prince of the Ron Kingdom, Davy Allron, demanded as a reward for a successful venture in the Haineslands. Perhaps the aristocracy believed that he was aiming for the position of crown prince, but Davy had absolutely no interest in any such position and therefore boldly made a completely different choice. However, he was not let go so easily. In the meeting room, various officials expressed their opinions. Some said that the dwarfs are very scrupulous. Therefore, they warned against disturbing them unnecessarily. His Majesty King Creanis also warned his son that dwarfs are different from humans. He also said that if Davy just hadn't thought things through well enough, he should ask for any reward. However, the first prince stood his ground. He told the king not to worry about him for nothing. He also added that he was sure that he would at least not be thrown out right away. Davy could still feel the angry, wary gazes of the aristocrats until the very end. The Demon Queen said that it seemed like all the aristocrats were wondering what this bastard was going to do this time. In her eyes, it looked exactly like that. The first prince laughed and said that Perserk's eyesight was good. The Demon Queen also said that in fact, the companions were only assigned to them to keep an eye on the prince, although she even felt a little sorry for them. Davy said that she was right to feel sorry for them because he was going to arrange something. Finally, the first prince of the Ron Kingdom, Davy Allron, and the Demon Queen Perserk arrived at the Dwiff settlement. At the entrance were guards who ordered them to stop immediately. The guards asked who they were, and why they had come here. The prince's companions replied that they had come from the kingdom of Raun and asked permission to enter the kingdom of the Golden Boulder. The rather angry guard, furrowing his brow, said that they had not heard of this. The guard's name was Gert. Davy said that he had come here with a very good offer. Then Gert turned to him and asked who he was. The boy replied that he was the first prince of the kingdom of Raun Davy. The guard Gert looked at the cart behind Davy and hummed with satisfaction. Then, folding his arms across his chest, he said that a treaty was a treaty, since he was indeed a prince. However, the tribe was facing a big problem right now, and the circumstances were not right to make new treaties. The first prince was surprised by what the guard said. He had not heard anything about it, but Gert opened the gate anyway and invited the prince in, because that was his job. Gert also told them to leave their horses at the entrance and walk on foot. These are the rules here. Of course, the people who had accompanied the prince to the kingdom of the Golden Boulder stayed by the horses and the cart, and Prince Davy went on through the interesting kingdom, looking at the local scenery with interest. Finally, they reached the building, inside which the elder of the Golden Boulder Kingdom was already waiting for Davy's visit. At the threshold, the first prince was greeted by a maid who prudently warned the guest to watch his head as he walked inside, because all dwarves are very short in stature, so the entrances and exits are made for their height. In the hall where Prince Davy was invited to enter, there was a round table. An elder was already sitting at that table. He was the 8th elder of the Golden Boulder Dwarf settlement. His name was Golda. He was sitting with his hand on his head. It seemed that he did not want to have a meeting at all. Davy noticed that Golda was irritated by something. In addition, the prince was surprised that the elder was in the hall all alone, because usually dwarves have several elders. However, Davy did not come to this kingdom to be surprised by anything, so he decided to start suppressing it right away. The first prince of the kingdom of Raun, Davy Ol Raun, bowed politely and greeted Elder Gold according to the custom of the dwarf race, wishing that the protection of the god of iron always accompanied him, and introduced himself. The elder coughed in response and said that he was very surprised that a human knew the rules of greeting the dwarf. Davy replied that he could not be disrespectful to a lineage of eminent masters. This made Elder Gold very happy, and he said that he liked the first prince of the kingdom of Raun. In fact, it is very rare to meet such a person nowadays. Then the elder invited Davy to sit down at the table. Golda explained that all the other elders were busy, and he came as a representative of the Golden Boulder Kingdom. Davy immediately thanked him for taking care of this. Then the elder asked what brought the young prince to them. Usually, all transactions are made outside the village. The prince replied that he was aware of these rules and also knew that a regular treaty with the kingdom of Raun had been signed a few months ago. The first prince then went on to say that, frankly, he came to the dwarf settlement with a few of his own personal proposals for cooperation. He added that his cart contained a small token of his sincerity, namely barley beer and meat. Hearing about this gift, Elder Golda was even more amused and said that people who know etiquette are not so unpleasant, and that dwarfs like human barley beer very much. Davy realized that he had hit the nail on the head. However, the dwarf tribe is not in a position to fulfill anyone's wishes. The first prince of the kingdom, Raun, asked what this meant, but the elder replied that outsiders should not know all the nuances. Then, the elder decided to end the conversation and said that was all he could say to the prince. He understands that Davy has traveled a long way, so he will allow him to stay in the dwarf settlement for a few days. Golda has already informed the others. But finally, the elder warned Davy that if he did anything wrong here, he would be immediately banished from the kingdom. After that, Prince Davy extended his hand to the elder to shake his hand in farewell, but this caused the guard to grab his sword. Elder Golda simply walked past the guest, saying that he would be the first to greet him, and Davy bowed his head slightly at this inconvenience. Then the prince decided to check the information about the elder. His name, Golda. Age, 180 years old. Gender, male. Family, dwarf. Rank, none. State, tired, irritated, thoughtful. Special features, junior elder of the Golden Boulder tribe. Feelings. He is the youngest, so when he meets people face to face, he is unhappy that he has to drive them away. It has been a long time since people have entered the settlement, so Elder Golda feels some interest and doubt. He is definitely interested in an etiquette-conscious guest and is annoyed at the way he met him in the beginning. He wants to participate in the work again and learn more about the secondary tempering of the original spark, which is called the true dwarfic sword. After learning this in-depth information, the first prince of the kingdom of Raun paid attention to the subject of the original spark. Davy wondered when it was, and he plunged into his memories. He remembered Cert telling him once that he had created something with those assholes. But that was a long time ago, since the blacksmith's skills were not particularly good back then, frankly speaking, and the kids' qualities were not up to par. But, Cert recalled, at that time he felt so good with them that they feasted for several days in a row. It was a rather significant event. The first prince wondered if the original spark was really so incredible. Well, for ordinary people it is. Frankly speaking, Davy did not expect to hear this name. He then told the Demon Queen that she now has a very telling look in her eyes. This means that she knows something. Then Davy remembered that I think the name of that creation was the Unbreakable Sword. That's right. The original spark is a sword created by Surt together with the elders of the dwarfs. This can be called a collaboration organized for the first exchange of experience between humans and dwarves. Unity, progress, and the blessing of the god of blacksmiths are quite a lot for a sword, but it became special because of the abilities invested in it. However, this is all that the first prince knows. He remembered how Surt had once said that the dwarves had finished a week's worth of alcohol, but Davy knew that this was definitely the sword Surt had mentioned. The interesting thing is that, no matter how you look at it, it can be considered a prototype. Holding the sword in his hands, Davy suggested that it could be called the original version of Calderas. Although the direction of application is different, the principle of operation is very similar. A special method of processing using mana, an approach that combines material and immaterial principles. From the first hammer strike to the casting, everything is slightly different from the basic method. The essence of this approach can only be comprehended if you are able to discard all your past knowledge. That's why conservative non-human DVORPs can't understand it. Davy thought that was why they were puzzling over it so much. Then he got out of bed and stretched sweetly, deciding to move a little. Now he needed to get some rest. To everyone around him, the first prince visited this place for the sake of technology and hiring dwarves to develop the Hindslands. But his main goal is completely different, and the goal is a large furnace. This furnace was created with the intensification of higher technology. The Demon Queen remarked that it was impossible to persuade such stubborn people as the dwarves to use this furnace. Davy said that this was exactly why they needed a plan. The first prince assured the Demon Queen that everything would go perfectly, so she shouldn't worry. Then Davy went to a local diner and met Elder Gold. The elder asked the boy why he was there. Davy politely replied that he thought Gold had a lot to do, but it seems that he had been off for a while. The elder replied that no matter how important the case was, nothing good would come of it without proper rest. And after all, Brother Golgotha had just chased all the elders away anyway, so he took up the task. Then Davy offered to have a drink with him. The first prince then sat down at the table where Elder Golda was sitting and said that he had heard that the Dvoras had very strong alcohol and asked if he could have some. And as soon as Davy said this, one of the dwarves, who was also resting at the inn, seized on the prince's words about strong alcohol. He added that he was asking for trouble. Then the dwarf turned to the bartender, whose name was Malcolm, and said that a man was asking for strong alcohol. The dwarfs started laughing out loud and saying that the man must have balls of steel, and he was going to compete with Elder Golda. The dwarfs were laughing and shouting so loudly that Davy had to cover his ears to keep from going deaf. Then Malcolm, the bartender, decided to warn Davy. He said that he was being overly excited, but that the strong alcohol of the dwarves was not ordinary alcohol. This alcohol is too strong for the human body. Davy looked into one of the flasks that Malcolm had placed in front of him. He saw a liquid of extraordinary transparency. Then the first prince took the flask in his hands and poured its contents into his mouth. As he drank, he asked if this was all there was. Having drunk the whole flask of strong alcohol, Davy put it on the table, exhaled deliciously, and said that this was how you really drink. All the dwarfs around the table began to shout a loud "Cheers!" to the prince. One of the dwarfs came up to Davy and asked him if he was really okay, and then showed him 3 fingers and asked the prince how many he could see. They were all sincerely surprised that the man had managed to drink all their strong alcohol in one go. Davy simply replied that the dwarves had a very good drink. The Demon Queen asked him if he really liked it. Davy replied that frankly it was just naked alcohol, and the taste is just awful. But the first prince still needed to play the role of a complete drunkard. And that's because dwarves love alcohol and gambling more than anything else in the world. Then he turned to the 8th elder of the Golden Boulder settlement, Gold, and the first prince of the Ron kingdom, Davy Olron, offered the elder a bet. Golda agreed. He said that they, the dwarfs, could not but respect a man who could drink alcohol. He also said that he would pay for the drink himself. And then he turned to Malcolm and told him to bring whatever the little prince wanted. The bartender just smiled and said that if anything, he was out of the picture. Then the elder told Davy that he was not sorry for any bet, but right now he would not be able to fulfill any request of the prince, because they were in a state of emergency. Golda added that Davy's chance of winning was 1 in 10,000. If the prince wins, the elder will fulfill his wishes, but if he wins, the prince will leave this place. Davy shouldn't take this to heart. Golda is glad that a nice person came to visit them, but the timing is just not right. The boy smiled sweetly in response. The first prince was glad that the elder had fallen for his hook. The opponents picked up their halberds and the competition began. And it so happened that Dvorak Elder Gold lost in this dispute. The next day, he had a terrible hangover. Davy came to ask him how he was doing, and Golda only asked that the prince speak slowly, because his head was still buzzing after yesterday. Golda said sorrowfully that he had been living in the afterlife for so many years, and he would never have thought that he would lose to a human. He was very much deceived, and Davy, as always, replied with a smile that everything happens in the world. Entering into this argument, the first prince knew very well that he could not get drunk in principle because he had reached the peak of the power of sacred mana. Alcohol would spontaneously disappear from him. The demon queen said that he was a true fraud. However, Davy still had to concentrate in a certain way. Perserk also said that it was too much for the prince to go drinking with the other dwarves after the victory. She shook her head and asked when he had become such a drunkard. Davy said it was all because of one of his teachers who taught him the art of the sword. The hero who united the central Murima lands is Joma Dokujun, and it seems that everyone in this world is afraid of him. Even Daphne, an immoral saint who loved alcohol, shook her head and ordered the prince to never drink with Dokujun. That's how much of an alcoholic Jongma Dokujun was in the gallery of heroes. The problem is that during his studies, drinking with him became a routine for Davy. Dokujun always had a bottle of alcohol in his hand. If something didn't work out for the prince, Choma Dokujun would say that in that case, he needed to have another drink. The teacher would give Davy a bottle of alcohol and say that when he drank it all, he would teach him. But if Davy passed out, he would be punished by running around the gallery 100 times in 100 days. The first prince only now realized that the hardest part of studying with a teacher like Jonma Dokujun was drinking with him. For him, alcohol was something like a deity, and that is why some dwarf alcohol, even the strongest, is nothing to the first prince of the Ron kingdom. Elder Golda was still holding his head because it was hurting so much. But he said that in any case, an argument is an argument. So let Davy say what he wanted. To begin with, Davy asked the elder if this primordial spark was really causing the Dvoras so much headache. Golda was outraged, thinking that some idiot had already blabbed. Then the elder admitted that they had a problem. The old sword that they, the dwarves, kept was broken. Davy could not believe how it had broken, and Golda said that it was a very mystical story. He said that for centuries this sword had been passed down from tribe to tribe. It was always kept under careful supervision. Each tribe swore to protect it as the apple of their eye. And in this generation, it was Elder Gold's father who was mainly responsible for the preservation of this sword. But, due to the fact that his father passed away early, the care of the sword fell on the shoulders of Gold and his brother Golgoda. Davy wondered if the sword had broken at just the right time. After the story of the sword, the elder asked if the prince really only wanted to know about it. Golda then said that he was asking because it was Davy who was sitting in front of him. He assured him that everything was fine. The prince could continue to ask about anything he wanted. As expected from dwarves, they respond to the kindness shown to them with the same kindness. After all, Davy had just had a drink with him. However, it was clear that the first impression the prince left behind was beneficial. Then the first prince told the elder that, frankly speaking, he had a poor blacksmithing technique, and he asked permission to look at the broken sword at least once. It was all in the interest of science. Since Golda had promised to fulfill Davy's every wish, he decided to take the prince to the central workshop of the Golden Boulder Dwarf tribe. There was a constant fire burning in the incredibly huge furnaces, and blacksmiths were working there. The first prince of the kingdom of Raun was delighted that all this was created by the abilities of the dwarves alone. The elder confirmed this and said that although it was not mana or alchemy, the firepower of that furnace was incredible. Suddenly, someone asked the elder who he had brought to their central workshop. Golda waved him off and asked if it was not obvious from the guest that he was a newcomer to Zoloti Valun. But the workshop workers did not let up. They were outraged that the elder had brought the man here. They said that Golda had lost his mind to allow such a thing. Davy, of course, had predicted that there would be so much discontent and protests among the dwarves, but he did not think it would be so violent. The prince was even a little ashamed that he had dared to ask for a visit to the central workshop. And then Golda's brother Golgoda entered the workshop. He asked what he had done, how it had happened, and asked for an explanation. Golgoda was the first elder of the Golden Boulder tribe. Golda looked down and admitted that it was just a simple argument. Then he said that this green prince of the Ron kingdom was a little familiar with the art of blacksmithing, and he only asked to see their forge for a while. But all the workers in the forge kept shouting that it was still not appropriate to bring a person to the central workshop. Golda calmly told his brother that he was still drunk. However, Golda denied this, saying that he was fine, and he asked for permission to carry out his plan, putting his place as an elder on the line. Golda asked everyone to believe this young man and pointed to Davy. Golda still did not agree, but then he told his brother to do what he wanted, and they already had a lot of work to do, and he ordered all the employees to return to their workplaces. The dwarfs tried again to object that this was not the right thing to do, but Golda replied that Golda was also an elder, and his decision had to be respected. Then Golgoda addressed the man. The prince politely said his name, and then the first elder called him by name, and the first elder said that he would accept Davy at his brother's request. But as soon as he did something stupid, Golgoda would immediately smash his head. The first prince replied that he would take this into consideration, and all around him we heard disgruntled phrases about how absurd it all was, and whether the elder even remembered what the dwarves were doing here. Then, Davy was led to a hall where a huge sword, 2 meters long and 30 centimeters wide, lay on a pedestal. It is called a sword, but in fact it is a much larger thing. That sword has a nickname, the Unbreakable Sword. But the point is not that it doesn't cut. The point is that it's hard to cut with that sword. The central workshop was in full swing. Some dwarfs were shouting to others not to slow down but to grab quickly. Others asked what happened to the iron he had made there. The dwarves quarreled and used obscene language in their conversations. Sometimes they made fun of each other. The Demon Queen noticed that Davy was looking at something very carefully and asked him what had caught his attention. And the first prince of the kingdom of Round answered that the dwarves could not do anything with that sword. He realized that they were doing something completely wrong. An unbreakable sword has the same processing method as a sacred sword. But this sword was not finished, and therefore not protected from aging. It is a pity, but it is quite logical. First, Elder Golgotha worked hard to repair the unbreakable sword, and he even forgot to rest. But this can lead to trouble. You cannot drive yourself so hard with work. Golgotha was really working beyond his strength. Davy was watching and knew that the dwarves would not succeed. And then other dwarves entered the central workshop. One of them snapped at the dwarves of the Golden Boulder. These were the dwarves of the Blackstone tribe. The one who snapped was called Tros. He shouted that the dwarves of the Golden Boulder had finally broken the sword with the Christ. The workers of the central workshop asked what they were doing here. Tros did not let up, and he turned to Golgotha and claimed that he had broken the sacred sword and was living with it. And then he added that, frankly, when he was told that Golgotha would be responsible for the sword, he did not like it at first. Dwarf Tros began to demand that the Golden Boulder tribe at least now hand over the broken sword to them, the Black Boulder tribe. He also said that at least their tribe's craftsmen would do a much better job. The workers at the central workshop started yelling at Tros to shut his mouth. Even if the Black Boulder tribe had a better elder, it would not be easy to repair a sword. Tros was very arrogant and angry. He said that the Golden Boulder tribe hadn't made any progress on repairing the unbreakable sword for a very long time. And he loudly shouted that the dwarves of the Golden Boulder tribe should stop desecrating the sacred thing. And then Tros added that all the elders of the other tribes were of the same opinion. They were all in solidarity with each other on this issue. And again, he exclaimed that the Black Boulder dwarves simply could not entrust this matter to the tribe with the worst skills. Although things would have been different if Golgotha's father, the majestic Elder Gord, had been alive. Tros was escalating the situation more and more. He said even more boldly and disdainfully that there was nothing more to see here. Their preparations were already complete, and they, the Black Boulder tribe, were ready to take the sword back to their own place. Golgotha was in tears at this dismissive attitude and helplessness. Then Davy approached him and asked permission to ask him a question. Golgotha looked up at the first prince of the kingdom of Round, and Davy asked the elder directly if they were masters. Golgotha did not understand what their guest was getting at, and the evil Tros did not miss the chance to make fun of the first elder of the Golden Boulder tribe for talking to a human. He then asked him since when anyone could walk around in the central workshop. Tros thought this was incredibly insolent. Golgotha approached Davy from behind and told him to back off and stay out of the situation. However, Davy was not going to back down so easily, he said, addressing Golgotha, that a master must feel the spirit of everything he creates and respect it. But, the first prince continued, the dwarves of the Golden Boulder tribe have been ignoring that spirit from the very beginning. Golgotha replied that the unbreakable sword had already become so corrupted that it was really useless. Meanwhile, Davy went to the sword and began to repair it. The dwarves shouted with one voice what he was doing and told him to get away from their sword, where he was going to touch it. And then they attacked Golgotha, saying how he would be responsible for all this later. After all, it was an abuse of power, and the dwarves threatened to protest to the kingdom. But Davy paid absolutely no attention to anything. He continued to talk to Golgotha. Now the prince asked the elder if he really wanted to fix everything. Golgotha only replied that it went without saying. Then Davy asked him why he was behaving like that, why he was only worried about preserving his pride. Golgotha, as if mesmerized, looked directly into the eyes of the first prince of the kingdom of Round, Davy Allround, who clearly told him that he understood everything perfectly well. It seemed that Golgotha was having an incredible epiphany. Davy asked questions, such as whether about 3,000 years had passed, whether the sword had served the settlement faithfully all these years. And they can't let go of a thing that has long since come to the end of its life. They spend unnecessary energy trying to forcefully revive the dead. And then Davy shouted out that this is how they treat the value that has become their emotional support. The first prince, raising his tone even more, asked how they dared to call themselves masters after that. Davy continued to tell the dwarves off, asking when they started behaving so low. After all, everyone knows that the dwarfs are the family of the best masters on the continent. So how can such craftsmen not see that the thing is completely worn out, so it is impossible to repair it. The first prince of the kingdom of Raun went on to say that everything a craftsman creates must have at least a tiny piece of his soul in it. Davy said that, for example, a person who neglects this rule has no right to be called a master. The prince again recalled how he had been taught by the blacksmith Surt. The teacher said that if Davy ever met such a person, he should sell skulls to him without mercy. Then Davy put the sword on the grate of a huge furnace. Everyone froze in tense anticipation, and when the dwarves realized what was happening to their sacred sword, they rushed to Davy in a rage. They shouted that they would kill him, and Davy said that, given all that the dwarves had done, it would be the right thing to do. Then the first prince again clearly emphasized that the dwarves should not dare to mock the sacred object. Putting aside pride, this thing was created by the named teacher, and it has nothing to do with him personally. The prince said that there was no one among the dwarves who knew the true essence of the sacred object. Then everyone saw that the sword was completely melted, its life extinguished. Davy said that those dwarves were not even sure that the sacred sword could be restored. They thought it was impossible, so they did not even try. Davy asked why they were called a family of masters, but the dwarves did not want to listen to him. They demanded that he shut up. They were also indignant that he could know if he was talking such nonsense now. Golgotha asked the prince in despair how much more pain he was going to cause them. The other dwarves went to calm their elder. They probably knew this themselves. The original spark had long since outlived its usefulness, and there was no point in repairing it. And yet, with their technique, it is simply impossible to create a new one. The dwarfs could not recognize this fact. As a result, they convinced themselves that the value of an object exists only if it is passed down from generation to generation. In fact, this is a very terrible sin for craftsmen. Golgotha no longer knew how to react to all this. And then Tros spoke up. He said that Davy was taking everything too lightly, and this is only because this case is of a different kind. The art of a sacred object could not be restored even by the best dwarfs for generations. Tros shouted, "Does Davy really think he's any different? He shouldn't pretend to be the best among them if he couldn't create even one sacred object." The Demon Queen asked if everything was okay. It was the first time in her life that she had ever met someone so stubborn. It would be bad if this continued. And the first prince of the Round Kingdom said that he had never said that he could not create a sacred object. These words outraged the dwarves, the best craftsmen on the entire continent, even more. They decided that Davy was bluffing, because even they could not handle metal of such an unusual alloy order. And here is a man who says he can handle it. Golgotha said that this was the creation of the blacksmith of the 1001 Nights himself. You can't create something like that by just trying. Golda tried to calm his brother down. The first prince of the kingdom of Raun, Davy Olraun, replied that the dwarves should stop being so fierce. Let them just study. Among all the things Davy learned in the Gallery of Heroes, there was one of the few subjects in which the prince could barely keep up with his teacher. However, since he was in some way a special case, possessing many skills such as magic, fencing, alchemy, sacred power, and so on, he still managed to cope with the tasks at hand. For example, with Surt, who was a natural craftsman and also studied, they worked well together. So Davy's blacksmithing skills grew extremely fast, although of course he could not compare with the superfine work of this monstrous master. And the first prince of the kingdom of Raun, Davy Olraun, set about creating. He created the unfortunate primordial spark, which is no different from the prototype, many times in the Gallery of Heroes. The dwarfs started shouting at the prince that he was doing everything wrong. It's cadmium steel and myrrh alloy. You can't do that to them. The craftsman told Davy that he didn't even know the basic procedures. But Davy calmly replied that, "Who said that you can't use things that go beyond the established procedures?" Then he began to clarify whether it was the ancestral dwarves or the blacksmith of the 1001 Nights. The first prince told the dwarves that they were thinking about one order and imprisoned themselves in it. Continuing to work on the creation of the sacred object, Davy said that there was no need for any order. Suddenly, the color of a spark appeared. Things can change dramatically depending on how well you manage the process. And you can mix anything, as long as the method of work is correct. And you can do this even if this method is a real perversion for the dwarfs. All the dwarfs who were in the central workshop at that moment watched Davy's work in shock. Tros noticed what kind of reagent the first prince of Raun had used in the alloy. Golda said, frightened, that this was not right. Meanwhile, Davy continued to work, and he did it very easily and simply, enjoying it immensely. He said it was as simple as that, and finally, he finished his creation. The dwarfs came closer to evaluate the young master's work. The appearance of the sword was not too exquisite to be called a primal spark, but that was exactly what it was. It gave off the same waves that are felt from a sacred object. Others noticed that those waves were even thicker than those from the previous version of the sacred sword. But Davy knew that it could not be otherwise. because he was a disciple of Surt himself. The Demon Queen said that she did not expect Davy to be able to create such a sword without a mana stone. Her blood ran cold. Davy only said that if the dwarves could abandon their so-called order in their work, they could create something similar. The dwarfs were still looking at the sacred object that had just been created before their eyes. They said that the main thing in it was the veins. This sword takes on mana on its own. Simply put, it is a structure that allows mana to circulate freely. The principle is similar with the circles of mana that are carved into the body. The dwarves had already lost their anger at the first prince of the Kingdom of Round. Davy went to the first elder of the Golden Boulder tribe, Golgoda, and asked him if he knew what he had done. There are very few things that restore the power of metal without a mana stone, including sacred swords. These things are different from artifacts that are thrown away when the mana supply is exhausted. Golgoda fully agreed with this. Davy then pointed out to the elder the veins that were visible along the length of the sword. The Demon Queen noted that no matter what Davy did, he had finally successfully conquered the hearts of all the dwarves. After the sacred sword was created and Davy told Golgoda about it, the prince's role here was complete. The blacksmith of the 1001 Nights also worked up to this stage, and then handed over the work to the dwarves. So they had to do it themselves, but the elders objected that their technique was not enough even to complete the sword. And Davy calmly, holding the blacksmith's hammer on his shoulder, told the dwarves to learn this technique. However, the dwarves did not lag behind the prince. The first elder of the Golden Boulder tribe asked if Davy could teach them the techniques of the ancestors and the blacksmith of the 1001 Nights. The boy agreed, but not for free, of course. The first prince of the Kingdom of Ron made it a condition that they pay him and he teaches them. And first, he wanted them to deal with his case, with what he needed. And then Davy laid down the sword he had brought with him to finish it. The dwarves surrounded it and began to marvel at its beauty. The Demon Queen asked why every time Davy showed something to someone, it caused such an incredible reaction. At this rate, one day he would be caught desecrating a shrine. But Davy said he shouldn't be afraid of heavenly punishment, since he had already been stigmatized. After examining the sword that the prince showed the dwarves, the first elder of the Golden Boulder tribe, Golgoda, asked him what kind of sword it was. Davy answered the question by asking what the elder thought of the sword. Golgoda did not understand this answer. Golgoda knew what kind of sword it was, and he missed that it was created by Davy. But the prince immediately denied it. He did not create this sword, but he was going to complete it and needed the help of the dwarves. The other dwarves asked where the master who created the sword was. Davy answered that the master was dead, and he died a long time ago. The dwarves apologized for this clarification. The first prince of the Kingdom of Ron said that the master who created the sword had died a long time ago, thousands of years ago. The dwarves were shocked by this information. They were amazed by the phrase about several millennia. Davy confirmed what he had already said. It was a seasoned legacy that had been left alone for a very long time. That was why the sword's effectiveness had increased tenfold from its original setting. The Demon Queen said that it was not a wine to be aged, but Davy explained that it takes some time to treat weapons with mana. And, by the way, the original spark he restored will also be able to be moved only after a few months. Although the difference in the complexity of the treatment is obvious. And that is why this is a big problem. The first prince of the Round Kingdom was thinking about how he could complete a thing of this level. Elder Golgoda asked if the prince happened to have the ingredients to complete it. Davy replied that he did not. At first he thought of Misral alloy and was going to ask the dwarves for it. Personally, he would have preferred orichalcum or adamantium, but that would have been a bit difficult to come by. Because this is a dwarf workshop, you can only find high-quality myrrh here. Golgoda said that since the prince was asking for it, something could be done. The elder said that he would give Davy his workshop as a workspace. His skills are still far from the prince's, but his personal workshop is in perfect condition. It is quite worthy of use. But Davy knew that a personal workshop is an untouchable territory. It's not something you can just give away as payment for new equipment. All the other Dvoraks were very surprised at this proposal from their elder. Golgoda decided to give something else to the first prince of the Kingdom of Round, which shocked his subjects even more. He did not show it even when the Dvoras asked him about it. The elder opened the chest he was holding and everyone saw that there was a fang inside, on the velvet fabric. He asked Davy to take it. The Demon Queen thought it was some kind of bone. She was a little surprised. And the first prince opened his eyes even more in surprise. It was the bone of an ancient dragon of unknown origin. Golgoda said that it was an immensely perfect and noble material. Then he added that it was a family heirloom that had been passed down in their family from generation to generation since the time of the first ancestor. The first elder of the Golden Boulder tribe also said that he had been carefully keeping this item because he had never met anyone who could handle it. But now he met the first prince of the Ron Kingdom, Davy Olron. Davy was even more shocked. He could not have expected to see a dragon bone here, in the territory of the dwarf settlement. The prince did not know what to do at first. The dwarves had something else to tell him. One of them suggested that since Davy had already received the bone of an ancient dragon of unknown origin, it would not be convenient for him to use the personal workshop of First Elder Golgotha. At least, that's what he thought. So this dwarf decided to offer his personal workshop for use, and if the prince needed anything, he could just tell him, and he would be happy to get it. The other dwarfs also began to offer their personal workshops, because why should only one of them get this honor? They even started calling it tyranny. As a result, Davy didn't even know where to go from that chaos. Meanwhile, the dwarves began to offer all their possessions. Some of them even brought some orichalcum, which the prince had requested. Another decided to pull out his family heirloom, a reagent that had been infused for 100 years. Another offered 100 grams of adamantium and invited him to his home. Everyone pounced on Davy with their offers so much that the prince decided to stop it. He asked why they were taking out all their family valuables, but the dukes replied that it was okay, because they couldn't use those things anyway. This way, they could at least boast later that the ingredients from their house were used in the blacksmith's legacy of the 1001 Nights. The prince thought, let the ancestors forgive him. As a result, all the dwarfs who had some of their savings brought them to Prince Davy. The Demon Queen laughed and said that recently Davy had said that he was missing some ingredients. The prince happily replied that there would be no problem with that. The dwarf's affection for Davy is enormous. Having brought all their valuables, the dwarfs asked if it would be enough for the prince and if he was happy with it. Davy replied that he was quite satisfied. The first elder of the Golden Boulder tribe, Golgotha, said that he would like to help Davy in his work, but the masters have their own rules. The other dwarves were even angry with him for that. Davy thought that he could let the dwarves just watch him work, but he didn't say it out loud. So the dwarfs wished the prince to work quietly, and they would go and finish the sacred object, as he had taught them. Davy thanked them. And finally, he was going to start working, having everything he needed. Davy's memories came flooding back. He remembered how his teacher, blacksmith Surt, had once hit on a heroine, calling her a young maiden pea. The heroine was outraged that he dared to call her a flat pea and called him a bastard instead. The heroine's name was Waikano. Surt began to make excuses for not calling her a pea, but Waikano was already furious and threatened to burn Surt's student Davy. Surt sarcastically asked why she was going to burn a normal child, and Davy stood aside and thought only that he was mocking Waikano Surtes, and for some reason all the fire was flying at him. The gallery in the temple was created with the ideas of many characters. It was a world close to paradise in every sense. The message of the gallery was as follows: "You have suffered in the other world, so have a good rest here." Thanks to this, with the power of Odin, who is a famous creator of dragons, Davy managed to touch the bone of an ancient dragon during his lifetime. The blacksmith Surt really tormented the god of magic very much. Waikano was crying because of his touching. Master Surt showed Davy the fang of the ancient dragon and said that it was one of the ingredients for creating a sacred sword. Then the blacksmith added that this would not happen, of course, but if the boy ever saw such a fang, he should know how to handle it. At the same time, Surt continued to mock the god of magicians, who kept saying that she would burn Davy. At the time, the prince was only furious that he was being forced to learn how to handle ancient relics that no longer existed. But his luck turned into an absolute success. It would seem that this unnecessary training paid off. While working on the completion of the sacred sword, Davy wanted to apply fire resistance magic, but if there was even a small error in the temperature, he would fail completely. But the first prince of the kingdom of Ron continued to work tirelessly to complete the sword. The demon queen, who was watching the whole process, sincerely admired the beauty of the work. One sword had a color change from dark and red like blood to pure ruby, and, as if its reflection, a blue sword, like a supernova star that has just risen into the sky. The demon queen admired the concentration and diligence with which the first prince of the kingdom of Roun, Davy Ol Roun, worked on the sacred swords. And Davy worked tirelessly. He was very passionate about his work. And finally, the two twin sacred swords were completed. Now it was time to name them. Davy rubbed his hands together with satisfaction. The demon queen asked if Davy had anything in mind. The prince admitted that, frankly, he had already thought about it. Perserk was surprised. Davy said that the name had crossed his mind the moment he first saw the sacred swords. The prince gently touched the halves of his creations, stroked them, and said the name he had decided to give them. Name: Red Ribbon. Condition: in the process of completion of forging. Shape: double-edged wide blade. Length: 88 centimeters. Width: 6 centimeters. Contractor: Davy Ol Round. Completeness: 99.9%. Additional information: the first sword is from the last legacies into which the great blacksmith poured all his power, using mana in the swimmer. Restored and completed by the only apprentice of the great blacksmith who inherited the will of the deceased. The first sword of the specificity of the soul investment. Name: Blue Ribbon. Condition: in the process of completion of forging. Shape: double-edged wide blade. Length: 88 centimeters. Width: 6 centimeters. Contractor: Davy Ol Round. Completion: 99.9%. Additional features: second sword of the specifics of the soul investment. Second sword of the twin swords. Name: Red Ribbon. Condition: in the process of being completed. Contractor: Davy all round. Special: circulates mainly elemental and spirit mana. Has the power of inevitable death when cutting through a living being. Slices, ignoring the resistance of all physical systems that harm the blade. When used with the second twin sword, all effects are amplified. Name: Blue Ribbon. Status: in the process of being forged. Contractor: Davy Ol Rune. Additional features: circulates mainly the power of elemental spirits and sacred power. Has the power of inevitable death when cutting through the inanimate. Cuts through anything that does not exist in physical systems. Deals critical damage to demonic creatures. When used with the first twin sword, all effects are amplified. The Demon Queen said that Davy has no talent for naming things. How can you just call it ribbon? Perserk was a little outraged by this. But the first prince of the kingdom of Ron did not seem to hear her remarks. He was busy with himself and his twin swords. Davy decided to try out the first sword and began to swing it from side to side. The Demon Queen said that it was incredible. Davy had not poured any power or mana into the sword, and the grindstone had shattered the mural. Davy was also shocked that the sword cut through mana. Perserk said that he was just waving the sword from side to side, and here is such an effect. Looking at the blade of the blue ribbon, Davy said that this side was normal. This sword has the power to cut through something that does not exist in the physical world. The prince was pleased with himself because he had completed a simply ruthless thing. It was a masterpiece. When Davy came out of the workshop, the Dvoraks were already waiting for him. This surprised the prince quite a bit. The dwarves happily replied that they were just making sure that no one dared to interfere with their master's work on the completion of the sacred sword. Davy laughed and thanked them for that. Then the prince asked how long it had been since he had entered the workshop. The answer was that it must have been 4 days. Davy was genuinely surprised. The dwarfs said that their mentor had no idea how much their hearts ached when he didn't eat or answer, even when they knocked on his door. Davy still couldn't believe that 4 days had passed. The Demon Queen said he was practically obsessed with work. She also added that it was a very interesting sight. Davy asked what kind of spectacle she was talking about. The dwarfs, meanwhile, said that they had brought their elders. Davy grabbed Perserk and began to ask her what she had seen while he was working. The Demon Queen gave an ambiguous answer, saying she didn't know. Finally, the dwarves came to the workshop where Davy was working and saw the miracle he had created. The sword was sewing by itself. One of the dwarves said that such an incredible thing had been created by using the materials he had provided the prince with for his work. The reaction of the dwarfs who saw the completed swords was like that of deep believers who met God. They took the newly created sword in their hands, examined it from all sides, and said that now, after what they had seen, they were not even sorry to die. Davy tried to tell them something, but the dwarfs were too absorbed in the contemplation of the sacred object. Meanwhile, the Demon Queen was telling the prince that some of the moments during his work were a bit too much. Perhaps what the first prince of the kingdom of Ron, Davy Ol Ron, did lit a fire in the craftsman and started the work on completing the primordial spark. Several weeks passed in this way. The dwarfs were constantly asking their mentor if they were doing everything right, if the strength was too weak in this or that place. Davy would give them his instructions. He would say that everything was fine, and now they needed to lower the temperature a bit. Usually when working with metal that has a higher strength and mana connection than that of mirror, it is necessary to change the temperature of the fire from time to time. In this way, the sword will become stronger. The first prince of the kingdom of Raun was fully engaged in the work. Now he made a remark to Elder Ramdi not to bang the hammer continuously, not to set the texture of the sword by force. Davy said they should do it naturally, like the flow of water. The prince came closer to Elder Rondi, who showed him how he worked, and Davy corrected his technique. Rondi finally perfected his hammering technique. Davy thought that once the elder put aside his pride, all that was left was pure passion. He saw the dwarves overwhelmed with enthusiasm. It looked as if they were taking up hammers for the first time. The prince was quite pleased with himself, and the benefits were obvious. He went outside and climbed a hill with a spreading tree on it. The first elder of the Golden Boulder tribe, Golgotha, approached him and offered him a bottle of alcohol. He said it was the liquor his younger brother had been keeping, but Golgotha had heard that Davy liked it. The prince thanked him politely and said that it had a nice flavor and was not strong. The elder said he was very glad if Davy really thought so. Even though he is a dwarf, not all of them like strong alcohol. And then Golgotha said that, frankly, he had come here to talk about something else. The elder hesitantly began to speak. Davy wondered what it could be if Golgotha paused so much. Then the prince recalled how he had destroyed a grinding stone in the elder's workshop and apologized for it. At first, Golgotha did not understand what was going on. Then, the elder said that he had heard that, in addition to completing the legacy of the blacksmith of the 1001 Nights, Davy had asked the dwarves for help in putting the land's equipment in order. The prince replied that this was true. After that, the first elder of the Golden Boulder tribe, Golgotha, stood up and, with his hand on his heart, solemnly declared that they, the dwarves, never forget a favor or a disfavor. Golgotha also said that their skills could never match Davy's, but let him just show him what he needed, and they would try to help in any way they could. Davy asked if Golgotha was sure about his proposal, because it could take a long time. But the elder replied that he had done them a great favor, so the Golden Boulder tribe would follow him. In conclusion, the first elder of the Golden Boulder tribe, Golgotha, swore to the god of iron to always be there for him. So they, Davy and Golgotha, were sitting on a hill under the wide branches of a spreading tree. Suddenly, a dwarf approached them. He called to his elder Golgotha and waved to him. When the dwarf came running, he first began to gasp because he was climbing quickly. Golgotha asked him what was wrong. The dwarf said in alarm that there was a trouble. Their village had been invaded. Elder Golgotha was terribly disturbed by this news. He tried to find out as much information as he could from his ward about who had invaded their village. David also heard this disturbing news. He suddenly sharply waved away an object that was flying directly at him. The prince was suddenly attacked by a red dagger. Meanwhile, in the kingdom of Round, the maids who took care of the second Prince Callus cursed Davy for what he had done to their favorite. Because Prince Callus never regained consciousness, he threw things around in his chambers and kept shouting in different animal languages. Callus himself was sure that his brother Davy had put such a terrible curse on him. Everyone heard these abnormal animal sounds and saw that the second prince even had bald spots on his head. This all happened just after the meeting with the first prince. Callus also became angry at everyone, including his maids. He thought that they were mocking him, although they assured him that this was not true. The mad prince would rush to the first person he came across and grab her hair tightly, and then pull it hard, calling her a lowlife. The poor girl who fell under the wrath of his highness had to endure such abuse. The prince would then push her away and lash out at another victim, accusing her of being neglected by everyone. Callus began to strangle another maid, grabbing her by the throat. At the same time, he shouted something and made animal sounds. Suddenly, someone entered the prince's chambers and said that it was the first time he had seen such a funny sight of the second prince strangling his maid. It was an interesting man who smiled mysteriously. His highness asked who he was. The man replied that he was late in introducing himself. Then he said that his name was Face. The maids watched in horror. Face bowed politely and asked them to memorize his name with a sweet smile. Face went on to tell the prince that they had recently been very disappointed. Meanwhile, the maids were running away in fright. The prince asked about the side, and Face raised his finger up meaningfully and said that the prince had heard everything well. The second prince of the kingdom, Round Callus, tried to understand what was going on. He asked Face what he was doing and what he was doing here, and then, as usual, he growled like an angry animal. Then Face said that Prince Callus had recently been treated very boldly and cruelly, and then he added that he had the ability to undo such jokes very easily. Then he said that it would be like a gift from the company. Callus kept asking the uninvited guest who he was, and Face asked if it was really that important, because there were other things that were much more important. Face looked the prince straight in the eye and offered to make a deal with him, and then they would deal with the man his highness hated so much. The second prince pointed out that Davy has a stigma, and there is someone who constantly defends him. Callus said that Davy is not an ordinary person. Face replied that Davy is still a human being. Callus said that Face was talking as if he wasn't human, and he replied that maybe he was, and they would soon realize it. Face spoke very confidently and persistently. Then he added that he had already sent one of his wards in the right direction, and somewhere at this very moment, his ward is biting into the throat of the one whom Prince Callus hates so much. And now, in the settlement of the dwarves, which was suddenly attacked by someone, the Demon Queen began to examine the red dagger. Davy held it in his hands and saw the blood. He knew there was only one skill that could do that, the power to activate various skills with the help of blood. This is the power of the vampire's bloody Kai. The dwarves were very afraid for their mentor and asked if he was okay. And then the dwarves saw something terrifying. It scared them a little. They had to do something immediately. The Demon Queen also saw the appearance of a demonic animal. Davy noticed that this demon beast was also of a higher rank and had the skill of Bloody Kai. This demonic beast suddenly appeared near the hill where Davy and Elder Golgotha were sitting. The dwarfs watched it in horror, not knowing what to do next. The prince did not know what to do either. For now, they gathered their thoughts. Meanwhile, the demonic beast was advancing. It looked like a lion in some ways. Davy was not at all confused. He was watching every movement of the beast and studying it a little bit. The prince laughed at how proud and satisfied this demonic beast looked. He also imagined himself as a predator. Then the beast roared very loudly, trying to terrify his opponent. But Davy stood still. A bloody aura emanated from that demonic beast. It seems that Davy had already made a plan to defeat him. Such a bloody aura, even among vampires, can only be created by the highest ones. The question then arose as to how this demonic beast could create it. So, he was an expert level. The Demon Queen told Dave to be very careful because this demon beast was so dangerous that even an ordinary demon could not step into its path. The prince prepared to attack. He did not care about the beast. He was even interested in fighting and eventually winning. Davy said that a demonic beast is still a beast, first of all, and it has ordinary animal instincts, moves instinctively. As soon as the beast approached the prince, it immediately received a powerful blow from Davy. And in this sudden, unexpected fight, Davy saw an interesting chance for himself. He pulled out his recently completed sword. The true price of a new car can only be found out after a test drive. And the prince unsheathed his 24th style magic spirit sword and enthusiastically swung it at the demonic beast and struck the beast with a powerful blow. Half storage space, a replacement for the 7th Circle Supreme Magic Storage Space, a very small scope storage space recently created by Davy, who had not reached the 7th Circle, stores the red ribbon, Hongdan, Blue Ribbon, Chandan, the time of the highest prosperity of the central Murim Plains. During this era, all the honorable officials of the faction were as rotten as it is possible to be. At a time when Murim had problems with trade and the people were starving, the officials were living large. Again, Davy's memories came flooding back. One of the heroes told him various stories while drinking alcohol as usual. Frankly speaking, the gentleman, who was a drunk and not trustworthy, claimed that he had united the Murim with one sword, 88 sword styles that he invented and left as a legacy, and he continued to drink. This is a destructive and fierce art, where every style is absolute. And this art met with the art of the Sword of the God Hairs, and then evolved into the optimal form for Davy. As expected, a tool makes a man a man. Davy completed the work on the sword, customizing it for himself. The Hondan sword was quite enough for this. The demonic beast bumped into the magic weapon of the first prince of the kingdom of Raun. The first drops of blood were shed. The Demon Queen said that the beast was not yet killed, but Davy saw it clearly himself, the ability to survive, similar to a lychee, a special power to hide the source of immortality somewhere near the body. Until the source is destroyed, such creatures regenerate endlessly. Although, of course, you can kill this demonic beast by simply wiping it out. So much so that there is nothing left to regenerate. But in reality, this would be difficult to accomplish in battle. Davy then asked the Demon Queen if she knew anything about how a simple demon beast, not a high-ranking vampire, could be immortal. The Demon Queen replied that, first of all, it was already abnormal that the beast was using Bloody Kai. The first prince wants to test it, but there is no way to do so. And the demonic beast that attacked Davy survived the attack of the Hondan. If it has immortality of that level, then it definitely got it high-ranking vampire with lord-level rights. The question is what it has forgotten in such a demonic beast. The circumstances are not the most suitable for finding out the details. Davy asked if the source had been destroyed. The Demon Queen replied that it was something else. She rather thinks he destroyed the main system. The first prince of the kingdom, Raun, laughed that with this level he could kill a god. It would be very interesting to know what Surt the blacksmith actually put into his sword. This sword had been sleeping for a very long time, and the ingredients that were used to complete it were a bomb. All this together strengthened the sword many times over. Davy returned from the battle with the demonic beast victorious. Now he wanted to rest, and he would think about troublesome things later. Suddenly, Davy noticed something moving in the bushes nearby. It seemed to be a rat. He looked over and saw his brother, the second prince of the kingdom of Ron Callis, standing there. He told him to hide more carefully, because his hair was noticeable. The brothers met face to face, Davy's crazy look and Callis's frightened look. Callis began to run away quickly, and Davy ran after him, waving his twin swords. Callis was terrified that Davy would not catch up with him, because then he would be finished. The first prince shouted again that he could see his brother's hair and raised his sword. He swung it left and right, destroying everything in his path. Callis stumbled and almost fell completely, but he only crouched down, unable to run any further. Davy caught up with his brother and reproached him for trying to kill him. But he could have had some fun with him. Davy asked what it meant, "Do you have to behave in such a perverted way?" He was, of course, talking to the Demon Queen, but Callis didn't know what to do with himself anymore. He thought that Davy had gone mad because he was talking to himself. But Davy continued to talk to Perserk as if nothing had happened. He asked her whose side she was on. In this situation, the second prince immediately decided to take this chance to run away and hide from his brother. But suddenly he felt someone grab his arm. It was Davy. He had just decided to make fun of Callis in revenge, but Davy was not that close to him. Callis could not understand how his brother had suddenly appeared behind him. Meanwhile, Davy continued to have fun. He told Callis, calling him a dear customer, that he could leave only after the payment, and he wanted to run away with a mouthful of food. Then Davy swung his sword so hard that he almost hit Callis. But he did hit him a little bit. He got a small scratch under his eye. The second prince of the kingdom, Round Callis, was the most arrogant and great aristocrat in their family. He was also an incredibly distant being that no human could ever match. At first, Callus was going to cast Davy down to hell and mock him enough. He expected his brother to be overcome with fear from the mere encounter with the demonic beast, thought that he would just meekly wait for his death until he had enough. However, the second prince of the kingdom of Raun was very wrong in his calculations and judgment. The first prince of the kingdom of Raun, Davy Allround, is a completely insane person, as Callus believed. The second prince screamed in despair and anger at what Davy had done to his body. And in general, how dare he, from the lowest family, touch him and curse him? And Davy simply replied that his brother should thank him for not stabbing him to death right away. Then he added that he wanted to clarify something, but Callus said that it would not work, because among his tribesmen, he was considered the most resilient. The second prince continued to say that Davy would not be able to find out anything, but Davy told him that he did not even expect his brother to say anything. Frankly speaking, the first prince of the kingdom of Raun knew the perfect magic to find out what was going on in someone else's head, so he put his hand on Callus's head. The second prince did not believe that such a thing could exist, but Davy just said that he would check it out for himself. And the first prince of the kingdom of Raun used the magic Evolution of Shammai on his miserable brother. The black magic Mark of Damnation, Kai of Fusion, Flame of Inquiry. The magic enveloped Callus with its effect. He started shouting that it was very hot and asking Davy to stop doing it. But Davy told him not to be so dramatic, because everything was fine. Then the Demon Queen intervened. She said to Davy that although Callus was their enemy, but Davy interrupted her and told her to stop worrying, because Callus would not die from it. The Demon Queen replied that she was not worried about Callus at all, and Davy knows this very well. Then the prince politely asked the esteemed Demon Queen if he was obliged to be lenient with someone who wanted to kill him. Berserk then decided not to interfere anymore, as the first prince of the kingdom of Raun was quite right. She realized that such kindness was of no use. The mania worked on Callus. He was ready for interrogation. Davy said that he needed to know very little about something, so they would go through the questions very quickly. First, the first prince asked his brother who he was. Callus did not want to answer by force, but Davy had his own magical influence on him, which Callus was very afraid of. The second prince was bent to the ground in pain and squeezed out that he was an aristocrat of the Viscount level. That was essentially a cheap middle level. So, Davy continued his interrogation. His next question was what the second prince's goal was. Perhaps it was because of the vampire maid he had recently encountered. Callus confirmed this information. Davy laughed in his mind because Callus had said before that he was good at keeping his mouth shut, and in fact now he easily told everything he was asked, and he continued to ask his questions. He wanted to know how Callus and that demon beast had gotten immortality. Callus did not want to tell him what his brother was asking him. Now he just shut up and remained stubbornly silent. Davy even thought that Callus was holding up well. The first prince was waiting for an answer, but his brother was silent, just gritting his teeth and making a growling quality sound. Davy was about to put a little pressure on him. Suddenly, Callus said that he chose death, but he was extremely surprised by this. It was a sudden decision that clearly did not come from him. Both Davy and the Demon Queen realized that something magical was happening here, that someone had taken possession of Callus and was controlling him. Davy wanted to intervene, but Berserk stopped him and told him to stand back. Right before their eyes, the second prince of the kingdom of Raun began to transform into an unknown creature. They could only hear him shouting that he didn't want to and addressing a certain Mr. Feiss. Finally, he was enveloped in flames. The Demon Queen kept holding Davy back, saying it was taboo. It was taboo. And also destruction, very strict. Davy said that this happened to Callus not of his own free will. The burnt skeleton of the second prince of the kingdom of Raun, Callus, was lying on the ground in front of them. Unfortunately, Davy did not learn everything he expected from the interrogation of his brother. The Demon Queen was worried that she had interfered and detained Davy when Callus was being destroyed by an unknown force. However, the prince replied that there was no need to worry. He had already foreseen this. The one who casts a curse has the ability to sense when the curse he casts has been affected. In other words, the one curse that Callus had placed on him had already been broken. More precisely, it has been put into anabiosis. It is very difficult to find, but it is possible that it was found. A patron saint with the power of immortality. He is not a simple man. Yes, it was Feiss, who had visited Callus the day before. After everything that happened on the hill near the spreading tree, the first prince of the kingdom of Raun returned to the settlement of the Golden Boulder tribe. The dwarves were repairing everything that the attacker had destroyed. There were many ruins around. The Demon Queen was shocked to hear that only one demon beast had been here, and so much had been destroyed. When Davy approached the elders, he saw that they had sent a messenger north and asked him to hurry. The elders saw that their mentor had returned, alive and well. The first elder of the Golden Boulder tribe, Golgoda, said that they were very ashamed to meet him in such an indecent way. But Davy replied that everything was fine. The first prince said that what was more important was whether they were injured. Golgotha replied that as far as Davy could see, they were fine. But unfortunately, dozens of houses had been burned down and some people were still injured, but not seriously. And then Golgotha noticed that Davy wanted to tell him something else. He said so and told him how he felt. But he invited the first prince of the kingdom of Round and their mentor to come inside to talk. They entered the hall and sat down at a round table. Golda was also present at the table. Golda said that the guards were on their toes. Davy asked excitedly what else had happened, why there was such a commotion. The elders replied that it was nothing special. They had just been informed that a child from the orphanage was missing. They have already sent guards to search for him, but so far to no avail. Nothing is known. And Golgotha added that it is very dangerous for the first prince of the kingdom of Round to continue to stay in the dwarf settlement. This was his opinion. Then Davy put something on the table and said that he still wanted to tell the elders something. The first prince pushed the thing he had just put on the table, which was a small book, and asked the dwarves to accept it. He said that it contained all the necessary information on the restoration of the shrine. It would take quite a long time to complete it, and it was time for the first prince himself to slowly leave, to return to his home. The dwarfs were caught off guard by the grace of their mentor. Golgotha took the book in his hands with trepidation, held it to his chest, and asked Davy how they could repay him for this favor. As usual, the prince said that he didn't need anything in particular, and if anyone needs to pay for a favor, it is he who should do it. And then Davy pointed to his twin swords and said that he had already received quite enough. After that, the first prince of the kingdom of Round said that the demonic beast had sneaked into the dwarf settlement with the purpose of attacking not the village, but him. Therefore, if he left the village, the problem would disappear. And Davy apologized for what he had said. The elders replied that it would not affect them because it was not their mentor's fault at all. How could it be otherwise? Acceptance depends on perception. If they were someone who was hostile to him, they would definitely call him the culprit of everything that happened in the settlement. And then Davy made a very convincing case that the demonic beast attacked him because of the stigma on his body. But still, he was definitely the target. The first prince of the kingdom of Round was a little afraid that the vampires would decide to take revenge on the settlement after they left, but he still can't be torn to control such trifles. So Davy decided to get ready to go, but first he had to rest properly, and then get ready to go. And Davy also managed to find a little orphan who had disappeared during the attack on the demon beast settlement. The boy was sitting among the green bushes on a rocky ledge. The child ran joyfully into the arms of his caretakers. In the end, the first prince of the kingdom of Round had done everything he could do in the village, and now it was time to leave the village of the dwarves and to return as soon as possible. This is necessary to ensure the safety of the inhabitants of the Golden Boulder settlement. A little time passed, and Davy returned to his land. The guards stood near the palisade next to the gate to the city. When someone approaches or drives up, the guards stop him, preventing him from going any further. Several soldiers surrounded Davy from all sides, and one of them asked who was coming, and Davy politely answered them that their lord had arrived. He was very pleased with the discipline of his wards. Then the soldiers began to repeat with breathlessness that Mr. Saint had returned. They immediately made the first prince of the kingdom of Round embarrassed. He did not like being called a saint, but what could he do? He had earned this authority for himself. His ward said it sincerely and with gratitude, and Davy felt at home here. As soon as the first prince returned to the Haines lands, he was immediately overwhelmed with a pile of work. He received reports while he was in the dwarf village, but during this time, the number of people wishing to settle here exceeded the expected number. Around the second quarter of the year, the number of residents reached about 4,000. Lord Davy discussed this situation with Captain Momodou. This number would be almost 20 times more than the current population. Such a sudden increase in population will bring them many different problems, but there is no point in worrying about it now. The first prince now has a reliable assistant, whom he brought with him from his trip to the Golden Boulder dwarf settlement, and the elder of the dwarves, Golda, came with Davy to the Hines lands. He had already heard that the state of the land was very poor, and Golda continued on. He said that the condition of the mansion where the dwarf elder lived was also far from the best. Then, the elder solemnly said that since this was a chance for the dwarves to repay the favor, he asked the prince to allow them to fix everything. Golda said in anticipation that he would turn the Haines lands into a place that would live up to the reputation of a master representative of the continent. The elder sincerely asked that his mentor allow him to do so. After all, no matter how great a leader is, no one will follow him if he doesn't take care of himself. But Davy replied that he would not refuse the offer. Then he put his arm around Golda's shoulders and said that he just wanted to add something, and maybe the other dwarves wouldn't like it either. Captain Monmedo, watching Lord Davy and Elder Golda talk so sweetly, wondered what his master had done again, and how. After all, even the dwarfs, who can hardly be seen, are so favorable to the prince. Sometimes Davy catches intense glances full of doubt. He wonders who they are taking him for, but in the end it's only fair. In any case, the process of reconstructing the Heinz lands goes easily and smoothly. Finally, the first prince of the kingdom of Raun got to his chambers and lay down on the bed, right in his clothes. He said that fighting the demon beast was much easier. The demon queen praised him for his good work and said that he had done well. Davy put his head on a pillow and said tiredly that he now understood why the kings of the Joseon era died young. The demon queen had only confirmed that being a leader meant hard work. Davy was so tired that he was beginning to fall asleep. Half asleep, he muttered how soft and wonderful this bed was. Perserk reminded him to change his clothes and then go to bed. It was rumored that this bed was created by alchemists, specifically for the structure of the human body. It was also very huge. Even on Earth, it would be first class. Davy dozed off for a while, not even changing his clothes, but suddenly something woke him up. He sat up on the bed, rubbing his sleepy eyes. Since it was dark around him, he couldn't see anything for sure, except for the strange creature peeking out from under his blanket. Nothing was visible except the large, strangely shaped 2 shining eyes and 2 legs. Davy woke up immediately and thought that he had entered the wrong room, but the demon queen objected and said that this could not be. This worried the prince even more, and he thought seriously about what it could be. Everything was quiet for a while, and now something may be starting again. There is no guarantee that a bribe must necessarily be money. Perserk did not understand. For the sake of the family business, it sometimes happens that someone breaks into Davy's room. This is called an illegal request. It's not just about money as a bribe. Such an illegal request is deeply rooted in this world by the royalty. Therefore, it is not a rare phenomenon at all. But it was with the first prince of the kingdom of Raun, Davy Ol Raun, that things were different. Once, in a gallery, a heroine scolded and shamed Davy for playing with himself to get carnal pleasure. She said that even if she had to get out of the gallery, she would catch him and tear off everything that didn't fit properly. Then, right in front of the frightened boy's face, she would brandish her terrible knife with a wide blade and say that she, his holy sister, always keeps her word. Let him remember that once and for all. Davy realized that the warning of an immoral saint was actually more convincing than it seemed. At a time when bribes were already being accepted everywhere without any problems, for some reason it was not revealed whose hands it was. But in the end, things got to the point where the prince was being broken into not once or twice, but almost every day. All he did at night was drive out the person who had entered his chambers this time. Davy was screaming that if there was one more time, a deal or some other shit, he would just turn everything upside down. Those were the threats. The saboteurs ran away, cursing, but Davy could at least sleep well after that. The first prince carefully pulled back the blanket and saw who was hiding under it. His anger knew no bounds. This time they want to pressure me into pity with the help of a child. This is impossible. Davy held his head. It was very low of them. Anyway, it was just a little girl. The first prince asked the child who she was. The little girl was sitting on the bed, looking at Davy with big, wide eyes, sweetly and curiously. She didn't even know how to answer the question correctly. The demon queen said it was dangerous for the heart. Davy was really angry. These bastards have nothing sacred. They decided to use an innocent child. And then the first prince slammed his fist on the table and called his maid, Amy, over. The girl immediately ran into the master's room, and she was immediately horrified to see a small child with red hair sitting on Davy's bed, smiling sweetly. Amy was about to ask what it was, but immediately put her hand over her mouth. The prince shouted at her not to say anything. Davy then lashed out at the maid and shouted loudly that he had clearly ordered that absolutely no one be allowed in his bedroom. Amy, stammering, replied that she hadn't let anyone in and didn't understand what was going on. The maid understood that it was her master who had brought the little girl, but Davy replied sharply and briefly that he had not. The first prince thought seriously about the situation, because if the maid Amy was not aware of all this, it meant that someone else from his servants had brought this girl to his bedroom. Davy was outraged that he was no longer being taken seriously lately. Amy was afraid for her master. She approached the girl, who for some unknown reason was in the first prince's bedroom, and at the same time apologized to her master for not properly monitoring his chambers. The maid said that she would find the child's parents, and that His Highness should not worry about anything else. But this little child said the word daddy and pointed his tiny finger at Davy. The prince was stunned. Meanwhile, the little girl jumped out of bed, ran to him, and hugged his knees. Davy still didn't understand, and the little girl called him daddy again, and then ran off somewhere and started to be naughty. The maid tried to catch her. Another little girl was looking shyly at Davy from the opposite corner of the room. She looked exactly like the previous girl, but had blue hair. Title: Honden. Red ribbon. Condition: the item is complete. Form: a double-edged sword with a wide blade. Length: 88 centimeters. Width: 6 centimeters. Contractor: Davy Ol Round. Completion: 100%. The maid, Amy, was running after the child and said that he might get hurt if he ran so fast. Now Davy sat down and thought even more about how it happened. It was really very unexpected for him. The Demon Queen had told him that he could have used this feature from the beginning. And then she added that she also hoped that his conscience had already eaten him. And the first principal thought about how to change the name he had already chosen. After all, no one would have thought that a sword could take on a human form. Name: Hondan. Red ribbon: Chandan. Blue ribbon. Condition: the product is complete. Form: a double-edged sword with a wide blade. Additional information: awakened ego. Because the ego awakened early for some reason, the ego's consciousness corresponds to a young age. The creator, who is working with his whole body to complete them, is considered to be Devi Olrona, their father. The ego will gradually become an adult. Very cute, so handle with caution. Devi was very surprised by the phrase, very cute, so handle with care. The Demon Queen said that she had already said many times that it was not written by her will. Amy's maid was still trying to catch Hondan. She showed her that she had a cookie for her. The girl ran to Amy, wanting to eat the sweets. The maid then invited Miss Chandan to try the cookies as well. Davy was completely shocked. He could not even imagine that these swords also eat. They behave completely like ordinary people. And then Chandan fell right into the prince's lap. Apparently, she was running so fast to Amy for cookies that she didn't even look at the road, so she tripped over her daddy. The girl leaned against him gently, and Davy put his hand on her head with long blue hair. Chandan sweetly said, "Daddy," to him. The first prince felt a huge surge of love again, and Perserk was worried about him, because it was really dangerous for his heart. When the girls had calmed down, Amy took them back to the first prince's chambers and they stood politely in front of their daddy. Then he decided to test them. Davy sat down on the couch and asked Hongdan and Chandan if they could return to their original appearance. The twin sisters looked at each other. Davy was pleased to see that they understood human speech perfectly. The sisters rose into the air, shone, and turned into swords, because their true essence is swords. The Demon Queen said that in their original form there was no resistance. Davy noted that this transformation was natural and instinctively familiar. And then the prince felt that the density of the power invested in them became denser. The Demon Queen wondered if the ego's effectiveness increased upon awakening. After a careful examination, Davy told the swords that they had enough and could return to their human form. The first prince then thought that the first thing to do now was to officially announce that he was the guardian of Hongdan and Chandan. The Demon Queen asked if the girls were his daughters. At that time, the sisters asked their daddy for a cookie. Perserk corrected what she said, because in this case, Hondan and Chandan are Davy's adopted daughters. The prince asked the Demon Queen if she was going to deprive him of his marriage prospects, and Perserk asked if that wasn't originally the plan. The sisters did not stop asking their daddy for cookies, but Davy took the position of a very caring and strict father, so he told the girls that they could not have cookies because they would get tooth decay. Suddenly, Amy entered the prince's chambers, and for some reason she did not dare to say why she came to see His Highness. Shifting from one foot to the other, the maid finally said that the prince had a visitor, but Davy was not expecting anyone, and he was surprised why someone would pay him a visit without warning. And it was the younger sister of the first prince, the second princess of the kingdom, Round Winry. As soon as the girl entered her brother's chambers, a charming, delightful smile lit up her face. At the same time, she grabbed her cheeks and cried out that it was all too cute. Then Winry sat down next to the twin girls, hugged them tightly, and asked Davy who they were and if they were local. The prince proudly and responsibly said that they were the children he was responsible for, and then he added that, in a way, these girls were his daughters. This shocked Winry, because she could not even imagine it. The princess said that Davy does something new every time they meet. Meanwhile, the twin girls ran to their daddy. Later, Winry and Davy went for a walk. Winry said that she was very worried when she heard that her brother was leaving for those devastated lands. He can't even imagine how surprised she was when she heard rumors that he had been successful in the moongrass trade. And then Winry added with redoubled enthusiasm that she had also seen that there were dwarfs in the village, and she was extremely impressed. After all, dwarfs are a race known to all of humanity for not usually going out into the outside world. Davy modestly replied that the dwarves were just helping him a little. This sounded incredible to Winry. Then Davy said that since it was so, he would like to meet his sister properly, but his land was not yet in the best condition. But Winry told him not to worry about that. The most important thing for her is that her brother looks very happy, so she is quite calm. Davy was very pleased to hear this from his family. He was a little embarrassed, and the Demon Queen reminded him that he had a lot to do. Now the prince realized that he had not even been able to comprehend this while he had a mountain of work to do. Yes, Davy was joyful. This is a very true characterization of him, and his two twin girls also added to his joy. Then, the first prince invited everyone to go inside the house. After all, they had a dear guest. Winry gladly agreed. Amy approached those who had come with the princess and accompanied her and invited them to follow her. When Davy and his little sister sat down at the table, The prince asked her how Varys was doing. He also said that they both must have a lot of work to do in their own lands, so how did she manage to get away from there? But Winry said that the robbers had quieted down lately, so their lands were quiet for now. And then the princess slightly reproached Davy for being too indifferent to them. Davy smiled guiltily and apologized to his sister. Then the second princess said very seriously that, frankly speaking, she had come because she had a favor to ask of him. Davy tensed up and concentrated. It was clear that she was very nervous, and she was not quite comfortable asking her brother for such a favor. Still, she took the plunge and asked if he could use the power of stigma. Davy asked if he understood correctly. The second princess continued, saying that it was wrong to ask him to do this when he had a lot of things to do. Winry raised her hands to her face, clasped tightly in a lock, and said quietly that he was the only one she could rely on now. The girl closed her eyes because she was ashamed to ask her brother for anything, and suddenly Winry heard what sounded like a voice of salvation. Davy told her not to worry and to tell him everything. The princess opened her eyes, and Davy saw tears streaming down her face. He immediately jumped up and ran to his sister, asking what had happened, and Winry only said that she was very sorry. The prince tried to calm his little sister down, but it was hard to do, and he suggested that she get some rest. The girl agreed. They made her a bed and she fell asleep peacefully. She was really tired. Oberkammerer Bernil suggested that Princess Winry must have suffered a lot of heartache lately and would immediately feel much better after a proper rest. It is quite a distance from the lands of the Horde, which belong to Winry and Varys, to the lands of Heinz, which belonged to Davy. It seems that Winry had been traveling to Heinz's lands for several days in a row without any rest. Before going to bed, the princess told her brother the essence of her request. The fact is that her close friend is now on the verge of life and death. Both priests and doctors have given up and can do nothing. The situation was as follows. Portia, Winry's guard and close friend, saved the princess from a poisoned arrow by shielding her with her body. The poisoned arrow hit her in the back. This happened because during the exhausting battle with the pursuit, they, on the contrary, fell into a trap. If Portia had not done so, the second princess would have been either injured or dead. Later, Mr. Priest removed the poison from the girl's body with a detoxification spell. But after that, dark blue spots appeared all over the girl's body. And this is the main problem. After the arrow poison was neutralized, Portna began to show very strange symptoms. She was very feverish. Dark blue spots began to appear all over her body, and at any time she could be attacked by a severe cough with coughing up blood. The girl was gradually becoming exhausted. Both the priests and doctors tried their best to help, but Portia was not getting better. And when all hope of finding a cure for this unknown disease was almost completely extinguished, Winry accidentally heard the words of the priest who was treating her friend. The priest was talking about an upper-class priest with a stigma. It was the kind of priest who could try to save Portia. Then, a new spark of hope was ignited in Winry. That's why she went to the Haines lands, wanting to grasp at least that last straw. It was even more painful for Winry that all this had happened to Portia because of her. The princess asked Davy in despair what she should do now. While Winry was sleeping, Davy sat by her bedside and thought about how to honor her sister's request and find a cure for her friend. And then Handan and Chandan ran into the room where the second princess was sleeping, came to the bed, saw that Winry had fallen asleep in the middle of the day and asked if she was sick. Davy reassured them, saying that Winry would be fine once she slept through the day because she was tired. Then Davy turned to his daughters and told them that they needed to let Winry get a good rest. Handan looked at him with sincere eyes and said that she shouldn't be sick. And then the hot-tempered Handan added that she wanted to stay here, in the chamber, with Princess Winry, and she crawled under her blanket. Chandan hadn't said anything yet, and the Demon Queen said that she was a good girl. However, after a few seconds, Chandan said that she would also stay by Winry's side while she slept. This surprised her daddy and Perserk. The two twin sisters lay down on both sides of Winry and hugged her, snuggling up to her. Not long ago, they had been pushing her away. The first prince thought they were very beautiful girls. In any other situation, he would have stopped them, but not now. After all, these children are practically dense bundles of energy, and the fact that they would be so close to Winry would help her recover her own strength faster. Davy went to the window. It was already night outside, and two moons, red and blue, were shining peacefully in the sky. The prince thought again about the symptoms of the unknown illness that his sister's friend had contracted. He remembered the dark blue spots and hemoptysis. The Demon Queen asked why Davy had such an expression on his face now. The boy replied that it was simple. The prince thought about what he had heard about these symptoms before. They are really similar. There are times when you suddenly have this feeling that something is happening, and then without any reason, without any signs. The first prince called the Chamberlain. He said that there was a guild of spies in those lands, and asked Bernil to find the most prominent and trustworthy among those spies. The Oberkammerer understood. As he continued to look out the window at the night sky, Davy said that he thought things were getting more and more confusing. The Demon Queen asked if this would be such a big problem, since the prince always turns a crisis into a very big profit. However, Davy said that an increase in the number of victims was not welcome. Besides, judging by the symptoms, he can think of only one disease. The Demon Queen again began to list the symptoms that Winry had mentioned, namely dark blue spots, coughing up blood, and general weakness. But in her era, this had never happened. She asked if there really was such a disease. Davy replied that the problem was that it shouldn't exist on their continent. That was what was driving him into a stupor. Finally, the next morning came. Winry woke up and went outside. The twin girls never left her side, accompanying her everywhere. Handan was more lively, noisy, running around and humming songs to herself, and Chandan mostly stood or sat politely next to the princess. The law of causality. There is no result without a cause. Davy stood by the window again and watched the girls playing next to his younger sister. He saw how the whole situation looked from the outside. A person who has been poisoned by arrow poison develops very strange symptoms after detoxification, and the person gradually dies. And this is the first time both the priest and the doctor have seen this disease. The Demon Queen looked at Davy and said excitedly that he didn't look good today. The first prince said that he had a lot to think about. Perserk said that it went without saying. She was also concerned about the case of the prince's younger sister. And to begin with, she had to ask where exactly those savages, who live only by plundering the royal outskirts, had gotten their hands on such poison. Davy said that there are quite a few foggy places, but we can't draw any premature conclusions. They needed to gather more information. Then the Demon Queen asked if that was why the first prince had called a spy from the secret guild. The prince smugly replied that it was. Now we need to understand where it all started and where it is going. The key to finding a cure for any disease lies in its cause. Davy was one of the first to learn this rule when he studied medicine. The first prince of the kingdom of Ron, Lord of the Hinds, Davy Olron, was sitting in his study, completely filled with books. And then he said it was just in time. The prince turned somewhere in the space in front of him and said that since someone had come, he should come in. The Demon Queen didn't understand. She asked who Davy was talking to. Meanwhile, the prince told the invisible man not to waste time. And Davy pointed at the shadow that suddenly appeared in his office, but the prince himself was ready for such a guest. The shadow began to grow larger and took on the appearance of a man wrapped in a long cloak with a hood. And this guest looked quite capable. Finally, he spoke in human language, saying that he had heard that Davy needed something. The prince confirmed that he did need some help, but first of all, he thanked the visitor for coming to him, even though he had a lot of his own business to attend to. Then, he invited him to sit down. The guest continued to stand still, showing that he did not want to sit down. Davy only said that he should do as he pleased. The prince realized that the guest was alarmed that Davy had managed to reveal his identity. Then the prince got down to business and decided to speak directly. He stated that he wanted to buy information. He needed as much as the guild could get. That is, completely everything. The guest started to say that everything, but Davy interrupted him and continued the sentence, saying that he needed an appropriate payment. He completely agreed with this, as free cheese is only in a mousetrap. The guest simply added that for a sufficient amount of money, their guild would be able to scout even the personal affairs of the closest royal family. And if the prince wanted, they could even get the underwear of the imperial family members. Davy listened to all this and silently laughed, wondering who would advertise their activities like that. He couldn't even put his guest's words any softer. But this was all going on in the prince's head, and he said out loud that he understood everything, so let's get down to business. And Davy asked, what about the princess of the Palin Empire? Would it be possible to do this? The Demon Queen was outraged and called the prince a pervert. She also asked why Davy was indulging the guest's mood so meaninglessly. The guest replied that he still wanted to live. This was a bit much. The Demon Queen said that the guest was completely right. Then the first prince got up from his chair and said that this would be enough for him for now. He put a bag of gold on the table, untied it, and said that this would be in advance. Now he began to voice his request. His younger sister Winry has a girl named Portia among her knights. Davy asked that the guest get all the information he could about her recent activities. Information about the prince's guest. Name: Jack, Ina Helishana. Age: 124 years old. Gender: male, female. Race: human, dark elf. Rank: unlucky star. Deviations in condition: none. Features: has the skills of stealthy assassination at the level of a novice master. Belongs to the continental level secret guild Luna. Holds the position of the 4th chief. Works in the guild under the name Jack. Emotional state in the present tense. Embarrassment. Name: Jack, Ina Helishana. Age: 124 years old. Gender: male, female. Race: human, dark elf. Davy thought about this information. He was especially surprised that his guest could actually be a girl, and that he, or she, was a dark elf. The demon queen said that she was in disguise, so how could she look like an elf? Meanwhile, the guest asked if he needed to find out all the details about this girl. Davy said he would be very grateful if Jack called it medical research. The first principal then asked if Jack would be able to handle the case. Jack replied briefly that he would not accept any money. This surprised Davy a bit. He asked Jack what that meant. Was he really going to work for free? But the guest said no, he wasn't either. He would just take payment later. The payment would be made after the work was done. Davy then asked if Jack was afraid that the prince might not pay him. The dark elf replied that although the first prince of the kingdom of Ron seemed to be a common sweetheart, unlike what was already known about him, he was offering such a deal because he knew that Davy was not the kind of person who did not keep his promises. Davy realized that this was Jack's way of adding him to his network. Yes, it's pretty bold, but not bad. He asked the guest if this was what his guild wanted. However, the dark elf replied that it was his personal proposal. This was unexpected for Davy, but he agreed in principle. He decided that Jack knew best how to handle the situation. After discussing the job and all the attendant nuances, the dark elf said goodbye, simply saying that he was leaving, and he left behind a pile of smoke. Davy laughed to himself that she could have just walked out the door like normal people do, but this was not just a person, and her pride must have been at play. The first prince was still thinking that his guest was a dark elf, who was also hiding the fact that he was actually a girl. Moreover, isn't this guild the one that is famous throughout the continent? The demon queen replied that not only traders have a nose for money. As a result, I wonder what is more important here. Berserk asked Davy if he knew the name Helishana. The prince wondered if he had ever heard it before. Davy said thoughtfully that it was probably just the name of the elf. He asked what was wrong with her. The demon queen replied that it turned out that there was no connection. As a result, the demon queen said to let Davy forget about this question, and the prince replied that he was bored. 2 days passed. Winry gradually regained her strength as she had had enough rest. She persuaded her brother Davy that she wanted to go out, saying that she would go with him, and Davy said he was well aware of her condition. Winry should not try to fool himself with just a little vacation. It is because of the urgency of this case that preparations for their imminent departure for Ordom have already been completed. They hadn't even had time to leave yet, and it had already begun. The second princess stubbornly insisted that she wanted to go as well, but Davy convinced her otherwise. After all, it would take several days to reach the lands of the Horde on horseback, and the carriage ride would be much longer. In the end, Winry herself had said earlier that they did not have time to just sit there if they wanted to examine the patient as soon as possible. The first prince summarized that the longer the princess behaves like this, the longer she will delay everyone, and you need a lot of physical strength to ride a horse. Even if the twins were by Winry's side every night, in this state, the princess would still not be able to endure such a long and distant journey. On top of that, no matter how much Davy thinks about it, he has a bad feeling about it. The demon queen said that it must be his intuition working that way. Of course, the prince agreed. The second princess still didn't give up. She shouted that she could go as well. She is not weak at all. Suddenly, someone interrupted Davy's conversation with his sister. He said that it looked like they were having some problems. It was Mr. Eulis. He had come to the Hineslands a long time ago. Eulis asked what was going on and if he could help resolve the conflict. Then he introduced himself, saying that his name was Julis, and he was a 5th level mage. And a 5th level magician is the level of a 5th circle master. This is unnecessary information, but he is from the Red Tower. Davy extended his hand to Julis and told him his name. He said that he had heard of Julis at the 5th level, so he knew about him. He then added that it was an honor for their untidy lands to have him here. As he said this, Davy laughed to himself because he had no idea who he was and was not even interested in his identity. And there is absolutely no reason to engage in a dialogue with him because of just one meeting. Whether he is famous throughout the continent or not, he is first and foremost a representative of the central magic tower located in the center of the continent. Contact with him will only bring great trouble. The demon queen asked how Davy knew that Eulis was known throughout the continent. Meanwhile, Eulis said that there is no untidiness in the Hineslands. Indeed, these lands are now the most brilliant on the entire eastern continent. Eulis continued to praise the Hineslands and flatter their owner. He accompanied Princess Winry on a trip to her brother, and she was always bragging about her older brother. That's why he wanted to meet the first prince of the kingdom of Raun, Lord Davy Olraun, Lord of the Hineslands, at least once in person. Winry almost burst into flames with shame. She did not want this information to reach her older brother. But Julis had already said everything. Davy intuitively felt that Julis was a dangerous person, and so was his sister. The demon queen immediately asked if she should just kill him, but Davy argued that there was no need to act in the heat of the moment. After all, how could he be treated with suspicion just because he accompanied his sister? But you can. And where did he think he was going to get his dirty hands on her? He had heard that Julis was not only kind-hearted, but also gifted to the point of speechlessness, and had already been recognized as the first genius of the Magic Tower. After all, he is a master at such a young age. This speaks volumes. And on top of that, Julius has a very good background, both origin and wealth. You have to add character, appearance, even abilities. He is the best man of this era, who has no weaknesses in anything. The only question is how he is related to Winry. Then Davy decided to ask directly how such a great man as Mr. Julius knew his little sister. This question made Winnie very uncomfortable. She tried to object somehow, but Julius said that it was okay. He would have been wary of that too. So he said that, frankly speaking, when he was on his way to the Hines lands, he happened to be escorted by Princess Winry. Davy said that Julius had helped his weak sister, and now he did not know how to thank him for it. Davy spoke openly, but in his heart he was filled with fierce indignation and anger at the bastard. He wanted to deal with him right away. Julius said that, on the contrary, it helped him. Princess Winry had saved him with her magic when he was surrounded by mountain bandits. This information completely stunned the first prince. He did not expect it. And the Demon Queen said that Julius was trying to repay his debt with those words. Frankly speaking, apart from fire magic, Julius is superficially familiar with the magic of displacement. He just has a small mana gate to move the things he needs. Winry was quite fascinated by this information about the small mana gate. Davy asked if it was something very strange, but Winry continued to be fascinated. In addition to being mobile, unlike the large gates that are installed, these gates are extremely rare artifacts of the highest level, even for those from the Magic Tower. To use them, you need to be very good at the 5th circle movement spells. And only those with the highest level of mana can use this continental-level treasure. Winry tried to visualize what the gate looked like. She did not expect that one of the gates could be in the Red Tower. Julius said it was just a coincidence. He only has them now to avoid damage. Winry said with admiration that Julius is really incredible. He is skilled in 2 types of magic. Davy was irritated by his sister's fervent admiration for another man. The Demon Queen concluded that everything turned out very well, because long-distance teleportation is still difficult for the first prince. However, Davy said that he would deal with it later, and he asked Julius to take care of him then. Julius replied that it went without saying. So the 3 of them held hands and used the teleporter that Julius knew how to use. Immediately, they were magically transported to the place where they had to travel on horseback for several days. Davy immediately noticed that the atmosphere here was somehow unhealthy. Something disturbed him internally, and then a very foul odor reached their senses. It smelled like some kind of burning of a specific protein. The Demon Queen covered her nose with her hand. But to Davy, the smell seemed quite familiar. Meanwhile, the horrible stench spread through the streets. Finally, Davy remembered that this unpleasant smell was very similar to the smell of burning flesh. Perhaps the attacks had recently resumed here. Winry said that this was impossible because it hadn't been long since the bandit group had been destroyed. And then a man came out to meet them, who recognized Princess Winry and congratulated her on her return. But the princess did not know who he was, so she asked him. The man said that he had been nominated by the Central Office of Disease Control as a representative. His name was Count Rinton. Then Count Rinton complimented the princess, saying that she was much prettier than he had heard about her, and he said that the rumors were still understated. Winry apologized and said that she had a very urgent matter to attend to, and that small talk should be left for later. Suddenly, the princess, the prince, and Julius were surrounded, and Count Rinton said that he would also prefer this option, but unfortunately, the situation was hopeless. The travelers had no idea what was going on. Meanwhile, they were offered to follow the count. This would be the prevention of the princess's palace. The artifact of the Sacred Kingdom had just been completed, and again, the guests were asked to move on. They had to obey someone's orders. Altogether, they entered the Great Hall, where they began a conversation. To begin with, Count Rinton apologized for the fact that members of their knightly order had begun to conduct their activities without permission. But we need to take into account the seriousness of the situation. Winry said that her brother Varys is the lord of the land of the order, but in his absence, she takes over all the powers. Count Rinton agreed that it was unceremonious to come here like this and make demands on her. This is pure insolence. But, as he said, they are the Central Office for Diseases, and the princess cannot be unaware of their rights. Winry was extremely outraged by this behavior, but the count again emphasized that he was a representative of the Central Department of Diseases. They received the seals of the 3 emperors who rule the continent. Western Kantas is a scorpion and Eastern Rindis is a dragon. It is a special international organization with special powers. The Empire of the God of the Sword Palin. They are present in all corners of the continent and provide free medical supplies. Compared to Earth, it is something like a medical volunteer organization that enjoys the support of influential countries. Count Rinton continued to speak. He said he didn't know if they were aware of it, but there was a severe disease spreading in these lands at the moment. The central government calls it the blood of the devil. Winry repeated these terrible words with horror. Devil's blood. It is a very malignant disease. The infected person begins to develop dark blue spots all over the body, then coughs up blood, and then simply dies. The worst part is that this disease is also very contagious. Winry was just shocked. These are the same symptoms. With her whole being, Winry showed that now was not the time for simple talk. She had to go to Portia immediately. Meanwhile, Earl Rinton turned to Prince Davy and apologized for not having greeted him properly. He said that he really wanted to meet him at least once. The Count knows that the prince has a stigma, and that he is also a successful grower of moongrass. Davy modestly replied that it was all just a coincidence. However, the Count objected and said that nothing happens in the world without a reason. He believed that this miracle originated in the prince's preferences, and Davy is very good at it. Then Count Rinton said that all the famous rising stars are here now. Davy was already getting annoyed. After all, his sister Winry was in a great hurry to help her sick friend. Finally, the second princess couldn't stand the delay any longer. She got up from the couch, hit the table with her hand and made a statement. She apologized and angrily said that she had something very urgent to do, so she had to leave first. Then she called for the butler, but she didn't know what to expect. Meanwhile, Count Rinton turned to her and said that he was really sorry. All the palace servants, as well as his knights, are logically in quarantine now, because this is a necessary measure in this situation. The Count continued that one can get infected with the blood of the devil very quickly. If they manage to successfully eradicate it, the worst can be avoided. But even a small infection can lead to irreparable consequences. In the end, Davy agreed that the Count's words were right, but Winry shouted that this was a clear abuse of power. Count Rinton immediately agreed, but there are reasons for this. This clause is present in the Agreement of the Union of Countries, personally signed by the Queen of the Kingdom of Round. The transfer of a lord's powers in an emergency is a long-standing norm. There was no way he could agree to that. The Count also said that, unfortunately, this disease is beyond the control of not only the lower, but also the higher sacred powers. It is impossible to cure it with their help. None of this has any effect, and Count Rinton concluded his speech by saying that it was because of this situation that they had come here. Then he stood up from the table and told them to rely on them, that is, on the Central Office of Disease Control. The Count also said that they would definitely find a way to complete the treatment protocol for this disease. Let them expect good news from them. Then Davy went to see the infirmary. There were sick people lying on the beds, in great pain and begging for help. The prince saw that it was more like holding back the worst of the situation than real treatment. It is cruel, but to some extent, it is a rational alternative. The Demon Queen said it was incredibly horrible. There was no such disease in her lifetime. And then there's that horrible accompanying stench. Meanwhile, Davy continued on, walking between the beds with the patients lying down. Finally, he stopped at one bed where a red-haired girl was lying on a ventilator. The number on the patient's chart was Portna. Luckily, Davy was right. The smell of dark blue goat's milk flowers wafted through the room. The Demon Queen asked what kind of flowers they were, and Davy repeated that they were dark blue goat's eye flowers. It seems that in this world they are called toast flowers. Perserk said that this was the first time she had heard of such flowers. The prince explained that this is a rather rare flower that grows exclusively in the polar regions, and the tostaceous flowers are incredibly poisonous. Davy came closer to the sick Portia, took her hand, and used his powers to determine her body temperature. It was high, 39.7 degrees. The disease had already reached the girl's brain cells. The patient's skin was as cold as a corpse's, but her internal organs were practically burning like fire. As a result, the girl was in an extremely unbalanced state. The symptoms, the process of the disease, devil's blood, and death from it are simply horrific. Davy suspected it from the words of her sister, but now that it was confirmed, everything became even more confusing. The prince really didn't understand where the disease could have come from here in these parts. Meanwhile, the Demon Queen was listening attentively, as always, to the prince, and he was speaking to himself in some other language. She asked what he was talking about. Davy replied that he was talking about the accelerated melting virus. The prince knew that this disease was widespread in the rest of the world. Its virus was bred for a special purpose. This infection has nothing to do with colds, cancer, or plague. The process of death is simply horrific, and the contagion is significant. Hundreds of people died in a very short time because of just one outbreak of this disease. It took 10 years to invent a cure, and during this time, 280 million people died. It is said that after the invention of the cure, fortunately, another 18 million lives were saved. The first prince decided that it was now necessary to immediately remove the antibodies before it was too late, so he immediately set to work. He took a scalpel and pointed it at the body of the sick Portia. But suddenly someone stopped his hand. After all, there were a lot of staff in the infirmary. Davy let go of the scalpel and the instrument fell to the floor. The prince's hand was not released. He was told that the entrance to the infirmary was strictly forbidden to all but those involved. Davy was approached by a masked doctor. He asked how he managed to get into the infirmary. It was Baron Hornio, a member of the Central Disease Control Board. Then, The guy introduced himself to him as the first prince of the kingdom of Raun, Davy Ol Raun. Baron Hornio said that he had been informed of their arrival, but he said that even though Davy was a prince, he was also forbidden to enter. He politely apologized and asked the first prince to leave the infirmary. Then Baron Hornio added that, as the prince already knows, a very terrible infectious disease is spreading in these parts. And according to their information, this disease is transmitted by airborne droplets. So the Baron abruptly covered the first prince's face with a napkin and said that in this room it is simply necessary to cover his mouth and nose. He said, "Let the prince do it immediately." But the prince did not want to cover his mouth and nose with a napkin. Baron Gorneo said that he was aware that the prince had a stigma. But this stigma is of no use here. Even the high priest, who has high-level sacred power, has already come here. Unfortunately, he was infected with the blood of the devil. Accordingly, he was also immediately hospitalized. The high priest was in incredible pain, so he was ordered to take painkillers because, first of all, it was necessary to calm the patient down. As soon as the medical staff was about to give the priest an injection, Davy stopped them and said that if they injected him with the drug, the patient would die. He then walked closer to the patient and told them to give him one tube. Davy was going to treat the patient a bit to ease his condition. However, Baron Hornio wanted to object to him. But the first prince saw that blood had accumulated in the patient's lungs, which had coagulated due to the virus. If this clotted blood was not removed immediately, the patient would die instantly. Davy began to feel around the patient's body. He made some calculations to himself, 8 millimeters from the bottom, 3 millimeters on the right, and then he got to work. He activated his sacred incision skill. Then he activated another skill, pain suppression, so that the patient would not die from the surgery. The first prince skillfully made a puncture in the patient's body, and the patient began to breathe a little. It was necessary to drain a little more clotted blood. Meanwhile, the patient was breathing easier and easier. However, Baron Hornio became extremely angry. He shouted at the prince, how dare he treat human life so lightly? He came closer to Davy and grabbed his jacket, ordering him to leave the patient alone immediately. He shouted angrily at the prince for what he was doing, completely unaware of Davy's true intentions. He must have heard about the cruelty of the first prince of the kingdom of Raun more than once, so now he reproached him for treating human life as a mere toy. While the Baron was dealing with the first prince, blood clots came out of the tube that Davy had inserted into the patient's body, preventing him from breathing. Suddenly, the nurse who was monitoring the patient's condition told the Baron that his pulse had returned to normal. This was a completely unexpected message for the Baron, and he quickly ran to a patient where he was called immediately. When the Baron let the prince go and went to the patient, Davy asked one of the infirmary workers to allow him to take a blood sample from the infected patient. In this way, the prince managed to get a sample of the patient's blood to try to isolate antibodies from it. After that, he said that it was now possible to stop the bleeding and close the wound. Then he added that the patient would simply die of shock if sedatives were administered during such symptoms. The prince told the medical staff to be more careful in the future. Then the first prince said that he had completed everything here, so now he would move on. On the way out of the infirmary, Davy addressed Baron Hornio. He pointed to the napkin the Baron was using to cover his face so that the prince wouldn't catch a terrible disease, and said that a person with a stigma has a blessing called resistance to common diseases. So how could such a person be compared to an ordinary high priest? Then Davy returned to the palace where he left his sister Winry in the company of Jullus. Winry was very worried about her brother because he had been gone for quite a while. Looking at Winry sitting next to Jullus, Davy concluded that there was no point in raising a daughter. The Demon Queen said that Winry was not really his daughter. Davy asked if his sister was able to contact Varys, but Winry was unable to do so. Apparently, the situation there is also unstable. The prince was asked how everything went in the infirmary. Davy replied that he did his best. Meanwhile, Jullus said that he had managed to find out something while the first prince was away. There are currently 2 officials from the Central Board of Diseases in these lands. One is Count Rinton, and also Baron Hornio. For your information, the titles attached to their names are only echoes of the past. They now belong to the Central Office of Disease Control. He was quite surprised that these people were officials, but Jullus made accurate inquiries, and he presented the rank system of the Central Office of Disease Control. There is 1 head, 3 deputies, and 15 other officials. Under them, the organization includes a large number of doctors and representatives of the knightly order. 3 deputy heads are 3 emperors. That's what Davy understood, and Jullus confirmed that the prince is really very smart, and the only chairman is His Eminence, the Holy Father of the Holy Country, Balshus. External injuries can be quickly healed by restorative magic, but the diseases of this world have many danger zones. Perhaps that is why the very purpose of creating this organization is more than understandable and constructive. Most of the 15 officials are people who have either incredible achievements or great healing skills. However, information about each of them was erased along with the destruction of personal files. It looked somehow manic. The problem is that they were authorized by 3 emperors and a union of countries. In fact, Count Linton's words are quite reasonable. Julius said that the Kingdom of Rouen is also part of the alliance. If they demand a re-examination of the case, they will undoubtedly incur the imperial wrath. There is a chance that unrest will break out in other countries of the alliance or even in their own. Here Winry said that the inhabitants were frightened. Julius replied that not much time had passed since the members of the Central Disease Department arrived here. At the moment, all that is left is to wait. However, a knightly order has been sent to these lands, an order to destroy wealth, and the captain of those knights is Count Colio. Count Colio is the same one from the Rindus Empire in the east. Yes, he is one of the imperial orders. Julius told me that he heard that a few years ago this count retired, but it seems that he has moved here, so it would be a good idea to rely on them for a start. Winry began to reproach herself. She said that if she had known this would happen, she would never have brought them both to this dangerous place. But the first prince took his sister's hand and told her not to worry about it. Davy assured Winry that everything would be fine. He was already working to fix everything. The princess was very grateful to her brother. And then Davy asked Julius if all this was causing him a 5th level, too much trouble, and Julius said it was not. Frankly speaking, Portnoy is none other than a 5th-tier magician. Davy could see that Julius was sincerely trying to help. He was only fulfilling his duty as an elder. It was unexpected information for the prince that Julius was also an elder of the tower. However, it was quite reasonable to expect such words from such an honest boy, but for some reason the first prince thought that Julius had some other reason. The Demon Queen said that one should not rely too much on the power of the abyss. Then Davy was asked why he did not stay to help in the infirmary. The prince replied that his staying there would do absolutely nothing, and the prince took out a test tube with the blood of a sick patient, which he managed to get in the infirmary to conduct certain experiments. He said that this is the most important thing now. Now that the Central Office of Disease Control is holding back the worst, it is time, while it still exists, to create a cure for the terrible disease. In other words, a vaccine. The Demon Queen thought about the word antibodies. She didn't understand much about it. Davy explained to her that it was a very common process in medicine. The Central Office of Disease Control had already made several attempts to remove antibodies. It goes without saying that the methodology for removing them goes beyond common sense, so they can't compare to it. The Demon Queen asked how Davy was going to create a cure with only a blood sample from an infected person. And then the prince saw someone, and he had a request for him. Davy turned to Jack and said that since he had already come, he should tell him what he needed. Jack was surprised to be noticed again, and he wanted to remain unnoticed. However, Davy said that he could see everything. The prince noted to himself that the girl was unhappy. You need to catch a person when you notice a breach. The question is how he has so much free time. Jack handed Davy the papers and said that this was the information he had asked for. Davy appreciated that Jack had done a very good job, and he asked when he was going to take money for it. Jack replied that he wasn't. It was a very clear decision. And then he handed Davy another piece of paper. He said that he thought he might need this as well, and Davy said that if Jack did not stop this charity, he would fire him. But the Dark Elf replied that he didn't care. He had it all figured out. This was a bit strange for Davy, but he could see that the girl was not acting on the guild's instructions. The prince opened the scrolls and began to familiarize himself with the contents. He asked Jack if this information was reliable. The Dark Elf replied that a secret agent's guarantee was his life, but Davy knew this well himself. So, everything written in those scrolls was true. This was very valuable information for the first prince. And then Davy said that the Dark Elf would forgive him, but he had an additional request. Jack was ready to listen to him. Then, the prince asked that Jack get at least more than half of the list he would give him, and he began to write something quickly in his notebook. The volumes of these things are significant, at least one card of each component. Davy said that it would be both faster and more accurate to have a Dark Elf do the work than any other mercenary. Handing the list to Jack, the prince told him to write it down in the name of the Central Office of Disease. The Dark Elf asked if that was possible. Davy replied that the representatives of this department are here anyway, so there shouldn't be any problems. At the very least, let Jack say that he was working on behalf of Baron Hornio. Then Davy walked closer to the Dark Elf and said that although he belonged to the Dark World, he valued the lives of flies more than human ones. He added that he was not a psychopath who enjoyed watching ordinary people die. Therefore, the prince ordered to complete this task as soon as possible. Just let Jack keep in mind that he was working for the good. Jack realized the importance of this task. After the Dark Elf's visit, Davy went to rest because it was already night, and the next day, he began to solve the problem of the terrible disease that was inexorably spreading in those lands. The first prince of the Kingdom of Rouen asked Baron Hornio to give him the right to be admitted to treatment. The Baron was furious at this request and said that it was unacceptable. He believed that the prince thought that this whole situation with the disease was just a joke. Baron Hornio shouted that the patients were in critical condition. Every minute and even every second counts now. Everyone is not in a position to trust a stranger with all this. Meanwhile, Davy calmly drank his tea and just as calmly reminded the Baron about yesterday's patient. If the prince had been even 2 or 3 minutes late, that patient would have been dead. Davy then said that he was grateful to the Central Office of Disease Control for preventing the situation from getting worse. But now he was going to ask them directly. The question was whether the CDC really had a cure for the disease. Count Linnen told the prince that he spoke as if he himself already had such a cure. Davy replied that if there is such a possibility, one should at least grasp it. The prince said that he was not trying to fight with them for the trough now. These are the lands of his kingdom, the lands of his younger sister. Therefore, he believes that he has sufficient rights to make at least such a demand. Baron Horneo again tried to object to the first prince, as he was already very angry, but Count Linnen agreed with Davy. This was very unexpected for the Baron to hear, but the Count told him to think of the lands to the west, which were owned by the Countess Empire. In those lands, everyone eventually died. Even their doctors and knights gave their lives there by the dozens. Then Count Linton added that the Baron himself had been there. So did he really forget what a terrible virus it was? The Count said that one should not continue to cling to one's pride in such circumstances. If there is at least a tiny chance, the best decision might be to grab it. Baron Horneo found it difficult to give up his seat. His pride was very much hurt. He was quite angry, but in the end, the matter was resolved in everyone's favor. Whether everything will be all right in general depends on many factors. In the evening, Count Linton was approached with this question. The Count asked what exactly was meant. Count Colio, the captain of a knightly squad to destroy wealth, had just come to see him. The captain was interested in the opinion of the first prince of the kingdom of Roun, Davy Olroun. Perhaps he could somehow cope with this infectious disease. Count Linton replied that in this case, the reputation of the Central Department of Disease Control would definitely suffer and deteriorate. In this case, there may be doubts about the need for this department at all. Count Colio said that Linton could have refused him in the same way as Baron Horneo did, but for some reason he acted differently. Yes, Count Linton granted the first prince's request because he had his own personal reasons for doing so. Now he replied that if it is possible to cure such a terrible disease, wouldn't it make everyone around him better? And since it has happened, Count Linton hopes that Prince Davy will do well. It will be a victory for both sides. Both the first prince of the Kingdom of Roun and the Central Office of Disease Control will benefit from this. Count Linnen was a visionary. After these not-so-easy negotiations, Davy returned to his sister's palace and told her the good news. The first prince of the Kingdom of Roun, Davy Olroun, is officially taking part in the treatment of a terrible disease called demon blood. Winry was so happy to hear the news that she started to cry on the spot. It was an incredible relief for her. However, the fact that Davy had a medical degree was very suspicious. The second princess thanked her brother for doing so much for her. It was clear that Winry trusted his older brother more than the Central Office of Diseases. Baron Horneo was not going to agree to allow the first prince to treat the disease, but Count Linton's will was different. The Central Office of Disease Control will adjust the course of today's treatment to the prince's opinion. Davy was allowed to enter the laboratory where he was to invent a vaccine against the devil's blood disease. But he has to remember something. He will be constantly watched by Baron Horneo, who has never forgiven the prince for so boldly breaking into the process that was being managed. The Baron was so offended by this that he decided to take revenge on the first prince by any means necessary. As the saying goes, a new stone will surely displace the old one. Moreover, to the members of the management, Davy was just a piece of dirt, a mere stepping stone. They turned all the employees of the laboratory against him. And although the prince was fully aware that the resistance would be serious, in reality, it seemed that everyone agreed that his opinion would not even be listened to. After working in the lab all day in this atmosphere, Davy was no doubt very tired. Then he decided to visit the patients in the infirmary again. Baron Gorneo accompanied him everywhere, as he said he would be watching him all the time. Davy noticed that this disease causes the body temperature to change uncontrollably and melts the body. The virus is fickle in its own way. At first, a person doesn't notice anything special about being infected with the accelerated melting virus. The onset of the disease looks like a common viral disease, and it starts with an incubation period of a certain period of time. First of all, muscles begin to melt. Davy took the hand of a patient. He was still studying the virus. After the process of muscle melting has started, joints and cartilage melt, and finally, bones begin to melt. Davy said that it would be a great relief if it was limited to that. The patient said it was very painful, but Davy told him to be patient. And after the bones, the internal organs started to melt. From the rectum and testicles, the kidneys, colon, and small intestines melted in order. At about the same time, fluid from this melting is released from all bodily orifices, and all this manifests itself in the form of dark blue spots. Apparently, that is why this terrible disease was called the blood of the devil. Baron Horneo, who was constantly watching Davy, thought to himself that this could not be true. The prince easily understood even the process of the disease. Devil's blood is an incurable disease, the information about which is kept under strict secrecy in the Central Department of Diseases. But this information is already in the possession of the prince, who has just arrived at the scene. Baron Gornio was shocked by the young prince's knowledge and professionalism. Davy then turned to the Baron and asked him if he understood why the prince was explaining things in such detail. The Baron guessed that the prince had known about the disease before. Davy confirmed that he did, but that it was called something else. Baron Hornio was still surprised, but now he noticed the word there, and how the first prince knew about the blood of the devil remained unknown to him. Meanwhile, Davy continued to work. Usually, doctors who encounter this disease, after many attempts, come to the same conclusion. No medicine can cure the devil's blood. It is necessary to at least find the area that serves as the source of the disease and cut it out. The Baron said that there is such a practice in medicine. Davy then asked how successful this practice was in treating this disease. The Baron said that as far as he knew, 9 out of 10 patients died during the operation, and the last one was still under the sway of the virus, which spread through his body anew. Suddenly, the patient next to Davy and Baron Horneo spoke. He barely said that he felt a little better. The prince said that he should be patient a little longer, even if it was still very difficult for him. The prince also told the patient that his willpower was very important for a full recovery. The patient thanked him for his help and agreed that he would try his best. Suddenly, a dark elf named Jack appeared in the ward. The prince asked him if he had managed to get the medicines he had asked for. Jack replied that everything was where Davy had asked him to deliver it. Baron Hornio was always surprised by what was happening. This time, he was surprised by the unexpected appearance of the Dark Elf. Meanwhile, the first prince praised Jack for his good work and told him to write down the expenses on his credit card. As he was finishing up the patient, Davy said that they would be able to see the first results in 3 days. So, 3 days passed. Portna was the patient Davy worked on first. The girl finally regained full consciousness, was able to breathe on her own, sat up in bed, looked at herself in the mirror, and saw that her skin was completely clear of dark blue spots. In addition, her skin began to recover very quickly. Winry and Julius came to visit Portia in the infirmary. The princess threw herself into her friend's arms. Her joy was overwhelming. She saw that her friend was gradually recovering. The first prince and Baron Hornio were also at the patient's bedside. The Baron could not believe his eyes, and Davy said that he had warned that the results would be visible in 3 days. The Baron even took off his mask. Then the Baron sat down in his chair and kept repeating that he still could not believe that at least one patient had recovered from such a terrible disease. Previously, no medications had helped. It was all about antibodies. Specialists in the field had been trying their best until then, and the solution was in the antibodies. Davy said that it was still not easy. However, the Baron continued to think about the fact that the specialists, and he in particular, had spent 3 whole years on this. That's how long he had been looking for salvation from that infection. And in the end, it was so easily created. Baron Hornio blamed himself for not being able to come up with such a simple solution. The first prince invited the Baron to listen to a very interesting fact. In his opinion, he showed him a blood sample that he had obtained from a sick patient. It was blue in color. And now the prince will inject a needle with the invented medicinal substance. It serves as the basis for vaccines and medicines. Davy did as I said, and he and the Baron began to watch what would happen next. And then the injected substance began to move in the blood sample. The blood restored its color to red. However, Davy said that it was too early to be surprised and let the Baron watch further. Baron Gornio was surprised that all this was visible to the naked eye. The first principal explained that this is a rapid melting virus, and this virus is a living thing. The Demon Queen was shocked by this information. This was the case. The rapid melting virus is a biological weapon of a parasitic type. This weapon has a will to survive and strategically attacks the human body. That is why, in order to do something, it is necessary to completely suck the energy out of that vile creature. And this requires several types of medicinal herbs, as well as several types of poisonous herbs, which, as a rule, should never be used as medicine. Here, all these plants have slightly different names, so we had to work a little harder to find them. The injection volume of the medicine is 1 to 50 per person, so from one bottle, you can inject 50 people. Davy told Baron Hornio that he had left the ingredients for this medicine in the backyard, so he could use them as much as he wanted. The Baron could not believe his ears. The first prince confirmed what he had said. He also added that he had ordered all these ingredients in the name of the Central Office of Disease Control anyway. Then Davy returned to the palace where his little sister Winry was waiting for him. She said that now the people of her land honor him in a special way. They call him a saint. Yulis said that all this was really amazing. He could not have imagined that the first prince of the kingdom of Raun was so knowledgeable in medicine. However, the prince said that this was absolutely ordinary knowledge. Davy thought that he did not want to hear that he would also be called a saint in those lands. However, the Demon Queen said that for the inhabitants of those lands to be cured of a terrible disease was a real miracle, and he had performed it. So the treatment went smoothly. Within the promised 3 days, the first prince created a medicine and all the patients gradually recovered. The entire medical staff was no longer prejudiced against Davy, but the overall treatment was still completely entrusted to Baron Hornio. The Demon Queen said that it was hard for her to see so much good-naturedness. The word good-naturedness was alien to her. For example, Count Linton looks like an extremely good-natured person, but his smile gives the Demon Queen an extremely unpleasant déjà vu. Davy's intuition about the Count also gave him some clues. But the Demon Queen didn't believe in intuition at all. She said that if you judge a person for such unfounded reasons, it can lead to problems. And the first prince generally thought that Count Linton was more of a researcher than a doctor. Meanwhile, Baron Hornio is stubborn, but at least his selfless care for his patients deserves respect. Davy appreciated that. Perhaps that's why he was lenient with his rather rude behavior. Meanwhile, Jullus asked Davy if he could help him with something. Winry also offered to help. She said that up until now, they had only been watching him. So now they asked Davy to let them do something. The prince could see that they were overwhelmed with determination. So he decided to put them in charge. He told them to control the temperature of all those solutions that were in different flasks and test tubes. Both Winry and Jullus have the magic of the Red Tower, which means they shouldn't have any problems. He tells them to keep the temperature up with fire magic for now. Meanwhile, he went to Baron Hornio's infirmary. Winry readily said that Davy could rely on her. When the first prince came out of the laboratory, Jullus said to the princess that she definitely liked Davy. Winry confirmed that she did. Winry then said that her brother had already been an unusual person since a long time ago. Jullus asked what she meant by "from a long time ago." The princess said that even though she and Davy had different mothers, he had always been there for them and took care of them, calling them his family. He was always overly energetic, but she and Varys will never forget his warmth. The princess was immersed in pleasant memories. She said that she still remembers the story of the sun and moon that her older brother used to tell them as children. Jullus said that he was even a little jealous to hear it. Winry continued to maintain the temperature under one flask with her fire magic, just as the first prince had told them to do. And Jullus continued to ask her about something. Then he asked the princess for permission to leave for a while. Of course, the princess did not refuse him. To herself, Winry said that when the situation improved, she would at least have to bake her brother some cookies. Meanwhile, Jullus went out to communicate with his mentor using the artifact to communicate with him. He was asked if the business he had left for had gone well. Jullus replied that Prince Davy was truly incredible. He did not expect that the first prince of the Kingdom of Round would be able to solve such a serious problem of the Central Disease Department in just 3 days. The mentor noticed that Jullus was looking pale. The boy continued to talk. He was most impressed by the prince's confidence. Such confidence can only be seen in a person with a lot of experience. The fact that he had managed to accumulate such confidence by the time he was this old only means that no one knows him for sure. The mentor said that if Jullus felt this way, it must be true. Then, Jullus added that, as his mentor had told him earlier, he could learn a lot from the first prince of the Kingdom of Round, so much so that he is already experiencing personal greed. This surprised the mentor a bit. Jullus said he felt that he and Davy could become close friends. The kind of friends who don't have to worry about the age difference and whether or not this friendship will bring any benefit to either of them. The mentor laughed sincerely and said that Jullus had indeed probably met a very good person. There are so many things in the world that cannot be judged by age. And even a 3-year-old child can learn something. Jullus should remember that. Then the mentor said that he had realized something about what the boy had said earlier. Jullus was interested in what his mentor had found out. It was about people who were responsible for a special project of the Central Office for diseases. Unfortunately, most of the information was lost, but he managed to find out something. If we summarize all this information, it is exactly as Jullus had assumed. A specialist who was rarely seen in their era, and a very special person at that. Suddenly, Jullus felt a smell of burning in the air. He stood up abruptly because he remembered that he had left Princess Winry alone with all the reagents in the laboratory. The palace was on fire. A big fire had started. Jullus's mentor asked what was going on. However, Jullus was no longer there. Without finishing the call, he quickly ran to the lab because he had to rescue Winry. As soon as he could, Red Tower Elder Jullus got to the lab and began to call out loudly for Princess Winry. Trying not to inhale the smoke, Jullus pulled out his small scepter and decided to use magic to put out the fire. He summoned a resonance. Then, he used the skills Stream and Water Cyclone. Immediately, waves of water appeared, defeating the fire. The fire stopped. Jullus walked around the ruins, coughing from time to time because the burning was all around him, but the princess was nowhere to be seen. As he walked through the slowly destroyed laboratory, Jullus came across one interesting thing. He wondered what it was, and he even had an idea. His mentor had told him about it. Then Jullus used the skill Flight. He thought that even though Davy's past was quite unusual, he couldn't do something like that here. Now only he can. Prince Davy is certainly very erudite and has a stigma, but he is physically weak, and Jullus cannot allow him to be dragged into this. The elder was very worried. He said to himself that he hoped everyone was okay. Jullus kept calling for Princess Winry, hoping to find her. Meanwhile, the first prince of the kingdom, Round Davy, Baron Horneo, and the maids of the Winry Palace stood in the middle of the Great Hall, surrounded by knights from the Central Disease Control Department. This was a great surprise for Davy, but he did not lose his composure. The prince asked Baron Horneo if they were in trouble now. The Baron was also behaving steadily. Suddenly, powerful magic worked again. Half hellfire, and an all-encompassing flame appeared. This powerful flame was summoned by Elder Jullus. He had perfect control over it. It was high-level magic. Now, Jullus had to use it against a human being. Magic can take a human life at any moment. Therefore, it is extremely necessary to use it very carefully. This is how Elder Jullus was taught. He learned this science well, but now he had absolutely no time for that. He studied magic to use mana and gain the power to protect someone. Then what was the point of that magic if he couldn't use it when he really needed it? The image of Princess Winry was constantly in his mind. Elder Jullus used his half-hellfire magic to move forward in those lands to overcome obstacles. Here they have equipped the lands with similar devices. This surpasses what he had heard from his mentor. As Elder Jullus walked inside the mountain, he saw the knights of the Central Disease Administration standing guard around him. Then Jullus saw the captain of the knights, Count Colio, among them and immediately asked him where Princess Winry was. In the hall, meanwhile, Baron Horneo tried to find out what was going on here, why they were surrounded. One of the knights said that it was nothing personal, they were just following orders. The Baron asked what order they had been given, and then the Baron heard the answer that he had to die here and immediately, and Prince Davy should follow them. But Baron Horneo still wanted to know what this man was doing here. He wanted to take a step forward, but one of the knights ordered him not to waste his strength on resistance. Suddenly, the knight drew his sword and swung it at Baron Horneo, saying that he would only make things worse for himself. The Baron's eyes glittered with the blade of his sword, and he was about to die, but suddenly Davy jumped in front of him. He put his hand out in front of him, and the knight's sword broke against it. Baron Horneo fell to the floor. He did not expect such a rescue, and called out the prince's name, and Davy asked him if he was hurt. Then His Highness turned to the knight who had just wanted to kill Baron Horneo. He said that he knew that the knight belonged to a knightly order for the elimination of wealth, and this order annoyed him a bit, but it turned out to be dumber than the prince thought. His Highness could not have imagined that the order could do such a thing. So the prince pulled the stump of the sword out of the knight's hand, and then the first prince activated the magic of the fifth circle in his hand. The knight felt something bad for himself, and Davy touched him with his hand, which had the skill Lightning with Zero Charge activated. Afterward, the first prince said that a person who is going to kill another person must be ready to die, and the destroyed knight fell to the floor in front of His Highness dead. The other knights also drew their swords and decided to attack the prince, but Davy asked them if they had the courage to do so. The nurses were helping Baron Horneo recover, and the Demon Queen decided to warn the prince that no blood should be shed here. Davy replied that that was why he didn't use swords here, but the Demon Queen said she didn't mean it. Meanwhile, other knights gradually died around them. They were all touched by the deadly zero-charge lightning that the first prince of the Kingdom of Round activated against them. Then Davy called for the dark elf Jack, who immediately appeared and asked what the prince wanted. The first prince told him to get rid of all the corpses and slaughter all the people who would come in. Jack said that this would also be included in the bill. Davy smiled and said that he had no idea what the dark elf was going to ask him for all these services. Then he told Jack that he agreed, and they made a deal. The dark elf went off to fulfill his next task. After that, the first prince turned to Baron Horneo, who had already recovered a little from what was happening in the infirmary, because he could have been dead if not for His Highness. Davy came closer to him and told him to stay here and concentrate on his treatment. The Baron asked where the prince would go, and Davy replied that he was going to wipe those Inhumans into dust. Baron Horneo did not understand what His Highness meant. For him, everything that was happening was a shock. Davy launched his powerful magic, which was supposed to destroy everyone involved in the rebellion against him. He arranged an explosion and fire to eliminate those Inhumans. The enemies had to pay for their insolence. When Davy emerged from the fire zone, the Demon Queen told him that the tracking magic that had been placed on Winry had begun to work. In other words, it meant that Princess Winry had been kidnapped. The enemies of the first prince had done a good job. Davy had cast the tracking magic because of the ineffectiveness of the protective magic. How it happened. The Demon Queen noticed that all the enemies, as one, were swordmasters and above. It was said that they used to be emperors. Even if someone had a defense spell on, it would be useless against a sword, but the prince missed it anyway. The first prince found himself in the middle of his enemies, right in the center between them. The knights saw that he was unarmed, so they gave an order to immediately kill His Highness. To which Davy just smiled sarcastically. He was especially amused by the words that he was unarmed. And then Davy pulled out his twin swords and showed everyone around him how unarmed he was. The knights, all as one, drew their swords and prepared to attack His Highness. Meanwhile, Davy again turned to his magical powers and attacked the enemies first. His sword slashed down the knights one by one. No one could understand what was happening because everything was happening so fast. The knights did not even have time to move, let alone defend themselves. The first prince's sword, proudly called the Red Ribbon, was doing the work. One of the knights noticed this, and Davy confirmed his opinion and said that his sacred sword was alive and moving by itself. In the air slicing technique, the art of the air blast sword uses their ego. Davy now used the skill Double Blade Air Blast Sword Art. The knight who had just been so surprised by the sword actions of the first prince of the Ron Kingdom was now also eliminated. A divine sword class with ego. Davy defeated all his enemies who were here and said he was unarmed. The star-patterned sword dance. The prince launched this magic at the end of the destruction of his enemies. They said that all these knights were sword masters from the Imperial Knightly Order, but it's ridiculous. They all fell without even striking a single blow. They are no different from the mercenaries the first prince had met before. The Demon Queen asked why they were targeting Winry. She was just a child. But Davy didn't have an answer to that question. The other knights attacked again, but the prince easily dealt with them with his swords. He wondered if his enemies would have any excuse for kidnapping his little sister, Winry. After all, they have a respectable position, and so they cannot be thoughtlessly disposed of. Julius is the elder of the Red Tower. Davy and Winry are members of the royal family of this country. If something happens to them, an investigation is inevitable. The best excuse is an attack by barbarians or monsters. In the lands of the Horde, both options are possible. The Demon Queen asked how this was connected to Winry's abduction. Davy replied that he didn't know the details. If we try to write down the story in general, Davy was a little distracted, but the Demon Queen warned him about the attacking knight. So His Highness turned around and struck the knight who was attacking him first. Davy said that their enemies would simply pretend that they were carefully searching for the second princess of the kingdom, Ron Winry, who had disappeared without a trace. Davy had already dealt with his enemies who were at that place, and his swords temporarily turned into little girls, Handan and Chandan. Those lands were attacked when there was no knightly order within their borders. In this way, they could avoid responsibility. The Demon Queen agreed. But the first prince of the Ron Kingdom was still in great doubt. She said they didn't really need Princess Winry for this. Davy said they could just kill everyone and be done with it. Davy and the Demon Queen went in search of the second princess of the Ron Kingdom, and suddenly they came to some semi-dry driftwood. Among the branches of those snags, they could see large flasks filled with liquid, with different people inside. The Demon Queen was terrified at this sight. Davy reminded her of what the knights had told them. The knights ordered the prince to follow them after they killed Baron Hornio, and in the end, they did not know what they were doing there, and they couldn't help but take the chance to get a high-level mage or stigmata carrier, which are quite difficult to find. All the while, Elder Jullus was also fighting the Knights of the Central Disease Control. He went to find and rescue Princess Winry. After another difficult battle, Count Colio approached him and asked why the Elder had come here. Jullus coughed for a long time. It was hard for him to breathe. Then he said that he had come to these lands to protect them. Count Colio then asked whom the Elder was going to protect. The Princess of the Kingdom of Ron, or the people who were dying on these lands, or perhaps even Prince Davy, who was about to be brought in. This was an extremely unexpected question for Jullus, and now he was even more worried about both Princess Winry and Prince Davy. Then Count Colio tried to explain to him what was going on. He said, "Did the Elder really think that all of them, the members of the Central Board of Diseases, had gathered here without any preparation? Everyone in those lands had already been killed by a knightly detachment." The Count jumped down from the rocky ledge and approached Jullus. Jullus could not believe it. Count Colio drew his sword and attacked the Elder. He completely pierced him with his weapon. Stunned by the sword, Jullus fell to his knees on the ground, and the captain of the Knights of the Central Disease Control Department told him that it was too late. He went on to add that the Elder should have fled if he was going to protect even one person here. He had to get out of those lands without hesitation, taking at least one other person with him, and run as far away as possible without looking back. Elder Jullus's fresh blood dripped from the blade of the Count's sword. The Count continued on. He wondered if the 5th grade Jullus had allowed himself to think that he could save everyone here. Count Linton interrupted the conversation, standing next to the chair where the unconscious Winry was sitting. He ironically asked if Elder Jullus might have some feelings for the princess of the Round Kingdom, Winry. In that case, he was really a jerk. Jullus looked up and saw Count Linton's horrible, nasty smile. He hated him with all his being. The Count, meanwhile, said that the latter option was most likely the right one. The Elder called out to Winry to come to her senses. Count Linton touched the princess's face with his nasty hand and said that she had a pretty face that deserved attention. Eulis did not like this gesture. He clutched his scepter and rushed to the Count, but he was immediately stopped by Count Collio, the captain of the Knights of the Central Department of Disease Control. He knocked him down and pinned him to the ground. Meanwhile, Count Linton told him not to worry. He would find a use for Elder Jullus as an experimental subject, and that's how the incident happened. The real name of this Count is Linenbor Nishid. He comes from Luthus, the Kingdom of Medicine. This kingdom existed on the eastern continent and was once conquered by the Lindus Empire. Since childhood, Linus Bornisiad was a genius who showed a great potential for medicine. But it was precisely because of his excessively eccentric nature that a record appeared in his personal file that he had been disciplined in the Kingdom of Luis in the form of a ban on medical practice. This was quite an event. In order to invent a cure for a rare disease with a small number of patients, Linnen arbitrarily exposed 200 residents and began to experiment on them. At the time, he was only 15 years old. He managed to invent a cure for this rare disease that affected a small number of people. However, after his experiments were completed, only 10 people survived, and even those were half disabled. And as a result, all of these survivors could not survive even 3 months after the torture. Lyndon turned out to be a man who would do anything to achieve his goal. As they say, someone who killed 1 person is a murderer. Someone who killed 10 people is a serial killer. Someone who killed 100 people is a maniac. But for some reason, someone who has killed 1,000 people is called a hero. And Lyndon Bortiniad received his high honor. However, his actions, his story left a terrible mark on future generations. They characterize him only as a demon who killed 1,000 people to satisfy his own ego. Now Lyndon Bortiniad also has some power and uses it to satisfy his own sick views. The Count told Jullus that he did not expect him to take his bait so quickly. Jullus asked him if he was even aware of what he was doing. Count Linton replied that there was no need to be so angry in circumstances where both sides had won. Positive is positive and remains positive, isn't it? He said that the death of the first prince of the Kingdom of Ron, Davy Olron, would allow him to take medicine to a new level. This sick man said that he would receive the prince's achievements and fame in return. In the meantime, 5th grade Jullus will make a huge contribution to the development of humanity, as he will be an excellent test subject, Count Linnon continued. He asked if there could be anything rational in the world. Elder Jullus listened to all these senseless words and only managed to say that Lyndon was crazy. The Count gently wiped his face with a napkin and thanked Jullus for the compliment. Then he threw the napkin right on the ground and ordered Count Cholin, the captain of the Knights of the Central Disease Control Department, to deal with the elder. Count Linton suggested that the captain cut off 1 or 2 of Jullus's limbs, as this would make him more humble. The main thing was that he should not die, just that he should not die. Count Collio decided to do so, and he began to draw his sword. Elder Jullus realized that he was trapped here, and he could not get out of it. He remembered the beautiful Princess Winry. Then he remembered his mentor, with whom he had to cut short his last conversation so suddenly because an unauthorized fire had started. Elder Jullus also mentioned the first prince of the Kingdom of Raun, Davy Olron. Mad Count Linnen Bornisiad stood there with his arms folded and laughed low. Sometimes there are disasters in the world that people can't do anything about. Count Linton told Jullus that his mistake was that he had learned about this fact too late. Then he laughed even more insanely and told the elder not to forgive someone who was not worthy of him. And then suddenly the captain of the Knights of the Central Department of Disease, who had already swung his sword at Jullus to cut off one of his limbs, was attacked by the first prince of the Kingdom of Raun, Davy Olron. He told Count Linton, the bastard, that he had made a mistake and was not worthy of being called a man. Nor is he worthy of being called a catastrophe, against which there is nothing to bet. This name is definitely not for him. Davy managed to easily repel Count Collio's attack on the defenseless Jullus. Then the first prince used the skill Demon King Jurg's Destroying Fist against the captain. At the same time, he used the skill Shifting Punch and struck the captain. It was an extremely powerful punch right into the sun's vault. Davy could taste it. The captain was blown to pieces. Meanwhile, in the infirmary, Baron Hornio still could not fully understand what had happened and was happening now. A pile of corpses lay on the floor around him. The knights kept coming, and the dark elf just destroyed them. The Baron asked him what he was doing. Jack replied that he was clearly fulfilling the task assigned to him, and he told the Baron to fulfill his task. The Baron was surprised to ask the dark elf if this situation meant nothing to him. The situation is so uncertain now, and Jack replied that if not, then what? The dark elf asked if Baron Hornio was going to leave all the patients if the knights caused any problems here. The Baron said he would not. Then Jack asked him again why he was slowing down. After all, Mr. Davy had given him the job, so he had to do his job. However, Baron Hornio tried to say something else about the knightly squad to fight wealth. Meanwhile, the Dark Elf was stabbing each of those knights who tried to take the Baron's life. Since even Count Collio supports all this, Prince Davy is in even greater danger. The Baron asked if the Dark Elf shouldn't help the first prince. Jack answered who should be worried about whom. Of course, All those knights are masters and above, and their captain is a very famous swordsman. Prince Davy went against such people alone, so the Baron's reaction is quite understandable. Baron Hornio didn't know what to say to that, he just sat there and listened. And Jack concluded that, frankly speaking, there is nothing more unnecessary in the world than worrying about a person like the first prince of the Kingdom of Round. Meanwhile, Count Collio, the captain of the anti-wealth knight squad, was eliminated in a very gruesome death. Davy was pleased with himself, although he also didn't think he could show the power of that level. If he had known how this technique was created, he would have suffered psychological damage to himself. Then the prince ran to Elder Iullus, and the latter called him with a title, which surprised Davy. He said that etiquette was inappropriate in such situations. The elder thanked the prince for saving him. He was lying helplessly, completely unable to get up from the ground. Meanwhile, the first prince began to pray. He turned to God as his young lamb. He asked God to lend him some of his grace. It was a strange prayer. With this prayer, Davy summoned 7th grade sanctuary sacred magic. After such powerful magic was cast, Elder Iullus instantly recovered. This was incredible, but also expected from the owner of the stigmata. The prince said that he never forgets a favor. And then he turned toward Count Linton and said that he also never forgot an insult. Davy quickly approached the count and cut off his hand, which he had used to touch his little sister. Then he pushed the count off the cliff, told him to get out of the world, and took the still unconscious Winry in his arms. After pushing the count, the first prince watched him fall into the abyss and told him that he did it so that he would not smear his sister with his bad blood. Princess Winry regained consciousness in the arms of her older brother. It was good that she did not see the horrors that had just happened next to her. Davy asked his sister with concern if she was all right, if she was okay. Winry said she was fine. Then Winry wanted to ask her something else because she didn't understand how she had ended up here. But suddenly she shouted for Davy to turn around. He was being attacked from behind by the captain of the Knights of the Wealth Elimination Squad, who had obviously been revived. However, the first prince was protected by his twin swords, and they repelled the captain's attack. The captain realized that the swords were magic. Davy calmly turned back and said that it was very low and cowardly for a swordmaster to attack his opponent from behind. Count Collio should be ashamed of himself. Meanwhile, Iullus had already recovered, got up from the ground, and saw Davy running toward him with Winry in his arms, and behind him swords were repelling the attack of the captain of the Knights of the Central Disease Control. It was the first time the elder had seen such miraculous swords. Davy placed Winry next to Iullus and asked him to take care of her, to be there for her so that she would not be hurt. However, Iullus said that this was not the way to go. They had to get out of here together. However, the first prince told them not to worry too much about him and went to the captain. He also said that he was not as weak as they thought he was. Count Collio, meanwhile, said that Davy's sword was too dangerous for a green boy to play with. He was determined to take the sword for himself, and he rushed to attack the prince. But Davy said that before he took the sword, he should let the captain listen to the opinion of the prince's children. In general, let Count Collio take care of his boss, who was bleeding to death. Davy's rivals have started to run away, but he will catch up with them anyway. The enemies must be dealt with once and for all. So the first prince gathered his magic in his fist again and struck the captain in the solar vault with another powerful blow. The prince's magic was very powerful. The first attack was repelled in the prince's favor, but the captain was not one to give up so quickly. The wave threw him back a little, but he stood up. Davy told him that if Count Collio wanted to be a punching bag, he would be happy to have such an opponent, and he again rushed to attack the captain and began to strike him one after another with many powerful blows. The captain shouted that the prince was a vile, impudent man and to stop healing in his sunny vault. But Davy calmly said that all means are good in battle. The main thing is to win. To himself, the prince thought that the captain's endurance was really good, but he expected better results from the swordmaster. He had noticed this when he first saw him, but he still didn't know what would happen. The Demon Queen said that in the end the captain failed in overcoming his limits. Davy said that in this world there is no such thing as a QI overdose. Most likely, the captain of the Knights of Wealth Squad went through a similar phenomenon. He was a man who had reached the limit of his skill. The first prince told the captain that there was no point in asking him about the reasons for his cooperation with someone like Count Linton. He said that on his way here, he had seen certain laboratories where monster cells were transplanted into human bodies. He asked the captain if he had decided to contribute to those experiments in order to restore his destroyed body. Count Collio frantically shouted at the prince to shut up. But Davy said that it was absurd to clarify it now anyway. It didn't matter anymore. However, he knows that it was the captain who planted pathogenic bacteria in the barbarians to spread a terrible disease in those lands. And then the prince asked Count Linton if he was right. All this was described in detail in the report of the Dark Elf Jack. The Demon Queen gave the correct answer. Davy said it was garbage. The prince does not yet know about the unknown fact, but if it becomes known, it will not be limited to the dissolution of the research group. It will tarnish the honor of the Central Office of Disease Control and will also become fodder for other aristocrats. It would be a most interesting spectacle without interference. But then the Demon Queen intervened and told Davy to do what he had to do, but the prince doubted that this was the right thing to do. Count Linton was still bleeding from the terrible wound inflicted on him by the first prince of the Kingdom of Roun. He called out to the captain, but the captain shut him up. Count Colio realized that the source of Davy's power was not in his magic swords. The first prince of the Kingdom of Roun is at least a master, and he also has high-level sacred magic. Such a high level is impossible for a prince of his age. It is simply absurd. Perhaps Davy is the genius who will go down in the history of this era. Then the prince told the captain that he would stop aiming only at his solar vault. Count Colio thought that in that case he would stop the prince now, before he became even stronger. And the captain, gathering all his strength, once again attacked Prince Davy. He tried to strike him, but, as expected, the prince withstood with dignity. In fact, even tarnished gold is still gold. The captain was able to block some of the blows, but not others. The battle continued. In this fight, Davy used various magical skills, which he mastered perfectly. Count Colio struck him, but the prince skillfully dodged. Davy only laughed in response to the captain's attacks, and he was surprised that he fell for his various tricks. Now the prince used the technique of the Demon King Yurg, double fist, unbreakable body, and finally, shredding the solar vault. This was the series of powerful attacks used by the first prince against the captain in this battle. In this way, Davy finally defeated Count Colio, the captain of the Knights Against Wealth of the Central Disease Administration. The count said that this was very mean of the prince, but the prince replied, "Who knows?" And the count shouldn't say anything if he didn't manage to win the battle. The captain was very angry with himself because he was pushed aside even in his basic capabilities. And this was him, the former captain of the Imperial Knightly Order. It was just a shame for him. Count Colio wanted to say something else with his last words to the first prince of the Kingdom of Roun, and the prince was quite surprised because he beat the captain so hard that he could have reduced him to dust. But the old man was too strong. Nevertheless, Davy won the battle. After the battle, the prince approached Winry and asked how she was feeling. The girl replied that she was fine. Julius interrupted the conversation and said that he had only added to the prince's troubles. He did not expect Davy to be so strong, and he was very ashamed. The elder also asked about the medicine that Davy had entrusted to them, but the prince said that he shouldn't worry about it. It was his own fault for leaving such a weak guard, and he shouldn't dwell on the medicine. If Davy died, the treatment would disappear with him. Linen couldn't let that go unchecked, so now they needed to get out of here first. And he asked Julius to keep a good eye on his little sister Winry, and Davy himself would deal with the rest of the group here, and then immediately follow them. Suddenly, Winry saw something. Only Davy's sword remained in the place where Count Linton had been sitting, bleeding to death, and the player himself had disappeared without a trace. That is, he had run away. So Davy insisted even more that Julius and Winry should leave immediately. The elder looked at his hand and said that he didn't have enough mana to chase Count Linton immediately. However, the first prince told them to just stand still and everything would be fine. Winry and Julius were surprised at what kind of magic Prince Davy was using on them, and Davy decided to leave the defeated captain there, letting the Red Tower deal with him at its own discretion. Both Julius and Winry were quite shocked by such incredible abilities of the first prince. The elder marveled at Davy's powerful magic, but the control of some small mana gates that Julius had, with the level of the prince's mana circle, could be used at any time by interference. It's a good thing that Davy had the good sense to save that for himself. So, Prince Davy moved his little sister Winry and the Red Tower elder Julius to safety. And then, Davy returned to finish the job here. It was so rude of Count Linton to run off like that, leaving behind someone else's precious child. And Davy tenderly picked up his sword from the ground. Count Linton had completely managed to turn the first prince of the Kingdom of Roun against him. And the Demon Queen added that he also dared to kidnap the second Princess Winry. So, the prince went in search of the fugitive. He told him not to even hope for an easy death. When he was running away, Count Linton left large traces of blood behind him, as his wound did not stop bleeding, so it was very easy for Davy to follow him. The Count turned around and saw that the prince had almost caught up with him and called him a monster. Davy just said that now they would see which of the two of them was the real monster. The exhausted Count climbed the stairs and sat down on the floor. The first prince was steadily approaching him. He was about to attack the Count, but the latter suddenly laughed out loud and said that, in case of emergency, he had a trick up his sleeve. This statement was unexpected for Davy. He suddenly felt as if the air around him began to thicken very much. It was a barrier created by the forced concentration of huge amounts of mana. The prince could not even imagine how much money had gone into this. Count Linton held the remote control in his hand. He said with satisfaction that he had had enough of the entertainment and called the prince a man who looked like a monster. The Demon Queen noticed that the Count was going to run away again. He threw the remote control on the floor and stepped on it, crushing it to pieces with his shoe. He opened the mana gate he had somehow found in the relics. Slowly, but when launched, they can send an object outside this dimension. The Count laughed and said, Let the prince try to cut through the barrier with his wonderful magic sword. Then he said that he would never leave alone the people who had prevented him from conducting his experiments, and the prince would see that the time would come when he would put him alive in the experimental cabin. The mad Count Linton also revealed that he had taken all the medicines created by the first prince with him and hid those test tubes under his cloak. He was going to steal even the prince's belongings. The count laughed out loud and said that now Davy would not be able to save anyone else from that terrible disease. A terrible smile distorted the count's face. And since only he has the samples of the medicine, the prince will not save anyone now, in the future, or after he disappears. Davy only listened to the nonsense that the mad count told him. Linton asked the prince how he felt now, and he said that now, at least, he could listen to him one last time. Davy asked him if he had finally finished his speech, and what this gesture of goodwill had to do with anything. He was sickeningly disgusted to listen to that talk. Then Count Linton said goodbye to the prince, wishing him a safe journey. But Davy waved his blue sword and broke the barrier created by the count with incredible ease. Whether it was a mana barrier or a mana gate, it made no difference. Chandan, blue ribbon, is a sword that cuts through everything that does not exist in physical systems. The first prince said that he would always have a way to catch a crazy and vile monster like the count. Count Linton fell dead to the floor. The demon queen summarized that he ended up as a disfigured corpse. And Davy said that the count had committed an inhuman act, so this was a completely expected and obvious outcome. But now the first prince took up his head and said that he hadn't really intended to let the count die so easily, but he still restrained himself. And then suddenly something disturbed Davy and the demon queen again. The air stirred. Linton, that crazy bastard, was still alive and trying to erase all evidence of his guilt. Meanwhile, the noise of horses' hooves was heard near the palace. We heard the orders given by the commander. He ordered the territory to be searched, the 1st and 3rd Knightly detachments to arrest Count Linton and Captain Collio. If they resisted, they were not to waste their strength but to temporarily retreat. The commander ordered the 2nd Knightly detachment to find Baron Hornio and protect him. Everyone else is responsible for the safety of the residents. This commander was none other than the 2nd Prince of the Kingdom, Raun Varys. He told his knights not to forget that their goal was not a desperate confrontation, but to protect the citizens. Prince Varys ordered them to save at least one more person, and the knights rode off to fulfill the order. The prince looked at his lands with regret. It pained him to see the ruins left by the knights of the anti-wealth squad. The prince lamented that even before his departure, things had not been so sad. A few days after Vinri's departure, the Central Department of Diseases, headed by Count Linton, arrived in the Hayneslands. Varys was expecting a transfer of some of the Lord's powers and the results of the convention. At the same time, one suggestion from Baron Hornio, who joined them a little later, planted some doubts in the second prince's mind. This suggestion was the possibility that someone had deliberately spread a terrible disease. Suddenly, the prince's thoughts were interrupted. Corpses were lying everywhere in the streets. There were many of them. But these were not the inhabitants of the lands of the Horde. All of these corpses belonged to members of the Knight Squad for the elimination of wealth. The roads were covered with them like a carpet, and there were a lot of them. Varys rode his horse among these corpses and was surprised by their great number. The prince could not understand what had happened here in his absence. So the prince spurred his horse on, for he decided that he had to hurry first. So Varys arrived at the infirmary as soon as possible. On his way, he kept meeting dead knights here and there. In the hospital, the prince immediately found Baron Hornio to ask him what had happened here and what the current situation in the lands was. Baron Hornio was incredibly happy that the second prince had returned and that he was all right. And Varys said that he was the one who needed to worry about everyone else, not someone else. Prince Varys asked how it really happened, and Baron Hornio told him that together with Princess Winry, the first prince of the Kingdom of Raun, Davy ol Raun, had arrived in the lands of the Order. This information surprised Varys that his older brother had come in person. Meanwhile, Baron Hornio continued. He said that Prince Davy had invented a cure for the terrible deadly disease, Devil's Blood, in just 3 days. This shocked Varys even more. The Baron said that, frankly, he was shocked himself. Prince Davy handled the disease, which had even made their Central Disease Control Office give up, as if it were nothing. Then, Prince Varys asked about the corpses that covered the streets outside. Baron Hornio said that they were all knights of Count Collio, and then Varys received another portion of shocking information when he learned that the knights of the Wealth Elimination Squad were going to get rid of them. That is, to put it bluntly, kill them after the invention of a cure for Devil's Blood. Varys then asked what had happened to his brother Davy, and where his twin sister Winry had gone. However, Baron Hornio began to reassure the Lord, saying that he shouldn't worry about them so much. But Varys disagreed. He said that there was plenty to worry about. Of course, the medicine was also important, but his brother and sister were much more important to him personally. For the prince, The feeling of worry that something bad had happened to his family was unbearable. Varys shouted and demanded at least some information from Baron Horneo about them. Sincere tears spilled from Varys's eyes. He would not be able to bear it if something bad happened to his sister Winry, that fool who always believes everyone. Suddenly, Princess Winry and Elder Jullus appeared in the infirmary and teleported there. Jullus said to Varys that he seemed to care for Princess Winry much more than he said out loud, and Winry asked her brother why he was suddenly behaving so strangely. Before Prince Varys could realize that his sister had appeared in front of him, they were all suddenly shaken by a new trouble. The ground trembled, the chandeliers shook and rang. Everything looked like the beginning of an earthquake. Meanwhile, the first prince of the kingdom of Ron was doing well. He didn't have to waste any more nerves or energy. He decided to just bring everything down and destroy it in one fell swoop. Davy laughed, and the Demon Queen drew his attention to something else. Chimeras were now crawling out of all the cracks after the rocks were destroyed. They were all running away. But the most important thing was where they were going. And it seemed that all this huge number of chimeras were heading for the lands of the Horde. Davy realized that it would be difficult to catch them one by one in the forests. He thought that it might be better to return as soon as possible and take up the defense. Meanwhile, the sky was completely covered with storm clouds. Davy said that would work. He used the 5th circle magic flight and felt that the humidity was also suitable. The first prince then turned to his sword, the Hondion, and asked it for some mana. Since there was no other way out, he decided to use it to deal with the chimeras. But the Demon Queen said that, according to common sense, it is impossible to properly unleash high-level magic with only the power of the 5th circle. However, if this level is available, then with her mana, 5th circle, and Hongdon's mana, 7th circle, it is quite possible and feasible. The first prince decided to use the magic of storm clouds. Everything was just right for him. Davy took to the air. To do this, he used the skills Area Capture, Boundary Expansion, and Structure Chain. It was a strange, rare language. The Demon Queen had never heard or seen it before. Perhaps it was runes. The first prince ordered the outlined territory region to completely obey him. And now there is no need to look for chimeras that have scattered everywhere. It is enough to deal with those who are running behind him. Suddenly, Davy said to the Demon Queen that he remembered something he wanted to try. He could use it now. Although it's not fire, it's a bolt from the blue. So Davy used the sudden lightning strike skill. A series of natural disasters followed. At that time, a carriage was rushing down the dirt road at full speed. The guards were riding beside it, also at full speed. Time after time, the guards repelled the attacks of robbers who attacked the passers-by from all sides. The head of the guard was Sir Velos. He was already extremely tired from such an intense ride without rest. The carriage driver said they probably wouldn't last much longer. At this rate, the robbers would surely capture them. Sir Velos was furious with the damned assassins, for they had been chasing them for a long time without a break. Velos saw a forest ahead. Since it happened, he ordered everyone to go to the forest. But now Davy was working his magic over the forest, and a hail of lightning was falling. However, Sir Velos ordered everyone to go to the forest for the second time. There was absolutely no time to hesitate. There was a lady riding in a carriage. She was very scared, and she kept apologizing to her wards. Meanwhile, Davy was already feeling a little weak. The Demon Queen asked him not to overexert himself so much, because in this state, his brain would soon melt. Berserk shouted that one person could not control such a power. She could see how pale Davy had turned, but the boy denied it and said he was fine. After all, if something like that could kill him, he wouldn't have been able to reach the 9th circle. His mana consumption was not that high, but his consciousness was extremely exhausted. The first prince was really feeling weak. He was even feeling a little nauseous and his legs were giving out. Davy needed to rest immediately. He had exhausted himself with that magic. The prince held his head. He looked down and suddenly saw a carriage down among the trees. This surprised him very much. Davy did not understand what this carriage was doing in such a place, why it had come there. Besides, the carriage had the coat of arms of the imperial family on it, and the Demon Queen noticed that the coat of arms was also platinum in color. Davy wondered if it was the Imperials. The first prince thought about it. It was not a Western contest because it was thousands of kilometers away, so it could be either the Palin or Rindis Empire of the Eastern continent. The Demon Queen advised the prince to ignore that carriage. If there is a chase for a member of the imperial family, the enemy must be serious. Davy still couldn't make a final decision, and Berserk insisted on her own. She said that Davy would only interfere in vain, and then he would find himself in a situation much worse than he is now. Meanwhile, the girl sitting in the carriage looked out of the window and saw Davy in the sky. Their eyes met. The first prince summoned a refreshing, mind-clearing energy. He felt the pleasant scent of the elementalist. It was as if a field of blue flowers enveloped the prince. Meanwhile, the carriage was standing among the bushes and trees of the forest. As a hail of lightning was falling in the forest at that time, fragments of stones and wood chips were falling on it. Davy could see the assassins approaching the carriage from a height and relentlessly pursuing them. The prince immediately made a decision to protect the imperial family in the carriage. He directed a powerful bolt of lightning at the rock, and huge lumps of stones fell on the pursuers. The demon queen was shocked by his act, and the prince easily explained that his hand slipped, and that's why the stones flew. And that was all he knew. Let her not be angry with him, although Perserk was very angry. In the end, Davy felt really bad and started to fall down. But the carriage was saved. One of the attendants opened the door and told Her Highness that they were rescued and safely crossed the border. Now they are in the Empire. The princess got out of the carriage. Soon the knights of the Empire will meet them here. They are safe now. Her Highness looked around and said that she did not see Sir Hallis among those present here, nor did she see Sir Rooks, nor did she see Sir Hiven. She began to cry and apologize to everyone. The princess became even more sad. She lamented that all this had happened because of her, the werewolf. Her subjects began to calm her down, saying that she had made up the story about the werewolf. This is just nonsense. No one would dare to degrade her dignity in such a way. Then Sir Velos knelt down before Her Highness and said that the reason for her sadness was his incompetence. Therefore, he did not deserve to live. However, the princess shouted at him to stop talking like that. She said that she just wanted them all to stop suffering because of her, and she was very sorry for that. The princess also added that they all needed to be brave now, if only for the sake of his imperial majesty. Then, Sir Velos shouted loudly that he swore by the name of Velos, the imperial swordmaster, that he would personally conduct a thorough investigation and would certainly extinguish the flames of their family's discontent. Her Highness the Princess sincerely thanked Sir Velos for his devotion. Then one of the soldiers asked Captain Velos what kind of lightning it was. But the captain himself did not know. He only said that it did not look like a natural phenomenon. Sir Velos added that the main thing was that they all survived, and to think that these lightning bolts were subjugated to someone's will is beyond common sense. Something like that would instantly upend the ranks of the greatest magicians on the continent. But this simply cannot be. Sir Velos came to this conclusion, and if anyone is capable of causing such a catastrophe, it must be a magical dragon, not a human. However, Her Highness the Princess saw the boy hanging in the air, and she remembered well that he had dark hair. And the color of the boy's hair was shallow and simple. This shade speaks of solidity, the scent of dogwood. And Davy fell in the middle of the trees in the same forest where he had recently caused such a lightning storm. The demon queen was always by his side. Finally, the prince came to his senses. He called out to Perserk. She immediately offered him some water, which she had carefully collected for him on a leaf. Davy thanked her for her care. He said that for the first time in a very long time he had finally had a really good night's sleep. Then the first prince asked how long it had been since he had fallen asleep. The demon queen replied that no more than 2 hours had passed. The next question was about the Horde lands. Davy asked if there was any chaos there. Perserk replied that there was. Then, the first prince laid down again, turned on his side, put his hands under his head, and said that in that case, they would go there after he slept a little more. But the demon queen told him to think a little bit about those people who are very worried about him. Suddenly, Davy heard someone calling him brother. He stood up and saw Varys coming toward him. Davy went to meet him and asked when he had returned. Varys replied that he had just recently. The first prince wanted to ask him something else, but Varys rushed to examine his brother from all sides and finally came to the conclusion that Davy was fortunately not injured. Then the second prince said that Davy could not even imagine how shocked he was to find out that he was alone in the Earl's estate. But Davy thought it was just overprotection. Varys continued to talk. As soon as he met Winry and Jullus of the 5th level, he immediately gathered a rescue team and went after him. Daivi thought that Varys must have been unable to enter the forest. After all, entering a forest with thousands of lightning bolts striking its territory is tantamount to suicide. Given Varys's character, to survive for at least 5 hours is quite an achievement. And then his younger sister Winry ran into the first prince. She asked him if he was hurt, if he was okay, and kept hugging him. Varys began to scold his sister for coming here, calling her a patient and reminding her that he had ordered her to rest. But Winry told him not to make her laugh, because how could she rest if her brother was still not returning? Then, Elder Eulis came over. He said that Davy is a brother who is bathed in love. It was a beautiful thing to see, and Davy asked if it really looked like that. Then Davy asked Jullus if anything special had happened since he and Winry had come back. Jullus said nothing, but there was devastation everywhere, and if it hadn't been for Davy, there would have been a lot of trouble. And for Eulis himself, as an elder of the Magic Tower, everything that happened was a great shame. Besides, the cure too. And Eulis said that he was even ashamed to look the first prince in the eye. And Davy asked if he was talking about that. Then he pulled a test tube of medicine out of his pocket. He said that Count Linen had very carefully hidden the test tubes behind his sinus. But Davy managed to take one when the Count was running away. So, there was no reason to worry. Then Davy invited everyone inside. He provided emergency care, but it's impossible to know for sure. It was better for Winry and Jullus to get proper treatment. After Davy, Winry, Jullus, and Varys returned to the mansion, Varys told them everything that had happened, but Davy didn't hear anything new. It was just as he had expected. It all started with Count Linton deliberately spreading the disease through the robbers. Then Varys showed the first prince the emblem of the Central Disease Control Office. He said that they had found it at the robbers' main base after a thorough search that took several days. The intruder, who had invaded someone else's home, began to play the host. Under the pretext that he allegedly wanted to stop the news of the disease from spreading, Varys left the land and began to conduct his investigation to gather evidence. And Davy later told me that Baron Hornio was initially against the prince doing anything on the lands. He was generally completely unfriendly. Perhaps he was motivated by the fear that the first prince of the Kingdom of Roun, the third party in the whole tense situation, would be drawn into it all. As a result, Davy felt a little guilty towards him. So now it was their turn. Everyone sat around the table and had a peaceful tea. Then Varys asked his older brother for permission to ask him something. At the moment, only Varys asked, but it was clear that everyone had many questions that they wanted to get answers to from the first prince of the Kingdom of Roun. Of course, all the while, Davy was deliberately avoiding answering. That's why no one knew anything for sure. If there had been someone in Davy's place who had been active from the beginning, it is not known how the situation would have turned out now. But certainly no one would have been able to understand what was happening to him until then. Davy was a master of the art of the sword, which pulled out the aura. It was a perfect technique. To reach a high level in it, you need to practice a lot. A fighting technique that could knock down a sword master, the appearance of a stigmata on the prince's back, as well as remarkable knowledge in medicine, which is unknown where it came from, and also the magic of the circle, above the fifth, with which Davy managed to teleport Jullus and Winry back to the palace. It was extremely difficult to understand all this because it is strange that a young man who is not yet 20 years old can have such power. For example, Princess Elena, who picked up a sword before she could hold a pen, is a true genius. Even this Elena de Palan could not cross the threshold of a swordmaster. Likewise, Jullus, who was a prodigy and was called one of the greatest geniuses on the continent, is still barely approaching the title of master. And at that time, a 17-year-old boy, who had spent the third part of his life in a coma, achieved all this with ease. When Davy thought about it all, he realized that even for him, it could only be described as impossible. He had only once dared to stick to that path, the one that turned the millennium inside out. As soon as Varys asked permission to ask his older brother a question, Winry immediately yelled at him to stop doing so, because it looked like he was conducting some kind of interrogation. And that's completely uncivilized. However, Varys objected to his sister and said that she would like to find out everything herself. Jullus also entered the conversation and said that, frankly, he would like to know such nuances himself. And this was despite the fact that he had seen all this superhuman power with his own eyes. But he could hardly believe in the reality of it. Now Winry was even angrier because everyone started asking Davy questions. But Elder Jullus of the Red Tower told the first prince that he had mana that was normal for a very ordinary person. So he wondered how this could be. And Davy realized that this was what Jullus was most interested in. After all, in theory, magic without limits is really something impossible. He thought what a relief it was that no one had guessed that the lightning in the forest was his doing. The Demon Queen said that this was a level with a completely different source. Davy told the Demon Queen that he was just trying really hard. Perserk asked what that meant. She answered that it meant exactly what he said. Davy also said that he had tried his best for this short period of time. The Demon Queen replied that this was not a lie. It really was a short period. Frankly speaking, even a millennium is not enough time to learn all the techniques perfectly. Davy would wake up early in the morning, even before sunrise, and start training, which was prepared for him by his teachers from the Alley of Heroes. And even when the prince went to bed, he still continued to train. He lived his training in his dreams and waking life. Davy's hands and fingers were covered with bruises, scratches, and wounds, and were almost always bandaged. The guy tried incredibly hard in his training, even so much so that he studied how heroes turn around. And this once made a goblin laugh when he passed by and saw Davy's efforts. When Varys heard all this, he laughed nervously and said that he took it all as a joke. He refused to believe that it was impossible to achieve something like this in less than a year. For Davy, it was expected that his family and friends would think that he only started improving after he woke up from his coma, and it is quite natural for them. However, the prince calmly responded to such doubts about him and said that there are still a lot of unexplained things in the world. And then he added that he hadn't said a word about the fact that he had achieved this in just 1 year. This shocked everyone. Davy said that Mr. Jullus was right about him having the mana of an ordinary person. But how did he manage to get the sword out of the high-density aura in that case? The prince suggested that this was the part that worried everyone the most. Varys confirmed that this was true and asked how his brother had done it. But Davy didn't want to tell everything yet and said that someday, as soon as it became possible, He would tell everything. Varys looked at his older brother pleadingly, but Davy just smiled and was relentless. He could not tell about the gallery of heroes, even if he was pressured to give an answer, and called it absurd. And the prince decided that the best thing to do now would be to end the story with the fact that he was just trying his best. There was no need for everyone to know his truth. Meanwhile, the Demon Queen yawned sweetly. She was already sleepy. She asked Davy to let her sleep on his lap. The prince realized that only one person needed to know the whole truth. It seemed that everyone in the room really believed that Davy would give them a true and complete answer to their questions. But the prince was grateful to his family and friends that they took his persistence in stride. And so the conversation ended. Then everyone returned to their rooms because it was already late in the evening. And here, as they say, every problem solved gives rise to a new unsolved problem. When the first prince returned to his bedroom, he saw a very offended Honden. Davy asked her not to sulk. Then he laughed and said that she reminded him of a hamster with cheeks full of sunflower seeds. The prince tried to make her laugh in the same way, but Honden reacted to the humor in her own way. Then Davy said that now was not the time for that. The prince told the girl to look at him. Honden was still angry. It was the same with the sacred sword Calderas. However, when a weapon with ego and mana is used at high speed, it goes into an equally strong asthenia afterwards. Davy doesn't know about Calderas though, who has had a long time to grow and strengthen it. But for Honden, who hasn't even been born for a month, it seems that the mana the first prince borrowed for the series of disasters was too much. Davy kept trying to cheer the girl up, and she seemed to respond to his consolations, but not completely. She wasn't very affected by her daddy's jokes. However, her twin sisters came up to Honden, hugged her from behind and told her to stop sulking. Davy seized the moment and offered his princesses their favorite cookies. He reminded them that these cookies were crazy delicious and offered them a taste. Honden continued to act like she didn't want the cookies, even though it was very obvious that she was dying to eat them. Davy talked to her about why her resentment was so great. The prince still had the cookie in his hands. He saw how Honden wanted to eat it, but because of her resentment, she refused and could not. In fact, Davy was very touched by the whole situation. Finally, he said that he had no other choice. And the prince said that since Honden did not want to eat the cookies offered to her, he would have to eat them all. Little Honden really wanted the cookies, but she still did not give in. Tears came to her eyes because of this internal struggle. Honden was crying. Then the Demon Queen intervened. She called the prince a jerk and shouted at him angrily that he was doing this because he was manipulating children's feelings and senses. She knew it. Suddenly, the Demon Queen Perserk changed her appearance. She began to grow. Before that, she had always been small, like a little fairy. Having grown to the size of an ordinary person, Perserk called the children to her. The first prince remained standing as if dug in. He had no idea that the Demon Queen was capable of such a thing. Meanwhile, Perserk was already consoling the girls and saying that, of course, they had just been very hurt. Davy finally got around to asking her how she could have gotten bigger. Honden and Chonden leaned against Perserk, and she gently stroked the girls' heads. The Demon Queen was a little shy and said, "Is it really that hard to make your body bigger? Especially considering her demonic powers. She could even change her clothes at will." The first prince watched with interest as Perserk hugged and stroked Hongdan and Chonden. It was like a kind of kinship between energy bodies. Meanwhile, the girls were crying. Honden was crying because she was hurt, and Chonden was crying just for the company of her sister. Perserk said they were good girls. The twins hugged the Demon Queen and called her Mom. This touched Perserk so much that it brought her to tears, and Davy was so surprised that he dropped his cookies, and Honden kept sobbing and saying that she hated her daddy. This made the prince laugh. The Demon Queen sweetly told the girls not to worry, because their mother was there. Davy understood that this was to be expected from the previous Demon Queen. She is quite resourceful. Nowadays, on the continent, those creatures called demons are considered a great evil that lives on the pages of ancient books. But if you look at Perserk now, you only think that it's all just superstition. Davy decided to appease his daughter a bit and offered her more cookies. The group's Honda turned away from him, and the Demon Queen told him that sometimes there are moments when she really wants to sew up his mouth, which brings only destruction. In the end, the prince finished his cookies by himself. A few more days passed like this. Finally, everything settled down, and the full-scale supply of medicines to the inhabitants of the Horde lands began. Of course, this was not the end of the story, and a system of preventive vaccination was introduced to prevent a repeat epidemic. A cure was invented, but nothing could be done about the bacteria that remained in those lands. Now, the future of the Horde lands depends only on the actions of Varys, the lord of those lands. Because of all these catastrophic events, more than 300 people died in the lands of Ordum. However, Davy believed that not so many people had died. The prince was sitting in his office studying documents when the dark elf Jack came to him. Jack asked Davy if he was not concerned about this. The first prince replied that he understood that with such a deadly disease, It was a great blessing that there had been so few casualties. Then he asked the elf how many people he thought lived in the lands of the Horde. This disease has killed hundreds of millions of people on other continents. If Davy had not come here, and the terrible disease had spread throughout the country through these lands, half of the eastern continent would have been overrun by it from the Horde lands themselves. In this case, perhaps, everything would have ended much more disastrously. In this regard, the bastard Linen was really very stupid. So, for the prince personally, hundreds of victims are a huge relief. The Dark Elf said that he noticed that the prince already knew about the disease. Davy confirmed that this was true. Jack then asked how well the prince knew about it. Davy then asked if this information would also be included in the bill, to which the Dark Elf replied that he was already an information agent, so he included everything in the bill. He added that it was in points. It was very subjective. The prince asked if he would eventually have to pay the elf with his own money. However, Jack said that he would politely refuse to do so because he still valued his own life. Then Davy said that it was completely unclear what was going on inside Jack, and he asked if it was time to say what he wanted directly and stop beating around the bush. But the Dark Elf refused, saying that he still needed to collect some more points. He wanted to make sure that the first prince would have no escape routes. Davy said that he had no idea what the Dark Elf was going to ask him for, but since he had already come so far, wouldn't it be easier for Jack to just go under the wing of the first prince of the Kingdom of Raun? Jack's eyes shone with some hope after Davy's words, but the prince said it just like that. He was not interested in who the Dark Elf served and what his past was. However, if he really wanted the prince to accept him, he should at least take off this shell. Suddenly, Davy heard his crystal ball for communication light up, because no one was supposed to contact him. He opened the drawer in surprise. It was his maid, Amy, who had called him. So the prince began to pack for his trip home. A week has passed since then. As a result of the fight against the SARS virus, most patients were able to get out of their beds. Of course, unfortunately, there were some patients who could not overcome the terrible disease. But still, the people of Ordom died quickly as a result. When the first prince of the Kingdom of Raun was leaving for home, he was honorably accompanied by all the inhabitants of those lands. People chanted greetings, calling the prince a saint. Davy, as always, was uncomfortable with this. For him, everything would have been perfect if there hadn't been that overwhelming praise. Having finished with the schedule, Davy finally returns home. Julius and Winry were also traveling with him. The princess said that they would not be traveling too fast, but that they should be able to get there in 3 days without overwork. The small mana gate they used when they left Heinz Land needed recharging, so they decided to take a carriage on the way back. Winry kept chirping that they would see a lot of really beautiful places along the way. Frankly speaking, it was not a bad thing for Davy. In general, from the very beginning, the first prince of the Kingdom of Raun got involved in serious business precisely for the sake of a measured life. He was going to make a lot of money and retire early. He absolutely did not want the life he had until recently. This pressure from all sides is very tiring. So, a slow ride would be very appropriate now, and he gave the order to depart. Now he could be lazy to his heart's content. The carriage passed a huge waterfall. Davy was thinking deeply about something. Winry asked her older brother if he was comfortable, but Davy reassured her that he was fine and that she shouldn't pay attention. Then the princess asked if Varys would be okay. She was a little worried. She wondered why Varys had sent her to the Heinz lands. Julius intervened. He said that perhaps Varys wanted her to rest somewhere else, but in fact, the real reason was different. Even before he left, Varys had asked his older brother if he could look after Winry for a while. He believed that the princess would be safer with Davy than with someone like him. The first prince noticed that Varys looked gloomy, so he asked what was wrong. Varys replied that it was a disappearance incident. Several children had gone missing from an orphanage on their land. He also said that the rumors have not yet been dispelled, but he is very worried if his sister Winry finds out about it. It was very logical that Varys would be worried about his sister. Besides, as far as Davy could tell from what Amy, the maid, had said a few days ago, the same thing was happening in the Heinz lands. Suddenly, Winry noticed that the landscape outside the carriage window had changed. It looked as if they were approaching the Heinz lands. Davy laughed, saying that he had expected to arrive as late as possible. Julius asked in surprise if something was going on in the lands. The first prince replied that they were saying that a very difficult man had arrived. Julius did not understand. Suddenly, some men in military uniforms blocked the carriage's path. The guards angrily asked why they were doing this, since they knew who was traveling in the carriage. Those people politely apologized. They began to talk politely and apologized for their sudden intrusion. Julius and Winry noticed a coat of arms on the clothes of the leader of the soldiers. Captain Duras of the Knights of the Red Dragon approached the carriage. He said that they had come to meet the first prince of the Kingdom of Raun for an escort. Davy had already guessed something, but he wondered why this knightly order had been sent to escort him. Meanwhile, Captain Duras told 5th grade Julius that he hadn't seen him for a long time. A week ago, Amy had urgently reported to Davy only on the situation in the Heinz lands. The first prince noted the cleverness of his maid. He called the one Amy described a child, which the demon queen did not quite agree with. Perserk said that the Calderis contract girl was the same age as Davy. So, the golden branches and jasper leaves of the Palin Empire has arrived. Meanwhile, Emperor Diorth Alrindis was practicing archery. He was highly praised for his extraordinary accuracy. The emperor offered to compete. Crown Prince Alvos Alrindis laughed nervously and said that it was impossible to find such a skillful master who could so easily put an aura into a bow. Competing in the art of archery with His Majesty was only a complete shame for him, and then he reproached himself very much after the defeat. The emperor remarked that the future ruler of the empire was so brazenly faking it. Meanwhile, the crown prince said that he had no talent in the art of archery. The emperor told Alvos that if he continued to behave like this, his brothers would one day take his place. But the crown prince replied clearly that they would not dare to try to do so. The emperor then sat down to tea and asked if the crown princess was doing well, and was told that the princess was living in comfort and prosperity thanks to His Majesty. The emperor was satisfied with this answer. He said that a healthy and vigorous man must first learn to hold his family in his arms before he can reach out to the world. But, as the emperor remarked, all these idiots are only interested in fame and status, ignoring such things. The crown prince replied that he would remember these words. The emperor then said that Alvos had not come to him to engage in such idle talk. He asked what his son was really going to tell him. The crown prince told His Majesty that he had received a report from the Luna Guild. The emperor was pleased because he saw that progress was being made. The crown prince said that there was good news and uncertain news, and asked his father which one he wanted to hear first. The emperor laughed that the son was also a master at mocking his father, but he still chose to hear the uncertain news first. Then Alvos told him that Count Linen had died and Count Kolio had been imprisoned. Their inhuman crimes had been discovered, and that was why they were being punished on the spot. Emperor Diort said that when he heard Kolio's story, he personally ordered him to join the Central Disease Office. The Crown Prince went on to say that it looked like Count Linen and Count Kolio had been conducting secret experiments, specifically spreading a deadly disease in the Ordum lands on the outskirts of the Kingdom of Roun. The emperor said that it all sounded like a fairy tale about a man who had gone mad with his own insatiable hunger. He asked who had dealt with them. Alvos replied that it was the first prince of the Kingdom of Roun. The emperor asked if he was the same young man whose name is now on everyone's lips. The crown prince said that His Majesty should not feel guilty about what had happened, and His Majesty asked if Alvos thought that he would have been able to hold on to his position as emperor if something like that had thrown him off balance. And then Emperor Diort asked to hear the good news, and this good news was sent by Baron Hornio. It was about the joint research on demon blood with Count Linton. According to the report, a cure for the demon blood disease had finally been invented. And it was not Baron Horneo or Count Linton who did it, but the first prince of the Kingdom of Roun. The emperor recognized that this was truly amazing news. He asked if there were any mistakes in the treatment of the terrible disease. The crown prince replied that there were none. The safety checks have been completed. The inhabitants of the Horde lands are getting back on their feet one by one. From these two pieces of news, the emperor concluded that there would definitely be people who would try to get their hands on the young man. The crown prince asked what His Majesty thought to do about it. The emperor replied that Alvos should not pretend that he did not understand anything. He ordered him to look into the matter himself. Alvos then asked whether he should send an official invitation to the imperial palace in the near future. Since the first prince of the Kingdom of Roun, Davy Allroun, has already achieved so many achievements, it would be good to facilitate his marriage to a member of the imperial family. While the emperor and the crown prince were chatting casually about their plans for the future, the princess came to them. She bowed in curtsy and began to praise His Majesty, the two-headed dragon of the empire. And then the emperor interrupted her, saying that this was enough. Iria Alrindis is the youngest princess of the Rindis Empire. She is half a werewolf. The empire still has a very negative attitude towards werewolves, and overwhelmingly rejects them. Since Aria comes from a ruling family, this affects her a little less. But the contempt and evil looks that followed the princess everywhere made her withdraw into herself. She became so inconspicuous that rumors began to spread that the emperor had become hostile to her. Now the emperor asked his daughter why she did not call him father again. The princess quietly replied that there might be witnesses nearby, and rumors might spread about His Majesty's good attitude toward the worthless werewolf. The emperor was very angry at the words about the insignificant werewolf, and he slammed his fist on the table in anger. So the ruler turned to Alvos. His son asked if he should deal with them, maybe execute them. The emperor ordered to find everyone who dared to insult his daughter. The ruler said that those people had a lot of guts if they dared to say all kinds of nonsense to a member of the royal family. Therefore, It would be better to erase them into such dust that they would not be able to be reborn. The emperor was extremely angry. The crown prince only said that his father should rely on him, but Princess Aria was afraid that both her father and her brother were at the same time. She was very worried about them, saying that they should not and could not do this because of her. The emperor approached the princess, put his hand on her head and said that she was his favorite daughter, and if someone dares to insult the honor of the emperor's daughter, even the destruction of his family to the ninth knee will not be enough. But the princess stood her ground. She said she felt well and was fine. But if they stood up for her, the authority of His Imperial Majesty and her brother would suffer. So she asked them to pretend that they had not heard and asked them to promise her that. Her father assured her that she need not worry. Then the emperor addressed the crown prince once again, and Alvos understood his father from the word go, so he said he would do everything quietly. Meanwhile, the first prince of the kingdom of Raun, Davy Olraun, returned home to the land of Hines. The prince saw knights gathered at the gate to his palace. They asked for an audience with him. Davy was a little tired of this situation. He had some idea why Princess Elena de Palin had come to his land. Frankly speaking, when Davy fled the Principality of Felsti, he simply dumped all his irritating questions on the princess. If he had been in her place, he would have definitely found that rascal and strangled him. It took the princess quite a while to do this. And this is how it all came to this. Just then, the maid Amy entered the prince's room. Davy already understood what the girl wanted to tell him. Amy said that Princess Elena of the Palin Empire was asking the first prince of the Kingdom of Raun to meet her. The maid waited politely for her master's orders. Davy called Princess Elena a big shot because he thought that this nickname suited her very well. Although the Haines lands are something like a supernova, developing at a tremendous speed, the prince's opponent is now an empire, and it's premature to say that the golden branches and jasper leaves of the Palin Empire, the strongest country on the continent, have come here. Euless, of course, is an exception, but still, it is pointless to question the breadth of the princess's influence. Davy responded indirectly to the maid's words about Princess Elena's visit, but the clever Amy knew her master very well and went to convey his orders. The first prince refused the Princess of Felsta an audience. He sat comfortably on the couch and read. The Demon Queen asked him if he was not afraid of the consequences of his refusal, which might manifest later. Davy replied that he was doing this for a reason. After receiving one refusal, the knights who asked for an audience with Davy for the Princess of the Palin Empire continued to send requests for a meeting, as if they were stuck with horns. But one refusal was followed by more and more refusals. At first they came in person and were rejected every time, and then they got fed up and started sending requests for an official reception. Prince Davy started the whole thing, but those knights decided to continue to pound the thresholds of his palace in such an uncivilized manner and to play the fool in such a childish way. And the only one who suffers from this is the one who is in the center of all these events, namely the maid Amy. She had a hard time. Davy had heard that Princess Eileen de Palin's knightly order of the Red Dragon was furious, but he continued to ignore them with a light heart, continuing to refuse. To their credit, they didn't make too much noise. Apparently, their heads are not so empty. Everything was going smoothly. Davy decided to raise his price. This is called noise marketing. The Demon Queen did not support him in this. Perserk was very angry at the prince's behavior, but Davy explained his actions by saying that the princess herself was asking for an audience with him. No one else can compare to her in attracting public attention. The advertising gain will be a big one, especially now that the information guilds and trade groups have gathered here. The Demon Queen was very angry with Davy, but the prince continued to do his thing. He said that he could already feel the stock price of his land rising. Perserk said that life is not a game, and Davy is not afraid of anything at all. People cannot act strictly in accordance with his personal plans. So where did he get so much arrogance from? It's not like he can predict the actions of other people. But Davy was really confident. He had everything under control. He believed that she was the right princess. The first prince of the kingdom of Raun said that soon the lands of Hines would be on everyone's lips. Rumors would spread across the continent, and everyone would know about them. And suddenly a light breeze blew, and Prince Davy was visited by guests, Princess Elena de Palin. The prince jokingly asked her when princesses were taught the art of parkour. In return, Princess Elena asked if they both didn't have a lot to talk about and discuss. Then the princess came close to Davy, took him by the collar, and said that they had a lot to talk about. The prince looked away, which made the princess very angry. She said that he had become very arrogant over the years. In return, Davy said that the princess had become very impatient since their last meeting, and Emperor Diort, with his son Alvos and his werewolf daughter Aria, were sitting at the table talking. The father asked the princess if she had anything else to tell him. Irija timidly said that there was something she wanted to tell. At the same time, the girl finally managed to call His Majesty her father, which amused the emperor, and he praised her for it. Iria was rubbing her hand together, and it was obvious that she was very nervous. the princess remembered a long-standing promise. It was about the promise that she would be allowed to marry her beloved if she ever got well. The princess wondered if this promise was still valid. The emperor became so excited that the cup cracked right in his hand. Meanwhile, Iria continued that her beloved was the man who had saved her on the way back to the empire. The crown prince began to treat his father's wounded arm, while the emperor tried to ask the princess about some details. Iria admitted that she did not even know the name of her savior yet. The princess folded her arms pleadingly and said that she would like to meet her beloved at least once more. The emperor turned to his son and asked him what the main wisdom of the ruling family of Rindis was. And Crown Prince Alvos immediately replied that a person who cannot protect either himself or his people will never achieve anything and will not be capable of anything in the future. The emperor was burning with anger, and he said that some insect had stuck to the flower. The crown prince did not need to say anything. He understood everything perfectly well. So he just told his father to count on him completely. At first, the princess did not understand what her father and brother were talking about. Alvos said that he would find out everything carefully, track down the pest, and bring him to the emperor. Then the princess began to realize a little bit what her father meant. Meanwhile, the emperor shouted for the pest to be found and destroyed immediately. The crown prince replied that the emperor could be calm. He could consider that his son had already gone to request information from the guild. Iria began to cry and asked her father to stop and not to do anything like that. None of them knew that the pest and the bug that stuck to their flower was the same hero who had invented a cure for the deadly disease, Devil's Blood. They also did not know that Devi is the key to their princess's recovery, to freeing her from the curse. But the day of their next meeting is a story of a somewhat distant future. At that time, the first prince of the kingdom of Raun began training Princess Elena de Palin. He created a huge golem especially for this purpose. The girl fought with it, using a heavy sword as her weapon. She was learning new skills. With a swing of her sword, the princess used the ability Omnidirectional Strike. The power of the sword attacked the iron golem from all sides. In several places, the iron was struck by blows that damaged its integrity. The golem bent down. Princess Elena prepared for the next blow. But the iron golem was not going to give up. It still had enough power. The princess was getting a little tired. It was not easy for her to accept the new challenge. The fight was tough. The girl looked at her hand, which was trembling because the sword was very heavy on its own, and then she had to wield it. She did not expect it to be so difficult. Analyzing her struggle with the iron golem, the princess realized that it was no ordinary golem. The princess began to recall what she knew about golems in general. She stood with her back to her opponent, and Devi was in full control of the machine, a prototype Megatron, switching to firing mode, target acquisition. And the golem switched. The girl was not expecting it. Long-range firing started. She was under attack. Princess Elena screamed that Devi was a crazy prince. He had created some kind of devilish thing, but the prince just watched the battle, laughed, and said that it was just an ordinary golem. In the end, the iron golem pushed the princess against the wall. She was unable to fight back and was defeated. Ilya screamed that it was not fair. The prince asked if the golem was good, and the princess replied that His Highness was just making fun of her. The golem used the automatic barrier. The princess asked what the prince had stuffed his golem with. Devi said that heavy armor was common. Elena indignantly replied that this was exactly why it was unfair, because there was no golem that had magic of the third circle or higher. Devi, meanwhile, thanked the iron golem for his excellent work and said that he would rescue everyone. Princess Elena asked if Devi was trying to create a weapon that could destroy continents. The first prince admitted that he had put magic crystals in his golem so that it would have so many skills. She can't even imagine how many of those crystals are in the iron golem. The princess, holding her head, said that she did not have the strength to talk to the prince now. Winry and Julius were watching the battle between Princess Elena and the golem. Winry told the Princess of Felsti that she had done a good job. The Demon Queen told Devi that her mistress was very weak and that she would never have lost the battle. The prince replied that in that case, their experiment had failed because of her. Thanks to the princess, he received a lot of useful information, and he realized that he would have to fix a lot of things in the golem. At the moment, they were in his workshop. This workshop is located in the dungeon of the Lord's castle, which is currently being built by the dwarves. Until now, the first prince of the kingdom of Ron had lived in an estate where the barons of the House of Alisad, his mother's family, had lived for generations. That estate was abandoned for a very long time. It would be too difficult to repair or rebuild it. So Devi decided to build a new castle for himself. The dwarfs built this castle with special pleasure for their mentor, and in the future, Devi will live there. And in the midst of the construction of this castle, the princess of the Palin Empire fought with an iron golem designed by the prince. The princess was so exhausted from the battle that she threw up. Winry and Julius were there to support her. No one could have imagined that the princess would feel so bad. Winry tried to calm Princess Elena down. asking her to be patient. And it all started with a conversation between Davy and the princess on a moonlit night. So, a few days before, Princess Elena had come to the first prince of the kingdom of Raun at the invitation of the first prince and said that she really did not understand what the problem was with taking a little time. Although the princess admitted that it was not entirely noble of her to say so, but for her personally, meeting with the ruler of any country is not so difficult. Davy replied that he was ready to listen to her complaints and invited the princess to tea. Then Elena asked if the first prince of the kingdom of Raun had heard that rumors about the two of them had already spread throughout his lands, and the prince calmly replied that this was exactly what he wanted. Then, Princess Elena indignantly exclaimed that he was simply marking up the value of his lands. Davy, laughing, confirmed the princess's guess. Elena was a very smart girl. The princess asked if he was too fearless. The prince replied that he was quite daring. This made Elena even angrier. The Demon Queen said that the princess was very impulsive. Then the Demon Queen added that Davy should not be too afraid of the Princess Palin, because she was a good girl with a kind heart. Davy could not believe it. Although Princess Elena does not even know that the Demon Queen Perserk exists, she was sealed in Calderis and was always there when the princess was growing up. And now, Princess Elena and Davy were sitting at a table having tea. The girl said that she wanted to start by thanking them. She thought that she should express her gratitude properly because after all, the prince had saved her life earlier. Prince Davy said that this was not necessary at all. After all, he was saving his younger sister Winry, so he saved Ilya just as well. Nevertheless, the princess continued to thank him. She said that it was thanks to the first prince of the kingdom of Raun, Davy Ol Raun, that she was able to wake Calderis. But it's true, since Elena is a contractor, she is literally Calderis's mistress. But until now, she has not been able to awaken the sword properly. And there may be two reasons for this sudden awakening of the sacred sword. The first reason is that Princess Elena de Palin has become stronger after the incident that happened at the competition. Or the other reason, and then the awakened form of Calderis came out of the sword. She was very angry and rushed at Prince Davy. She was screaming at him that it was all because of him, that he was the reason she was the way she was. Davy tried to calm her down and asked her if she had slept well. It was easier to wake Calderis, perhaps because she was weaker. The awakened form was very angry. She reproached the prince that he could have at least explained something before doing this. But Davy justified himself by saying that people were dying every second there. So where would he find time to explain? The awakened form was desperately looking for Pear, questioning the prince about her whereabouts because she was sure that the prince knew. Perserk was by his side, as always. But Davy didn't know that she couldn't see the Demon Queen. He tried to calm Calderis's awakened form, telling her not to worry that he and Perserk were getting along very well. It was just that he was stigmatized, and that's why the Demon Queen came to him. The awakened form was still very angry. She would look under the prince's clothes and call out to Perserk, asking if Davy had done anything wrong to her, if she was okay. The prince convinced her that he was not what she had imagined, but the awakened form tried to shout to the Demon Queen to at least answer her. The girl was not satisfied, so the Demon Queen asked Davy to lend her some of his mana. Davy replied that no problem, as much as she wanted. Finally, Perserk became visible to Calderis and greeted her. She said it had been a long time, and Calderis was moved to tears when she saw the Demon Queen and rushed to hug her. Then Princess Elena saw her Calderis hanging in the air. She asked in surprise what she was doing there. Davy answered instead with a sword. He explained to the princess that Calderis was busy with something very important, so she should be left alone. The princess agreed. It was the first time she had ever seen her Calderis in such a state. Then Elena turned to Davy. She said that she really had a lot of questions for him, but she knew that he was not so kind as to answer them just like that. The prince said he heard the reproach in her words. However, since he feels somewhat guilty, he will try to give the princess answers. Let her ask anything she wants. Ilya's first question was who Prince Davy was, and she surprised the prince with her directness. And he began to answer a little by little that he was, as she should already know, the first prince of the kingdom of Raun, the legitimate son of the former queen, Reni Ali Saad, Davy Ol Raun. Princess Elena was very annoyed by this answer, and she shouted at the prince that this was not what she was asking. Then the princess tried to calm herself down and said that it was okay. They had plenty of time, too much time. She looked at Davy menacingly and said that she would slowly get all the information she needed out of him. Elena got up from the table and began to unroll the cloth she had brought with her. A sword was wrapped in the cloth. This was a surprise to Davy. The prince took it in his hands. The sword was very heavy. It would be really hard for ordinary people to handle it because of its enormous weight, so it would be completely useless. Princess Elena said it was the sword she usually used. Davy continued to look at the weapon. He said that this sword was perfect for the hare's heavy sword technique, and then the prince easily lifted that sword up. As the skill level increases, weight does not matter. Princess Elena now decided to waste no time and ask Davy directly for something. The girl politely and clearly expressed her request that the first prince of the kingdom of Round teach her the techniques of the sword god. Davy put the sword brought by Elena de Palin on his shoulders and said that he could refuse her. Princess Elena did not back down. She was very determined and said that in that case she would ask him again for the same thing. The prince started playing with her and asked her what if he refused her again. Then the princess replied that she had a way to influence him. Then Elena pulled out an official document, unfolded it, and said that it was a marriage proposal. Davy was curious to read what was written in it. The princess said that he could well ignore the proposal, but the royal family would definitely not. Personally, she threw away all her pride when she came here. The princess asked Davy for an answer. She said she could be naughty for a very long time, and realizing that the prince was already getting a little tense, she added that she could show him if he wanted to check it out. The demon queen also saw that Davy was trembling a little, but he said that she was imagining things. But Perserk objected and told him not to try to deceive her. In conclusion, Princess Elena added that if the prince continued to avoid her, she would officially send this marriage proposal to Round. Her father, the emperor, promised to allow her to marry anyone, even a slave, so the prince need not worry about this. And what can we say about the Lord of the Developing Hanes lands on the eastern continent? Prince Davy asked what Elena would do if his family accepted the marriage proposal, and whether the princess thinks she has too low a self-esteem. Meanwhile, Princess Elena de Palin was dreaming. She said that she did not mind marrying such a reliable prince. It seemed as if the princess was floating somewhere far away in the clouds. Davy tried to tell her something, but she did not hear him. The prince realized that Elena was just mega crazy, so he came up to her from behind, lifted her out of the chair and told her to stop talking nonsense. He hoped that the princess could leave the same way she came here. Davy suggested that the princess have a more constructive conversation next time, but Elena didn't want to end the dialogue. She shouted that she wasn't going to give up so easily. Davy was pushing the princess away from him, and she kept shouting that she had a really bad temper and was very stubborn. She also said that she does not hide behind other people's backs and does not care about the feelings of her opponents. Davy said that he understood all this very well. Finally, Elena grabbed Davy by the collar with both hands, pulled him very close to her, and shouted in his face that they would see who was the most stubborn. The prince said that he was already in anticipation. Then the princess sat down on the windowsill because that was how she was going to leave Davy's room and return to her room. Back in her room, Elena was getting ready for bed. She sat in front of a large mirror and brushed her luxurious long hair. Calderess said that she didn't think the princess would bring Davy a marriage proposal. She was worried about what would happen to Princess Elena's current fiancé. However, the princess assured her that there would be no problems with him. They were just childhood friends. But Elena was worried that the problem would be something else. Then Calderess guessed what she was talking about and asked the princess if she had heard from her partner yet. The princess nodded her head that she had not. In the end, she had no choice but to try to persuade him at any cost. It was imperative. The next morning, Princess Elena put on a beautiful dress, did her hair, and went to work in her office. The whole point was that the princess went to work in the office of the first Prince Davy, and when he entered, he asked if Her Highness was busy. Elena answered that, of course she was. That is why she is here. Then she continued dreamily that people do get closer to each other when they spend time together. She is stubborn, reckless. There are many epithets that could be used to describe her. However, none of them can convey how strong-willed Princess Elena is. Her Highness told Davy to save his grumbling for later, because she needed to concentrate now. After the declaration of war that night, the princess started coming to see Davy every day. It had gotten to the point where she was bringing her work to him. One day, Winry came into Davy's office where Princess Elena was working as usual and said that she was getting dizzy from all this. She began to yell at Princess Elena de Palin that it didn't make any sense. Where is it possible to wear your own work to a stranger's office? But Princess Elena smiled and said that Davy was not a stranger to her at all. In fact, she had heard that close friends often do this. In fact, the Imperial Chancellor, the Duke of Orba, visits his friend, Count Ferdum, quite often. However, Winry indignantly asked when the princess had managed to become close friends with her older brother. But Princess Elena insisted that it was true, and now she was a little tired and decided to postpone the paperwork. Meanwhile, Winry was burning with anger, saying that it was simply impossible to talk to Princess Elena, but from the outside it looked very weak. The Demon Queen noticed that Princess Winry was all in the palm of Elena's hand. The princess of the Felsty Kingdom did not even pay attention to the angry Winry. She was much more interested in another issue. Namely, the princess could not understand why Heinz had forgotten Julius in the lands. However, Julius, peacefully sipping his tea, replied that it didn't matter, as he and His Highness Davy were quite good friends. Elena was angry and asked him since when they had become friends. Then Julius winked at the first prince and asked him since when. And Davy asked why Julius was asking him about it. And Princess Elena kept asking. She didn't understand why they didn't want to contact her after all that. Her Highness questioned why, what she had done wrong. Prince Davy thought about what to say to the princess. Then he replied that he thought that if he got too close to her, he could easily become an enemy to many people. Then Princess Elena said it was okay to let them be friends and let Davy talk to her informally. The prince just laughed at what a chaos everything had turned into. And then he said that he noticed that Princess Elena and Julius seemed to be quite close. He asked if they knew each other. This is when Winry intervened. She asked her older brother if he didn't know anything, because the relationship between Princess Elena de Palin and Julius was widely known. There were many different rumors about their engagement, but on the other hand, Winry knows about it because she attended a few unofficial receptions. Princess Elena briefly said that she and Julius were just old friends. Julius nodded that he could say that. The princess folded her hands in front of her and said arrogantly that she was very concerned about the future of the Red Tower if the elder was chilling here. Julius said that it was not for her to tell him that. The two of them did not even turn to face each other. Prince Davy realized that the relationship between Julius and the princess was very tense. Elena continued to ask if Julius really needed to be in the Red Tower branch. After all, this building should have been completed by now. Julius replied that he really had nothing to do. Moreover, he had some business to attend to with the first prince of the Kingdom of Ron, for example, related to magic. Davy laughed at this. The prince realized that Julius was talking about nonverbal spells. It's a bit strange to say, but of all the incomprehensible spells that the prince showed him, the elder was most interested in nonverbal spells. Although Davy did give him a small hint. He told him that you can be ready to throw away all the circles of mana you've already managed to acquire, but it's not that simple. The chance of success would still be only 10%. But it's really very difficult to pull off something like that. Then Prince Davy asked Julius if he hadn't given up yet, and the elder replied that it was not for nothing that they, the magicians, consider it a compliment when they are called crammers. Davy laughed a little again. Frankly speaking, the prince was lucky that Julius was sympathetic to his position and kept everything a secret from the Red Tower. The first prince is really grateful to the elder for this. Julius is a very good man. Suddenly, this interesting conversation was interrupted when Amy, the maid, entered the study. The girl reported that everything the prince had asked for had arrived and had been moved to the underground warehouse. Davy was pleased with the news. Princess Elena de Palin asked whether Amy was Davy's maid or not. Winry replied that Amy was her older brother's personal maid. But you can't judge a book by its cover, at least not in Heinz's land. Winry added that, in this estate, it is the maid Amy who is now replacing her brother, and she recently received the title of Baroness. This surprised Princess Elena tremendously. It was very unusual for her. Meanwhile, Prince Davy said that it was time for him to leave. He said that the kingdom was in complete chaos, so he could not tear himself away from all the business. At present, the Kingdom of Roun is struggling between two factions. One side is headed by a supporter of the monarchy, the Marquis of Feltris, and the other by Duke Barrietta, who represents the aristocracy. Moreover, the first prince of the Kingdom of Roun received a report that Duke Barrietta was making secret moves in his hideout. Something is bound to happen soon, so the prince is on the alert. Davy had already observed enough in his time, so now it was time to make his move. Elder Julius asked where Prince Davy was going, and where he was now. In response, the prince asked Julius if he would like to go with him. Since the alchemists would be very excited about the elder, Davy is sure that Julius himself would be very interested. Princess Elena also became interested in what was happening there. The girl immediately asked to be taken along. Davy realized how intriguing he had made everyone. Davy agreed, and Elena was incredibly excited about it. So they went outside, where they were immediately met by the elder of the dwarves, Golda. The dwarves were building a new castle for the prince, and Davy noticed that the building was much taller. Golda said that although he was not as skillful as his mentor, he was very careful and responsible in his work, and the prince said that he liked everything. When Winry saw the dwarves, she opened her mouth in surprise. Princess Elena was no less amazed, as she also saw dwarfs for the first time in her life. After a few words with the dwarf masters, Davy introduced his guests to them. He first pointed to his younger sister, Winry. Elder Golda bowed slightly and smiled. He had heard that his mentor was very proud of his younger sister. Winry greeted him politely. Then Golda shook hands with Princess Winry, and she trembled with excitement. Golda told her that their mentor had already told them all about his sister Winry's good deeds. The girl was still very shocked, and she noted for herself that the dwarf was a very nice person. She thanked him again politely. Then Davy introduced Golda to Elder Julius of the Red Tower and Princess Elena of the Palin Empire in turn. Elder Golda was no longer smiling so broadly. Julius and Elena were big shots to him, as he said. But after their introduction, Golda said he didn't really care about them. Princess Elena exhaled and said that for the first time in her life she felt empty. Julius fully supported her and said that he understood everything perfectly. Meanwhile, Golda told Davy that his brother sends his regards to the prince. Davy asked if it was Elder Golda. Golda said that Golgoda had told him that the sacred sword was almost ready. This was wonderful news. Davy had laid down the base of the sword when he was in the dwarf's workshop and left the rest to the dwarfs, and then left. Everything pointed to the fact that the dwarves would successfully complete the Spark of Light, and then Elder Golda offered to give a tour of the rebuilt building. However, the prince refused and said that he had come here just now because he had been told that the materials had been delivered to the underground warehouse. Dwarf guessed that the prince had come to see the giant warrior and said that he would warn the first prince of the kingdom of Roun about the visit. Winry, Princess Elena, and Julius stood there in amazement. Finally, they all went down into the dungeon together and saw a huge iron warrior. Julius screamed, unable to contain his shock. He asked Davy what it was. The prince calmly replied that it was a guard. Julius could not calm down from what he saw because there was a real iron golem in front of him. Usually, such machines are made of hardened clay or steel. These are weapons that are perfect for combining with magic circles or alchemical technologies. In fact, some countries even use small units of golems in wars. Julius still couldn't get over it. He said that this was a huge first-class golem and that it had definitely cost a lot of money to create. Davy was surprised and asked if it was really that expensive. They just let an ancient magical golem ride this Megatron, the same guardian that protected the source of the Heinz drought curse. As a result, due to its recycling, it was not so expensive. And especially for Davy, the owner of such a workshop, money is not a question at all. The Demon Queen said that people like the prince are also called spenders. Davy asked where she had gotten that idea. After all, owning your own workshop is every man's dream. And don't let the Demon Queen look at him like that. Then Davy decided to take some control of his ironwork. He gave it orders and the golem carried them out. The guests of the first prince of the kingdom of Roun were incredibly surprised. Julius said that he had never seen a golem move like that before. Moreover, it could be saturated with magic. The elder asked the prince how he managed to do this, and Davy replied that since he had already started making the golem, he had to do it right. Observing such an incredible delight of his guests, Davy asked Princess Elena how she felt about it, what she could say. Then Davy added that since they were all here, this golem had to be tested, and he provocatively asked the princess if she wanted to accept the challenge. If she agreed, he would grant her one wish, and he immediately added that it was anything but learning the techniques of the sword god. The princess stammered and agreed to accept the challenge, but she was visibly scared and said that she could break him. The first prince of the kingdom of Roun replied that he didn't care if she broke the iron golem, so be it. He added that everything was fine, and she could not restrain herself in battle. The princess was still hesitant and said that the golem looked quite expensive. Davy assured her that it would not be easy to do. The princess hesitated a bit longer and then changed her image and accepted the challenge. When she fought the iron golem, Princess Elena de Palin told Davy not to regret anything later. As a result, Princess Elena was defeated in this battle. Now she was angry with herself for losing to a tin can. This is how it all ended. Davy came up to the princess and said that thanks to her, he was able to get useful information. After all, it is impossible to find out everything alone. He offered Ilya his hand to help her up. The princess said that now she felt deceived. Then she took the prince's hand and asked if he would fulfill her request as he had promised. The prince confirmed his promise. Namely, he would fulfill any wish of Princess Elena, except for teaching her the art of the sword. Then the princess said that she would think about her wish. Elder Julius came up to Davy and wanted to ask him something, but the prince, without even waiting for a question, immediately refused. Then Julius asked Winry how the first prince of the kingdom of Roun could know what he wanted to ask, and Davy added that Julius shouldn't even try to attack the golem. Princess Elena asked Davy if he planned to make more golems in the future. The prince replied that he did, but that this was just a prototype. He said that he plans to make 5 more after the first one is completed. Princess Elena was impressed by this scale, and she asked directly if she could have one of those golems. And Davy asked if the princess had any idea how much the golem would cost. Didn't she see how the prince had just turned down Elder Julius? But the princess saw everything perfectly well, and she said that she was not asking for a golem for free. Then the prince asked if she was really going to buy it. The princess replied that she had a lot of money. Davy was very annoyed that this was true. He tried to somehow dissuade her from making such a purchase, saying that it would hurt even the treasury of the empire. And more than that, Davy added, he was not going to sell his golems. This answer shocked Princess Elena so much that she screamed from her helplessness. The prince tried to calm the princess down, saying that she didn't have to shout like that. Elena called him a greedy man, but Davy stood his ground, waving his hands and saying that the shop was closed and that everyone should leave. There were only greedy people here. Finally, everyone left. Days passed. The first prince of the kingdom, Roun, was working on the development of golems. The guardian golem for the Heinz lands is successful. This prototype is the result of the development of the lands. Although Davy is already the embodiment of boundless greed, the day when the Decepticon battalion will be completed is just around the corner. And this motivated the prince greatly. Davy carefully studied all aspects of this development. He noticed that there were some problems with the combat data of his creation. But while it was good that the golem was able to stand up to someone as strong as Princess Alina, Davy couldn't just release such a crude prototype into the world. This is the dilemma that arose when developing the Iron Golem. Suddenly, the prince's thoughts were interrupted by the princess of the Felsti Principality. As it turned out, she was looking for him. Davy was not very happy about this visit because he had been working intensively. He asked the princess if she had come to talk to him again. The princess sat down in a chair across from the prince and said that they were friends. She said that the chamberlain had told her where His Highness was, so here she was. The first prince continued the conversation and said something about the princess's offer of friendship. Ilya didn't want to be rude, but he didn't think he had to accept. The princess asked him directly if there was any reason to refuse her offer and lifted her legs one by one, as if to stretch them. Davy said that there was not really a reason. After all, there are no reasons at all. The prince was even a little embarrassed. Recently, Davy has seen different facets of Princess Alina's personality. Yes, she is reckless, but he likes her sincerity. The princess said that Calderis missed her friend. At least she thought so. It was already quite late, and Davy asked what brought Alina to him at such a time. Elena replied that she had just come to talk to him. However, the Demon Queen noticed that the princess was lying. She could not hide her nervousness. Davy was a bit alarmed by Perserk's words. Elena was sitting on a chair. If you read her posture and gestures, you can see that she is really very excited. Davy decided to familiarize himself with the information about the princess. Name: Elena de Palin. Age: 17 years old. Rank: owner of the Divine Sword, one of the 5 most beautiful women. Special characteristics: contractor of the Divine Sword, Golden Jade of the Palin Empire, member of the Last Light. State: confusion. Excitement. The first prince is thinking about the option of the last light. This information touched him in a special way. He decided to offer Princess Alina some tea. Elena was drinking tea and looking at Davy's lab. She noticed that the prince was studying golems. Davy said that he wanted to try some ancient magic. Then Elena said, a little sadly, that she had tried very hard, but still couldn't defeat just one single golem. However, Davy began to calm her down. He said that it was all about the monstrosity of the golem, not her weakness. And it was absolutely true. Considering that the prince's iron golem was based on a magic golem, which itself is higher than a master, Megatron is a golem of the appropriate level. So, as Davy said, it was a great fight, considering that Princess Elena is an expert-level warrior, not a master. That's what he told Elena, but he himself believed that it was really just that. In the end, the reason for the princess's defeat was not only the Megatron. In fact, practice will show everything. Princess Elena looked at the prince with interest, but he said that there was no need to waste time now. It was time to move on. Elena did not understand what Davy was talking about. He took his cloak, threw it over his shoulders, and said with a smile that it was a great time for a night walk. Eventually, the prince and princess came to the clearing, both holding swords. Davy decided to give the princess some martial arts training. The princess was quite surprised by this decision of the prince, because he had sworn not to teach her martial arts. But Davy said that he just wanted to watch. He suggested that Elena consider it an opportunity to unwind a little, and then he provocatively asked if she didn't want to. The princess immediately became agitated and shouted that of course she did. She wanted to, very much. The Demon Queen immediately noted that this was an extremely impressive kindness from Davy. Right now, the prince is helping Princess Elena de Palin, even if he pretends that he is not. But Davy said he was just drawing a line before it all really got to him. Still, he owes the princess a little bit of a debt, remembering how she intervened in a battle in her principality at a fencing competition. And then, the princess noticed that Davy was holding an ordinary wooden sword, and she had her divine Calderis, a wooden sword against a divine one. Theoretically, this is a completely unequal fight, but in reality, there is a significant difference between the skills of the first prince of the Kingdom of Round, Davy Olron, and those of the princess. The princess decided that she would not hold her nose and got into a position to accept the fight. Davy suggested giving the princess a head start and told her to attack first. The princess didn't need to be told twice. She replied that then they would start without any ceremony. Elena wanted Davy to show her first of all the fighting technique of the sword art. The training began. The princess was skillful with her weapon, and the prince noticed that Elena switched between attacks quite quickly. And if you add to this the weight of the divine sword, which is very significant. Frankly speaking, Davy was sick just looking at the sword. The princess attacked the prince, and he skillfully deflected each attack, and finally he threw Elena far away from him. The princess was extremely shocked. She couldn't understand when Davy had managed to deliver this decisive blow, and Davy told her that for a heavy sword it was all quite light, and he asked the princess for her opinion on this. It was a rhetorical question. The princess thought that none of her blows had reached the prince. She could not understand how he managed to do it, if it was a matter of speed. Elena really did not understand, although it seemed to her that he would still cause her problems. Now, the only thing that was obvious and clear was that Prince Davy had dodged the attack with extraordinary ease. Then the princess, continuing to attack the prince, decided to make sure that the opponent had no way to evade her attacks. And the girl began to swing her sword so deftly that Davy almost fell to the ground. He immediately noticed the incredible pressure of the princess. A Megatron would not have been able to cope with this level. It is obvious that Princess Elena becomes several times stronger with the divine sword in her hands. Megatron defeated her only because she took an ordinary sword. Otherwise, he would have been broken into pieces long ago. Now, with her weapon, the princess was incredibly strong. But now Davy had used the first heavenly sword ability, and this attack from Prince Elena was impossible to repel. Then Davy asked her if she was going to give up in this battle, because he didn't think anything would change in the future. And the princess shouted that if she were ready to give up so easily, she would not have bothered Davy with her constant visits. Elena rushed to the attack again. She used all her skills and abilities, but none of it worked. Davy easily repelled all attacks. The princess was very angry, irritated, and all these emotions could be easily read from her face. In general, this is a bad habit for fighting. You can see all the opponent's inner feelings. Elena continued to attack the first prince. She used the super heavy sword ability. Davy was completely unprepared to see such a powerful weapon. The divine sword of Calderis with its incredible power split, even crushed a huge mountain. A deep sinkhole formed in the place of the mountain. Prince Davy sat down because of this surprise. He could not conceal his great surprise. The Demon Queen said that this was the same technique that Davy had used against that vampire Sherry. And the prince was still amazed at this mega talent. He could not believe that it was possible. It had taken him 10 years to imitate such a technique. Princess Elena looked a little tired, so Davy clapped his hands, stopping the fight with that gesture. He threw down his wooden sword, walked over to Elena, and suggested that they stop there, as they had already made enough of a mess. However, the princess did not want to stop training. She said that she still had a lot of strength and that she would... But Davy didn't let Elena finish. He touched her lightly in the side with a twig, but by doing so, he made her weak. The girl fell to her knees and lowered her sword to the ground. Davy stood in front of her, folding his arms across his chest in a businesslike manner. The princess said that she did not want to stop, because she had spent so much energy on this opportunity. She didn't want to stop without having achieved anything, and the first tear fell on her glove. Suddenly, the princess burst into loud and bitter tears. Davy asked what had come over her. He picked up the divine sword from the ground. The prince said that there was nothing to cry about and that the princess should stop crying, but she did not listen to him. The Demon Queen reproached the prince for making Princess Elena cry. Davy didn't like the way she looked at him. He asked Berserk if she was implying that he was to blame for everything. The Demon Queen replied that he could be a little more lenient, but she quickly added that these were just her thoughts out loud. However, the prince thought about her words and took a deep breath. Davy told Elena that he agreed with her. The princess immediately fell silent, not believing her ears. She stopped crying. The first prince picked up his wooden sword again and told the extremely surprised princess to watch very carefully and not to miss anything. Davy began to wave the sword in front of her face. The princess watched, mesmerized. The prince identified the wooden sword with the divine, and so, with his sword in the air, Prince Davy lunged and showed Elena the first heavy sword technique, beheading a giant. The girl continued to watch him as if mesmerized. Davy asked her if she understood the essence of the strike. You need to make smooth movements with the sword, like water. The princess had already visualized how it should be. She thought to herself that she didn't even have the ability to block. She could only hit the same point. Then the princess asked Davy if he meant to say that the heavy sword was a technique full of weaknesses. Finally, she was beginning to understand the point, namely that the heavy sword is an outdated and useless technique, unusable. The tears had not yet completely dried in the princess's eyes. Davy came closer to her and tapped her forehead with his finger. He scolded her and told her that he had told her to look more closely. He asked her why she was watching like that if she came to that conclusion. Davy continued to teach Elena the art of the sword. He said that there was no fencing technique that was perfect for everyone, and that it did not even exist. The princess did not understand this. He said that the same goes for the technique of the god of the sword, and then he added that he would now slowly repeat from the beginning what she had left out. It was clear that Davy was enjoying himself as he demonstrated his sword art. He told the princess to concentrate. Elena had completely stopped crying, and she was watching every move the prince made. Davy, meanwhile, showed how you can easily break a mountain with perfect technique, and he did all this while holding an ordinary wooden sword. Elena rubbed her forehead some more. Davy continued to teach the princess. He emphasized that everything was done slowly. The prince pointed the sword at the mountain again and smashed it. Elena could not yet grasp the technique. She asked how Davy did it, and the prince asked if the princess now saw the difference between the two strokes he had just shown her. But seeing the same result, Elena didn't quite understand what the difference between the sword strokes was. The heavy sword is a force-based technique that can be used to achieve destructive power through simple movements. This is common knowledge. The strength of this technique varies depending on the weight of the sword. That is why this result is simply impossible. The princess got to her feet and looked at the result of the two strikes. She said it was impossible. How could the destructive power in those cases be the same? The girl kept repeating that it was simply impossible. How could power equal to that of the sword god's technique come from such a slow and flexible movement? Davy was pleased. The princess finally got the point. That's what this technique is all about. Overwhelming destructive power received in exchange for grace. That is why a flexible striking line is impossible when using the heavy sword of the sword god. Davy said that he would call it 0 to 100. This is, so to speak, the time it takes to reach maximum speed. The prince suggested that Elena imagine, for example, a cart, and think about what can be done to make it reach its maximum speed. The force that will act on the cart will directly depend on its weight. There are simply no machines in this world to take as an example. In fact, the same goes for the heavy sword. The princess agreed with this statement. That is why her sword is several times heavier than any other ordinary sword. Davy continued to teach. If, for example, they could control the speed at which the force could reach its maximum. The princess was very interested in this science. Her eyes were literally open to things she had never understood before. She asked for a more detailed explanation of how it works. Davy said that it may seem that the heavy sword obeys the laws of physics. However, now they will connect mana to those laws. The prince said to let Elena just imagine that she could adjust the weight of the sword or its speed with mana. The princess thought that, in other words, depending on the level of mana mastery, she could instantly bring the power of the heavy sword from 0 to 100. You just have to really want it. Davy said that Elena understood everything correctly. The advantages of the heavy sword include its destructive power and simplicity, but it also has obvious weaknesses. This technique can end up being terribly unstable, focusing solely on destructive power. Now Davy decided to ask the princess a question. The sword god Hares was a lazy old man who could easily change the direction of his sword's strike, regardless of the force he used to do so. Therefore, he should be considered an exception to the rule. The question was this: why does the princess think that the art of the sword of the god Hares suddenly became almost lost? Elena was confused. She did not know how to answer this question. In fact, what happened to the sword art of god Hares was a completely natural result. Everyone was just imitating the technique of the sword god they had seen. That's why generations later, they lost understanding of the essence of the technique. However, even in this form, it is still the most destructive, and it is still considered the strongest. It will still be difficult for Princess Elena to fully understand and comprehend everything that has been said, but perhaps she will guess at least something, and only then will she overcome the wall that separates her from the status of a master. This will be her breakthrough. After listening to Davy, the princess said that she had heard the basics, and she thought she had finally begun to understand at least something. Davy replied that in that case, he was satisfied with today's training in science. The princess was very grateful to Davy, but the prince replied that there was nothing to be grateful for because he hadn't done anything. And then the prince added that when he looked at her, it seemed to him that something was weighing her down and pushing her. The princess was caught off guard by Davy's insight. She was embarrassed, smiled nervously, and stammered out that he really thought so. But the prince insisted. He said they had already come so far. Did she really think there was any point in hiding anything from him? It was unlikely that it would be wise to keep what was going on in the princess's heart a secret. So Davy said that it would be much more logical to talk about the problem while there was still an opportunity. The princess was uncomfortable with everything. She didn't know where to start. She said that the first prince of the kingdom of Round was very kind, but Davy immediately said that she shouldn't expect too much from him. Now he was just going to listen to the princess. Elena dared to speak up. She shyly asked if Prince Davy could be her date. The prince's sword fell out of his hand at this unexpected proposal. He asked Elena again. The princess explained that she needed his strength. Davy shook his head and hands in denial and asked what kind of power the princess of one of the strongest countries needed. Doesn't she have countless swordsmen under her command who carry out any of her orders? But the princess said that she could not ask them for help. There are certain rules for this. You need to be under 20 years old to be eligible for the requests. Therefore, it is against the rules to ask them for help. For the first prince of the kingdom of Round, some of the requirements and rules were not entirely clear. They did not fit into his life. He again plunged into memories. The prince recalled the teachings of Apollo, the god of the meadows, who once invited his disciple to listen to his past. Sometimes it is not so bad to hear about such things. And Apollo began to talk. The god of the bows raised his index finger up in a meaningful way and asked his disciple who, in his opinion, was protecting the people. In response, he offered various options: vigilantes, knights, guards. In general, no matter what they are called, Any rational being sooner or later unite. This is how states are born. It works for all species. It doesn't matter who they are, humans, elves, or dwarves. Apollo then asked the following question. Who, in Davy's opinion, would protect the entire continent from unknown threats? It could be a natural disaster, or a threat that could plunge the whole world into chaos just by appearing. The god of the grasslands asked if it would not be better to get rid of such threats as unnoticed as possible. Apollo then said that this is exactly why the last light exists. There is a knightly order called the Last Light. The god of the meadows asked Davy how he felt, now that he had learned something new about this world. It is so wonderful. The first prince just kept quiet and listened. Usually he ignored any statements made by the god of the meadows, Apollo. But this time the story seemed suspiciously true and sincere, and that is why it was very interesting. The Last Light. However, it seems that this knightly order has other names as well. All of these names refer to a knightly order that secretly gets rid of threats to the continent. It can be said that the world that survived after the Demon Queen was killed by the sword god Hares was the result of the covert activities of those knights. The Knights of the Order of the Last Flame are responsible for many significant and important matters. They are also engaged in the cultivation of talented seeds. Real heroes. Now Prince Davy has realized why Alina asked him to be her date. She needed a person to help her because the partner she was going to pass the trials with had gone missing. The princess said that it was true. She was desperately looking for him everywhere, but to no avail. Therefore, if she cannot become stronger on her own, she needs the support of a strong person. Davy said that even if he pretended to be her partner, everyone would suspect something was wrong. Alina replied that she simply had no choice. The only option left was to find a new partner. And then the Demon Queen told the prince that the gears seemed to be falling into place. It was indeed so. Recruiting a strong and influential person is a difficult task, especially for a secret organization that consists of young people who are destined to build the future. Princess Elena de Palin had been training and building up her strength all this time to become a member of the secret knightly order. But Davy still didn't understand why she was doing such a dangerous and unprofitable thing. The princess asked Davy not to be angry with her for asking. He could forget about the partnership. Elena said that she had learned a lot from him today. She hoped that it would be enough. Then the princess added that she would never forget what Davy had done for her today and suggested that they go home. The Demon Queen thought about the Last Light, a knightly order that fights the unknown dangers of the world. That in itself is more risky than the first prince's current circumstances. Davy clenched his fists and said that he was sincerely sorry for Princess Elena, but that the right thing to do would be to refuse her. But then something stopped him and excited him. He called out to Elena. The girl turned around and Davy said that it wasn't so bad. Finally, the first prince of the Kingdom of Ron agreed to fulfill Princess Elena de Palin's request. The princess was really shocked. Davy's answer was completely unexpected. Then the prince smiled and repeated that he agreed and wanted to pass this knighthood test or whatever. Davy said he was ready to help Princess Elena in any way he could. The girl was very touched by this gesture of the prince. But Davy also said that he needed to check something else first. He asked the princess if the main task of her order was to hunt rare and dangerous monsters. The princess asked him how Davy knew about it, and the prince asked further. He was interested in whether the knightly order, the Last Light, has contacts with magical lands that are usually impossible to get to. Well, and there are also very different people there. The princess replied that everything is as the prince thinks. Davy was very happy about that. What a win! Then they both went back to the palace and went to their rooms. The Demon Queen was a little worried, and she asked Davy if he was really sure about his decision. After all, his connection to the knightly order, the Last Light, would impose a certain responsibility on him. But Davy said that you were it, and it was the best thing for him. Then Davy said that, unfortunately, the right person still hadn't shown up. Due to the fact that Megatron is not even close to the Stigma and Enterprise of Moongrass, its completion will be tantamount to the birth of a near-master-level combat weapon. This will entail the continuous emergence of all sorts of different problems across the continent. After all, there was a reason for the hype around nuclear weapons on Earth. But Megatron has collected extremely little data so far. That's why the first prince of the Kingdom of Round needs these men, who belong to the Knights of the Last Light. Davy's eyes lit up with anticipation. This was an opportunity for him to gather all sorts of information. If the golem was strengthened, the security system of the Hineslands would also be improved. The Order of the Last Flame would definitely have even more skilled people than the fencing tournament. Moreover, perhaps the Iron Golem will even be able to fight monsters. The Demon Queen noted that the first prince of the Kingdom of Round has his head full of the development of his own lands. But Perserk had already come to terms with this and accepted it. But she was worried that all this would endanger Davy's life. The prince simply brushed it off, saying that nothing like that could happen. Davy asked if the Demon Queen was referring to some unknown threat, for example. Chandan approached him and gently called him Auntie. Davy tenderly pressed his finger on Kondan's chubby cheek and said that he had the strongest daughters in the world. This means that nothing bad will happen to him. Then the prince said with a smile that his body had already survived all possible threats. So some alleged unknown threat would not do anything to him. Well, that's all true as long as it doesn't involve mythical or demonic monsters. That goes without saying. But Davy doesn't think such mythical monsters exist at all. Perhaps it's because Princess Elena was confused by his frivolous consent, or she was just tired. But still, the princess, who looked extremely exhausted, said that they would leave in 2 weeks, and has not been seen since. It seemed that Her Highness needed to sort out all the work that had accumulated over a long time. 2 weeks. We had to wait 2 more weeks. It seems so fast, but at the same time so long. The first prince of the kingdom of Ron stood by the window and looked thoughtfully into the distance. Suddenly, his thoughts were interrupted by someone asking if he should start the meeting. Davy had no time to rest at all. The prince sat down at the table in his office, and his maid Amy began to read him various documents one by one. Now she was reading that person A was behaving aggressively, and person B took up arms. It seems that everything happened because of a minor dispute. Amy asked what the prince would do. Davy said that since the two men had acted like barbarians, he would have them both thrown into prison. Unlike the current inhabitants of the Hayneslands, who adapt quite well, the new townspeople put a spoke in their wheels with their claims and demands. And despite the fact that they were treated well, the more people arrived, the more problems arose. Amy then moved on to the next case. It was about a conflict between 2 women over a child. Both women claimed to be the biological mothers of the child. Prince Davy nervously asked if they belonged in Jerusalem. He ordered the 2 women to tell him that he would cut the child in half and give each of them half. The one who refused this offer first was most likely the real mother of the child. Amy was frightened by what His Highness said to do and asked if he was really going to do it. But Davy said that of course he was joking. The Alchemists Association said that if necessary, they could be contacted for help, so let them deal with it now. The first prince of the kingdom, Raoun, ordered the proceedings to be read out. Amy said that Petrov's merchants had sent a gift to the Lord of Heinzland. They want to buy a lot of undeveloped territory. Davy asked when he had become a land agent. He ordered the letter to be burned. Suddenly, one of the maids, who was also in the prince's office, could not contain her emotions and almost laughed, but she immediately apologized for her behavior. Ober-Chamberlain Bernil immediately felt very uncomfortable in front of the prince and apologized to His Highness for not teaching the maid well how to behave in the presence of her master. He ordered the maid to leave the study immediately. The girl was afraid that she would be punished, but Davy stopped the chamberlain, saying that it was completely unnecessary to send the maid out. The girl just laughed. There was no need to be so categorical. Bernil bowed again and apologized to the prince. Then His Highness turned to the maid and asked her if her name was Yuri. And then he thanked her for the tea, saying that it was quite good. Yuri could only say that she was very happy that the prince liked the tea. She was elated by these words. Then, she asked for permission to take her leave, and Davy turned to Bernil and said that he was being too harsh. The servant replied that it was his duty as an obverse chamberlain to train the servants. Davy thought to himself that the servants also have their own way of having fun, and that's okay. And the maids were quite talented today, and it pleased His Highness. Davy told the Demon Queen that he had signed a contract with the elementals, the smell of an elementalist. Besides, it's not a bad thing to have servants with opinions and personalities. Then Davy and Amy continued to read the documents. The next one was a report from Captain Monmeadow of the Royal Guard, and that's how His Highness spent his time managing his lands. There was no time to rest at all. The 2 weeks that he and Princess Elena had agreed on passed much faster than they had thought. Baron Hornio got in touch with Davy through a magic ball. The prince was pleased to see a familiar face after such a long time. The Baron said that the prince was lucky because the imperial blood was almost shed on the lands of the Order. Davy had to go through a lot after returning to the Hayneslands. Baron Gorneo was in the Rindis Empire because of the work of the Central Disease Authority. He asked the prince if he remembered. On that day, a terrible storm with lightning swept through the forests of the Ordumlands. Baron Horneo heard that at that very moment, the carriage of the Rindis imperial family was trying to escape from the encroaching pursuit not far from that place. But what is most shocking is that the lightning struck all the mercenaries. The Baron wondered how this was possible. He continued to tell us that fortunately, the carriage remained unharmed. But because the bodies of the mercenaries had turned into embers, there was confusion during the investigation. The Demon Queen laughed at the idea that any investigation had been conducted. But it was all the work of the first prince of the Ron Kingdom. Yes, he knew that the carriage belonged to one of the ruling dynasties, but he was completely unaware that it was the carriage of the Rindis Empire. This situation could have led to a large-scale war. It is not for nothing that they say, if you don't know the ford, don't wade in. Baron Horneo said that he actually came to the Empire just to treat the younger princess. And as soon as he is released, The Baron plans to spread the news of the achievements of the first prince of the Kingdom of Round, Davy Ol Round, throughout the continent. The prince modestly told the Baron not to worry about it, but the Baron insisted on his own. He simply shouted that His Highness had no idea how great discoveries he had made, and these achievements fully deserved to be recognized. Davy tried to calm the Baron down. Davy said that he would like to hush it all up somehow because he didn't need the publicity at all. It would only draw unnecessary attention to him. It would be easier to ensure a quiet future life for the prince by keeping quiet. But Baron Horneo, who took medicine too seriously, would not understand Dave. He concluded by saying that he was looking forward to seeing His Highness again. After that conversation, Davy realized that there would probably be a bit of noise around him again. Suddenly, the window in the prince's office behind him opened and Princess Elena appeared on the windowsill. She happily said that she had finally come. By the way, she noticed that the prince had just had a conversation on the magic ball, and she directly asked who had contacted him. The prince jokingly decided to call the guards for help. Elena shut Davy's mouth and asked if he was trying to deprive her of her chance at marriage. She was afraid that unnecessary rumors would spread, and the girl laughed heartily. 2 weeks had passed since the prince agreed to grant the princess's request. Then the princess said what kind of person he was because he had not answered any of her letters. Elena does not consider herself very much obliged to Davy, so she persistently bombarded him with questions about whether he needed anything. But from his own point of view, the first prince did not agree to Elena's request for her sake. However, it does not seem to matter to her at all. The girl said she was giving Davy one last chance. He could still refuse before it was too late if he didn't want to be involved. Davy said he wanted to clarify something first. The last light is a secret nightly order. He asked the princess if it was really possible to bring anyone there and allow them to take part in the test. Elena replied that if this is the only thing that worries the prince, then there is absolutely no problem, because she plans to exercise her right. Davy did not know about this. Confidentiality is a fundamental principle of the last light, but the order itself prefers to support the organization. That's why every member has the right to bring one person once in their life, someone who is supposed to be a student. Now the prince understood. The Demon Queen was surprised that Princess Elena would waste such a right on Davy. She asked him if his shoulders were hurting from the weight of responsibility, but Davy thought that was Elena's problem. Everything is fine, according to the first prince. Since the question was cleared up, they could begin. The prince asked if he could take some luggage with him. Elena asked what Davy was holding and what luggage he was asking her about, and the prince held a Rubik's Cube in his hand. Davy replied that he was holding Megatron MK2, and this is the same guardian golem with whom the princess recently had a fight. Elena was extremely surprised. She couldn't believe it, and Davy was surprised by the princess. He asked the Demon Queen if shrinkage magic wasn't quite common. Perserk replied that she thought Elena was more surprised that such a terrible weapon now looked like a small toy. The princess said that she constantly feels that in the company of the prince, her patterns of perception of this world are breaking down. Then she said she was using a teleportation artifact. Davy must be sure to hold on tight, otherwise there is a risk that he will be thrown into the unknown. Davy sarcastically said that this was very generous of the princess, but Elena asked him to stop laughing at her. And so, the first prince of the kingdom, Round Davy, and Princess Elena de Palin teleported to the north of the central continent. They found themselves in the bamboo thickets in the north of central Pandora. The princess said that it takes a month on foot or about a week by carriage to reach this area. And even by land, it's not easy to get through the barrier, and they are still quite far away. In the last light, a secret nightly order, Princess Elena is considered a breakthrough alpha. She is responsible for detecting and neutralizing threats that break through from Pandora. Then Davy asked if what the princess needed now was in Pandora. The girl replied that it was not, but when she becomes an official member of the Nightly Order, the Last Light, she will be able to visit other regions without any problems. She just needs to earn this right. Even for a member of the imperial family, there are restrictions on visiting certain places. The right and ability to freely visit secret regions. It seemed that this was the goal of Princess Elena de Palin. The Demon Queen said that a long time ago a vampire killed Princess Elena's mother. Perserk is sure that now the girl is desperately looking for traces of that vampire. Davy now understood why the princess sometimes loses control when she sees vampires. The princess and the prince moved on. Elena said that she needed to pass the test. She often repeated that she simply had to do it. The prince agreed, but he wanted to do something else first. They were suddenly surrounded by a pack of wolves. It looked like they would have to take care of those creatures now. These were mutant wolves. Each of them had more than one pair of eyes. Elena warned them to be extremely careful. Those wolves look small, but their fangs and claws are poisonous. They are also very agile. The princess wanted to say that she would take care of the monsters herself, but Davy stopped her. He was going to do it himself. The prince pulled out his Megatron. He did not want Elena to take away his experimental experience. After all, it was to gain new experience that Prince Davy had come all the way here with the princess. Davy needed to collect a lot of combat information. To do this, He took his new weapon with him. His Highness unleashed Megatron MK2 on the wolves and ordered him to take care of the monsters. This was to be his first mission. The prince ordered Megatron MK2 to get rid of all his rivals. Princess Elena could not understand what was happening at first. She wondered to herself why she was standing by and watching all this. Meanwhile, Megatron MK2 completed the activation of his main weapon. The Iron Golem engaged in a battle with a pack of mutant wolves. He simply began to exterminate them. The monsters had no chance. Megatron scattered them in different directions. The princess was shocked that Davy had created such a powerful weapon in 2 weeks. Now Elena and the first prince of the Kingdom of Round were on the central continent in a bamboo forest near the northern region of Pandora. Megatron MK2 dealt with a whole pack of mutant wolves so quickly that Elena didn't even have time to blink. She even felt a little sorry for those demonic beasts. An electric saw was used in this battle. Davy was absolutely satisfied with the effect of this weapon. It was really incredible. Now we are talking about a completely different matter. The princess was still in a state of shock. She just thought that there was no talk here. The defeated mutant wolves decided to surrender before it was too late. Elena pointed out to Davy those wolves who were begging for mercy and asked Davy to take pity on them. But the principal was relentless. He ordered his Megatron to kill all the monsters. It was necessary to collect all the combat data possible. The princess now noticed that Davy could not even hear her. Then she tried again to address the prince and asked him if it was really worth using such a destructive weapon like that. But Davy still didn't hear anything. Finally, the mutant wolves were dealt with and the prince and princess moved on. Now they were traveling in a carriage, which turned out to be the same Megatron MK2. They sat opposite each other, and the princess looked at the prince with reproach. Finally, Davy asked what was wrong and what was wrong with her. Elena asked what kind of golem Davy had. After all, it had become a carriage, and it could expand its interior space. And what does this ridiculous sound of hooves have to do with anything if the carriage is traveling without horses? The princess asked how much money Davy had spent on such a thing. The prince replied that one should not skimp on their hobbies, and he sees nothing wrong with hearing the sound of hooves. There is nothing wrong with imitating authenticity. Elena just thought to herself that the first prince of the Kingdom of Raun had clearly made a fortune. The Demon Queen noticed this in Princess Elena's eyes. If Davy had ordered all this stuff from a magic tower, the price would have been sky high indeed. But since all this goodness was homemade, it didn't cost the prince that much. As the carriage drove through the bamboo forest, Davy noticed that the flow of mana in it was in absolute chaos. The deeper into the forest they go, the worse it gets. This flow is not organized at all. The Demon Queen closed her eyes and held her head. Perhaps there is some kind of barrier here, and across the whole area. This assumption made sense. Princess Elena said that in order to hide the base of the Breakthrough Alpha, a special barrier was built in this forest to prevent detection, and it is because of this barrier that it is difficult to feel the environment in that forest. The girl said that Davy had no idea how confused she was when she first came here. Then Elena thought about what was making that strange noise in the forest. Then she asked Davy what he personally thought was the difference between the flow of mana in the forest and the one outside. The prince ignored the question and said that the princess looked happy. Elena said that she learned about this only after joining the Knightly Order. Most of the Last Light groups, which also include Alpha, are building similar barriers near their bases. The Breakthrough Alpha barrier apparently covers most of the forest. This surprised the prince a bit. He asked how the members of the Order could get out of this situation. Then Elena decided to tell the prince about it and began to take off the glove from her right hand. On the girl's middle finger was a ring. It was an artifact that protects against the barrier. The princess said that she did not know much about magic, but it is said that this ring protects its wearer with a special wave. Davy admitted that it was quite unusual. Elena said that the mentors give those rings to their students immediately upon joining the Order. To be more precise, the senior members of the Order. The Last Light has a rather peculiar approach to managing the organization. They recruit talented people when they are still children and then educate them. Although she personally joined quite late. Suddenly, the carriage in which Prince Davy and Princess Elena were traveling bumped into something and fell into the abyss. Ilya's body fell on Davy by inertia. She hit herself and asked what had suddenly happened. Then, the prince and the princess heard someone ordering them to come out and calling Ilya's name. The princess looked up, because the roof of the carriage had been blown off by the impact, and saw Shio watching the accident. Elena screamed that it was his doing. They could have crashed. But Shio replied that he was here to fulfill his duty, to destroy the one who dared to invade. And then he sternly asked the princess what she was thinking when she decided to bring a stranger here. Elena shouted that the stranger was with her, not on his own, and this does not give him the authority to do something like this. All this time, the princess was still sitting on Davy's lap. The prince asked if she could finally let him go. Shio told Elena that she had no right to ask him such questions. One thing is clear right now. The princess is breaking the rules. and for such a violation, she must be punished accordingly. The boy who came with Shio told him that there was no one else in the area, and Shio said to Elena that luckily she was not that stupid, because if she had brought anyone else here, they would have executed her on the spot. The princess said, "Don't let him make her laugh." She was very angry after hearing about the execution. She shouted at Shio, saying who was he to punish fellow members of the order. Shio replied that all this is done for the sake of Breakthrough Alpha, and the princess knows this very well. Elena grabbed her sword. She again accused Shio of exceeding his authority, and if he did not back down now, she would make him pay for his behavior in a heartbeat. The two members of the order looked each other in the eye with a challenge. Suddenly, a large bird flew to them. It brought an order. Shio was ordered to return immediately and bring Princess Elena, as well as the civilian with whom she had come here. The princess shouted threateningly, telling Shio to consider himself lucky to have been given such an order. Then she apologized to Davy for that incident. She didn't think it would turn out like this. Davy patted the princess on the head and said that everything was fine. He appreciated how hard she tried. The first prince got out of the hole he had fallen into while sitting in the carriage and said to Shio that he had arranged a spectacular meeting for them. And then he called Shio a wretch and warned him to be careful in the future, because there would be no next time. Shio was very annoyed, and Davy added fuel to the fire. He tried to throw himself at the prince, but his companion stopped him. The guy told him not to forget Shio, because they did not join the knightly order to cross swords with anyone. And the first prince of the kingdom of Ron went on his way, humming a tune. Finally, Prince Davy and Princess Elena came to the gate, behind which was a majestic building. This grandeur impressed Davy greatly. The Demon Queen was also fascinated by the building, and she said she had always wanted something like it. Davy said that the building looked old, but it was immediately obvious that it had been well maintained. The Demon Queen boastfully said that this building was from the time when she was still alive. At the gate, Elena said she would take Davy to the dormitory and report back later, but Shio objected and said that the princess would go with him. The boy who accompanied Shio was named Grav. Shio told him to take the stranger, that is, Davy, to the farthest dormitory, and let Grav make sure that Davy was locked up until the verdict was reached. Then Grav went to the first prince of the kingdom of Ron and ordered him to give him his hands. Davy obeyed Grav, and he cast a spell of handcuffs on him. It was some kind of illusion. Princess Elena was worried about it, but Davy assured her that everything was fine. Then Grav took the prince to the dormitory, put him in a room, and told him that it would be better for him if he stayed quiet. Davy continued to hum a tune to himself. Grav also explained his instructions to the prince that he wanted to refrain from using force. Davy just smiled silently at that, but Grav continued. He said that for the sake of intimidation he would say it, but he could kill Davy with a word. But the prince shouldn't worry. Grav does not use his power against people without a reason. The guy said this very seriously. Then Davy lay down on the bed, put his hands under his head and said with a challenge that he was already full of anticipation. The prince was curious that he had already met someone with unique skills here. Davy remembered again his training in the Gallery of Heroes. Apollo, the god of the meadows, had told him that these would be people with some kind of superpowers. That is, if you put it by the standards of Davy's past. But to be honest, it's hard to call them people. And Apollo pointed to a dragon in one of the ancient drawings. He said that such creatures with superpowers did not come from humans after all. The first prince of the kingdom, Round, continued to lie on the bed, and Grav stood next to him in the room and kept his eyes on the prince. Suddenly, Shio entered the room and told Davy to follow him. He sternly told him that his mentors were calling him to them, so all three of them left the dormitory to meet with the mentors of the knightly order, the Last Light. Eventually, Davy found himself in a huge hall with three mentors sitting on three sofas. In the middle of the room was a podium. A little behind it was another. Princess Elena de Palin stood behind the central podium. The prince was placed in front of the second tribune. He immediately assessed the general situation. He saw that among the tutors there was an elementalist and two swordsmen. Judging by the level of their skills, they were all of the master level and above. The tutors turned to the student Elena de Palin and suggested that she check something again. One of them said that she had broken her own promise, not to bring strangers to the headquarters without permission. He asked if she recognized this violation. The princess was about to object, but she was immediately interrupted and clearly ordered to answer the question strictly. Elena did not like it, but she answered in the affirmative. Then another mentor said that members of a knightly order are obliged to take responsibility for their actions, regardless of their status. Again, the question was asked whether the princess recognized that this was true. Elena again answered in the affirmative. Then the third mentor said that in that case there was nothing more to discuss. The student Elena de Palin should be disciplined, and the stranger she brought would simply have his memory erased, and in case of resistance, there would be an execution on the spot. Princess Elena tried to appeal to the common sense of her tutors. She asked to be allowed to express her opinion first. The girl said that it was definitely forbidden to bring outsiders here, but what if the person she brought was not an outsider? The mentors asked what the princess meant, but they decided to listen to her explanation. Then Elena said with confidence that he would join their nightly order. In other words, the princess wanted to exercise her right. One of the mentors warned that this privilege is given to each member of their order only once. The princess was asked if she really wanted to waste such a valuable right on this particular person, but Elena clearly replied that this was the reason she had brought Davy here. The princess then added feverishly that her mentors were going to disqualify her from the challenge, but she was going to pass it at any cost. The mentors also told Elena that her partner's whereabouts were still being investigated, and her current act looks very frivolous. However, the princess again clearly replied that her action was very well thought out. One of the mentors, named Celia, still tried to dissuade the princess. She said that Elena was still a student herself, so who and what she could teach. But the princess said it didn't matter. What is important now is that she is exercising her right and that Davy fits all the requirements. The princess then said that she still can't understand why the mentors are so wary. The raison d'etre of the Breakthrough Alpha is to protect humanity, so this whole situation is completely wrong. Shio really didn't like these conversations. He shouted to Elena to watch what she was saying. They can't just accept a strange freak by taking her word for it. However, Princess Elena said that such decisions are not for him, Shio Howell, to make. So let him not interfere, and let him not be so presumptuous. Then Shio Hall decided to turn to his mentors. He said that this was absurd nonsense. Yes, of course. At first glance, Princess Elena's words are quite logical, but she made two mistakes. However, the tutors said that they did not allow Shio Howell to interfere in the conversation. But Shio seemed not to hear anything and shouted that they didn't even know if this guy Princess Elena brought had any sense of duty, nor do they know if he has any talent or special abilities. Shio also said that there was absolutely no mana coming from that guy. Davy stood silently by then and just listened to what was being said about him. According to the rules, only those whose abilities have been tested by at least 2 mentors can join the Nightly Order of the Last Light. Shio said that the guy Elena brought, no matter how you look at it, is an ordinary person. Nothing more, nothing less. Then, Shio Hall said that the guy might even be a spy who was sent to scout for a breakthrough. The princess could no longer stand it. She took up her sword and shouted at Shio that just because he had a tongue didn't mean he should flap it. Elena continued to argue with Shio. She said that even though he was very supportive of her, she couldn't let him, a student like her, die. So she told him to shut up. Shio laughed and asked if the princess really thought she could kill him. Elena kept repeating her request that he stop pissing her off. The girl asked defiantly why Shio thought he was so special if he was blessed with mana, and he made a mistake from the very beginning. Elena and Shio crossed swords. The princess also noted that she had never personally said that she would kill Shio. Davy watched with interest. Suddenly, the mentors broke off this unnecessary, meaningless argument. Knight Celia of the Order of the Breakthrough Alpha turned to student Elena and student Shio and told them that the mentors were in the process of discussing. If the students allowed themselves to make noise in the hall even once more, they would both be expelled without any discussion. The Demon Queen told Davy that he was incredibly patient, to which the prince replied that in order to move on to the main course, you have to wait until it is served. Mentor Knight of the Order of the Breakthrough Alpha Fritos said that it seems Shio is right. They know absolutely nothing about the abilities of the guy Princess Elena brought with her. However, at least his mana is average or even lower. The tutors turned to Elena de Palin and asked if she had anything to say about this. The princess immediately emphasized that she guarantees that Davy is strong. Mentor Fritos asked if she was judging by her own standards. Elena was surprised by this question. Fritos then went on to state their decision. He said that, just as Shio Hall had suggested, the mentors did not see any potential in the boy Princess Elena had brought. In addition, they don't think he has a sense of duty either. So the tutors rejected the request of the student Elena. That was their decision. They were about to announce the end of the meeting when Davy suddenly raised his hand. The mentors gave him the floor. The prince suggested that they first look into the problem properly. Grav wondered what happened to the shackles he had put on him. First, he began to tell Davy to tell his mentors that he didn't know what was going on here, and therefore, of course, he has no idea what their mission is. Shio Hall intervened again and told the stranger to watch his language, but Celia stopped him and said that was enough. The mentor then turned to Davy and told him to continue speaking. Davy repeated that it was all natural, that he knew nothing about this knightly order. How could a newcomer know about the higher purpose of a secret organization whose headquarters is hidden in such a secret place? Davy continued that perhaps deep down they all want their sacrifice to be known around the world. Shio again shouted at Davy to shut up. He accused him of daring to insult the knightly order. The mentors again drew Shio's attention to watch his words. Elena held her head and worried that Davy was making things worse with his words. Davy continued to speak. He said that usually the order recruits very young children with good potential, not those with already developed skills. Celia asked him if she understood him correctly. She asked Davy if he was now claiming to fit this criterion, but in that case, the question is, what about the sense of duty? Celia meant if Breakthrough Alpha is pursuing a noble goal. Here, Davy continued that in this case, the sense of duty would manifest itself. And then the third mentor, a Knight of the Order of Breakthrough Alpha, Boris Tellman, interrupted the conversation. He laughed out loud and said that this was exactly the case. Then Boris turned to the prince and asked him his name. The boy told him his name, Davy Allround. Boris then asked if Davy was sure he was talented enough to join Breakthrough Alpha. Some people were indignant, saying that there was no point in repeating the same thing. Prince Davy replied that he only hoped that the Breakthrough Alpha members were not so narrow-minded as to judge someone's potential based on their mana levels alone. He still cherishes some certain hopes, and he doesn't want to be disappointed because they are just his illusions. Meanwhile, everyone in the room was whispering ambiguously. Davy was now being very frank in his speech. At one time, he had been very impressed by Apollo's stories about the last light when he was in the gallery, so his attitude toward the secret knightly order in absentia was quite positive. Boris Tellman smiled and said that he recognized their guilt before Davy, and then he invited Davy Allround to show them all how talented he was. And here, Davy did not miss the chance to criticize that sometimes people like that student Shio, who can judge a book by its cover alone, are considered talented. So he suggested a direct comparison of the two, which would give everyone present a clear answer. Shio Hall was very annoyed by Davy's suggestion. Nevertheless, the mentors approved the proposal. Shio went down to Davy and told him that he was forbidden to overreach, but that Davy should not expect any mercy from him. Shio held a magic wand in his hand. This meant that he was blessed with mana. Davy was a little shocked by this. The Demon Queen asked the prince what happened to his ability to read information. But Davy said that spoilers are no fun, so he didn't check anything. Meanwhile, Elena's friends asked her if she was sure she was okay, because it was obvious that her friend's mana was really weak, on the level of an ordinary person. The girls were worried that even if Elena's friend was confident in his abilities, he still had worries. The princess only laughed at these fears of her friends. She said that everything was fine and thanked them for their concern. And then Elena added that, frankly speaking, she was more concerned about what Davy Allround would do here. Shio, meanwhile, let Davy start the fight first. He said he didn't know what a guy without a drop of mana could show them. He told Davy to give it his all. Then Davy pulled out his iron golem and let it unfold. Now, in the hall, a giant iron golem stood in front of everyone in the room, next to his master, Davy Allround. Shocked exclamations were heard in the hall. Shio Hall himself was insanely surprised by this turn of events. But for him, it only confirmed his assumption that Davy's mana was weak, so he relied on this lump of metal and similar tricks. Meanwhile, Davy told Megatron to take orders. The prince ordered the iron golem to take out the saw, which he did. Elena began to worry even more. Megatron was ready to carry out the next order. Davy asked Shio if he wanted to cool down and talk first. Princess Elena shouted to her friend that he could do anything, but he could not kill. Shio prepared to attack. He held out his magic wand. Megatron struck first. Shio used the light spell. Davy was surprised to hear that it was just light, and that was it. It's a one-word command. Then he began to mock his opponent, saying that he was only capable of doing that if he was blessed with mana. Shio Hall realized that Davy was laughing at him now, but he didn't understand where this was going to lead. In fact, mana-blessed magicians are extremely valuable. Davy knew this well. Normally, you would have to say a rather long spell to use magic, but they are a very special case. Those blessed with mana can cast spells in half the time. In other words, casting is simplified without any additional effort. Moreover, since such a mage is synchronized with his mana at a certain level, his spells are more than twice as effective. Next, Shio cast the spell Frost. It is somewhat similar to the state of assimilation, when you feel even the weakest mana flows and can resonate with it. By the way, from his experience, Davy saw that Shio was head and shoulders above the basement magicians of the Magic Towers. The Demon Queen asked if Shio was weaker than Julius. Davy said that it would be quite unpleasant if Shio was better than the Elder. After all, a continental-level genius is no joke. Meanwhile, the battle between Megatron and Shio continued. During the battle, Davy noticed that the cold was slowing down the response of the automatic defense system. The Demon Queen added that efficiency also needed to be addressed. At best, Megatron's engine is good, but the power distribution is up to one spot. Shio fought to his full potential, striking and defending against his opponent's attacks. But he was very surprised why Davy was so calm. Personally, he was constantly tense and alternately used different spells, waving his magic wand. But Davy was just practicing his Megatron in order to improve it. Now he decided to test the Iron Golem's defense. He ordered Megatron to launch a moderate counterattack. The command was accepted. When Shio's spell reached the opponent, the Iron Golem reported that the target capture was complete. The counterattack began. As Davy had ordered, it was not carried out at full strength. but Shio was still unable to withstand the retaliatory blow. He fell to his knees and could barely breathe. He said that this lump of metal was trying to kill him. However, Davy shouted at him not to be a wimp. Is this really how he behaves during a life-and-death battle with the enemy? At this time, two students asked their mentor, Boris Tellman, if he thought the fight should be stopped, because this iron golem was very strong. Other students said that they were not even sure that it was really a golem. They can't understand what kind of weapon it is. It's so unheard of. But the teachers told them to calm down. The student standing next to Elena enthusiastically said that Davy's weapon was very strong. He asked the princess if perhaps her friend was some kind of famous golem mage. Elena laughed. What kind of golem mage is that? Davy is a monster who, if he wanted to, could leave no stone unturned here just by playing with dolls. The problem is that even this Davy doll is a complete anomaly, and they continued to watch the battle with fascination. Frito said that this iron golem is really not bad. Its movements are strikingly different from those of ordinary golems. Celia agreed with him, especially considering how little mana Davy has. If he were to become a golem mage, he would be able to control them even with a small reserve. However, he relies too much on his golem, while remaining completely defenseless. He clearly lacks experience. That's what the mentors thought. But in their time, there was nowhere else to gain experience. Celia asked her colleagues if they thought this problem could be solved with proper training. Boris Tellman said that the ability to create and manage golems definitely deserves a pass to their knightly order. The mentors said that if Davy trained well, he would be of great help in support and reconnaissance. Elena laughed out loud. This misunderstanding was taking too long. Meanwhile, on the battlefield, Shio managed to freeze his opponent. The mentors decided that the golem was finished. They analyzed that the golem's magician had not taken into account the state of the golem itself, which should be nothing more than the magician's arms and legs. But everyone recognized that this iron golem was indeed admirable. However, Shio found his own strategy to defeat such an opponent. Celia said that Shio Howl gradually froze the golem's joint parts during the battle. No matter how versatile a golem is, it is completely useless when frozen from the inside. That's why you need to be especially careful with ice magic. Moreover, Shio Hall carefully concealed his tactics. This is a very commendable ability to navigate in battle. Meanwhile, Shio happily said that Davy had finally calmed down, and his cursed golem could no longer move. Then he added that Davy could now take his time and take careful notes. Shio defiantly said that this was the difference in power between him and Davy, who had only golems. Davy said he didn't even know if that was true. He broke the wooden bench with his boot. Then he picked up a small stick and said that Shio's words needed to be tested. Shio Howl ironically remarked that Davy still did not give up and remained arrogant to the end. And then he rushed back into the fight, but with Davy himself. He said that his victory would only be sweeter when he could completely overwhelm his opponent. Davy stood still, holding his weapon, a simple wooden stick. He prepared to counterattack. With a single stroke of his sword, Shio cut the stick that Davy was using to defend himself. The severed piece of the stick flew high into the air. A small stump remained in Davy's hands. As Davy stood there looking at what he had left, Shio was about to stab him again from behind. Elena's friends shouted that he had to be stopped immediately. Elena asked who needed to be stopped. Her friends wondered why she didn't realize that Shio had to be stopped, otherwise Davy would be in trouble. Meanwhile, real miracles were happening on the battlefield. Davy all round was skillfully fighting off Shio's attacks and provoking him not to stop, but to attack further. A few more blows and the stump of a stick that was Davy's weapon fell on Shio's head. As a result, Shio Howl fell to the floor, unable to get up. As he lay on the floor, Shio moaned because he was in pain. He still did not fully understand what had happened and asked if he had won. In the hall, we could hear admiring exclamations from everywhere, saying that it was unthinkable, that a miracle had happened here. Only Ilya reacted calmly to everything. For her, it was an expected result. She even said the word déjà vu. Her friends did not understand what the princess meant. Ilya replied that she had seen this scene somewhere before. It was an incredible fight. Fritos wondered if Davy was just lucky, and admitted that it had better be. Other mentors said that luck is also a skill. Then Boris Tellman said to Davy that a promise is a promise. He recognizes the guy's abilities. Shio Hall finally got up and sat on the floor. His mentors said that he seemed to be lazy in training and neglected the lessons of life. Boris said that he should wrap his head around everything and devote more time to training. Shio said it was all nonsense. He asked if anyone else had even seen Davy wave the stick. And what kind of victory was that if the golem was so powerful? Princess Elena intervened and shouted at Shio to stop behaving so low and vile. Had he forgotten who had created such a strong and powerful golem? And anyway, the princess continued, a golem mage is supposed to be a rear guard, so doesn't it seem unfair to Shio that the golem lord was standing in the middle of the battlefield and ending the battle? His only opponent was supposed to be a golem. The princess did not let up. She asked Shio how he would explain the dangerous use of Davy as a bait to buy himself time. Mentor Fritos asked his student Elena to stop and tell Shio Howl that she was right. He had indeed acted dishonestly and unworthily. Then, Fritos started to tell Shio what the 8th point of the Breakthrough Alpha rules says. Shio started to answer that it says that knights must always try their best and learn to accept both victories and defeats and analyze them. Then, Fritos concluded that Shio should stop behaving like that if he knew the rules. So, the fight was over. The defeated Shio was helped to get up and leave the room. Elena came up to Davy and praised him for his excellent work. Then they both overheard Shio, who was passing by, tell Davy to consider himself lucky. If it hadn't been for the lucky break, Davy all-round would have been a dead man by now. He could not accept his defeat. Elena was only surprised. She said that this guy really thinks he's immortal if he allows himself to make such statements. But even though Shio was behaving so terribly, it was only to Davy's advantage. Davy looked like a quiet, modest sheep, with a terrible person hiding under his skin. He was just messing with Shio. Then Davy showed Elena the cubed Megatron and asked if he looked like him. The princess held her head. Davy pretends that he doesn't know what he really is. Frankly, if Elena didn't know his true identity, she would also think that the prince was just lucky in this battle. But that would have lasted only a second, because while watching the fighters, the princess saw her. A creepy smile that revealed the face of the first prince of the kingdom of Ron, Davy Olron. Now everything about him became clear and understandable. Davy said that he could already imagine how the meeting went, where everyone was talking about him. Elena called him in, and Davy said that there should be no problem with giving him a position in the knightly order. The princess thought that Davy was a rat. He would definitely destroy his opponent by hiding his true strength. By nature, he is not evil at all, but even demons have never dreamed of his deeds. They say that swords have no character, and in general, there are no ranks in swordplay. But the falling of a piece of a wooden stick on Shio's head was an act of pure atrocity. Then Prince Davy Olraun was summoned by his mentors again. Boris Tellman told him that 7 people voted for him, and 3 were against. Boris himself, of course, gave his consent. He said that the end result was that they were giving Davy the right to become a member of their knightly order. It was foolish to expect a golem mage to have a high level of mana or physical performance, but he had already shown himself well in battle. Then Boris said that he sincerely congratulated Davy and invited him to join them. At the same time, the mentor pointed to a glass with some kind of liquid. Davy said it didn't look like it was just alcohol. He hadn't picked it up yet. It was forbidden. Boris Thelman laughed and said that Davy was an alchemist, and they knew about that kind of thing, so there is nothing strange about it. The mentor said that the prince was a quick guesser, or perhaps his student Elena had already told him everything. Davy briefly replied that it was all his intuition. There is a trace of mana in this glass, though very faintly. Such insight and observation surprised and delighted Boris. He said that Elena's student had brought a good guy to them, and now there is no problem with taking someone of Davy's level and higher as a student. But there is something more important. Meanwhile, Davy had already picked up the glass of drink that was offered to him, and drank its contents. After drinking it, Davy said that the drink tasted more tasteless than regular alcohol. Boris Tellman asked him why he was drinking something without even asking what he was offered. Davy replied that he was a good reader of the atmosphere. There is not the slightest chance that the effect of the ban will somehow affect a magician of his level, the school, but it would not affect him. The Demon Queen said that Davy is a good tongue twister. Boris Tellman said that in this case he needed to confirm everything and confirm it. He asked Davy if he promised to keep the information about the Alpha Garrison and the Last Light secret. In return, Davy asked if that was what the drink was for. Boris answered in the affirmative, so the prince's answer was yes. He said that he was here for his girlfriend, but he was still interested in the Last Light, and to be more precise, including all kinds of demonic spirits and monsters. Boris said that earlier he thought Davy was well informed about Breakthrough Alpha's activities. Prince noted that this mentor is a good man, and then Boris Tellman showed Davy one small thing, a crystal, and he said that the guy was not deceiving, which was good. This crystal is an artifact that recognizes lies. Davy began to examine it carefully. Then the mentor got up from his chair and said that he was satisfied with everything. Now he was convinced of everything. There was no need to worry about Davy's safety. In conclusion, he told the boy that it was late and that he should go to rest. Davy's training was to begin the next day. He was told to obey his student Elena. The next morning, Davy and Elena began their training. The princess gave Davy a ring. She said that now he would not be affected by the barrier in the forest or by teleportation. Elena said that the ring would have to be returned later, so let Davy take care of it. Don't lose it and disassemble it for parts. The prince asked if she had the same ring. Elena replied that it was the same, but with a lower rank interaction. If Davy wants to become an official member of their order, he needs to get permission from his mentors. There would be no big problems with that. Elena was very pleased with herself, how well she had thought of everything and got a fake assistant. Davy asked what she would do if he changed his mind. The princess threw herself at him with claims that he wouldn't do that. He wouldn't do that to her. Davy laughed at how easily the princess could be provoked. The girl then calmed down. Afterwards, Elena said that they would not have a full lesson yet, but the instructor said that the sooner he started training, the better. It was strange for Dave to hear about any training. He was already quite fit. The princess explained that all students regularly undergo comprehensive training. Frankly speaking, this is one of the reasons she came back here. The first prince was extremely impressed by this information. It turns out that Princess Elena de Palin is in the outside world, in her palace, working, fulfilling her duty, and here she is training. She is a real bee in the body of a princess. She is truly a responsible princess. Meanwhile, Elena told us that the base is taught by the appropriate teachers, but the complex training is a practical form of training in general group cooperation and survival. Davy said it sounded like a lot of fun, the life of a member of a knightly order. The princess agreed that it was really exciting, and in general, the training is not hard, but you have to go through it to achieve your goals. And in general, it's just good here. Everyone is friendly, except for some, of course. The princess easily forgets about her status as a member of the imperial family and enjoys comfort. It was then that Elena noticed that Davy stopped dead in his tracks. She asked him what he was doing. Let him keep walking. The prince told her to go ahead first. The princess did not quite understand him. The prince replied that he would catch up with her later. Let her go. The princess agreed with him, trusted him if he thought so. Then she turned around again and told him not to stay too long and not to be late. And the prince realized that it would be dangerous and risky to go to this training with just a golem. Davy felt a strong flow of mana. He cautiously approached the corner of the building. His mentors Fritos, Celia, and Boris were standing nearby, actively talking about something. The Demon Queen wanted to say something, but Davy asked her to be quiet. He said he wanted to listen a little longer. Then Davy left for school. Elena greeted him by saying that he was on time. Caldera scolded him for being late. She asked where he had been. The prince mysteriously replied that he was just walking around for a while. However, Elena still suspected something strange. She asked the prince what was wrong with his face, what kind of expression he had. Davy looked into the princess's eyes and asked her back what was wrong with his face. Elena looked at him as if mesmerized. The prince felt that the girl was very worried about something. It was as if she had goosebumps. Then Davy went forward and told Elena to move forward as well. And the princess really suspected something. She thought that in the prince's head it was always like this. The gears are turning. The villainy is muddled. Now the princess began to wonder what had happened, what he had seen, what he was thinking about, what he was going to do. And Davy overheard the conversation between the three mentors. Fritos was saying that given the efficiency and value of the created golem, he could say that the future of the first prince of the kingdom of Round was promising. But don't his colleagues think that Davy is a little bit alarming? Celia agreed with him. She noticed that the prince's movements during his fight with Shio's student were at best like those of a beginner. Then Boris said that in such an unstable state, it might be dangerous for him to accompany his student Elena to the practical test. The tutors unanimously decided that Davy should be given proper training. He must at least be able to defeat the local monsters to continue. The Demon Queen told the prince all this because she heard everything perfectly. It so happened that while Davy was busy humiliating Shio Howl, he wasted the time when he needed to earn the trust of his mentors. So Davy and Elena arrived at the training room. The princess kept thinking that something was still bothering her about Davy. Apparently the tutors are not sure what kind of impact the golem mage will have during massive battles. So, the first prince of the kingdom of Round has no choice but to show his tutors something. Davy thought that if he stuck to his tactics, they would finally pay attention to his unsurpassed talent. Elena was scared to watch her friend. Davy was full of anticipation, smiling to himself. And Princess Elena was a little scared of his behavior that day. All the students came to the comprehensive training. Many of them took the tests in pairs. So, 2 students suddenly got into some sticky pink substance. They knew the area and wondered when this trap had appeared here. Elena and Davy also started training. The princess said that no matter what the situation, Davy's golem was just some kind of killer cyborg. The princess shouted that she couldn't take it anymore. As soon as the training was over, she would break this terrible machine. This is a risk factor that must never be communicated to the world. It must never be seen by the outside world. The magic of dependent transmission is launched. Davy told Elena that if she could destroy the iron golem, she was welcome to do so. The princess kept repeating how annoyed she was with everything. The first battle took place, and Davy and Elena won an easy victory. Although the opponents were new to the game, Davy decided to make a little effort. He could just see those old mentors watching and being horrified, so they would no longer doubt him and put him under suspicion. The prince only felt sorry for those students who fell under the spell. They just became scapegoats. Meanwhile, Davy passed a message to Alina that there was a group for 2 hours they were trying to escape. We need to focus. True alchemists know how to control the situation from behind the scenes. Even if it is not spectacular, it is effective and reliable. This is the skill of alchemists in battle. In the end, we can say that it was a good experience. Finally, they announced that the training was over. There is a Korean saying about something temporary and changeable. A rolling stone will knock out a lying stone, but it will not just knock it out. Rather, it will smash the old man to pieces. Davy told Elena that he resented her, but for the sake of their common interests, it was necessary to carry out so much bloodshed. And of course, Princess Elena was his accomplice. The girl reproached Davy. Was it really necessary to go so far in normal training? But the prince replied directly that it was necessary to collect combat data for Megatron. Elena argued that there must be some other way to do this. But Davy said that he had already achieved his goal. All the students were now burning with jealousy. They were terribly envious. Aside from the pact with Princess Elena, Davy didn't care much. However, not everyone was what the prince thought they were. Not everyone behaved so badly. So Davy and Elena went to the dining room, and the girl was immediately called by her friend to sit at a table together. It was Lindsay Paley, a fixed knight. They hadn't seen Elena for a long time and missed each other very much. Lindsay sincerely asked her friend how she was, how things were going in the outside world. And then she enthusiastically said that the princess had brought an incredible partner with her. Lindsay also asked Davy what his name was, and she was sincerely glad to meet him. Then the girl said her name, Lindsay Paley, and then she pointed to 2 twin sisters who were also sitting at their table. Their names were Shur Orenda and Fendir Orenda. The girls politely greeted Davy. And then Lindsay pointed out to the prince another student whose name was Heg. The girl said that he was a jerk. Then Lindsay got a little too excited and asked Davy if she could communicate with him informally, since they were both the same age. The prince replied that she could do whatever she wanted if she liked. After meeting him, Lindsay invited Davy to sit at their table. The Demon Queen noted that the girl was quite sociable, but Davy had already noticed it himself. It seemed that Lindsay didn't think about work at all while she was here. As they sat down to eat, Lindsay told Elena that she was in no hurry and had come back here in a crisis. Elena justified herself by saying that she had a lot of work to do in the outside world, especially in the Haineslands. After all, the princess is a traveling knight. Then Lindsay asked if Davy was also a traveling knight. The girl was interested in everything. The prince didn't quite understand what she was talking about. Then Heg explained that it refers to those knights who contact and establish connections with the outside world. Traveling knights have the role of gathering information and delivering supplies while traveling to and from the outside world. On the other hand, knights who have severed ties with the outside world in order to defend, manage, and equip the place and the territories they control are called fixed knights. The Demon Queen said that it is not clear, but it is a fact. Water that stagnates begins to rot, so it's a pretty good system. Then, one of the twins asked Davy what he does in the outside world. Maybe he has a middle name. She also asked if he was a nobleman or from a royal family. Elena began to answer for Davy herself. She said that despite his appearance, he was a prince. Davy did not understand what Elena did not like about his appearance. Meanwhile, the princess reported that Davy was still a lord. The twin exclaimed with delight that it was the first time she had ever seen a living prince. The girl continued to admire Davy. She said that in any case, he was incredible. After all, he created the Iron Golem himself. The twin said directly that the prince could not even imagine her surprise when those magical projectiles fell from everywhere. Thinking about what Davy was doing in training, the boy wondered how she hadn't grabbed him by the scruff of the neck yet, but she just took this training very seriously. She also honestly recognized Davy's strength to the fullest. According to the prince's observations, everyone in this knightly order is different. Somewhere at the next table, a girl noticed that Davy was looking at her. She told her friend that she was even a little scared. But the atmosphere here is much more friendly than anywhere else, and it's a pleasure to be here. By the way, Shio Hall is a hardened knight to the core. That's why he really doesn't like people who are traveling knights. This is because there is a certain conflict between the fixed knights and the traveling knights. Davy said in displeasure that this was very stupid. The reason Breakthrough Alpha exists as one of the parts of the Last Light is precisely because of the existence of those 2 knighthoods, and it is not clear why they themselves do not want to accept it. The Demon Queen said that even racism has a certain logic behind it. Davy laughed at her for the precise analogy she gave. Shire Randa asked Elena what she and Davy were whispering about. The girl concluded that something was going on between the prince and the princess. And then Lindsay also began to suspect it. But she said that Elena had never said anything about Davy before. But there really was no romantic relationship between the prince and the princess. Ilya was even embarrassed that her friends began to suspect her of such a thing. The princess looked at Davy so intently that he noticed it. but did not understand what it meant. Ilya's friends kept asking her what kind of relationship Davy had with her and why she was silent about it. The princess was in a stupor. She did not know how to answer this question. Davy didn't know how to answer either. Their first meeting had ended with him defeating Elena in the Principality of Felsti and then running away. And she was so angry about it that she pursued him all the way to the Haneslands to get her revenge. Davy actually liked the sound of that. Pretty impressive, but the Demon Queen didn't like it. Princess Elena finally, blushing a little, replied that Davy was a good friend of hers with whom she shared certain secrets. And then Lucia Shellman came into the dining room. She was a priest. Lucia said that there is no friendship between a man and a woman. This girl was always smiling. She was smiling now and said that she had not seen Ilya for a long time. Lucia gasped and said that the grace of Saint Daphne must have descended on them, that it was by her grace that all this was happening. Davy laughed softly and asked why Saint Daphne, not Priya. Lindsay told him that Lucia was just a fan of that saint, a follower of her, sometimes even to the point of absurdity. Lucia memorizes the achievements of the first saint and then goes and preaches. The problem is that it's all a little too much. Davy felt inside that he shouldn't get involved with her, but Lucia came up to him and said that she was very pleased to meet him. Paladin Fieldry also came with the priest. Lucia said that he was her partner. Then the priest threw herself at Davy and took his hands, and she said to herself, "Where are her manners?" She invited Davy to listen to a sermon about the unknown achievements of the first saint. Davy had already seen Princess Elena possessed by the god of the sword. The Demon Queen said it was not just an obsession. Compared to a follower, she is an apostle. Meanwhile, Lucia had already begun her sermon. She said that the first saint, Daphne mentioned in the Bible, was extraordinary from her childhood. It is said that boys and girls her age who fell in love with her followed her, keeping their feelings in their own hearts. Davy listened and laughed inwardly. After all, he knew Saint Daphne well, and now he was thinking whether to tell Lucia the truth or not. Saint Daphne had been the queen of the court as a child. Of all the children in the alley, she was the real bully. With her little hands, she beat the crap out of everyone in the alley. However, Lucia continued to talk enthusiastically about her idol. She said that Daphne had a perfect character. The criminals who talked to her immediately repented, and Davy continued to laugh to himself. If for a priest the words, son of a bitch, stinking bastard, and other curses are part of a friendly manner, then all this is quite possible. But the prince was so eager to tell the whole truth about Saint Daphne. However, the Demon Queen told him to hold back, and Lucia continued that there was more. But then the Paladin Fieldry intervened and apologized for the behavior of the priestess Lucia. He threw her over his shoulder and said that when Lucia starts talking, it is very difficult even for him to stop her. Fieldry waved goodbye and said that it was time for them to leave, and apologized again. Meanwhile, Lucia was screaming for him to let her go. She said that if he considers himself a paladin of the path of the first saint, then let him not forget about dignity. Fieldry replied that he did not serve Saint Daphne, but the goddess Arya. Lindsay said that he always did that. The Demon Queen laughed at Lindsay's words when she said that there can be no friendship between a man and a woman. Let her speak for herself. After the chaos with Lucia, things finally calmed down. Princess Elena wanted to ask Lindsay something. She wanted to know how crazy the atmosphere was in their nightly order. What had happened to make it so? Lindsay replied that it's not often that you see mentors intervene when an outsider comes to them. Shio doesn't count. He always interferes everywhere. The outsider at the moment is Davy. Suddenly, another girl interrupted their conversation. She decided to try to explain to the princess what had happened. She said that it looked like someone had touched the transcendental Chandra. This girl was a noblewoman from the Palin Empire, Alicia Patrick. She bowed politely to the princess and asked if her highness was well. Elena was very annoyed at this treatment and forbade Alicia to call her Your Highness here. The noblewoman laughed softly, so Alicia suggested that they continue where they left off. The leadership came to the conclusion that there were spies in the knighthood who were provoking a split. This is the reason for this mood. In addition, the number of monster attacks has recently increased, and many knights have been killed or injured. And then Alicia was told that she couldn't say that in front of the cadets because it was a secret, but the girl played dumb. She said that everyone already knew about it, so it was a bit strange to keep it a secret. Alicia then asked Prince Davy what he thought about it. She squinted her eyes in pleasure, folded her arms together in front of her chest, and said that she would never have thought that she would meet the prince himself here. Davy was a little dumbfounded and asked Alicia if she knew him. The noblewoman replied that of course she did, because wine is also a traveling knight, and on the eastern continent, it is difficult to find a person who does not know the name of the first prince of the kingdom of Roun, Davy Allroun. The prince thought that Alicia Patrick seemed like a good person, but he had a feeling of déjà vu around her. And it's not a bad thing. This is not the kind of feeling the girl gives him, but Davy finds it hard to find the words to describe those feelings. Alicia has been looking at the prince all this time. He noticed this and asked if she wanted to tell him something. Alicia blushed with shame and then handed the prince a piece of paper and asked him to write something for her. And if possible, let him write her name. Davy did not expect such a request from a girl, and she said that she was his biggest fan. Alicia Patrick continued to express her desire to get an autograph from the prince. She said that he was her ideal, even her idol. The first prince became even more uncomfortable. He saw that there were many unusual people in this knightly order. He did not expect this. As a result, Davy wondered if he would be able to adapt and fit in here. The Demon Queen honestly replied that she had no idea. In a huge office with many shelves with lots of books, a girl was sitting at a table with books and candles on it, reading. Face entered the room. He had been looking for her, and finally found her here. The girl turned around when Face asked her if she had been here all along. The girl's name was Milphil. She got up from the table and went to meet the guest. She asked him what brought him here. She also said that she had heard that he had recently visited the entertainment district. Face asked about it, and Milphil added that she had also heard that Sherry had won. The man then asked again if Milphil was referring to the human child, and replied that Sherry still had nothing, even though she had won. Then he added that now Sherry is in his lands, and it looks like she's doing her best. He was just waiting for the right time, and that time would come soon. At this, a malicious smile lit up Feist's face. Milphil asked her husband what he was going to do with Sherry. Feist said to let Milphil imagine for a moment that the fruits of all her efforts would one day turn to dust. Doesn't this thought scare her? Milphil replied that Feist had terrible habits, as usual. The man then asked what brought Milphil to such a cold place and if she had heard of a monster that had nested in the area just north of here. Milphil replied that she thought someone had made too much noise, but that if it was here, it was okay. Then Face saw something and asked Milphil if it was what he thought it was. The girl said that this treasure was hidden on the lower level of the ruins. It was an interestingly cut crystal that was carefully placed under a protective arch. That crystal is the god of machines. Milphil said that it was the heart of the golem, and that it was capable of continuously growing by itself. She needed to open it to study it and learn more about it, but with her powers it was impossible to do so. Suddenly, Feist's hand became red demonic, and he tried to do something. He touched the golem's heart. There was a small explosion. Milphil asked why he was doing this, and Face replied that he was just doing it for fun. He added that it would be fun. Milphil asked him not to do whatever he wanted here, but the man said he didn't know. It looked like they were going to revive someone. There was a girl with long hair hanging upstairs. Milphil said that there was one thing about her. Her eyes did not open and would not open again. Face asked if she was already dead. Milphil replied that she didn't care, because the body of a member of a new race needed to be studied thoroughly. Face said that Milphil, as usual, always attracts all sorts of troubles and problems. Milphil briefly told Feist to get out of here. Meanwhile, the knightly order held a rather loud ceremony of initiation of the first prince of the kingdom of Round, Davy Allround, as a student. After that, the prince returned to the land of Hines and immediately began developing new weapons for his Megatron. Last time, everything went wrong with the creation of weapons for the Iron Golem. This time it's different. Now Davy has a lot of cadets who came with him to the land of Hines. They will help the prince in testing the new weapon. The cadets took turns fighting Megatron, and the prince watched how the new weapon he had equipped the golem with worked. Often the cadets suffered, and Princess Alina did not like it. She argued with Davy that he was clearly overreacting, putting the students in danger. Sometimes the cadets themselves complained that the prince had promised them that the tests would not be so difficult, that he was really terrible. But Davy said that in that case it would no longer be training. Although some students complained about such cruel training, others could not wait for their turn to fight Megatron. The prince was clearly amused by the cadets' eagerness to train. He needed just that to improve the weapons of his Iron Golem. 2 weeks had passed since he had become an apprentice of the Breakthrough Alpha Knight Order. They say that people change a little depending on their environment. And yes, Davy is starting to like people who are frank with him. And the prince likes those with whom he communicates on a friend's level. Davy had the feeling that he was reliving the experience of the past over and over again. This experience is similar to the first time in his past and present life, as well as in the gallery. The cadets were trying to get in on the Megatron testing before each other. Davy recognizes this. Together with the cadets, the golem case was actively moving forward. The prince liked the people he had met barely a month ago. It was like school days. Davy asked the Demon Queen if they usually talked about such moments when they started like this. Perserk looked at the prince ambiguously. Davy told her not to look at him like that. After all, in his past life he stopped going to school when he finished elementary school, so he couldn't really feel what school was like. And it happened because the first prince spent all his time in the hospital from the time he entered middle school until he died. Meanwhile, the next pair of cadets were ready to engage in a training battle with the Iron Golem. They were determined to show Davy the upper hand, and said they had been practicing a lot for today. The students had studied the golem's attacks well and were ready for them, so it would not be easy for the prince to defeat them. Davy said he couldn't wait. So, the prince gave Megatron an order, told him to switch to a certain tactic, which he called the SAR tactic. This was something new for the cadets. They asked what he meant. Then Davy replied with a scary, distinctive smile that the full name of that tactic was Grim Darkness, Deadly Death, Devastating Destruction. The cadets immediately sat down, for they were not prepared for this. And the Demon Queen told the prince that the choice of the name was not his at all. Davy didn't quite agree with that. So the battle began. Victory or defeat? When the sparring was over, the first prince and everyone else received news that new ruins had been found, and an expedition was being organized. So Prince Davy, Princess Elena, and all the cadets arrived at Breakthrough Alpha's base, Pandora's territory. The tutors told the students that the place they would be exploring this time, as everyone already knows, is a recently discovered unknown ruin. Although this is called an expedition, we should not forget that everything will be real, so we need to remember our safety. Boris Tellman said that at every step they could be in mortal danger, and each of them can pay the most terrible price for their carelessness. They must remember that they can only trust their partner. The cadets politely replied that they understood. It was surprising to Davy to see how easily the knights accepted the information that they were in mortal danger. He said they were like children going on a picnic. The Demon Queen replied that they all live here in complete isolation and know nothing about the outside world. For them, this is a big, interesting event. Therefore, you need to understand them, why this is their reaction. For a moment, Davy did. So, the knights went to the test. The situation for Davy changed a little bit. He did not expect to have to wander through the maze. And then Lindsay came up to the prince. She was in a cheerful mood. She asked him with a smile if it was his first time in the maze, because she noticed his confusion. Then she said that they don't get this chance very often either. But Davy's surprise was not caused by the fact that he would have to wander through the maze. The Demon Queen also noticed the same thing as Davy. They were both very excited. This maze reminded them of something. It was remarkably similar to the ruins in the Haineslands. There was a difference, of course, but a very slight one. But it was the same. Now they are in the Pandora region, in the north of the central continent. There is a huge distance between the Haineslands and the Kingdom of Roun. Perhaps there are some relics buried here as well. This is what interested the first prince of the Kingdom of Roun the most. Davy got curious and decided to take a sneak peek at such things. There were many wonderful things hidden in the ruins of the Haineslands. All of this, of course, is just a guess, but judging by the size alone, we can expect a lot from this dungeon. There may be materials for an entire platoon of Megatrons. The Demon Queen said that she learned that there are only 3 floors in this place. And then Davy met Alicia, a noblewoman from the Palin Empire. The girl greeted him and bowed politely to the prince. It was hard for Davy every time he saw her. He asked the Demon Queen if he had heard correctly that there were 3 floors. Purser confirmed this and added that so far only low-ranking monsters had been found on the 1st and 2nd floors. Princess Elena asked if this meant that no one had entered the 3rd floor yet, and no one would go there to explore. Alicia replied that Her Highness was right. The knights plan to explore the 1st and 2nd floors. They will stay there for 4 days. Elena asked again if there were many dangerous monsters on the 3rd floor. Alicia replied that she had heard something about the 3rd floor, but she wasn't sure if it was true. Then the noblewoman lowered her voice and whispered that there was some information that no monsters were found on that 3rd floor at all. Prince Davy was shocked to hear this. He did not like it at all. The Demon Queen immediately pointed out that Davy looked very pitiful now, but Alicia continued to give out all the information she had heard somewhere. She said that this only applies to living organisms, but there are rumors that there may be golems on the 3rd floor of the maze. In any case, this area has not been explored yet. Davy was surprised to learn how Alicia was able to get such information. The girl answered briefly that the walls told her, and then she asked Davy directly if she could help him in this way, because she thought that this information would interest him. The prince replied that she was right. He politely thanked her for this information. Alicia was sincerely happy that she had managed to help the prince in some way. The girl was so innocent that Davy felt uncomfortable. Alicia blushed because she had been useful to him. Elena watched from the sidelines, not liking the scene. Davy wanted to get to the 3rd floor by all means because only there could be something that interested him. This maze definitely has some secrets of its own. The prince tried to step aside, but was immediately told that it was strictly forbidden to leave the line. However, the research had just begun. Back then, at the beginning of the expedition, Davy knew nothing about what awaited them in the labyrinth on Pandora's territory. He didn't know what consequences their research would lead to, nor did he know what consequences his carelessness would have. So first they visited the ground floor of the lowest level of the maze. As Alicia had told them, there was nothing unusual on the ground floor except for the neomorphs. The prince knew very well that even though it was a neomorph, if they split into pairs and were observant and confident, it would be easy to defeat it. And if everything goes according to plan, they will also pass the 2nd floor of the maze very easily. However, on the 3rd floor, magical golems are waiting for them. It's noisy there, rumbling and grinding. There will also be places that the selection team will not be able to attack, and there may also be ruins that control the forces of nature in the cohorts, just like the ones that Davy saw in the labyrinths on the Haineslands. And if this is true, then the labyrinths of Pandora are very similar to frozen snow-covered places on Earth. This is a place that appeared not naturally, but artificially. Davy walked around and explored this area for himself. He even forgot about the others with whom he was walking in the same group from time to time. Meanwhile, the students were constantly encountering new monsters along the way. Magical golems were everywhere. Davy did not pay much attention and did not waste his energy on defeating the golems. He simply destroyed them and continued to look for interesting information. Sometimes he stood there brooding, and the monsters came. But when they got too close, he stopped them. Lindsay said she couldn't tell what kind of monster it was. The students who walked along with Davy were interested to see how the prince handled the magic golems. The mentors also appreciated it. They were pleased to see how brave he was. But the point was that they had to work as a team, not alone. They had to work in sync with their partner. But Davy thought he was already holding himself back enough. Elena made a comment about it. Davy apologized, explaining that he was temporarily lost in thought. During the encounter with the next monster, Boris Thelman told Davy that, as he now saw, his golem was much stronger and more agile than when he first watched it fight Shio's student. Davy said that researchers fight with their minds, not their muscles. This amused Boris. He said that it is very important to find your own path and continue to develop on it. However, the mentor made a point of noting that Davy would not be able to avoid and abandon physical training all the time. There may be a situation when the magic golem cannot fight, and the prince himself will be in a hopeless situation. In the end, he would have no choice but to go out and fight himself. Davy replied that he would just have to make sure that this did not happen. The mentor liked this answer and said that Davy was very reliable. Of course, the prince is very talented, so he doesn't need to worry too much. Then he added that the first prince of the Kingdom of Raun joining the Knightly Order of Breakthrough Alpha is a real blessing for the Order. But even if he is officially a member of the Order, it does not mean that he will become a master. Perhaps 1 in 10 becomes a master. But even so, Davy is still one of the best members of the Order. But the Demon Queen noted that the prince still doesn't take membership in the Order too seriously. Davy confirmed this. He said he would just stay as an apprentice and enjoy himself. Meanwhile, Boris shouted at the other students that they were too close to the edge and ordered them to move the sparring to another place. Davy decided that when it was over, he would become a full member of the Order as a traveling knight. The Demon Queen told Davy to admit to himself that he still likes it here, and now he likes his group. Although this is not at all like normal school life, it is still something similar. She also noticed that the prince deliberately underestimates his level of ability and helps others in his group. Even though this is a life where you never know when you will be in danger, this short, banal moment of peace is the closest thing Davy has ever felt to his normal life. It was something he had never experienced before, and truth be told, he didn't want it to ever end. But the Demon Queen also told Davy not to forget that the greater the power, the greater the responsibility. There is no need to do something that you might regret in the future, even if it seems like a trifle now. As he himself said, it's quite foolish to demonstrate your strength without having to. But it may happen that others really need his powerful help. Davy said he understood that. Not every situation can be solved with Megatron's help, because even a golem has a limit. The prince is ready for a dangerous situation that will be difficult for the students in his group to handle. In this case, Davy will show his true strength to protect others. He will do this even if everyone treats him differently afterwards. But he won't leave them until then. The Demon Queen said that if he said that, it would be true. Davy said with a smile that it scares him a little that Berserk knows him so well. So, after the first floor, they cleared the second floor very easily. A dangerous creature appeared on the third floor, but the advanced team had already dealt with that monster. This time, Alina stayed behind and acted as support. Davy said she did a good job. He handed her a flask of water. The princess asked if the prince was really having so much fun here. She assumed that he was really enjoying himself in the Order, because at first he was just helping her, but now he seems to be settling in quite well. Davy replied that everything was fine. He was not complaining. Then Alina said that sometimes he reminded her of an old man who had lived for hundreds of years. At this, she noticed that Davy flinched somehow, but she immediately corrected herself that she was saying this in a good way, that it was wonderful. Then the princess said that although she had partially forced him, it was definitely a good idea to bring him here. Suddenly, one of the students saw something unusual. He called his mentor Boris to see what was going on. He asked if the mentor thought something had changed. Boris replied that after the student pointed it out to him, he did notice that there was a change. Something was wrong. Davy and Elena heard their mentor, Boris Tellman, call everyone together. The mentor told them not to scatter and to be ready. Both Davy and the Demon Queen saw that the same method was used here as in the lands of Hines. There were also similar structures in the same maze, with something dangerous that frightened all the students. If someone accidentally touched a place that could not be moved, they would be in trouble. The mentors were shocked by what they saw. A wall suddenly appeared in front of them. Teacher Boris ordered everyone to calm down. Anything could happen. Then the floor suddenly began to split. Shio's students and the priestess Lucia fell into the abyss. Davy, without hesitation, rushed to catch them, while simultaneously ordering his Megatron to be on alert. The prince ordered the golem to protect all the students. Elena screamed in fright at what this meant. Immediately, the first prince of the Kingdom of Ron used the 7th Circle Magic Gravity. This is one of the most powerful mass manipulation spells. But Davy was still only a 5th Circle magician. The Demon Queen asked him what he was thinking when he used 7th Circle magic because he didn't have the ability to use it properly yet. But Davy just laughed and said that he was going a little overboard. Perserk said he was a jerk. The Demon Queen scolded him that it was not the right time to do that, but Davy told her to stop panicking. Perserk asked when the prince had managed to raise his circle. Davy replied that it was only a temporary phenomenon. Mana is a very tricky thing that usually behaves very rudely, but when someone is in danger, it helps without asking. The prince said that the crisis will soon pass, so he won't die right now, although side effects cannot be avoided. In any case, Davy now has to go treat the students he just saved. Davy went to help. He bandaged Shio's arm and told him not to moan so much. He said that he had patched it up a bit and cast a healing spell so that he would be able to move. Shio said it seemed like they had flown about 100 meters. Davy looked up and said that if he had been even a little bit late, they would have all turned into minced meat. Lucia asked Davy if he had just saved everyone. The prince replied that it looked like it. He said that he used the magic of anti-gravity. It's like normal gravity, but in reverse. Lucia asked again how he managed to use such magic, but Davy said that now was not the time to talk about it. They needed to find a way out as soon as possible and get out of there. Shio could not come to his senses, and he asked Davy why he had saved him. The prince did not understand the question. Then Shio asked him again. Davy replied sharply that it didn't matter. Shio was just an extra weight. He shouldn't flatter himself too much. But Shio didn't let up. He kept asking why Davy had thrown himself into the abyss with them, because it made no sense. Shio did not feel the Prince of Mana at all. He didn't understand how Davy could use magic and sacred power at the same time. Davy said that this is exactly why you need to have at least one traveling knight among your friends, although if he thought about it, he already had one. And Lucia stood by, not fascinated. She was not interested in anything except the first saint. Davy said that you shouldn't blindly believe what you think is true. In the end, it may not be true. He said that you need to learn new things all the time, and Shio only uses what he sees. That's why Davy can do more. Then Davy pulled out his sword and showed it to Shio. Shio was shocked. He saw the aura of the blade. He still thought it was impossible. Davy asked Shio if he still thought the prince's mana was weak. If he thought so, it meant that he could not see more because he was not capable of it. However, Davy stopped this empty talk. He said that the ruins continue to change, and if Shio keeps standing still, the wall will turn him into a pancake. So, Davy, Lucia, and Shio were now on the 3rd floor of the labyrinth dungeon in Pandora's territory. Davy was moving ahead, followed by Lucia. The prince was scouting the current situation. When he came around the corner of one of the walls, he saw a hall with a lot of stone guards. The Demon Queen noticed that Davy now looked very nervous and excited. The prince blushed a little. He wondered how he could stay away from such a battle festival. He could not just leave the beautifully served expensive meal. The Demon Queen told him not to overdo it. Davy used the sword art of the double blade air blast, then double flight, and the prince, together with his twin daughters, joined the battle. Then the first prince used the blood demon and heavy sword arts. Then it was time for a combined energy attack. Davy dealt damage to the stone guards one by one. Double black and white lightning. The first prince of the Kingdom of Round savored this battle with pleasure. Priestess Lucia was delighted to see such a spectacle. Shio was simply speechless. Davy managed to take one crystal, but suddenly he got a headache. The Demon Queen said she had warned him not to overdo it. But Davy was satisfied with the result because he got another crystal. That's what he needed. So he said it was worth it because he now needed to recover. And then, Lucia approached the prince and asked him to wait. Davy asked her sternly why she had come forward without permission, why she was not in the rear. Lucia replied that she was a priest after all, and asked Davy to let her use her restorative magic on him. The prince said he could use holy magic too. However, Lucia said that he had to learn for himself that there is a difference between what he does for himself and what others do for him. The priestess was stubborn about it. So, Davy allowed Lucia to use sacred magic on him. She told him to trust her completely. Then Shio interrupted the conversation. He wanted to ask something. He told Davy that he was skilled enough to use blade magic, so talented that he had forged aura swords himself. So why then did he show such clumsy moves during their first sparring session? Davy asked if Shio was referring to the drunken sword style. Shio asked what Davy was talking about. The prince explained that it was a fighting style in which the fighter moves as if he were drunk. Davy asked if that was what it looked like. To an outsider, such movements may seem very clumsy, and the newcomer won. Davy then admitted that he had deliberately used this particular fighting style. He wanted to make Shio feel ashamed. Lucia was shocked that such a fighting style even existed. The prince, however, added something else to that style, something original. Davy said that it all looks very simple. It was as if this style was invented to deceive. Shio was very angry when he learned this information. He didn't think he could be fooled so easily in a fight, and Davy said that no one here would judge anyone. Shio asked why Davy didn't use his magic during training. Davy replied that there was nothing wrong with matching the general level, and then he added that if someone destroyed his golem, then he could show his true power. Shio wondered if Davy was even human, and then Davy remembered that he had wanted to tell Priestess Lucia something for a long time, namely, that no matter how perfect a person looks on the outside, you never know what's inside. He told her to memorize these words because at some point in the future she would definitely need them. Davy was still tormented by the thought of Saint Daphne, whom Lucia idolizes so much, but he still did not dare to tell her the truth. This is exactly how the servant with the donkey ears felt. The prince could not just disappoint the priestess like that. Then, after all that talk, Davy, Lucia, and Shio went on their way. No one came across them on the way, and so they reached the last room. At least that's what they thought. The last room was empty. However, there were many shelves with many books, and Davy noticed a huge flask with a dead girl with long hair and wings in it. Meanwhile, the other students were worried that Davy, Lucia, and Shio were missing. They said they couldn't just stand there and wait for something to happen. Their mentor, Boris Tellman, decided to go in search of the missing, and the students asked him to take them with him. Boris did not agree, because it looked very dangerous. Mentor Celia also said that she understood the other students' concern for their partners, but only the best officers could handle the situation down there. In addition, the location of the ruins is constantly changing, so they have become even more dangerous. The twin sisters, Shurrenda and Fendir Renda, saw Princess Elena. They approached her and began to tell her that at first they were a little confused, but now they thought about it and realized that everything would be fine. The girls tried their best to calm the princess down, telling her not to worry too much. The sisters also said that the mentor had already gone downstairs, which meant that he would soon find all the missing people. They also said that Shio had also fallen into the abyss. Although he has a bad temper, he has good skills. But Student Heg added that speaking of skills, we shouldn't forget about Davy, because his strength is more powerful. In fact, he thinks that Davy is the strongest student among them all. Suddenly, Lindsay screamed. She said that they had a problem because Davy's golem was still here, among them, and Davy was the master of the golems. Apparently, the golem is the strongest of all the golems here now. Megatron, meanwhile, was slaying the monsters in the labyrinth, following his master's orders and protecting the students. And only Princess Elena was sitting on the sidelines, thinking that it would be interesting to see the reaction of the students if they found out that Davy, who pretended to be a master of golems, was actually a master of the sword. She wished with all her heart that Davy would return to them as soon as possible. And on the third floor of the labyrinth dungeon, Davy was looking at the girl in the capsule. She was a homunculus. There is another field of extreme alchemy that is not inferior to the study of golems. This field studies homunculi. We can say that this is the last wish of those who tried to create the Philosopher's Stone. Then Davy's attention was drawn to an object that was located on the side of the homunculus capsule. He knew what it was. It was a divine mechanism. It was here, in this dungeon that Milpheus and Faith had visited. Davy treated the crystal, which was the divine mechanism, as if it were a very expensive item. The prince was indeed very pleased with this discovery and equally surprised. The Demon Queen shared his surprise. This is the apotheosis of golemology, the perfect core for a golem, an artificial heart. Eve, Davy's alchemy teacher, had been dreaming of creating one all his life, and he was lucky enough to stumble upon it. Now the question is how this artificial heart ended up here in this dungeon. There are many things in the world that are really hard to explain and understand. The concept of alchemy and mana. Divine power, called divine will, is the equivalent of divine force. The abyss of the Demon Queen Berserk can also be attributed to this. It can be called an ideal infinite energy, but also imperfect. Golem creators dream of synthesizing a real living heart. A mechanical heart, deus ex machina, divine mechanism, is a thing that should not exist from a logical point of view. Davy categorically said that he had to take it with him. Shio noted that the prince was acting rashly now, looking like a madman. And Lucia noted that it could be said that Davy is behaving very innocently now. The first prince of the kingdom of Ron began to consider how to take out the divine mechanism. The Demon Queen saw that there was a palm-shaped notch on the pedestal. She assumed that a hand should be placed there, but Davy decided to try using mana first. He read some information. Deus ex machina. Link preparation complete. Setup complete. God's messenger, Whitewing. State of lethargy. Completing preparations for heart transplantation. After reading all the information, Davy realized that the homunculus was a messenger of God. It sounded crazy. The prince took out his sword and tried to cut through the pedestal on which the divine mechanism stood. If you do not try, you will not know. He could not cut through that pedestal. Priestess Lucia was surprised that even the Sword of Aura could not damage that stone. It was a strong mechanism. It was impossible to remove it at all. Davy agreed that it was possible, but he used the Kondan because he was worried about damaging the core, because there might be a defense system. But if that was the case, he would try another way. Davy warned the Priestess Lucia and Shio to move to a safe distance. Then the prince decided to use the Honda, but he asked her not to cut anything inside. Little Hongdan said that her daddy should trust her. So, Davy tried to cut the pedestal on which the divine mechanism was located for the second time and succeeded. The first prince of the kingdom of Raun held the cherished relic in his hands. Now he saw that the divine mechanism had been given a very thick shell for some reason. Everything else was not so difficult. Davy also decided to take the homunculus with him. He wrapped it in his cloak and took it in his arms. The priestess Lucia was surprised at the prince's desire. Davy said directly that whoever picked it up was the owner, and he asked if Lucia needed the homunculus. The priest refused, saying that in no case, and Davy added that he would not give it back, no matter how hard he was asked. Meanwhile, someone was approaching Lucia from behind. Lucia laughed heartily at Davy's joke, and then suddenly, someone's fingers with long, sharp nails gripped her throat. It was Milfel. She praised Davy for doing such a great job. Milfel threateningly told Davy to give back everything he had taken immediately and began to press her sharp fingernail into Priestess Lucia's neck. She didn't know how to open the flask that contained the divine mechanism, and it turned out that she just needed to cut the container. So she just watched, and it was the right decision for her. Davy was not at all confused. Milfel was a vampire. The prince asked her when vampires started eating on the go. Milfeli said that she could not get the divine mechanism out of the flask, and this was important research material, so she demands that Davy give it to her. Suddenly, Shio intervened in this dialogue. One of his hands was injured, but with his other healthy hand, he pulled out his magic wand, pointed it at the vampire Milfel, and ordered her to let Lucia go. As he spoke the spell, Shio pointed it directly at the vampire. However, the vampire easily avoided this blow by using Dispel. At the same time, she said that she did not like killing. Shio was thrown back by the shockwave and fell to the floor. The vampire decided to introduce herself to Davy. She said her name was Milfel and asked him what his name was. At the same time, Milfel continued to keep her hands on Lucia's neck. The prince told her his name, Davy. The vampire asked if his full name was Davy Allround. The prince was surprised that his name was known even among vampires, although Milfel immediately denied that he was not that popular. She had just heard about him from Faith. Davy thought about it. He remembered that he had heard this name somewhere before, and Milfel said that Faith was looking forward to killing him. Then the vampire said that the prince had to defend his home now, so what was he doing here? Davy didn't understand what she was talking about. Milfel was quite difficult to talk to. Then the vampire blurted out that Faith had told her that he was going to drown the home of the first prince of the kingdom of Raun, Davy Allron, in fire. Davy just laughed at this. He asked her what kind of vampire was she that wasn't afraid to burn something. But Milfel told him to tell Faisa that trespassing on private property has consequences. And although Davy doesn't know anything about that vampire yet, there is someone on his property who can kill a vampire without compromise. Milfel did not know what to say to this. So she simply asked the prince if he was going to leave her the mechanical heart and the White Wing after all. Davy asked her if there was nothing else in her head but that. Apparently, it was completely empty. The vampire pointed to Lucia and said that this girl would die if Davy did not fulfill her demands. The priestess immediately told Davy not to even worry about her. She also said that she had no idea who the white-winged one was, but that the prince shouldn't give her to the vampire. Milfili squeezed Lucia's throat even tighter, ordered her to shut up, and said she would keep her word. Let Davy give her back what she asked him for, and then she would let the girl go. The prince challengingly asked what would happen if he refused to fulfill the vampire's request. Milfel said that then she would have no choice but to kill Lucia. In fact, she would kill all three of them and take what she wanted. But then Davy pointed his swords at the vampire with one easy movement of his hand, and Milfel had to let go of the priestess Lucia. The vampire was surprised by the action of such autonomous swords and how the prince managed to do it. Milfel knew that people cannot use the aura of the sword unless they have undergone a complete metamorphosis. She said that Davy was very strange. Suddenly, the vampire's eyes lit up. Her name, Milfel. Age, 223 years old. Gender, female. Race, half-breed. She told Davy she wanted to study him. Name, Milfel. Age, 223 years old. Gender, female. Race, half-breed. Occupation, researcher of Paracelsus Hohenheim. Vampire Marquise. Condition, tired. Special features, pure half-breed, does not drink blood, virgin. Current emotions, curiosity, 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 curiosity. After reading this information, Davy had only one question. Why did they write that Milfel was a virgin, and even highlight it as a separate paragraph, half-breed? It's a bit unexpected to see a half-vampire and half-human. There is no doubt about Milfel's abnormality. The vampire threateningly said that she was giving Davy one last chance to fulfill her request. She also said that if he returned everything immediately, no one would get hurt. Davy continued to hold both the homunculus and the mechanical heart, and then he suddenly decided to insert this artificial heart into the homunculus. But he didn't know what to do next. Milfel screamed very loudly. How dare he do such a thing? Meanwhile, the access code was activated. The connection of the main power supply was complete. The homunculus no longer needed to be held. Loading the main operating system program is complete. The homunculus was now revived. Name of the homunculus: Luna. So, Luna's launch was complete. Frankly speaking, it was an extraordinary sight. The homunculus was still wearing Davy's cape. Afterwards, Luna approached the first prince of the Kingdom of Raun and launched a connection with him. To do this, she touched his neck with her fingers. This was necessary to connect with the user's DNA. That connection was also successful, but in the present tense, at the moment, there was a data error. An update was needed. So the homunculus continued to work on it. It started to connect, then restarted the connection. Davy waited patiently. Luna was now touching his face. It was trying to make contact with the membrane. Then she also tried to put her finger up Davy's nose. Priestess Lucia watched with genuine amazement. Again, Luna failed to communicate. There was a contact error. After that, the homunculus launched an alternative directive: contact with the oral mucosa. This was the second option on the list. The vampire Milfel watched with great interest. Davy was already getting quite uncomfortable with all this and asked the homunculus why she was doing this. Then Luna asked him directly why he wouldn't let her update her data. At the same time, she called the Prince Master. The homunculus explained that direct contact with the owner's mucous membrane allows it to collect the necessary data. Then Davy got very angry. He attacked Luna with accusations that she had started sticking her finger in his mouth, which she had previously shoved up his nostril. But the homunculus only laughed lightly and said with satisfaction that the requested data collection was complete. Then Luna looked around. First, she noticed the vampire Milfeli and said that she was her master's rival. The homunculus turned to Milfil and told her that her master's battle weapon would destroy his enemy. The vampire smiled broadly and asked if Luna would fight her now. Milfel was extremely interested in studying the homunculus. She didn't even pay attention to the fact that she was in great danger now. Meanwhile, Luna was studying her opponent. The result of the analysis: the enemy's high interest in Luna's physical shell. Davy told her that this was absolutely not worth analyzing. Then he asked the homunculus directly if she was going to do anything now and if she wanted to start acting. Davy also asked if Luna could defeat the vampire. The homunculus analyzed the situation again and answered that she could win. Davy was satisfied with the answer. He told Luna to show him what she could do. The homunculus replied that the order was accepted. Luna prepared for the battle and the destruction of Milfile, and the vampire stood there in amazement and said how interesting it was for her to watch. She invited Luna to come closer to her, and she could give her even more data, even if it would be contact with the membrane. However, Luna replied that she was following the orders of her master exclusively, so the offer was rejected. Then, the homunculus continued her work. The opponent was identified. The vampire was to be destroyed. Davy and the Demon Queen watched the homunculus in fascination. The prince said that it was even better than he had imagined. It was definitely beyond common sense. Luna established communication with the turret. The installation of the turret was completed. The probability of destroying the opponent is 21%. With prolonged fire on the enemy, victory was guaranteed. Meanwhile, Priestess Lucia approached Shio and tried to bring him to his senses. Davy shouted at them to be careful. Then Lucia asked Shio if he could move because they had very little time. The priest supported her friend and told him to get up because they needed to hide. Shio, who had just regained consciousness, did not quite understand what Lucia meant. Suddenly, a powerful explosion sounded. Lucia fell down and covered her ears with her hands. Shio did not understand what was happening. As the homunculus set about destroying the vampire Milfil, Shio and Lucia were in danger. However, Davy immediately came to their defense. He covered them from Luna's fire. The prince asked Shio and Lucia if they were okay. Shio continued to ask in shock what was going on here after all. He also saw that the homunculus had already come to life, but Davy reassured him that the homunculus was on their side. The first prince of the Kingdom of Raun was extremely pleased with Luna's work. He saw that she had a very powerful power. The homunculi's power was 90% higher than Megatron's, and given her constant rate of fire, it was incomparable. Davy could not even imagine that Deus Ex Machina would be so strong. And it's not just her heart. The homunculus's body itself shows abnormal results. So it is not for nothing that she is called the Philosopher's Stone of the Golem world. It resembles the highest fourth, and possibly fifth, circle of magic. With such power, Luna can easily erase anyone who is below the level of a master. The only thing is that she hasn't met an opponent that is absolutely suitable for her yet. But this is only for now. Although perhaps this turret has some special mode, something special, and even if it does, it is unlikely that this half-breed Milfel will allow herself to be injured so easily. The first prince of the Kingdom of Round saw that the homunculus lacked experience, so Davy decided to intervene in this fight. There is no law against interfering in a one-on-one battle. Luna continued to attack the vampire, and Milfel seemed to be enjoying the spectacle, even though she was now the subject of the attacks. She admired the powerful power of the homunculus, saying that she wanted to get it more and more. But Davy shouted at her that, unfortunately for her, Luna's homunculus belonged to him. The prince intervened in Luna's battle against Milfila and attacked the vampire from behind. He told her that she shouldn't be distracted and should learn to look around her. Davy used the super heavy sword and activated quick decapitation, super fast sword step, Azure Moonlight Sword. Milfel dodged a little and Davy's sword hit her in the side of her body. The vampire screamed that she was hurt. Then she admitted that she had made a mistake in her identification. And this blue sword of the first prince of the Kingdom of Round is still dangerous for vampires. It is this sword that destroys immortality. It is the true killer of immortals. The vampire was bleeding to death. At the same time, she still watched the actions of the homunculus with crazy eyes and said that they were very interesting. She still wanted to conduct an experiment with them. It was strange for Davy to hear what the vampire was saying, because now she was in a very deplorable state. Milfel kept repeating that she was interested in researching the homunculus. She also called the first prince of the Kingdom of Round a strange man with a sword that destroys immortality. Davy didn't like that she called him strange. The vampire of the last strength said that she didn't want to give up at all. She was so interested in watching the battle, but she didn't want to die either. Therefore, Milfili decided to leave the battlefield to save her life and have the opportunity to meet with the homunculus again. In this way, the vampire chose her life over her target. The Demon Queen said that this was a very smart decision. After all that, Shio finally asked if it was all over now. Davy answered briefly that it was for now. Shio then asked the next question, whether this vampire had run away for good or would not return. The prince replied that he thought Milpheus would not return. Then the first prince of the Kingdom of Round said that they also needed to finally get out of there slowly. And then Luna grabbed Davy's sleeve. The prince thought she was offended by something. The Demon Queen said that he had destroyed the enemy by himself, so the kids were disappointed. And the homunculus asked if the master needed to go upstairs. After Davy said yes, Luna said that in that case he needed to destroy the room and, in particular, the ceiling. Davy asked if she could do it, but he emphasized that everything had to be done very carefully, otherwise no stone would be left unturned and they would not be able to get out. Then Luna began to analyze. She had an information error, an error in the analysis of connections. She started the next analysis, measurement of strength, and again, a measurement error. Then the homunculus began to create a connection. She never gave up trying. So, Luna finally managed to establish a connection. Now it was a matter of doing everything as carefully as possible. The homunculus selected high-temperature rays on the turret. She really did have the power of incredible power. Davy was standing next to her, but she told him to move away because it was very dangerous. The prince asked if she was going to use it to make a hole in the ceiling. He also said that he could have used his sword aura to do so, but it would not have been able to pierce the passage. Luna said that two mistakes were unacceptable. Hyperpyrexia rays. Luna's firepower is at 50%. Most of the system will be shut down after use. Luna then asked Davy to remember to take her with him because she would need to be restored. But Davy is a tray collector, so how could he forget about it? The prince told her not to worry about it. He would never leave her. He also added that she is lighter than she looks, so it will not be difficult for him to carry her. Luna smiled sweetly at this. So now she was authorized to use the hyperpyrexia rays. The homunculus began to destroy the ceiling in this room and said that her efforts would be appreciated. Soon, a huge hole was created in the ceiling. Davy praised Luna for her good work. Homunculus showed real stubbornness in this case. It was very stubborn of her. But apparently, she must have misunderstood something because Davy had destroyed her opponent. So she decided to make the biggest hole in the ceiling she could. Now Luna was expecting a compliment. The Demon Queen said that it looked like the Abyss had also developed Davy's mind-reading abilities. He can see what Luna is thinking, even though you can't tell from her face. The prince came up to Shio and Lucia and asked if they were okay, if they were safe. Then Davy said that if they wanted to get out of there, they would need flight magic or something like that. But he's not the only one here. There are two other students. Shio said everything would be fine and gave Lucia his hand, telling her to hold on to it. Then he went upstairs with the priestess. This surprised Davy tremendously. He asked Shio if he was a fourth circle magician. Shio answered directly that he had lied one level and had not told anyone about it. So the students went up, and Davy wondered if Shio was also a martial artist. Then the first prince of the kingdom of Raun turned to Luna and asked her to follow them. He tried to pick her up and felt that she was heavier than before, and the homunculus said that she thought her weight was heavy by human standards. Davy agreed that she was indeed very heavy, but he had been holding her calmly in his arms before. Luna, meanwhile, identified a malfunction in the emotional connection. The emotion chip was overheating. The emotion of the reboot was determined to be anger. This made Davy very happy, because he had a golem that could be angry. Luna continued to analyze her state. An error was detected in the decision-making gray. A request for the cause is being generated. Davy, meanwhile, realized that he didn't really like being a slave owner. He prefers an equal business. Luna then threw a request for a suitable title and name for her master. This amused the prince even more. The Demon Queen interjected and said that she personally had a few options on the matter. Davy turned to Luna and told her not to look for a name for him, but to call him simply Sir Davy. So the homunculus reported that the assignment of the temporary title was completed. Meanwhile, upstairs, the students were saying that they didn't want to wait any longer. They needed to do something immediately. They realized that something had definitely happened down on the third floor of the labyrinth dungeon. Mentor Celia stopped them and told them that they had already discussed all this. Then she ordered all the students to immediately move away from the abyss. It was very dangerous and Celia was worried about them. Suddenly, the students noticed that the gap was getting bigger and new cracks appeared in the floor. Mentor Celia told the students not to worry. She would protect them, even though she did not understand exactly what was happening. Then she carefully looked into the hole. Luna, meanwhile, continued to analyze the data. According to the calculations, Davy can climb faster than he is moving now. Explanation: Luna thinks that the calculated speed is too low. Davy told Luna that it was definitely created a long time ago, maybe even older than him. Now Luna has detected emotional damage. Overheating of the emotion chip has been detected. The emotion of the reboot is identified as boiling anger. Davy asked her not to be so angry, but Luna wanted to hit someone in a fit of anger because she felt it. When Davy flew out of the abyss with the homunculus in his arms, Princess Elena was the first to come to the prince. She asked him what he had done this time. In the end, the research and exploration of the labyrinth dungeon ruins was completed quickly and without casualties. Technically, a few people who were exploring the third floor of the dungeon were sacrificed, but in general, the management was satisfied that the students were not harmed because they are the future knights. And, as always happens, after everything that happened, it was necessary to analyze the events. Since the first prince of the kingdom of Raun, Davy Olraun, the priest Lucia Schliemann, and Shio Hall were directly involved in the case, the three of them were summoned to a meeting with the knights' leadership. In the end, Davy confined himself to a brief recounting of what had happened and went straight home to the Haines. The prince simply left a letter on the table saying that he had gone to catch a rat on his estate and would return as soon as he caught it. Davy, however, realized that this would make his mentors a little angry. However, fortunately or not, he is a traveling knight, so everything went pretty smoothly, although he did feel a little embarrassed about the situation. In the meeting room of the 5 great knight heads, Mentor Boris Tellman said that Davy is a very talented and skillful student, but first and foremost, he is still a lord. He also said that Princess Elena would provide a detailed report on everything that happened in the Dungeon of the Maze. The 3rd great head of the knights said that this Davy is indeed a promising student, and there is no need to meddle so thoroughly in the affairs of the traveling knights. After all, tens of thousands of people live in those lands, and many of them may need help. The people of the Haines lands are not just 1 or 2 people, they are thousands of lives. And eventually, they may realize this. Then, Mentor Boris Tellman said that in that case they could conclude this issue. Then, it was said that Davy is the best student among many generations of knights. Boris confirmed these words. The question arose as to who Davy Olraun is. Boris Tellman said that Davy joined their order only a month ago, but he has already shown his abilities. Boris also said that he can guarantee that Davy's student will keep up with the official members of the order. The 5th Grand Head of the Knights, Kaor, asked why Boris thought so. He laughed a little and said that he would really like to see that student. Mentor Boris Tellman said that when Davy returned, he would definitely introduce them to each other. Commander Kaur said he would look forward to it. Meanwhile, Davy felt that someone was remembering him. The Demon Queen replied that it was not surprising, considering the mess he was always making. But Davy said he had gotten permission. A week has passed since Davy returned to his Haines lands. At first, they wanted to return immediately after the ordeal of Princess Elena, but the prince could not simply ignore the words of the vampire Milfel. Indeed, there was an attack by a vampire from the Yellowstone clan. The information was rather vague. Davy, of course, wanted to do something and destroy them immediately after arriving in the kingdom of Felsti. The dark elf Jack said that he was very sorry for providing little information. Davy also received a report that a serious incident had occurred in the royal family, and he could do nothing about the feeling that his duties as the king's son were coming to an end. His journey back took a little longer than the prince had expected. Princess Elena was constantly bothered by mosquitoes on the way. Davy said that it would be nice to have a fly swatter. Elena asked if she had a hunch or if they had really been spotted. So far, vampires hadn't attacked the land, but even so, the princess decided to be on the lookout. After the princess learned that vampires were involved in the case, she joined Davy, forgetting about her status and abandoning all her current work. Calderis was only worried that the princess would behave appropriately. Then the princess, inspecting Davy's newest creation, asked him what he had come up with this time. And the first prince of the kingdom of Raun, while researching Megatron, was simultaneously creating something else. Thanks to the availability of some materials and labor, he made a few more iron golems. Elena asked if Davy had also created robots with these strange drills before, and now he wanted them to fly. Davy asked if she was speaking to the others, but he tried to teach those robots to fly. Davy asked the princess if she thought he would fail. And then the homunculus Luna came up to them and said that she gave Davy's creations high marks. Princess Elena immediately reacted to her and said that she had forgotten that there was something scarier and she had something more powerful than robots. Elena cannot be called weak in any way. As everyone knows, she wields a divine sword. Even if Davy put all his golems, led by Megatron, against her, they wouldn't stand a chance against Calderis. But Luna is something else entirely. She is a biological golem, the apotheosis of research. Even Princess Elena and Calderis were defeated in just 3 minutes during their sparring session. The Demon Queen said that in that case, she saw no other reason for creating golems than Davy's greed. Elena said that he may think that she believes him about Megatron's remodeling and the creation of new golems, but he took the homunculus on purpose. The princess added that she got the impression that Davy enjoyed embarrassing her in public. Davy noted that the princess was not really a man of her word. Then the prince asked Elena why she saw a problem, and the princess replied that the problem was Luna's outfit. Luna found that the strength of her metal parts was significantly reduced by the biological armor, and it is ineffective. That is why this protective armor was created, which has many functions. Davy explained to Elena that he simply gave Luna clothes that fit her age and appearance, and Luna calls it protective armor. And given the local culture, these clothes really look strange to Elena. And, by the way, it was the most discreet outfit the prince could find. However, Elena was still indignant. She asked where in the world that outfit was discreet. Luna thought Elena was strange because of this. With the information she received, Luna concluded that Master Davy's skills and knowledge were far superior to the current era. Suddenly, Princess Winry ran up to them. She stammered and reported a whole horde of monsters. Then she came closer and said again that they had found a horde of monsters, a lot of them. It looks like there are about 5,000 of them. Davy and Elena immediately ran after Winry. When they got to a convenient place, they began to watch the attackers. They seemed to be hiding along the ridge and were planning to attack them unexpectedly. Davy asked Princess Elena how many monsters she saw there. Elena replied that it was the same as Winry had told them, 5,000. But the vampire that Davy was talking about is not among them. The monsters will soon cross the canyon. They are confidently moving forward. Davy noticed that the monsters are moving strategically, and the predators are walking alongside them as a unit. The Demon Queen suggested that someone was in charge. Davy agreed with her, and most likely it was the guy the prince had already spotted near the horde of monsters. He was actively waving his arms, indicating the direction of the attackers. Winry started to get very worried. She asked her older brother if everything would really be okay. But Davy knew very well that there were no knights here. After all, whatever it was unusual for monsters to gather together and move like that. If anyone found out about them, it would cause unnecessary panic. Elder Yullus said there were too many monsters. He might not be much use, but he asked Davy's permission to help. Winry wanted to help too. But Davy stopped them and said they didn't need to go any further. Winry and Jullus stopped behind the prince. And then Davy took out the cube from which the homunculus was to be transformed. Jullus and Winry were extremely surprised. So, Davy ordered Luna to start the battle. It was an extraordinary sight. Arrival day in the land of Hines. Davy sets about making Luna the homunculus comfortable for exploration. Luna has a gift, an extraordinary ability. She can interpret, evaluate, and implement herself. Davy started experimenting. He connected Luna to the information of the Decepticon golem. The homunculus assessed that this foreign substance was unpleasant to her. She rated it low. Davy asked if she was secretly telling him that he was not good at his job, and the Demon Queen said to let Davy know that Luna was telling the truth. The prince waved Perserk away. The first thing Davy did after returning home was to analyze Luna. As a result, it turned out that there is a species called white-winged. Unfortunately, it is impossible to know why people turned Luna into a golem in ancient times. Their species had special skills that went far beyond the capabilities of ordinary people. In addition, The Yuanas are a messenger of God and a network with their own consciousness to which they can connect their minds. In Luna's case, it turned out that she has only faint traces of this ability, so she cannot use it. But the chance to restore it still exists. Name: Luna. Age: gender, female body. Species: golem, white-winged. Characteristic skills: interpretation, absorbs fragments of information when touching an object. Implementation: the information received can be analyzed and called upon in the future. So Davy decided to use this network in a slightly different way. So, Luna is fully prepared to carry out her master's orders. The battle with the monsters has begun. The first prince of the kingdom of Ron ordered Luna to activate the Decepticon form. After that, a huge iron golem appeared. Princess Winry and Elder Julius had the opportunity to observe such a grand process for the first time. At first, Julius even thought that Megatron had appeared, but Winry immediately denied it. She said that Megatron looked a little different. Davy was pleased to note that, as expected, the snipers had very good camouflage. The code 002 was immediately activated. Sniper mode in action. It was incredible. Luna started transmitting coordinates. This divine mechanism was almost perfect. The huge robot sniper received the coordinates from the homunculus. It was in full combat readiness. The coordinates of the Elder Brain were also received and fixed. They were aimed at the target. The first prince of the kingdom of Raun asked Luna how the other golems were doing. They were all in the right positions. Luna assessed the probability of success of this operation as high. She reported this to her master. Davy gave her permission to act at her own discretion. So, Luna chose the wedge strategy. All the golems were in the right places. The homunculus was satisfied with their readiness. After the master gave the golem permission to act, Luna immediately sent the appropriate command to the golems. So, the first powerful blow was finally struck. Davy suggested that Winry and Julius go closer to Luna to observe how she works and controls the golems. In general, the first prince wanted to see how the homunculus worked during such a battle. In addition to increasing firepower, we managed to improve most of the magic. Of course, this way, most of Davy's mana was absorbed and his efficiency decreased. Winry couldn't believe her eyes. She asked her older brother what it was. Elder Julius was also shocked. He asked Davy what he had done. The onlookers saw an extremely powerful firepower. It was more like a combination of magic. Julius was surprised that this was even possible. It was just a machine. This machine is capable of using weapons that humans are not capable of using. That's why now it seems that this machine uses magic. But in the understanding of an ordinary person, this is impossible. After all, the understanding of an ordinary person is always limited and easily broken. Davy stood next to Luna. She told him that they hadn't taken into account many monsters, so she thought she should take part in the war. The first prince immediately allowed her to do so. He told her to go and play to her heart's content. Luna activated the melee style. The type is a lightsaber. It was interesting to watch that battle. Then Luna decided to take a higher position. She easily flew up. It all looked very shocking, powerful, grandiose. Winry, Julius, and Davy himself were in awe of Luna's fighting. She concentrated all her mana in her hands and turned it into a lightsaber. Such abilities caused only fierce surprise and admiration. It was hard not only to say something, but also to think. I was just speechless and lacked words. Luna was a universal, super powerful warrior, and thus the emergency situation on the territory that no one had ever known about was resolved without any problems. Suddenly in the evening, a maid saw a man in a black cloak with a hood near the castle walls. She asked who he was. The maid said that she had heard a noise outside the castle walls and that perhaps the man or woman knew something about it. And then the person in the cloak turned around and, waving his hand toward the maid, shouted the word "die" frantically. The deadly magic immediately went to the maid. It enveloped her completely. But immediately this deadly wave turned against the person who turned out to be a vampire. Undine destroyed him completely. This is not the first time that vampires have appeared in the castle, but Yuri destroys them all at once. Yuri was beginning to think that her employer had made a very annoying and stubborn enemy. Davy sat in his office and worked. As it turned out, he really needed to get himself a red magic stone. It was a rather quiet, peaceful day. A week had passed in peace after the attacks by vampires and demonic creatures. For his part, Davy hoped they would leave at least some clues, but it's worth noting that these bastards are pretty slippery, so now we just had to wait. Davy was asked if by red magic stone, he meant red moon. Winry asked if it wasn't the red moon that the rich use in their accessories. The prince replied that it was. He said that he wanted to get one, but somehow he failed. It sounds strange that something didn't work out for Dave. The red magic stone is also known as the red moon. It is a gemstone of light red color. All of Davy's recent research has led to this particular stone. Princess Eilena heard that Davy was looking for the red stone and asked why he was looking for it. She thought he had someone to give it to. Winry immediately picked up on this assumption and began to find out if it was true. And Davy rationally replied that he would not have thought of giving someone such precious material. He said he was going to use that magic stone to make a mana stone. Recently, the first prince of the kingdom of Ron has made great progress in his research, and now he is going to try to improve something and put it on the assembly line. And with the help of the mana stone, he could greatly increase the speed and efficiency of production while utilizing Cert's skills. In addition, Davy still has the pride of a craftsman and doesn't want to create a golem with a regular mana stone. Thus, he came to the conclusion that he needs a mana stone. The only problem is that he has already used everything he had at his disposal. If he had the materials, it would only be a matter of time before he could produce it. Elder Yulis begged Davy to show him the whole process of production, and Davy said he would be happy to show him. But without the red magic stone, there was nothing to show, and their stockpile was definitely not enough. Yulis said that the red moons were bought up by the nobility, so the demand for them is extremely high. Davy asked the elder if he had any idea how to get at least one of these stones. Princess Elena thought that if it were a sword, it would be easy, but it was a gem. Davy told Elena that it was all in vain. He said that even though she was a princess, she couldn't do even that. This really hurt Ilya. She broke down and started explaining to Davy that red moons, like any other mana stones, can only be made in very specific and rare conditions. You can't just go out and buy them, she shouted, wondering if Davy had any idea how powerful the people who buy red moons are. At first, Winry wanted to intervene, but Julius wouldn't let her, saying it was dangerous. Princess Elena continued her rant. She said what an arrogant man Davy was, that he thought he could get anything he wanted just because he was rich, and then she called him a mercenary bastard. And then Julius decided to intervene. He politely apologized for his rudeness and suggested that they stop fighting and go to the party and try to get a copy. The elder went on to say that he had heard that there was a party at Rindis's palace. He asked Davy if he had received an invitation. The prince did not understand what Julius was talking about, and then he remembered that there was an invitation to a party. Davy asked his younger sister Winry if she knew anything about it. Winry replied that most imperial receptions are usually attended by at least one member of the royal family. From the kingdom of Raun, that idiot Carlos will be present. So many girls are fighting for the place of the scumbag's partner. Davy thought it would be better if no one had anything to do with that loser. Princess Winry closed her eyes and said that, to be honest, she had always wanted to attend a party like this. And then Davy said that he had an invitation. At first, Winry could not believe her joy. The prince took out a piece of paper with an invitation on it. The paper was already very crumpled. But Julius said that the invitation was still valid, so what did it matter if it was crumpled or not? The invitation stated that it should be handed personally to Sir Davy. Nevertheless, he is quite famous on the eastern continent. Davy himself thought that this invitation was most likely sent to him purely out of formal consideration. And then, Princess Elena decided to tease Davy and said that she had heard that there would be an auction of rare stones among the guests at that reception. And of course, they would not be just rare. The prince immediately said that it looked like he would have to attend the reception. He asked Winry if she would like to come to the palace. For Winry, it was a wonderful offer. Then Davy said that in that case we should go shopping. Princess Elena replied that she was sickened by the thought of such people living on Earth. Meanwhile, the youngest princess of the Rindis Empire, Arya Al-Rindis, was sitting at the table having lunch. She was the only hybrid in the imperial family. For 3 whole years, she could not eat with anyone because they were afraid of becoming her food. Except for a few maids, no one ever really saw her face. In general, such an attitude towards a member of the imperial family is somewhat striking, but the princess was already used to it. Moreover, she took it all for granted. Such bad karma befell the sweet princess. It made her a recluse. Some people believed that the princess just had some very terrible and cruel disease. Even the name of the disease was announced when the girl turned 13, demon blood. Another name for this disease is accelerated melting virus. Many people in the world do not even know about this disease. It is a terrible disease that has no cure. Affected by the disease that could kill her at any moment, the girl could not even make sudden movements. However, the princess's symptoms were different from those of other people affected by the same disease, and if the girl could get rid of the moles, she could live like a normal person. But the princess's situation was aggravated by her contemptuous attitude towards hybrids. The girl always wears a mask and gloves. She never takes off her dress, which completely covers her entire body. The princess even spent 2 years in church, receiving treatment there. She asked the doctors hopefully if it was possible to cure this disease. The doctor told her that many people had saved their lives with this particular method of treatment. Many people were cured, and each of them managed to recover. The princess was extremely happy to hear such words. Arya's dreams were incredibly simple. From a young age, all she wanted was to meet people who could love her and who were worthy of opening up to. The girl was looking for a dark wizard who had some connection to the forest, whom she met on her way back from church. Of course, Finding someone just by description is extremely difficult. Even if the princess had thrown all her energy into the search, it would have failed. After all, her body was such that everyone would just look away in disgust. But even so, Princess Aria wanted to find out who it was in the forest. At the next appointment with the doctor, Baron Horneo, the princess was told that she would certainly get better. The time of the princess's coming of age is approaching, and in honor of this, there will be a grand reception. The doctor told the girl to trust him. He would do everything in his power to make sure she could go without her usual mask. The princess was incredibly grateful to Baron Horneo for such encouraging words. But despite the Baron's promises, Aria could not escape from her personal hell, in which she was imprisoned forever. So, the first prince of the Kingdom of Ron, Davy Olron, received an invitation to a reception at the Imperial Palace. And yet he accepted it and responded to it, albeit with some delay. He called his maid, Amy, and asked her to send his reply to the Imperial Palace. Of course, his partner at this reception would be his younger sister, Winry. In general, it is quite common for relatives to be invited as partners to a banquet. The Demon Queen said that it was quite quiet today. Davy said that the silence was beautiful, although it was a bit stressful for him. And so the day came when the first prince of the Kingdom of Raun decided to attend the feast of the Rindis Empire. Elena took Winry with her to the Palin Empire, as if she had foreseen everything. She asked if Winry even knew how much a girl had to prepare before a big feast. That's exactly what she said. Accordingly, Davy left the preparation for the feast to Elena and Julius and decided to meet them in the capital. Suddenly, Luna approached Davy. She wanted to ask him something. The homunculus said that they still hadn't found the leader of their enemies, so Luna concluded that they needed to think about countermeasures. Davy said he had someone in mind. Luna replied that she didn't understand and asked for a detailed explanation. Suddenly, someone knocked on the door. Davy said it was about time. The prince let them in. It was Yuria. She brought His Highness some tea. Davy thanked her politely. The prince asked the girl if her name was Yuria, because he might not have remembered. He thanked her for her hard work last time. Then he said that in his absence he would leave everything to her again. Yuria was grateful to the prince for his trust. But she said that she did not fully understand what exactly he wanted from an ordinary maid. And Davy said that she would just have to do her best. Then he asked if she had come here with any questions or requests. Or maybe he was sensing something wrong. Davy also asked her to tell him what Yuria uses to make tea. The prince had long ago noticed that it tasted very unique and pleasant. His Highness said that Yuria's tea could become one of their products. The girl could not believe her ears. The maid said that she had made this tea according to her own recipe. Its secret ingredient is the shell of a cricket's wings. Diver felt sick from what he heard. The fact is that Yuria is the highest elf of the Jarina. Davy knew this. He knew even more. It was Yuria who had dealt with the vampires behind the attack on his castle. It took the prince some time to realize how creative she was in making tea. Now Davy was feeling very nauseous. So the day of the feast came. The Mana Gate of the Empire's capital, Rindis. The guests were slowly arriving. Unlike the Kingdom of Raun, located on the eastern continent, the Third Empire actively used Mana Gates for teleportation. Huge gates are installed in most territories. Their proper operation is supported by experienced mages. Thanks to this, it didn't take long to get from the Heinz lands to the Empire's capital, Rindis. Upon arrival, Davy immediately noticed how beautiful this city was, and he came here with some grandiose plans. The Demon Queen was amazed at how much the northern countries of the eastern continent had developed. Davy asked her if this was her first time in the lands of Rindis. Perserk said that it was because the divine sword of the founding lady had never left the territory of the Palin Empire. The prince then asked Luna if this city brought back any memories. The homunculus said that she had come to the conclusion that everything here was new to her. Now her wings and rings were in a state of invisibility. As a result, Luna said that now she needed to interpret the new information. Then she pointed her finger at a certain thing and said that based on the analysis, there is a strange thing there that sets in motion an emotional chain and stimulates the sense of smell. It would lead to serious mistakes in future battles. Then Luna took a bite of some kind of delicious food, and Davy told her that if she was hungry, she should just say so. The man who was selling the candy laughed heartily and pointed to Luna and told Davy that his little sister was very cute, and then he asked if they were on a family outing. Suddenly, Luna spoke to the salesman in her own style. She said that an adjustment was needed. Luna is Davy's property. The salesman was shocked. He couldn't understand how a girl could be someone's property. Then he squinted at the first prince of the Kingdom of Raun and asked if Luna was his slave. The seller also added that he shouldn't say that, but it's better not to say that the girl is his slave left and right, especially in this country. But Davy began to convince the seller that Luna was indeed his little sister. He apologized for the misunderstanding and explained that his sister had a somewhat unusual personality. Then, the seller also apologized to Davy. The seller said that he lived in this empire and did not like people who owned slaves. Then Davy told Luna that he shouldn't say such phrases that cause misunderstandings in other people. Then, Luna asked another strange question about the ruler of this country. Davy said that he had told her not to say such things. Meanwhile, the salesman laughed and said that Davy had a pretty funny sister. The prince thought about how people in this empire hate beastmen, but at the same time condemn slavery. After that, Davy called Chondan and Hongdan, and the four of them walked the streets of the city. And this is despite the fact that all of his girls had been infested with a gnat due to their childish curiosity. It had been a long time since Davy had spent time with his family. Both he and the girls were very happy. They were having a wonderful walk around the capital. Suddenly, a little boy ran into them, running somewhere. Davy looked at him angrily and the boy apologized for his behavior. Then the boy ran on. And then Luna had a question. She didn't understand why the prince didn't stop the boy right away. Luna said that the analysis showed that the boy had stolen Davy's thing. It was the shape and size of the prince's wallet. Luna concluded that Davy's master was not a philanthropist. The prince replied that that was why he had told him to just leave it. People who lack moral principles must take responsibility for everything they do. It doesn't matter if they are a child or an adult. Meanwhile, the boy who stole Davy's money was attacked by an adult and taken away. But Luna caught them both. Davy told her not to kill anyone because if she did, the others would attack her. Then the robber boy asked Davy why he didn't stop him right away if he was so strong. And the prince replied that there are always those who control pickpockets. And instead of looking for them one by one, it is much easier to deal with them all at once. Davy then told the boy that he was wrong to think that he was a rich, ignorant boy who had good-naturedly decided to give his money away. And then another adult robber fell at Davy's feet and begged for mercy. And the prince told him that he had to do it looking him in the eye. Davy said that he had only broken a couple of bones, but if he caught him doing that again, he would not get away with it. And then Luna brought all the things that the robbers had managed to steal. I would say that they were professional robbers. Then the prince looked inside the sack of loot Luna had brought with her and wondered if he should give it to the guards. While Davy was looking at what was inside the bag, a strange thing that looked like a smartphone fell out of it.